while others toil and struggle to slay monsters and level up. Jian awakens from slumber to find himself soaring 10 levels higher. While others risk life and limb to seize treasures, Jian effortlessly conjures ancient artifacts with a mere wave of his hand. Apologies, but with a system at his disposal, he is quite capricious. Chapter 1. The Divine System. Deep in slumber, Jian felt a gentle nudging, accompanied by soft weeping nearby. Though the sound was faint, it was a torment to his weary self. Annoyed by the disturbance, he reluctantly opened his eyes, only to be met with a bewildering sight. A remarkably beautiful girl sat forlornly at his bedside, tears streaming down her cheeks like delicate petals in the rain, evoking profound sympathy. What intrigued Jian was her attire, which was distinctly ancient. Cosplay, Jian murmured to himself. Jian Gij, you're finally awake. The girl's face lit up with joy as she gazed at him, her voice brimming with excitement. Jian Gij. Jian was further confounded by her words. What a jumble, what on earth is happening? As confusion enveloped him, a sudden dizziness overcame his mind, and a flood of memories surged forth. I have actually traversed worlds. His expression shifted from dazed to astonished. On the Xuanling Dalu, strength reigned supreme. The person whose body Jian now inhabits shares his name, age, and appearance to an uncanny degree. To be blunt, this unfortunate individual is nearly a parallel version of Jian from another realm. However, his luck is marginally better, largely due to the girl before him. This extraordinarily beautiful girl is Xianxia, Jian's nominal sister. Despite lacking blood ties, the two orphans, having endured hardships together, have forged an indelible bond of camaraderie. To describe their relationship in a single phrase, they are not siblings by blood, yet they are closer than true siblings. Traversed worlds? Jian Gij, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Xianxia looked at him with a bewildered expression. It was only then that Jian realized, and he hurried to explain, but before he could articulate his thoughts, he found himself frozen in place. Cold words echoed in his mind, and the wondrous images before him rendered his thoughts jumbled. The otherworldly exchange system has detected a suitable host. Binding the system now. Binding successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the otherworldly exchange system. You have received a novice gift pack. Jian gazed at the enormous luminous screen, where a glittering golden box lay nestled in the first empty slot of his backpack. He instinctively scrutinized everything before him. The interface resembled those from online games of his previous life, evoking both familiarity and strangeness. May I open the novice gift pack now? The emotionless prompt chimed again. Yes. The moment the thought crossed Jian's mind, the small box sprang open of its own accord. Novice gift pack has been used. You have gained 100 points, 1 Pei Yuan Dan, and 1 Shi Sui Dan. Pei Yuan Dan? Shi Sui Dan? Jian silently read the names, and excitement surged within him. Having absorbed the prior memories, he was acutely aware of the formidable effects of these two pills. Pei Yuan Dan, as the name suggests, nourishes and fortifies the body. This healing medicine is a premium supplement for someone like Jian, who is injured and boasts a miraculous capacity for recovery. Shi Sui Dan, however, is even more extraordinary. Its effects include purging impurities and enhancing innate qualities. This is a rare divine medicine capable of altering fate. Although the improvements may be limited, it is revered by many. It is well known that everyone's innate qualities are predetermined and nearly impossible to change. On the Xuanling Dalu, humanity numbers in the billions, yet only a small fraction possess martial opportunities, and among those few, extraordinary talents like Xianxia are exceedingly rare, while most martial practitioners share Jian's mediocre potential. For these ordinary individuals, possessing a Shi Sui Dan could instantaneously elevate them from obscurity to greatness. There would be no need to live a perilous life alongside mercenary bands. Reflecting on this, Jian could not help but feel a surge of excitement. With these two pills, the world has long regarded him as worthless. He might finally find a chance to rise. Furthermore, with the extraordinary exchange system at his disposal, the prospect of him reigning supreme in the future seems imminent. So soon you can walk again. It appears that my eldest uncle's health has improved remarkably. At that moment, a voice laden with mockery suddenly rang out from outside the door, instantly capturing Xianxia's attention. Jian let out a long sigh of relief before directing his gaze toward the entrance. There, a lavishly dressed young man swaggered in, accompanied by two burly henchmen. Upon seeing this man, Xianxia's expression shifted dramatically. She bit her lip, unusually refraining from speaking. Xianxia, your husband has arrived. yet you do not rise to greet him? The young man brazenly approached Xianxia, teasingly reveling in her slightly flushed cheeks, which only fueled his smugness. Sitting on the bed, Jian quickly recalled memories of this frivolous and audacious man. Li Rufeng, a notorious wastrel from Xianxia, had sullied countless innocent maidens during his 3 years of enrollment, and recently, he had set his sights on Xianxia. Now, with Li Rufeng visiting, it was clear that his intentions were far from benevolent. Having taken over the host's body, Jian felt an obligation to assume his responsibilities, particularly in protecting his sister, a duty he could not shirk. With this in mind, he spoke up. Li Rufeng, what brings you here? The two burly men beside Li Rufeng immediately bristled, one of them scowling fiercely as he shouted, "How dare you speak to young Master Li in such a manner? A mere dog relying on its master dares to act so recklessly." The henchman's face darkened, and he was about to lash out in anger, but to his surprise, Li Rufeng intervened. "You dare to be so disrespectful to my eldest uncle? Withdraw at once." The henchman's face fell, and he immediately retreated, falling silent. Jian took note of the title Li Rufeng had used and suddenly broke into a smile. A toad aspires to eat swan meat? At that moment, Li Rufeng's reaction surprised Jian. The seemingly simple-minded Li Rufeng did not unleash his usual raucousness, but instead wore a look of self-satisfied triumph. "Unfortunately, your sister is already mine." Jian's expression shifted slightly. He glanced at the unusually troubled Xianxia beside him, his heart racing. Could it be that Li Rufeng actually? "Li Rufeng, you despicable scoundrel, I will kill you." In a fit of rage, Jian attempted to rise from the bed, only to be stopped by Xianxia before he could. "Jian, brother, calm down. Things are not as you think." Jian looked at Xianxia, whose face was flushed yet resolutely determined, his confusion deepening. "Xianxia, please tell me honestly what is going on. Indeed, let our eldest uncle hear just how much you have sacrificed for this good-for-nothing." Li Rufeng interjected with a sardonic smile. Xianxia shot an irritated glance at Li Rufeng before refocusing on Jian. "Jian, brother, let me explain. This is how things stand." Chapter 2. A Triumphant Beginning. Under the explanation of Xianxia, Jian finally grasped the entire sequence of events. It turned out that it was all due to him. Because Jian's injuries were exceedingly severe, in a desperate attempt to save his life, Xianxia reluctantly agreed to Li Rufeng's terms, exchanging her own purity for the healing medicine that could save him. "Brother Jian, do not feel guilty. This was all my choice," Xianxia said, her cheeks flushed. Upon hearing this, Jian's expression darkened further. He already felt guilty for occupying Jian's body, and now, knowing she had made such a tremendous sacrifice to save him, his emotions became a tumultuous storm. At that moment, Jian held only one conviction in his heart. He must protect Xianxia's safety. Of course, my love for Xianxia is genuine. Although I cannot grant her the position of a legitimate wife, as a concubine, I, Li Rufeng, am still qualified. Li Rufeng, with a smile, approached, his gaze fixated on Xianxia, igniting a spark of fervor in his eyes. He had long harbored thoughts of Xianxia, and now, the prospect of embracing the beauty filled him with profound satisfaction. A concubine? Jian's face darkened, almost dripping with disdain. "You expect Xianxia to be your concubine? Are you jesting with me?" "Brother Jian," Xianxia said, her eyes welling with tears at the sight of his anger. "Do not concern yourself with this matter." With that, Jian rose from the bed, pulling Xianxia protectively behind him, his gaze wary as it fixed on Li Rufeng. "Young Master Li, I do not consent to this marriage. As for the healing medicine, consider it a loan from you. I will find a way to return it promptly." Li Rufeng regarded Jian's defensive posture with surprise, which quickly transformed into a frigid demeanor. "Find a way to return it? Huh, if it weren't for Xianxia. Do you truly believe you possess any right to my healing medicine? Indeed, who do you think you are, really?" The burly man behind Li Rufeng sneered mockingly. "To be honest, I came here precisely for this matter." Li Rufeng ignored Jian, shifting his focus entirely to Xianxia. Li Rufeng's expression shifted slightly as he exchanged a knowing glance with the burly man behind him, who had earlier been reprimanded. A glimmer of smugness flickered in the man's eyes. Striding forward, he placed his broad hand in front of Jian, effectively blocking his path. "I advise you not to be ungrateful." The burly man wore a smile, exuding an air of triumph. Seeing the contemptuous expression on the burly man's face, Jian couldn't help but smirk coldly within. Had it not been for my grievous injuries, there would be no chance for this trifling figure of the 4th level of body refinement to flaunt his prowess here. At that moment, He suddenly recalled that the system had just bestowed upon him a vitality pill. If not now, then when? With this thought, Jian hesitated not a moment longer and promptly consumed the vibrant green pill. Instantly, he felt warmth radiating throughout his body, and the oppressive sensation within his chest dissipated. In the blink of an eye, all his injuries healed completely, and, astonishingly, Jian discovered that his cultivation had surged from the 6th level to the 7th level of body refinement. Just then, the burly man unleashed a punch towards Jian. How dare this insignificant wretch seek to embarrass himself? As the words left his lips, Jian casually waved his palm, and the powerful force sent the man flying. Observing this, another towering figure realized the urgency of the situation and rushed forward, flanking Jian from both sides in a combined assault. Without hesitation, Jian struck out with both hands, and within moments, the two men were howling in agony. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the villain, earning 44 points. Jian was momentarily taken aback, but his attention was quickly diverted by Li Rufu, who glared at him. I never anticipated that you, a mere waste, possessed such capabilities. Li Rufu's expression darkened significantly upon witnessing his two lackeys' defeat. Today, you shall learn what a true prodigy is. Prodigy? Jian nearly chuckled aloud. If your brother Li Changfeng had uttered such words, I might have believed them to some extent. Yet you, a 7th-level body refiner propped up solely by your family's resources, dare to call yourself a prodigy? Is truly laughable. This matter is an open secret within the Qingtian Academy. The reason others remain silent is due to the fear of the Li family's power. However, Jian had already severed ties with this individual and showed no mercy. Upon hearing this, Li Rufu resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, erupting in fury, seeking death. With that, Li Rufu dramatically swept aside his luxurious robe and launched a fierce kick aimed directly at Jian. Jian extended his palm, striking downward onto Li Rufu's calf. Simultaneously, with a swift kick from his right leg, he struck Li Rufu's chest before he could even react. Seizing the opportunity, Jian executed a straightforward Iron Mountain lean, leaving Li Rufu utterly defenseless. When Li Rufu looked up at Jian, he found him composed and tranquil, a mysterious aura emanating from his youthful visage. How is this possible? How did you achieve this? Jian regarded Li Rufu, who wore an expression of disbelief, but chose not to respond to his query. Instead, he continued to speak to himself. Young Master Li, allow me to speak plainly today to avert future complications. The healing potion is something we have borrowed. Within 3 days, I, Jian, shall return it in full measure. As for Xianxia, I advise you to abandon any hopes regarding her. With that, Jian turned his back on Li Rufeng, who, in his agitation, was rendered speechless. Observing Li Rufeng's demeanor, the younger disciples exchanged apprehensive glances and hastily approached him, guiding the seemingly bewitched Li Rufeng away. Xianxia regarded Jian, a flicker of hesitation crossing her face. Brother Jian, Li Rufeng is narrow-minded. I fear he will not easily let this matter rest. Just days ago, a talented student at our school clashed with him over his actions, only to have his leg shattered by a peak body refinement master the following day. Upon hearing this, Jian's brow furrowed slightly. A peak body refinement master. It appears I must hasten my cultivation. However, he felt no trepidation. With the assistance of the system, rapid enhancement of his abilities was indeed plausible. Time was of the essence for Jian. Xianxia, there is something I wish to inquire. Jian mused before continuing. What kind of healing potion did you acquire from Li Rufeng? At this moment, Xianxia's expression dimmed somewhat. It is a first-tier pill, the Tranquil Heart pill, valued at approximately 150 taels in the market. I have some savings. You may use them for now. As she spoke, she retrieved a small pouch from her sleeve. Jian waved his hand dismissively. I have already devised a plan regarding the pills. Xianxia, I must attend to some matters these next few days. Stay safe at home. After briefly outlining his intentions, he hurriedly departed the courtyard. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed eastward. Before long, he found himself before an expansive mountain range, the notorious Beast Mountain within Xiqin County. Without a moment's hesitation, Jian strode confidently into its depths. Chapter 3. Enemies cross paths. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a wild hare. You have earned 10 points. As Jian heard this notification, a thrill of excitement coursed through him. Indeed, his conjectures had proven correct. Previously, when he had vanquished Li Rufeng, the system had indicated a reward of points, leading him to wonder if defeating other creatures would yield similar rewards. With this thought in mind, he had resolved to venture into the Beast Mountain, and fortune favored him. With such a vast expanse of the Beast Mountain, accumulating 300 points would be a mere formality, perhaps even 3,000. Jian was poised to commence his endeavors. But just a few steps in, an enraged roar reverberated nearby, the forceful wave of sound causing leaves to rain down like droplets of rain. It was the voice of the Earth Black Bear. Could it be the same one from earlier? Jian's expression shifted slightly, prompting him to hasten towards the scene. Not far away, in an open area, a blood-soaked black bear was roaring in fury. Surrounding the creature were 7 or 8 fully armed individuals, forming a tight encirclement. Under the command of a burly man clad in a fur coat, they launched a relentless series of assaults on the bear. From a distance, Jian cast a glance, and upon recognizing the leader of this group, a cold smile crept across his lips. What a twist of fate. He was well acquainted with these individuals. To be precise, they were his teammates. All of them belonged to an adventurer squad under the banner of the Demon Slayer Mercenary Corps. Just 3 days prior, while exploring the northern mountain range, their team had stumbled upon this formidable black bear. Faced with such unexpected fortune, they had acted without hesitation. Under the leadership of their captain, Su Feng, they had devised an intricate plan and seized the moment to strike while the bear was unawares. However, to their astonishment, their efforts had failed to inflict any damage. Subsequently, as the formation shattered, the enraged black bear charged towards Jian. At that moment, rather than assisting, Su Feng capitalized on the opportunity to attack the bear. It was then that Jian grasped Su Feng's true intentions. He had intended for Jian to serve as bait from the very beginning. In that instant, Jian recognized the hypocritical and vile nature concealed beneath Su Feng's seemingly generous facade. What shocked Jian further was the bear's remarkable resilience. Even after sustaining a critical blow from Su Feng, it continued to withstand the assault with formidable defense. Observing the spirited black bear and the demoralized mercenaries, a smirk surfaced on Jian's lips, having already harbored a sense of injustice on behalf of the original host. The prospect of a readily available point reward made this an enticing opportunity. Why not seize such a double-edged gift? Of course, he was no fool. Su Feng was at the 8th level of body refinement. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, Jian was no match for him. Moreover, the black bear was now driven into a frenzy. A reckless move could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he resolved to wait patiently for an opportune moment. It must be said, Su Feng was indeed adept at hunting beasts, yet the bear proved exceptionally tenacious. Before long, the creature descended into madness, wreaking havoc and inflicting injuries upon the mercenaries, with several nearly losing their lives. In the end, even Su Feng himself bore the marks of battle. Fortunately, through sheer numbers, the battered bear began to lose its vigor, its movements becoming increasingly sluggish. Jian understood that the bear was nearing its limit. Now strike at its jaw. Suddenly, a fierce light radiated from the fatigued Su Feng's face, and he shouted with excitement. A young man, of an age comparable to Jian, brandished a 7-foot-long spear as he charged towards the formidable black bear. Yet, Jian's movements were swifter still. He propelled himself off the nearby tree, harnessing its powerful rebound to dart towards the bear like a flash of light. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing the 3rd-tier demon beast, the Earth Black Bear. You have earned 200 points. At that moment, the mercenary group stood frozen in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Jian. They were baffled. How could he, having sustained such grievous injuries, still be alive? Only Su Feng bore an inscrutable expression. Who would have thought that you, little creature, possess such tenacity? He remarked nonchalantly while brushing off the dust from his mink coat. Jian smirked, dismissing the treachery of such a petty individual. Oof, if I were to perish, who would clean up your mess? The 7 or 8 team members nearby, witnessing Jian's fierce demeanor, were visibly taken aback. They understood his character well. Though he appeared timid, he was inherently a man of integrity. Yet today, this seemingly simple man had astonished them greatly. Not only did he confront Su Feng head-on, but his words dripped with scorn. This fearless attitude was a stark contrast to the Jian they once knew. Su Feng's expression darkened. You insolent brat. I see you have grown weary of life. Incapacitate this brat for me. The young man, already irked by Jian's earlier advantage, felt a surge of satisfaction upon hearing Su Feng's command. He swaggered forward, spear in hand. I've long found you displeasing. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Jian laughed heartily. Teach me a lesson? You are sorely mistaken. The He's countenance darkened, and he raised his spear threateningly. The spear shot forth like a lightning bolt, its tip aimed directly at Yi Jian. Yi Jian merely smiled, showing no apprehension toward the He. With cultivation at merely the 4th level of body refinement, the He was no match for Yi Jian's true prowess. He deftly sidestepped the spear's assault, crossing his arms to grasp the shaft. At that instant, a milky white aura surged from his palms. With a powerful thrust, he sent a He sprawling aside. Witnessing the He's downfall, the other members of the adventuring party faltered. Even those who bore injuries hesitantly approached. They had already exhausted a significant amount of their energy in the battle against the black bear, leaving them utterly drained. In mere moments, they were all subdued by Yi Jian. Enraged, Su Feng summoned all his remaining energy to strike back, only to be swiftly brought down by Yi Jian's kick. What do you intend to do now? Su Feng inquired, his heart racing, though he forced a semblance of calm upon his face. Yi Jian chuckled softly and commanded, hand over all your belongings and leave. How dare you? Su Feng retorted angrily. Yi Jian's expression turned icy as he thrust the half-length spear forward, its cold blade piercing Su Feng's cheek, a trickle of blood oozing down the weapon's edge. The murderous intent that emanated in that moment left them all paralyzed with fear. Leave, his chilling words echoed, exuding an aura reminiscent of a deity of death descending upon them. The 7 or 8 team members turned pale, discarding their possessions onto the ground before fleeing in disarray. Witnessing this, Su Feng felt a pang of panic. He mustered a few hollow words to maintain appearances before retreating in a similarly disheveled manner. Once those individuals had departed, Yi Jian collected the spoils scattered on the ground. Through this encounter, he had amassed enough points to exchange for the Tranquil Heart pill, accumulating points, obtaining rewards, and avenging his grievances. This venture proved to be remarkably profitable. Yi Jian was in high spirits. Approaching the corpse of the black bear, he initially intended to haul it back for a handsome price. However, as soon as his hand brushed against the bear's fur, a notification resonated in his mind. Detected remains of a Tier 3 magical beast, Earth Black Bear. Would you like to exchange for points? Yi Jian raised an eyebrow, surprised that such a thing could yield points. Nodding, he declared, I wish to exchange for points. Ding! Exchange successful. You have gained 100 points. Seeing the modest sum of 100 points, Yi Jian displayed a hint of disappointment. But this feeling was quickly overshadowed by a new discovery. Not far from where the Earth Black Bear had hidden, a white egg lay quietly in the center. Yi Jian approached, scrutinizing the egg, yet he could discern no remarkable features. Its considerable size prompted him to consider taking it back to nourish Xue Qing. With this thought in mind, he eagerly scooped up the egg and began his journey homeward. However, as he walked, he sensed something amiss. The egg seemed to grow increasingly lighter. Oh dear. Chapter 4. The Coward's Talisman. Unbeknownst to him, a large crack had formed atop the egg. This revelation pained Yi Jian deeply. Damn it, I haven't even reached home yet, and you've already broken. Grumbling, he squinted and leaned in closer. At that moment, a shadowy figure emerged from the crack. As Yi Jian's face drew near, the shadow lunged towards him with a swift motion. Startled, Yi Jian instinctively supported the egg with one hand, while his other hand deftly seized the shadow. At this moment, Yi Jian finally discerned the entirety of the creature before him. This curious little being was cloaked in black, adorned with fluffy feathers all over its body. Presenting an oddly intriguing sight, Yi Jian observed that this creature was peering around with an insatiable curiosity about its surroundings. So, it was you who pilfered my egg, Yi Jian exclaimed, directing his inquiry towards the little creature. Initially, these words were merely an outlet for his frustration. Yet he was taken aback to see the creature's bewildered expression, a remarkably human-like demeanor that made Yi Jian ponder whether it truly comprehended human language. Tentatively, he uttered a few more words, and sure enough, the little creature began to flail its limbs in a display of bravado, as if showcasing its own prowess. Spare me the theatrics. Regardless of your prowess, you owe me for my egg. With that, Yi Jian seized the creature with one hand and made his way home. To him, the only recourse for having his egg devoured without compensation was to consider it as a meal instead. The little creature wore an expression of utter desolation, unable to fathom why it had encountered such a master. Before long, Yi Jian returned home with the creature in tow. Xianxia, look at the delightful treasure I've brought back. Upon entering, he called out, and within the room, Xianxia had been anxiously awaiting his return. At the sound of Yi Jian's voice, She hurriedly emerged. Brother Yi Jian. You're back. Oh, what an adorable little fellow. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Yi Jian, oblivious to her enthusiasm, carelessly tossed the creature aside while stating, I caught this wild delicacy in the mountains, specially brought back to enhance our meals. Go on, prepare it for a stew. Let's savor some meat tonight. Stew it? Yi Xianxia was taken aback. Such a charming creature. To stew it would be a terrible loss. She gazed at the little being in her arms, her heart swelling with affection. The creature, sensing her fondness, gently brushed its fluffy body against her fingers, its obedient demeanor endearing it to her even further. Ye Xin, unable to comprehend the extent of a girl's affection for adorable things, remained preoccupied with thoughts of savoring wild game. Brother Yi Jian, this little creature is simply delightful. Let's not eat it, shall we? Yi Xianxia implored, her eyes brimming with a pleading innocence that made her even more enchanting. Unable to resist her charm. Yet we relented. Wait for me. I shall prepare something to eat. With that, she joyfully skipped out, cradling the little creature. Alas, the wild game has slipped through my fingers. Yi Jian lamented, filled with regret. Seeing that lunch would take some time, Yi Jian contemplated utilizing this moment to organize the spoils of his endeavors. He first accessed the exchange interface, spending 500 points to retrieve the Tranquil Heart Pill. Continuing, he began to consolidate the achievements he had previously garnered from the adventure team and exchange them all for points in one fell swoop. Upon glancing at the points bar, he discovered that his points had exceeded 1,000. He pondered whether he could procure some valuable items. Without hesitation, Yi Jian delved into the exchange section, only to be met with profound disappointment. He realized that although the system boasted a plethora of extraordinary items, the truly exceptional ones demanded tens of thousands of points, with some exceedingly rare items requiring millions. After rummaging through the offerings for nearly half an hour, he found that he could only redeem a single talisman. Boastful talisman. 800 points. Do you yearn to experience the aura of a powerful being? Disguise yourself as a strong man, acting like a tiger devouring a pig. You deserve this. Upon reading the description, Yi Jian felt a spark of interest, but upon closer examination, he deemed it utterly useless. For a mere 10 minutes, the user could simulate the aura of someone a whole rank stronger than themselves. Yi Jian's expression darkened. It seemed to be nothing more than a paper tiger, easily shattered at the first sign of trouble. Although he outwardly dismissed it, inwardly he was conflicted. Should he forego the exchange, leaving the points idle, or redeem it, feeling it was too great a loss? As Yi Jian wrestled with his thoughts, a commotion erupted outside. Yi Jian, you wretched scoundrel, come out. The voice belonged to Li Rufeng. Had he arrived so swiftly? Yi Jian's heart raced. His cultivation level was merely at the 7th stage of body refinement, and facing an opponent at the pinnacle of that realm would likely end poorly for him. It seemed he would have to rely on cunning. Yi Jian glanced at the boastful talisman, and suddenly an idea sparked in his mind. He would treat a dead horse as a living one. Time was of the essence. Without further contemplation, he exchanged for the talisman and hurriedly made his way outside. At that moment, Yi Xianxia stood at the entrance with a kitchen knife, surrounded by a group of about 10 people, led by none other than Li Rufeng. Beside Li Rufeng stood a man in his 30s, standing with an air of arrogance, his ordinary visage etched with coldness. Brother Yi Jian. Yi Xianxia was about to speak when Yi Jian interrupted her. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Yi Jian spoke calmly, his words imbued with a powerful confidence. Yi Xianxia nodded, retreating behind him. However, she still gripped the kitchen knife tightly, prepared to leap into action at the first sign of danger. Yi Jian noticed, but chose to disregard it, instead focusing his gaze on Li Rufeng and his entourage. Li Rufeng, you've returned? Yi Jian addressed the group, maintaining his composure in the face of their numbers. Li Rufeng fixed his gaze upon Yi Jian, a fierce determination evident in his demeanor. Humph, after suffering such a significant loss at your hands, I cannot rest until I see you utterly vanquished. Vanquish me? You think a mere peak body-refining waste can achieve that? Upon hearing this, Li Rufeng could hardly contain his laughter. He was well aware of his senior brother's temperament. In the face of public ridicule, others might find a way to salvage their dignity, but Chen Shige was notoriously irascible and unrestrained. It seemed that today would indeed witness bloodshed. As anticipated, the previously silent man's expression shifted dramatically. Without waiting for Li Rufeng to utter a word, he sprang forward, his fists clenched tightly, the muscles in his robust arms swelling with intensity, radiating a palpable aura of vitality. Since you hold me in such contempt, I invite you to step down and enlighten me. Watching the menacing figure, Jian felt a twinge of anxiety. He had initially intended to dissuade these individuals, but found himself ensnared in an unexpected predicament. Yet at this juncture, Jian resolved to press on. Taking a deep breath, he discreetly activated the talisman in his palm. At that moment, a surge of azure and white energy erupted from his body, swirling around him in a formidable display. External manifestation of profound energy. Is this the prowess of a martial master? Xianxia observed Jian's transformation, his expression paling in an instant. Chapter 5. The tiger disguises itself to prey on the pig. The spectacle left everyone in the courtyard momentarily stunned. The first to react was Xianxia, standing behind Jian, her large eyes sparkling with astonishment. Brother Jian, have you truly advanced to the rank of martial master? Jian cast her a glance. He had no desire to deceive her. Yet with Li Rufeng and his cohorts looming nearby, the truth was a perilous revelation. He refrained from speaking, but the slight curl of his lips ignited boundless speculation in Xianxia's mind. In stark contrast, Li Rufeng and his companions felt an acute sense of discomfort, particularly Xianxia, who found himself at a loss. Although the peak body refining stage was formidable, it was still merely the realm of martial apprentices, a realm worlds apart from that of martial masters. The former primarily enhances physical attributes and offers only a rudimentary application of profound energy, whereas a martial master signifies a profound mastery of cultivation techniques, an essential hallmark of their strength. Even the simplest of techniques can significantly elevate one's command of profound energy, and when applied to combat strategies, the enhancement of one's capabilities is immeasurable. While this might elude the understanding of many, it was crystal clear to Xianxia, for he had first-hand experience battling a true martial master. Despite his opponent being merely at the first level of martial mastery, Xianxia had unleashed all his skills yet failed to withstand even 3 strikes. And that was merely a friendly sparring match. In a real combat scenario, he feared he might succumb to a single blow. What astonished him even more was that Jian's cultivation and aura seemed to surpass even that of the martial masters in the Li family. Could it be that Jian's cultivation surpasses that of the offering? How is such a thing possible? Jian's aptitude is no secret. 3 years ago, he failed to pass the selection of the Qingtian Academy. To think that someone like him could quietly leave everyone behind is utterly fantastical. Could he be deceiving me? Yet, even if other aspects could be feigned, the aura of a martial master cannot be a mere illusion. At this moment, even Xianxia found himself in a quandary, and the atmosphere abruptly froze. Jian, standing at the door, recognized Xianxia's indecision as a sign that his ruse was effective. However, he understood that if this stalemate continued, once the opportunity passed, it would be far more challenging to intimidate them again. He had to take the initiative to break the deadlock. After some contemplation, Jian resolved to take a risk. If you seek your own demise, do not blame me. With a decisive stride, he lifted his right hand menacingly and advanced towards Li Rufeng. This sudden display of murderous intent utterly terrified Li Rufeng, leaving him frozen in place. Utterly bewildered as he watched Jian approach, Xianxia, witnessing this, turned pale. Li Rufeng was the beloved youngest son of the family head. If anything were to go awry, given the head's volatile temperament, he might very well demand retribution. In a moment of panic, Xianxia acted without thinking, swiftly appearing beside Li Rufeng, seizing the latter's collar with his robust arm, narrowly dodging Jian's attack. We, who fail to recognize the towering mountain, have offended you. Esteemed senior, please show mercy. Xianxia, barely escaping, noticed Jian's unrelenting demeanor and quickly pleaded for clemency. Jian internally sighed in relief, but maintained the facade of a formidable master. After all, the show must go on. Show mercy? You think a mere exchange of pleasantries will spare you? Jian retracted his aggressive posture, his voice dripping with disdain. Xianxia hastily retrieved several silver notes from his pocket and presented them to Jian. A small token of respect. Please accept it. Jian glanced at them, but made no move. At this point, Xianxia's doubts evaporated, and he spoke earnestly. As long as you are willing to spare us this time, we can negotiate anything. Negotiate anything? A subtle smirk graced Jian's lips, within which Xianxia discerned a mix of coldness and mockery. Normally, Xianxia would have exploded with rage, but the current circumstances compelled him to temper his anger. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile and said, "Whatever you wish, we will not object." Jian chuckled softly, his tone indifferent. First and foremost, Look at how you have ravaged my humble abode. It would be unreasonable not to offer some form of compensation. The countenance of Li Rufeng's subordinates darkened, for they were accustomed to extorting others. Yet today, they found themselves on the receiving end of such treachery. Many expressed their dissatisfaction, fixating their gazes upon Chun Fong, pointing fingers and urging him to take stand. To their astonishment, Chun Fong responded not with anger, but with delight, promptly retrieving 100 taels in silver notes from his pocket and presenting them before Yi Jian, a small token, yet indicative of my respect. Yi Jian accepted the notes and, turning, handed them to Yi Xueqing. He then spoke, "In light of your compliance, I shall refrain from further complicating matters for you." Just as a flicker of joy appeared on Chun Fong's face, the subsequent words cast a shadow upon it. "Have them bow and apologize to my sister, and then you may depart." Bow. A chill ran through Chun Fong's heart. While such an act posed no challenge for them as subordinates, it was a grave matter for Li Rufeng, the esteemed young master of the Li family, forced to kneel and plead for mercy. Should word of this escape, not only would Li Rufeng's reputation be tarnished, but the family's dignity would also be compromised. With this thought, Chun Fong could only cast a troubled glance at Li Rufeng, who stood there in a daze. In desperation, Chun Fong gently nudged him. At last, Li Rufeng regained his senses. The young master whispered fervently into Li Rufeng's ear for a considerable time. Even Yi Jian began to doubt whether he had overstepped his bounds. To his surprise, however, Li Rufeng suddenly knelt down with a resounding thud, pitifully begging for mercy. "I, Li Rufeng, am unworthy and implore you to spare my life. My family shall forever be grateful for your kindness." Yi Jian was momentarily taken aback, but upon noticing the water stains beneath Li Rufeng, a peculiar expression crossed his face. It seemed the young master was utterly terrified. Others soon caught wind of the situation, and many could hardly contain their amusement, leaving only Chun Fong with a grim expression. Without uttering a word, he too knelt down. After a lengthy pause, Yi Jian coldly declared, "Should you dare to trouble my sister again, I, Yi Jian, will not let you off lightly." At that moment, Li Rufeng was utterly incapacitated. Chun Fong, assisted by a servant, left in a state of utter disarray. Soon after, the talisman in Yi Jian's hand shattered into dust. "Brother Yi Jian, when did you advance to the rank of martial artist?" "I was completely unaware." Ye Vunking chidit playfully, seemingly reproaching him for his secrecy. Yi Jian, unable to respond to her inquiry, contemplated something as he watched Chun Fong depart. "Brother Yi Jian." Yi Jian's eyes glimmered, his expression grave. "Xueqing, gather your belongings immediately. You shall move into the academy's dormitory this afternoon." "What is it?" Yi Xueqing, noticing the tension in Yi Jian's demeanor, sensed that something was amiss. "The matter is urgent. I do not have time to elaborate," said Yi Jian as he hurried into the room to assist Yi Xueqing in packing her belongings. Meanwhile, Li Rufeng, surrounded by a throng of people upon returning home, happened to encounter Madame Li. At that moment, anguished cries echoed from the Grand Li residence, so loud that they nearly startled the patriarch, who was preoccupied with his concubine. "Li Kuei, look at what has become of your son." In Chapter 6, The Treasure Basin, a middle-aged man with a full beard sat in the main seat of the Li family hall, silently observing the young man below. This individual was none other than the one who had previously blocked Yi Jian's path. "Son Gui, are you truly speaking the truth?" Zhao Chuanwu, seated beside him with an air of authority, inquired coldly. As the master of Chun Fong and Li Rufeng, Zhao Chuanwu felt deeply embarrassed that such a disgrace had befallen his disciples. Consequently, he was even more invested in the matter than the patriarch, Li Kuei. "Indeed, I swear on my own head that Yi Jian is certainly not a martial artist," Sun Gui exclaimed, his neck thick with agitation. "Moreover, not only I, but also Su Qin can attest to this." Zhao Chuanwu frowned slightly. "Bring Su Qin to me." Just as Chun Fong was about to comply, the patriarch Li Kuei finally interjected, "There is no need. If he were truly a martial artist, I believe he would have already made a name for himself long ago and would not have waited until today." Chun Fong, upon hearing this, grew anxious. "Patriarch, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Yi Jian exuded the aura of a martial artist. Young master can also verify this." Li Kuei regarded him with a glance before responding, "I never claimed you were lying." Then, Chun Fong was immediately perplexed. "Fangya, what Li brother means is that Yi Jian possesses a secret technique that mimics the aura of a powerful warrior." Chun Fong was taken aback, then enlightenment dawned upon him. "Li brother, now that Yi Jian has entered the monster Beast Mountain range, although the Leaf family is powerful. Finding him is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Zhao, Chuanwu spoke again, place a bounty on Yi Jian's head with various mercenary groups, and, additionally, send someone to capture his sister. She may serve as a hostage if necessary. Elsewhere, in a concealed cave within the monster Beast Mountain range, Yi Jian sat cross-legged at the center, each hand grasping a spirit stone, as milky white spiritual energy flowed into him through his mouth. Beside him, Xiaoku remained obediently, nibbling on the spirit stone that Yi Jian had gifted him, holding it with his tiny paws. His absorption rate was rapid. Before long, the fist-sized spirit stone had turned to dust. At these moments, Xiaoku would offer 2 stones from the collection laid before him. After consuming nearly 10 spirit stones, Yi Jian's pace of absorption finally began to slow. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and an overwhelming aura surged forth from his body. 3 nights ago, with the assistance of Xiaoku, Yi Jian managed to break through the Leaf family's obstruction, although he himself sustained grave injuries. Fortunately, he still possessed the Qingxin pill he had previously exchanged to compensate the Leaf family. After some hesitation, he ultimately ingested it. Within merely half an hour, his wounds were completely healed. Once his injuries were mended, Yi Jian devoted all his attention to cultivation. He consumed the body refinement pill he had acquired earlier, and then utilized the spirit stones purchased from the shop for his training. However, the spirit stones from the shop proved insufficient, prompting him to exchange for more from the system, with the singular aim of rapidly enhancing his cultivation level. It must be said that with his improved aptitude, Yi Jian's cultivation speed saw a remarkable increase. It took him only 3 days to ascend from the 7th to the 8th level of body refinement. Yet, he found that he had merely 3 spirit stones remaining. 3 spirit stones could hardly facilitate any significant growth in his cultivation, and maintaining an efficient pace of training became a challenge for Yi Jian. Cultivation truly is a costly endeavor. He couldn't help but lament. Nevertheless, he understood that with the exchange system at his disposal, it was not the spirit stones he lacked, but rather the points. Rising from the ground, he stretched luxuriously. Points in this Beast Mountain Valley were virtually inexhaustible. He gently patted the lazily lounging Xiaoku beside him, saying, "Little one, after 3 days of confinement, let's go out and enjoy the fresh air." A hint of impatience flickered across Xiaoku's face, clearly disapproving of Yi Jian's suggestion, yet the little creature obediently followed him. Upon exiting the cave and gazing up at the clear blue sky, Yi Jian felt a wave of contentment. At that moment, he chanced upon a mountain wolf pursuing a wild rabbit. His eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he charged forward. This time, he distinctly sensed the changes in his body. The enhancement of his strength rendered his movements significantly more agile. Before the wolf could react, Yi Jian's fist struck it with force. A whoop! The mountain wolf howled in agony before collapsing to the ground, its body trembling briefly before it succumbed to death. The wild chicken running ahead was momentarily startled, unable to react in time, and Xiaoku swiftly dashed out, soon returning with the chicken in tow. Yi Jian nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand, exchanging the wild chicken for points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 points. Following this, Yi Jian immersed himself in the task of accumulating points. The first-tier demon beasts in the Beast Mountain range were abundant, alleviating his concerns. However, it wasn't long before he felt disheartened. The points gained from low-tier demon beasts were exceedingly meager. After a morning of hunting, it seemed he had gathered a bountiful harvest. Yet he could only exchange it for 5 spirit stones. This won't do. I must devise another plan. With a water pouch in hand, Yi Jian sat resting in the shade. Before long, the playful Xiaoku returned, swiftly darting to Yi Jian's side. With a flourish of its little claws, it scattered a dozen herbs before him, its bright eyes shimmering with excitement as if anticipating something. Yi Jian understood that the little creature wished to exchange the herbs for spiritual stones. He shook his head, firmly rejecting Xiaoku's request. Earlier, in appreciation of its life-saving efforts, Yi Jian had generously rewarded it with 2 spiritual stones. However, it seemed the creature had mistaken these precious stones for mere food. Under normal circumstances, Yi Jian would not be stingy, but with only 3 stones remaining, he needed them for his own cultivation. Yet Xiaoku did not relent. It grabbed a particular herb and tossed it at Yi Jian's feet. It was the ghost Lu grass. Yi Jian's eyes sparkled with interest as he began to inspect the offering earnestly. The herbs brought back by Xiaoku, flame earth wood, with loquat flower were all spiritual medicines, including 3 second-tier elixirs. Tentatively, Yi Jian exchanged the ghost Lu grass for points. A chime resonated, announcing, "Congratulations, host, you have gained 50 points." Filled with exhilaration, Yi Jian wasted no time and exchanged all the herd for points. In the blink of an eye, 23 radiant spiritual stones appeared before him. Its desire for the stones palpable. Yi Jian handed one of the stones to the little creature, which eagerly gnawed on it, its expression one of utter satisfaction. Observing Xiao Ku's delight, Yi Jian suddenly conceived an idea. He retrieved 3 spiritual stones and presented them to Xiao Ku, saying tentatively, "If you can find more herbs like these, I could reward you with even more spiritual stones." Instantly, Xiao Ku's eyes brightened, and it swallowed the stone voraciously before darting off once more. An hour later, it returned, clutching a large handful of herbs. Just as Yi Jian was about to speak, a piercing howl echoed in the distance. Moments later, 7 or 8 mercenaries sprang from the shadows, surrounding Yi Jian. The leader was none other than Su Feng, the man Yi Jian had previously dealt with rather severely. Su Feng's expression shifted from surprise to cold indifference as he regarded Yi Jian. His gaze flicked to Xiao Ku before returning to Yi Jian. Suddenly, Su Feng realized, "So that is how you had the audacity to provoke the Leaf family. You've stumbled upon a veritable treasure trove." Chapter 7. The Breakout. While the Leaf family remains unresponsive, you must leave quickly. Remember, once you enter the school, do not come out no matter who speaks to you. Yi Jian tossed the bundle into Yi Xueqing's arms. Speaking rapidly, "Brother Yi Jian, it's perilous for you to remain outside. Why don't you accompany me to the academy?" Yi Xueqing gazed longingly at Yi Jian, her voice tinged with eagerness. Yi Jian offered a wry smile and replied, "I am not a student of the academy. How could I possibly enter? Moreover, even if I did manage to get inside, if the Leaf family comes to take someone, I fear you would also be caught in the crossfire." Yi Xueqing wished to protest further, but upon observing Yi Jian's resolute demeanor, she ultimately acquiesced. "Then, Brother Yi Jian, please take care of yourself. Xiao Ku and I shall take our leave." Yi Jian was taken aback. At that moment, the small creature nestled in Yi Xueqing's arms perked up its head, its eyes glinting with a human-like pride. As Yi Jian regarded the little being, an impish idea sprang to mind. "Xueqing, relinquish this creature to me. It may prove to be quite useful." Upon hearing Yi Jian's words, the little creature's fur bristled in alarm. Without hesitation, it leapt from Yi Xueqing's embrace. Yet, Yi Jian was quicker. With a deft pinch of his fingers, he captured it. Yi Xueqing observed Yi Jian's beaming expression and let out a rueful chuckle before hastily departing. Once she was gone, Yi Jian lifted the little creature. "I know you can comprehend my words. If you obediently follow my instructions, I shall overlook your pilfering of my eggs. However, if you—" Before he could finish, the little creature darted from his grasp. Yi Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. And soon after, a cacophony of howls echoed from afar. Had they arrived so soon? Yi Jian dared not linger. He swiftly exited the courtyard. As he gestured with his hands, the double doors closed, just as over 20 fully armed servants from the Leaf family surged in, encircling the courtyard with an impenetrable barrier. A man in his 40s, exuding authority and striding with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, entered. "Search," he commanded. No sooner had he spoken than the Leaf family's servants forcefully kicked open the doors. The furniture within the room lay in neat order. However, the individuals they sought were nowhere to be found. "Zhao Gongfeng, we have thoroughly searched top to bottom and found no trace of the Yi siblings." "Found nothing?" Zhao Chuanwu's expression soured. "Are you implying that when the master inquires, I should inform him that no one was located?" The young servant broke into a cold sweat. Zhao Chuanwu contemplated briefly before urgently instructing, "They have nowhere to flee except the monster beast mountains. Return and report the situation here to the master." With that, Zhao Gongfeng hastily departed. After Zhao Gongfeng's exit, the remaining members of the Li family began to wreak havoc in the room, smashing the furniture, and ultimately setting the entire house ablaze. Dense plumes of smoke swiftly spread, and before long, the Yi family's courtyard was engulfed in flames. Satisfied after their deed, the Li family members departed. Meanwhile, Yi Jian, who had previously left, stood nearby, his gaze fixed upon the old house consumed by fire. A profound hatred etched across his face. "One day, I shall make the Li family pay dearly for this." With that thought, Yi Jian finally departed the courtyard. Contrary to the Leaf family's expectations, he did not head towards the Beast Mountain range. Instead, he ventured deeper into the inner city. After winding through numerous alleys, he ultimately entered an unremarkable shop. It was not until the sky had completely darkened that Jian emerged from the humble establishment. Now clad in a black robe and donning a wide-brimmed hat, he moved silently through the streets, resembling a specter. From the inner city to the outer city, and then from the outer city to the periphery of the Beast Mountain range, Jian traversed the path with trepidation. Fortunately, no unforeseen incidents occurred along the way. As the Beast Mountain range loomed before him, Jian's spirits lifted slightly. After surveying his surroundings for any anomalies, he began to act. Yet, as he dashed forward, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Dozens of arrows whistled through the air towards him. Upon landing, he found himself encircled by 7 or 8 individuals. Yizin, we have been waiting for you. A young man, seemingly of similar age to Jian, sneered. Though Jian did not recognize him, his attire unmistakably marked him as a member of the Leaf family. The Leaf family was formidable, yet they remained unaware that Jian's cultivation was merely at the body refinement stage. This was Jian's only chance. He understood this clearly, and his expression grew increasingly disdainful. Do you truly believe you can stop me? A smirk appeared on the young man's face. You are a martial master. We certainly cannot contend with you. However, it is easy for us to delay you for a moment with our numbers. With a wave of his hand, his companions produced a small signal flare from their sleeves and launched it into the sky. In an instant, colorful fireworks erupted overhead, illuminating half the mountain like midday. At that very moment, guards stationed at various entrances saw the signal and hastened toward Jian's direction. Simultaneously, 3 formidable auras surged from the Leaf family estate, soaring into the sky. Now, let me see how you, a martial master, will respond to this, the young man said with a mocking grin, relishing the sight of a martial master cornered. Jian's expression grew grave, and in the next moment, he sprang into action. Drawing upon his inner energy, he surged toward the Beast Mountain range. The Leaf family members standing in his way did not engage him. Instead, they swiftly retreated while others knocked their arrows, unleashing a volley of mounted archery at him. The arrows formed an intricate net, ensnaring Jian with unwavering precision. No matter how he charged, he could not break free from their relentless assault. As time passed, Jian's mood grew increasingly grave. Suddenly, a rustling sound of falling leaves echoed from the distant woods, and the young man guarding nearby called out with fervor, Jian is here. Seeing 7 or 8 figures racing towards him, Jian steeled himself, and his aura surged dramatically. In an instant, he transformed into a living arrow, hurtling forward. The young man's expression shifted as he hastily shot an arrow at Jian. Preparing to withstand the incoming projectile, Jian clenched his teeth, but to his astonishment, the arrow inexplicably fell short just before reaching him. The Leaf family members were taken aback. What are you waiting for? Shoot! The young man shouted urgently. A deluge of arrows then rained down upon Jian, but as they approached, another strange occurrence unfolded. This time, everyone could see clearly a shadow, resembling a wildcat in size, moved with astonishing speed beside Jian. It was responsible for diverting the falling arrows. Xiao, well done. Ye, Wien Iklemet. His speed increasing further. With Xiao Ku's assistance, he surged towards the edge of the encirclement. There, 3 Leaf family members stood ready for confrontation. Stop him, the young man roared. The trio appeared resolute, and Jian, wielding his sword, charged fearlessly towards them. Boom! 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 3 powerful fists struck Jian's chest, abdomen, and back in quick succession. The immense force caused his blood to surge violently within him. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood upon landing. But he did not have time to wipe the crimson from his lips. He transformed into a shadow and darted away, leaving a dozen Leaf family members rooted in stunned silence. Chapter 8. The first bitter battle. How can a sparrow comprehend the ambitions of a swan? Su Feng's expression stiffened. Jian, once merely an insignificant pawn in his ranks, now dared to call him short-sighted. This was an affront to Su Feng's pride. Well, our team's underperformer has finally gained some skills. Brothers, who will teach this bred a lesson? The previously embarrassed, he stepped forward. Su Fei, you must let me handle this opportunity. If I don't personally take down this scoundrel, how can I show my face among our team? Su Feng patted his shoulder and readily acquiesced to his request. Should you manage to subdue him, I shall grant you a larger share of the spoils. The mercenaries, upon hearing this, gazed at Dahi with envy. With a swift motion, Dahi unslung his spear from his back and strode confidently before Yi Jian. "You scoundrel! Last time you claimed victory through deceit. Let us settle this matter once and for all." Yi Jian's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he cast a glance at the mercenaries surrounding him. The grotesque expressions on their faces ignited a profound sense of revulsion within him. His previous magnanimity had not elicited any remorse from them. Rather, it had emboldened their malice. In pursuit of gains that were not theirs, they conspired once more to strike at Yi Jian. As the saying goes, when tolerance reaches its limit, there is no longer a need to endure. With this thought, Yi Jian felt invigorated, his spirits soaring. He gathered his robe at the waist and stepped forward decisively. "You rabble desire my treasures? Then first, inquire if my fists consent to your demands." Then he let out a thunderous roar, thrusting his spear forward. Yet Yi Jian regarded him with disdain. Instead of retreating from Dahi's assault, Yi Jian advanced, moving with a swiftness akin to a shadow. In an instant, Dahi witnessed a fleeting dark figure, and before he knew it, his spear had splintered into two pieces, while a powerful blow sent him crashing backward. The mercenaries stood in stunned silence. Previously, they had dismissed Yi Jian as insignificant, believing that even Dahi, who had suffered defeat, had only triumphed by chance amidst their mutual injuries. They had been waiting for the day to reclaim their honor. Yet today they were astonished. After a brief absence, the man they had bullied daily had effortlessly felled Dahi with a single blow. This formidable display left the mercenaries in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Su Feng's expression shifted from shock to exhilaration. Despite Yi Jian's seemingly lackluster aptitude, his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation in just a few days. The quantity of elixirs consumed was undoubtedly considerable. If Su Feng could acquire something akin to that, it would signify that he too could possess such a wealth of elixirs. The thought quickened his breath, and he shouted with urgency, "Everyone, charge forth! Whoever manages to bring me Yi Jian's head shall be rewarded with 100 taels." The promise of a generous reward stirred the mercenaries into action, and in a frenzied rush, 7 or 8 of them lunged forward like ravenous wolves. Yet Yi Jian remained unperturbed. Though the mercenaries were numerous, their individual prowess paled in comparison to Yi Jian's current abilities. Moreover, their ulterior motives caused them to hold back during the fray. Thus, within half an hour, Yi Jian had dispatched them one by one with ease. At this moment, the vast open space was strewn with bodies, with only Yi Jian and Su Feng still standing. Su Feng gazed at the imposing Yi Jian, his expression finally turning grave. He had never anticipated that Yi Jian could ascend 2 levels in such a brief period. The gap in their cultivation had now become almost negligible. However, Su Feng remained unfazed. For years, he had navigated the razor's edge of combat, possessing a wealth of battle experience that granted him a significant advantage over Yi Jian. Do not presume that your elevated cultivation makes you invincible. Today, I shall demonstrate what it truly means to be a warrior. Su Feng inhaled deeply and drew the sword from his waist. With both hands grasping the weapon, he yanked it outward, transforming it into 2 blades. Gripping the hilts with a reverse hold, the curved backs of the swords rested against his arms, enhancing his already formidable presence with an aura of chilling intensity. The crescent moon twin blades. This was Su Feng's signature technique, the acme of his skill. Over the years in their squad, it was this extraordinary mastery of dual blades that secured his position as captain. As he unleashed this technique, Yi Jian could not afford to underestimate him. He swiftly drew his long sword, its edge glinting coldly as it pointed directly at Su Feng's face. In a heartbeat, Yi Jian shouted and lunged forward, thrusting his sword straight at Su Feng. A smirk graced Su Feng's lips as he raised his left hand, deflecting the long sword with the edge of his blade. In the same instant, he charged forward, aiming the blade of his right hand directly at Yi Jian's neck. Yi Jian bit his lip, his reflexes quickening. He arched his back, leaning away while keeping his lower body steadfast, creating an arc with his form. Su Feng raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening, and delivered a powerful kick toward Yi Jian's calf. At that moment, he crossed his arms, forming a wide arc as he brought his blades down toward Yi Jian's chest. This single move could have been lethal. Though Yi Jian had limited combat experience, he was not slow to react. He evaded Su Feng's kick with his left leg, swiftly retaliating with a kick aimed at Su Feng's waist, intending to force him back. Yet, Su Feng's response presented Yi Jian with a considerable challenge. Instead of evading, Su Feng quickened his movements, ready to exchange injury for victory, leaving Yi Jian profoundly shaken. In this moment of crisis, Yi Jian had little time for contemplation. As the cold blade approached, he steeled his resolve. With his left hand bracing against the ground, he swung his sword in a sweeping arc before thrusting it towards Su Feng's chest. Thus, what originally seemed to be a transaction of injury for life swiftly transformed into a gamble of life for life. This subtle distinction yielded vastly different outcomes. Consequently, the one at a disadvantage became Su Feng himself. He contemplated the treasures he had acquired and the success that awaited him, reluctant to trade his life for Yi Jian's. However, witnessing Yi Jian's desperate demeanor, he felt an increasing desire to withdraw. With no other option, he reluctantly sheathed his sword and retreated. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Jian managed to regain a semblance of control over the situation. In the ensuing battle, the seasoned Su Feng leveraged his advantages to corner Yi Jian perilously. Yet, in those critical moments, Yi Jian fought with reckless abandon. Su Feng, fearful for his life, could only retreat, granting Yi Jian precious moments to recover. Thus, the standoff persisted. However, as time progressed and the intensity of the confrontation escalated, Yi Jian's combat experience surged at a remarkable pace. Meanwhile, Su Feng's advantages began to wane, leading to a vibrant exchange of blows between the two. Watching this unfold, Su Feng found himself at a loss, helplessly observing as the scales of victory gradually tilted in Yi Jian's favor. Ultimately, both adversaries, exhausted, witnessed Yi Jian claim a narrow victory. The mercenaries nearby, witnessing the battered Yi Jian, believed their opportunity had come. Just as they prepared to strike, they were taken aback when Yi Jian seemingly consumed something that instantaneously healed his wounds. In that moment, the mercenaries' resolve evaporated, and they collapsed, trembling in fear. Some, overwhelmed by terror, even emulated the cowardice of the young master of the Li family, losing control of their bodily functions in public. Yi Jian, please spare me. I do not wish to die. The mercenaries, stripped of their earlier bravado, fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Chapter 9. News of Yi Xueqing Yi Jian. Observing these groveling individuals, felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. How foolish I was to consider you my brothers. As he cursed them vehemently, he thrust his sword forward, the cold glint slicing through the air and finding its mark upon the neck of the audacious Dahi, from which a fountain of blood erupted. In an instant, the once boastful Dahi met the same fate as Su Feng. The remaining mercenaries, witnessing this, turned pale with fear. Many sought to flee, yet Yi Jian had resolved to exact vengeance and showed no mercy. With swift strokes of his sword, he dispatched them to the afterlife. As he gazed upon the carnage, the ground soaked with warm blood, an overwhelming stench of iron assailed his senses. The experience of killing for the first time stirred a primal fear within him, yet the thought of their vile countenances brought him a sense of grim satisfaction. As time progressed, Yi Jian increasingly felt that ridding the world of such treacherous and shameless individuals was truly a joy in life. With this thought, the tension within him gradually dissipated. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 600 points. Upon hearing the uplifting notification echo in his mind, Yi Jian's heart soared with joy. Receiving such exhilarating news in moments of utmost tension was infinitely more substantial than various forms of self-comfort. Without a second thought, Yi Jian directed all his focus towards the system. At that moment, the value in the points column leapt to 636. Yi Jian swiftly exchanged all the spiritual herbs that Xiaokou had brought back. When he glanced at the points column again, it read 218. Goodness! Yi Jian was so excited he nearly jumped up. Beside him, Xiaokou chirped eagerly, her little eyes fixed on the spiritual stones in his hands. Little one, you shall not be deprived of your share. Yi Jian chuckled, and in his exuberance, he tossed 3 spiritual stones to Xiaokou. After concealing the body and returning to the cave, Yi Jian began to contemplate how to maximize his cultivation speed. The first method that came to mind was to exchange for a washing marrow pill to enhance his aptitude. Having tasted the sweetness of improvement, Yi Jian deeply felt the constraints that aptitude placed on cultivation. Unfortunately, the points required for a single washing marrow pill exceeded 30,000, rendering his current 2,000 utterly insufficient. His second idea was to purchase a large quantity of spiritual stones. As the saying goes, when one's cultivation is lacking, spiritual stones can compensate. He believed that by absorbing the spiritual stones, he could rapidly elevate his cultivation. However, this plan was declared a failure after just half a day. Yi Jian discovered that despite his enhanced strength, the rate at which he absorbed spiritual stones showed little significant increase. In one afternoon, he managed to absorb only 3 spiritual stones, which roughly amounted to just over 10 stones in a day. With Xiao Ku's formidable abilities, accumulating 500 points daily was quite effortless. Thus, hoarding a large number of spiritual stones held no meaningful significance for Yi Jian's cultivation. With no other options, Yi Jian turned to the treasure trove of the system for a solution, and, to his surprise, he indeed found a viable method. Qi Gathering Array, 2. 499 points based on spiritual stones and supplemented with other materials to construct an array. Internal cultivation can enhance the practitioner's speed. The specific effect depends on the quality of the spiritual stones. Yi Jian muttered to himself about the Qi Gathering Array. After calculating the costs in his mind, he resolutely exchanged for the complete Qi Gathering Array. Without hesitation, Yi Jian set it up within the cave, placing 10 spiritual stones at the array's core before swiftly commencing his cultivation. With the assistance of the Qi Gathering Array, Yi Jian's speed of absorbing spiritual stones increased dramatically. Previously, he could only absorb 10 spiritual stones in a day. Now, that number had doubled. However, in light of this increased demand, the supply of spiritual stones became a significant issue. With no other options, Yi Jian had no choice but to venture out with Xiao Ku to earn points, subsequently concentrating on his cultivation. Thus, Yi Jian's progress maintained a pace of approximately 15 spirit stones per day. Under the immense accumulation of resources, in less than 2 days, Yi Jian experienced yet another breakthrough, elevating his cultivation to the 9th level of body refinement. Ordinarily, a breakthrough in cultivation would be a cause for celebration. However, Yi Jian found it impossible to feel joy, despite his rapid enhancement in strength. It had been nearly 7 days since he escaped from Xianxia. During this span, aside from his cultivation, most of his thoughts were consumed with concern for Xianxia. Though the Qingtian Academy held a prestigious position, the power of the Leaf family was not to be underestimated. As one of the 3 prominent families within Xianxia, the Leaf family's strength was formidable. While the Academy might withstand pressure in the short term, prolonged conflict would inevitably lead to exhaustion. The mere thought of this deepened Yi Jian's anxiety. I must venture out to gather information. Yi Jian, being a man of action, promptly set his plans into motion. He gathered his energy and departed from the cave. Although the Beast Mountain range was vast and resource-rich, it was also frequented by numerous mercenary teams. It wasn't too long before Yi Jian encountered one such group. The team leader possessed only the 8th level of body refinement, while the others were at the 6th and 7th levels. Even if they bore ill intentions, they were no match for Yi Jian. Without hesitation, he leapt forth. "You are Yi Jian." Upon recognizing him, the team leader's countenance shifted dramatically, and without any communication, the others launched an attack. However, the price of recklessness was steep. Yi Jian swiftly dealt with them, leaving them thoroughly defeated. "Sir, we realize our mistakes. Please, for the sake of our shared profession as mercenaries, have mercy and spare our lives," pleaded the bruised team leader, desperation etched on his face. If you're aware that we are fellow practitioners, why did you not consider the camaraderie among our kind?" Yi Jian retorted coldly. "Alas, it is my brother's avarice that has led to this folly." The team leader lamented, regret suffusing his expression. "Avarice?" Yi Jian questioned, perplexed. Taken aback by Yi Jian's confusion, the team leader quickly clarified, "Sir, having spent so long in the Beast Mountain range, you may be unaware of the situation outside. After your escape from the Leaf family's blockade, the very next day, they issued a bounty. Anyone who could provide information on your whereabouts would receive 50 taels, and should anyone succeed in capturing you, the reward would be 500 taels." At this juncture, the team leader dared not utter another word, instead prostrating himself in supplication. "It was my foolishness that provoked your wrath. I deserve death." Yi Jian shook his head, feeling little anger towards these mercenaries. After all, they were mere strangers who, when presented with such an opportunity, could hardly resist the temptation. This, Yi Jian could certainly understand. "If you wish for my mercy, you must tell me how my sister, Xianxia, is faring." Upon hearing her name, the team leader's expression changed dramatically. Yi Jian, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly approached the man. His sword pressed firmly against the man's forehead, coldly demanding, "Speak quickly. What has happened to Xianxia?" The team leader, visibly distressed, stuttered for a moment before finally revealing, "Xianxia has been placed under house arrest by the Leaf family." What? A surge of murderous intent emanated from Yi Jian upon hearing this news. The team leader, witnessing Yi Jian's fierce demeanor, felt his legs weaken nearly collapsing if not for the support of his comrades. Yet Jian was unfazed. He grasped the team leader by the collar. "Explain the situation to me at once." Trembling, the team leader recounted the events of the past few days in detail. It turned out that on the night Jian attempted his breakout, following the Li family's defeat, they immediately sealed off the battlefield. The next day, they spread rumors throughout Qitian Prefecture that Jian had been captured. Naive and inexperienced, Yi Xueqing was solely concerned for Jian's safety, unaware that this was all part of a nefarious plot targeting her. Thus, falling into the Li family's trap was almost inevitable. Subsequently, the sweeping bounty was issued. Isn't Yi Xueqing a disciple of the Academy? How could the Academy remain silent in the face of the Li family's actions? Jian pressed for clarification. Not entirely, the team leader explained. Although the Academy has yet to make an official statement, Yi Xueqing's mentor, Jin Lin, has been quite active, visiting the Yi family 5 times in the past week to demand her release, culminating in a violent confrontation. Jin Lin, she is renowned within the Academy, not only for her formidable strength, but also for her beauty, regarded as a goddess by many. The fact that she would confront the Li family on behalf of Yi Xueqing deeply moved Jian. And what was the outcome? Regrettably, the Li family thwarted her efforts. Damn the Li family. I will ensure they pay dearly for this. Jian's expression turned frigid as he struck his fist against an ancient tree nearby. With a dull thud, leaves rustled down, and a deep imprint was left on the gnarled trunk. Though he spoke with resolve, he understood in his heart that the Li family's imprisonment of Yi Xueqing served merely as leverage against him. They would not harm her until they had captured him. "We received some news yesterday, though I'm uncertain whether to share it." The team leader trembled at the sight of Jian's intensity, his expression wavering with hesitation as he struggled internally. After a while, a flicker of determination crossed his face, and he cautiously began to speak. Jian cast a glance at him, his expression conveying unspoken words. Yesterday, news had reached the mercenary group that young Master Li Ruffing intended to take Yi Xueqing as a concubine. Upon hearing this, the squad leader suddenly realized their predicament. They had unwittingly become pawns for the group and regret not at him. However, Jian's response surprised the squad leader. He had anticipated an outburst of fury, yet all he received was silence. After a lengthy pause, Jian spoke again, his demeanor indifferent. "When did the Li family take concubines?" "On September 13th. In just 5 days," Jian murmured, while his mind meticulously calculated the implications. He understood that this so-called concubinage was a trap designed to force him into the open. Yet he also recognized that if he did not intervene, Yi Xueqing would likely face dire consequences. Turning a blind eye to her plight was not in Jian's nature. Thus, he felt compelled to act. Yet he was no reckless fool. He needed to devise a careful strategy to rescue Yi Xueqing from the heavily guarded Li family. While Jian contemplated his course of action, the mercenary squad remained oblivious, mistakenly believing he was deliberating on how to deal with them. "Master Jian, we have disclosed everything we know. We beseech you to spare us this time." The squad leader led 7 or 8 others to kneel in unison. "We were momentarily misguided to oppose you, but ultimately, we hold no deep-seated grudge against you. The true enemies are the Li family. We were merely running errands for them. If you seek retribution, it should be directed at the Li family." A scruffy individual chimed in, pathetically pleading for mercy. Just as Jian hesitated, this statement sparked a profound insight within him. "Are you implying that the Li family is also involved?" Upon hearing this, the individual eagerly replied, "Indeed. They do not trust us mercenaries, so they have organized their own inspection team, currently scouring the mountains in search of you." Jian stroked his chin, suddenly struck with an idea. He rummaged through the exchange system and indeed discovered an intriguing item. Poison pill, flat tire pill, 50 points, a slow-acting poison. "I might spare you, but you must assist me with 3 tasks. Jian looked down upon them, his voice commanding. 3 tasks? We would gladly undertake 10. The squad members responded eagerly. "First, surrender all your recent gains." A greedy smile appeared on Jian's face. The squad members, witnessing his expression, immediately turned glum. Yet faced with the threat of death, they dared not resist and reluctantly handed over their storage rings. Jian took the storage ring, removed the valuable items within, and then returned the ring to its owners. Subsequently, he swiftly exchanged all the acquired items for points, and then redeemed the carefully selected items. A chime echoed, signaling success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 7 explosive burst pills. Without hesitation, He presented the pills to the mercenaries. "Consume this, and I shall spare your lives." Upon seeing the dark green pills in Yi Jian's palm, the mercenaries hesitated. They were not fools. They understood that ingesting the pills would place their fates in Yi Jian's hands. Yet, contemplating the alternative, they feared that refusal would lead to their immediate demise in a display of power. As the saying goes, a bad life is better than a good death. And for these lowly mercenaries, it was particularly true. After all, whose orders they followed mattered little when it came to their lives. Soon, under the leadership of their squad leader, the members of the team consumed the explosive burst pills. What you have just ingested is known as the explosive burst pill, a form of slow-acting poison. Those poison must take the antidote within 7 days, or else their veins will rupture, leading to death. Now, go and seek out the whereabouts of other teams, especially those from the Li family. Return here in 1 day to report to me. You may leave now." Upon hearing Yi Jian's words, the squad members scurried away in a frantic haste. Once they departed, Yi Jian returned to the cave, with his points replenished. He wasted no time and commenced a new round of cultivation, the 9th layer of body refinement. Such a level was formidable among mercenaries. It was rather insufficient against the Li family. Thus, Yi Jian knew he must elevate his prowess within the next 5 days. Chapter 11. Preparing for the future, the moments of cultivation passed as swiftly as a galloping horse, and before long, a day had elapsed. Yi Jian sat cross-legged at the center of the luminous qi gathering array. Streams of spiritual energy flowed like rivers into his mouth, gradually enveloping his form with a robust aura. Meanwhile, the spirit stones placed at the array's core were visibly dissipating. Soon, a low crack echoed as the stones quietly shattered, transforming into the final waves of energy that surged into Yi Jian's body. At this moment, Yi Jian retracted his aura and slowly rose to his feet. He glanced at the scattered powder on the ground and calculated mentally. Throughout the day, he had utilized 25 spirit stones, which not only solidified his 9th layer of warrior, but also significantly enhanced his strength. At this rate, in less than 3 days, he would reach the pinnacle of body refinement. Should such speed be known to the world, it would undoubtedly infuriate countless prodigies. Yi Jian, however, remained unsatisfied. He was acutely aware that the Li family boasted no fewer than 3 martial masters, with at least 7 or 8 proficient practitioners at the pinnacle of body refinement. It is worth noting that the cultivation of a warrior is a gradual process. Initially, one begins as a martial apprentice. Achieving a perfect physique signifies the pinnacle of body refinement. Following this, one condenses the seed of profound energy, absorbing it to enrich the dantian. This is the realm of the martial master. Once the dantian is filled, the profound energy can be released, forming a refined aura, which marks the status of a grand martial master. Beyond this, the subsequent stages include the condensation of the primordial Dan as a martial spirit, the manifestation of divine communication as a martial sovereign, culminating in the ultimate ascension of a martial deity who seizes the sanctity of heaven and earth. Faced with such a formidable clan, if he possessed merely this level of strength, it would be impossible for him to rescue anyone. He would likely be captured by the Li family subordinates the moment he approached the city gates. Thus, to genuinely pose a threat to the Li family, Yi Jian must at the very least elevate himself to the rank of a martial master. However, ascending to that level is no simple feat. The talented individuals at the academy have access to abundant resources and formidable instructors guiding them. Under such auspicious circumstances, advancing to martial master remains a significant challenge, let alone for someone like him, who is akin to a grassroots mercenary. Fortunately, Yi Jian still had the exchange system at his disposal. The boundary-breaking pill, a coveted elixir sought after by low-tier warriors, guarantees a 100 advancement to martial master for those below the grand martial master realm with just 1 pill. The only caveat is that this precious pill requires 10,000 points for redemption. Given Yi Jian's advantageous position near the Beast Mountain range, coupled with his extraordinary companion Xiao Ku, accumulating 10,000 points within a reasonable time frame should be trivial. However, balancing cultivation and point acquisition over the next 4 days presents a daunting challenge. Thus, Yi Jian turned his attention toward the mercenaries, hoping they would not disappoint him. After contemplating his strategy, Yi Jian set off with great speed, swiftly arriving at the location from the previous day. Upon his arrival, he found 7 or 8 mercenaries eagerly awaiting him. Yi Jian smiled and strode towards them with purpose. "Grandfather Yi Jian, you have finally arrived." The mercenaries greeted him enthusiastically as he approached. Jian noticed that each of them wore pale faces, appearing weak and weary, with several having lips tinged with a purple hue. Clearly, the boundary-breaking pills had taken a severe toll on them, and they gazed at Jian with a desperate humility. Jian tossed the prepared water flask toward them. Each of you take a sip. It will temporarily alleviate your suffering. Upon hearing his words, the mercenaries scrambled toward the flask with urgency. The sight of these 7 or 8 individuals in such a pitiful state was both amusing and disheartening. Once everyone had consumed Jian's antidote, their complexions regained some color, although a closer inspection revealed they still bore an air of pallor. At this moment, all gazes turned toward Jian, filled with awe. Even the squad leader stood respectfully among them, resembling the most loyal of servants. All right, now you may share your findings from yesterday. At this juncture, the squad leader, standing at the forefront, extracted a small sheet of yellow paper from his pocket, densely inscribed with characters. We discovered a total of 9 mercenary teams, and their locations are all noted on this paper. He reported, trembling with trepidation. Ye vi nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Upon hearing Yi Jian's commendation, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tomorrow, at the same time, return to exchange for the next day's antidote. Yi Jian took the slip of paper and spoke again. This statement startled the members of the squad. They had assumed this was a one-off transaction, but to their surprise, Yi Jian had no intention of releasing them so easily. Instantly, a chill swept through their hearts. What is the matter? Is there a problem? Yi Jian coldly inquired, having noticed their expressions. And no, we wouldn't dare. They hastily flattered. Yi Jian was aware of their thoughts. Snorting disdainfully, rest assured, I won't continually enslave you. As long as I rescue my sister, I will grant you the antidote. The implication was clear. If he failed to rescue her, then they would all meet a grim fate together. Upon hearing this, the squad members became even more determined to search for information regarding their team. After they departed, Yi Jian, clutching the yellow paper submitted by the squad leader, began his search for each team one by one. Before long, he uncovered the whereabouts of other squads. With time pressing, Yi Jian acted swiftly, easily taking down their leader, seizing their resources, and compelling the subdued team members to ingest prepared explosive pills. After leaving them with their assignments and the rendezvous point for the following day, he hurriedly made his exit. For the remainder of the day, Yi Jian's focus was on locating and subduing, a relentless cycle until dusk. When he had thoroughly dealt with all the mercenary teams listed on the paper, exhausted, Yi Jian returned to the cave, exchanged the items he had gathered, and procured the necessary spirit stones, a substantial quantity of explosive pills, and a small amount of antidote from the exchange system. Once he had organized the supplies, he discovered that his rapidly accumulating points had dwindled to just over 300. Yi Jian sighed. While points were easily gained, they were also swiftly spent. It seemed that accumulating 10,000 points would not be a simple endeavor. He soon redirected his entire focus back to cultivation. After a night of silence, on the following day, Yi Jian assessed his own cultivation. At present, his strength had notably increased compared to the previous day, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. Once he had gathered his thoughts, he set forth once more. In a fleeting moment, Yi Jian arrived at the rendezvous point he had met the mercenary team the previous day. However, this time he was taken aback. The open space was now densely populated with individuals, each one appearing gaunt and emaciated, resembling the effects of severe addiction, while several lay motionless on the ground, utterly unresponsive. What on earth is happening here? Chapter 12. The Turn of Events. What has transpired? Yi Jian hastily approached, his brow furrowing at the sight of the afflicted. As the individuals caught sight of Yi Jian, an overwhelming instinct for survival ignited within them, yet their frail bodies rendered them immobile. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Yi Jian could not afford to delay any longer. He swiftly handed over the 10 water pouches he had prepared to the respective team leaders. Yesterday, the teams had fought desperately for the antidote, yet today, these unfortunate souls were too incapacitated to even stir. In desperation, Yi Jian took it upon himself to administer the antidote to a portion of the afflicted, instructing them to assist the others afterward. After a flurry of activity lasting about an hour, the 10 teams, approximately 90 individuals, gradually regained their vitality. Can anyone explain what has occurred? Ye vin inuited, standing at the forefront with an expression of calm. The pallid faces of the individuals reflected their trepidation as they gazed at him, unable to utter a word, even to breathe freely. Yi Jian realized that his presence had instilled fear in them. His eyes scanned the crowd until they landed on the clever one who had first inspired him, and he feigned a nonchalant demeanor as he addressed him. Pray tell, what has transpired? The individual, upon being singled out, scrambled to his feet, trembling. I do not know, he stammered, fearful that others might suspect his disclosure of their whereabouts. Jian understood his apprehension, but chose not to expose him, instead offering a subtle reprieve. Then enlighten me about what transpired after I administered the exploding tire pill yesterday. A flicker of gratitude crossed the clever one's face as he began. Yesterday, our team followed your instructions to locate the whereabouts of other teams. We did not engage in any other activities. This left Jian in a quandary. Although his decision had been impulsive, he had privately studied the antidote's properties and believed it should not have manifested prematurely. However, confronted with the current reality, he sensed that some unforeseen event must have occurred. Moreover, Jian noticed the furtive glances exchanged among the others, as if they were deliberately concealing something. With a deliberate chill in his demeanor, he warned, if you choose to remain silent, do not hold me accountable should any misfortune arise. With that, he feigned an intention to depart. However, those individuals dared not allow Jian to depart. They hesitated before finally revealing the truth. It turned out that while they were searching for the traces of other teams, they had also taken the opportunity to hunt the beasts of the Monster Beast mountain range. Jian inquired about the other teams, and indeed, they too had participated, among those who were almost on the brink of collapse. Their respective teams had reaped the most bountiful rewards. At this moment, Jian gained clarity. For those who had consumed the burst tire pill, should they employ their cultivation, their affliction would manifest with increasing rapidity. You are all courting death. Jian, save me. Upon hearing this, the individuals broke into a cold sweat, and they all knelt on the ground, fervently bowing their heads in supplication. Jian let out a cold laugh. Very well. Hand over all the spoils you have collected today. The individuals grimaced, yet ultimately surrendered all their gains. After compiling everything, Jian exchanged these items for his own points. At this juncture, the previously anxious team leader finally presented the small slip of paper he had prepared for Jian. Sir, this is the item you requested. Observing this, the other team leaders inwardly lamented their miscalculation and hastily offered their own slips of paper to Jian. As Jian surveyed the 10 slips before him, a headache began to set in. The previous day, he had been occupied with capturing individuals, leaving him no time to cultivate. Today's numbers were tenfold compared to yesterday, and even if he exerted all his effort, he could not possibly rob each person. After some contemplation, he resolved to shift his approach. Everyone else may rest, but the team leaders come forth. Jian commanded. Before long, the 10 team leaders gathered around. With a steely resolve, he exchanged the previously acquired points for an additional 30 burst tire pills. In front of the crowd, he presented them, regardless of the method. Bring back all the teams listed on the slips. This burst tire pill, when dissolved in water, will assist you in better controlling them. Once this task is completed, I shall provide you with the antidote. Upon hearing these words, the breaths of the 10 team leaders quickened, each gazing at Jian with profound yearning. And only family members, you must take special care. They exchanged glances. Faced with the choice between life and death, they decisively opted for survival. Subsequently, without further ado, the 10 team leaders each took 3 burst tire pills and turned to lead their respective teams away. Soon, the Grand Assembly Hall was left with only Jian. At that moment, observing the departing crowd, Jian felt a weight upon his heart. He understood that such brazenly slaughtering the sheep would undoubtedly incite public outrage. Yet, with less than 3 days remaining and a significant distance still to cover before reaching the 9th level of body refinement, while the breakthrough pill felt ever more elusive, he could hardly afford to be concerned with such matters. After Jian completed all his tasks, he returned to the cave and began his final sprint. Under Jian's relentless efforts, the points he had previously plundered dissipated at an astonishing rate, while simultaneously, his cultivation soared dramatically. Finally, in the early hours of the morning, Jian achieved his interim goal. He reached the pinnacle of body refinement. Exhausted, he finally exhibited a hint of relaxation. Now, he merely needed to wait for the next day's points to accumulate sufficiently, and after exchanging them for the breakthrough elixir, he would ascend to the realm of a martial master. Tomorrow, no, Jian felt he could not wait even a few more hours. He must elevate himself to the martial master level with utmost urgency, for this would provide him with ample time to strategize the rescue of Xianxia. With this thought in mind, Yi Jian could no longer endure the solitude and set off immediately. Beneath the night sky, the agile Yi Jian moved like a shadow through the forest. Soon, he arrived once more at the gathering point from earlier that day. After 2 days, this once ordinary jungle had transformed into a small camp. With their collective efforts, every team had erected their tents and established designated areas for rest. Moreover, today they had plundered nearly 50 more teams, amounting to almost 500 individuals. Consequently, the scale of the camp had expanded significantly. At this hour, deep into the night, the entire camp lay in silence, save for a few individuals dozing by the flickering torches. Yi Jian initially intended to enter directly, but then reconsidered. These individuals had been laboring on his behalf without compensation, and they deserved a good night's rest. Therefore, Yi Jian eased his pace and stealthily slipped inside. Having once served as a night watchman for the team, he was well aware of the positions of the sentinels and deliberately avoided critical areas. He then sought out the captain's tent and slipped inside. To his surprise, Yi Jian found the tent utterly empty. Not dwelling on it too long, he hurriedly moved to the next one, only to find it equally devoid of occupants. After searching around, he realized that all the team leaders were absent from their tents. Something fell amiss. At this moment, an unsettling intuition gripped him. Clearly, something had gone awry. Yi Jian held his breath and silently inspected the other tents. It still found nothing. Were these individuals truly courting death? As Yi Jian grappled with his thoughts, he suddenly felt a poke on his shoulder. His expression changed dramatically as he instinctively reached out with lightning speed, only to grasp at thin air. A faint chirp echoed in his ears as a small shadow silently landed atop his head. Yi Jian froze for a moment before he finally exhaled in relief. It turned out that the one he thought was an enemy was, in fact, the little creature named Xiao Ku, who had disappeared for 2 days. "Where have you been these past 2 days?" Yi Jian inquired, lowering his voice. However, Xiao Ku did not respond. Instead, it playfully tugged at his hair with its tiny paw and darted off in a particular direction. Yi Jian furrowed his brows, but pursued it nonetheless. The pair traversed 3 miles southward, with nary a sound or sign of life along their path. Just as Yi Jian began to doubt Xiao Ku's intentions, he faintly overheard voices. Suddenly, a glimmer sparked in his eyes. He slowed his pace, stealthily drawing closer. Before long, he discovered the presence of the squad leaders beneath the shadow of a great tree, huddled together in hushed conversation. Holding his breath, Yi Jian listened intently. The squad leaders murmured among themselves. "Xianxia, are you certain your method will work?" queried a burly figure in a low tone. Another voice chimed in. "With nearly 500 of us gathered, we can't handle a mere child like Yi Jian." "A child? He is a master of the 9th level of body refinement. How can we possibly contend with him?" A voice, tinged with discontent, responded. Moments later, another voice interjected. "What of the 9th level? If we all charge together, even a martial artist would likely kneel before us." "Zhang, you speak the truth. In terms of strength, he surely cannot subdue us. But the crux of the matter is that our lives are currently in his hands. If we act rashly and fail to procure the antidote, what then?" At this proclamation, a heavy silence enveloped the gathering. After a prolonged pause, a sharp voice pierced the stillness, laced with arrogance. "Are you all afraid? Each of you is an elite from the various mercenary factions, and yet you are so thoroughly subdued by a mere child. If this were to spread, you would suffer a great humiliation. Xianxia, do not speak as if you are unscathed. We are all poisoned, and we cannot compare to you." Several voices muttered in response. "How fearsome can a child's poison be? Moreover, young Master Ryu assured me that if you assist the Li family, not only will you receive the antidote, but everything Yi Jian has taken from you will be returned, along with generous rewards. Are you not satisfied with this? If that is the case, then I, Iron Crutch Jian, will do it. Count me in." "Me too." The chorus of agreement swelled, leaving Yi Jian, who had been eavesdropping, feeling utterly disheartened. He had initially planned to provide them with the antidote once the matter concluded, but he had not anticipated their ulterior motives. "Since you wish to play tricks with me, do not blame me for being ungracious." He pondered for a moment, then swiftly activated his exchange system, directly navigating to the section for sedatives and filtering through the options. Soft bone powder, 500 points, an exquisite sedative that renders its inhalers weak and helpless in an instant. This is the one. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Jian exchanged for a portion of the soft bone powder. Instantly, a small blue vial appeared in his hand. Yi Jian uncorked the vial and handed it to the little creature above him. "Put them all in. I shall reward you with 3 spirit stones." The little creature chirped excitedly, its tiny paws grasping the soft bone powder before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Young Master Li had already made arrangements. The moment Yi Jian appeared tomorrow, once he produced the antidote, the skilled members of the Li family lying in ambush would spring into action, capturing him effortlessly. Good. At that time, I shall thoroughly torment this brat, making him realize how terrifying it is to offend me. Tai Guizhong. Suddenly, a peculiar scent wafted through the air. Delightful and enticing. The laughter subsided as one of the squad leaders sniffed the air curiously. Others quickly took notice, scanning their surroundings. The fragrance emanated from the vial lying quietly at their feet. Whose vial is this? One inquired, perplexed. Wow, this scent is quite pleasant. Wait, something feels off with my body. Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the ground. This scent is suspicious, he managed to utter weakly, only to find that everyone else had already succumbed. At that moment, Yi Jian strode out confidently. The squad leaders, upon seeing him, felt a chill run down their spines. Such cunning schemes you all possess, Yi Jian remarked, brandishing his long sword with a sardonic smile. Grand Fater, Yewin, one of them, appearing somewhat crippled, instinctively pleaded for mercy. Recognizing the voice as that of Tai Guizhong, who had previously been the most boisterous, Yi Jian's expression turned cold as he plunged his sword through his throat. Grandfather Yi Jian, spare me. Another fell lifeless to the ground. The palpable aura of murderous intent swiftly silenced everyone present. They suddenly realized that the boyish Yi Jian, whom they had underestimated, was in fact a ferocious tiger. Their misjudgment, stemming from his age and amiable appearance, would cost them dearly in blood. After dispatching 7 or 8 of them, he indifferently inquired, "Is Lurinjia dead?" And no. The squad leader, Lurinjia, replied, almost forcing the words out. Yi Jian approached him and crouched before him. "You are the negotiator for the Li family, are you not?" At this moment, the night enveloped the surroundings, and Yi Jian, with his back to the moonlight, gazed down upon Lurinjia. The latter, unable to see Yi Jian's face, could nonetheless perceive the unabashed malice emanating from him. Indeed, it was not merely a fleeting sensation, it was palpable. The ordinarily loquacious Lurinjia found himself rendered mute by fear. Yi Jian let out a cold chuckle as he pried open Lurinjia's mouth and unceremoniously deposited a burst pill into it. Following this, Yi Jian pressed a finger sharply into his abdomen. A searing pain surged forth, igniting from his stomach, while simultaneously an intense itching sensation welled up from deep within, as if countless minuscule insects were gnawing at his skin. These 3 sensations converged upon Lurinjia, creating an indescribable torment. Initially, he merely screamed in agony, but soon he was teetering on the brink of madness. "Kill me. Just kill me." Chapter 14. All is ready. Only the wind is missing. Suddenly, this wretched cry erupted from the thicket, startling the birds into a frenzied flight. While the incapacitated squad leaders lay nearby, their spirits utterly shattered, their minds consumed by terror. As Yi Jian observed Lurinjia, trapped between the desire for life and the inevitability of death, his hatred burned ever more fiercely. "If I kill you, who will guide me? I will tell you everything. They're just 10 miles to the east." No sooner had he uttered these words than Yi Jian's sword descended, granting him a swift end. Lurinjia, his visage grotesquely altered, coughed up a mouthful of blood, relief washing over him as he concluded his wretched existence. Once this was accomplished, Yi Jian turned to face the others, a subtle yet resolute cruelty curving his lips. "So, have you all resolved to meet a similar fate?" His indifferent words shattered the defenses within their hearts, prompting them to plead pitifully, their faces marked by profound dread. This chilling terror had become deeply embedded in their very bones. "No, no, no. We shall not dare again. Spare us. Yewin snorted coldly, inwarding. Have you completed the tasks assigned to you?" Upon hearing this, they hurriedly reported, "All is accomplished. They have ingested the poison, and our squad spoils are secured within our storage rings." The squad leaders appeared utterly drained, yet each forcibly extended their rings toward Yi Jian. Without a hint of mercy, he collected them all. He then tossed another crimson vial, speaking with an air of indifference. "There are 4 hours until the poison takes effect. If you wish to live, bring the people from the Li family in exchange." With that, Yi Jian strode away from the forest, truly enraged. Thus, despite the hasty nature of this decision, he resolutely gave the order. After all, he felt a visceral disgust towards those individuals, and he would not hesitate in the least, regardless of how many perished. After Yi Jian departed, the squad leaders struggled to pick up the crimson vials from the ground, each taking a quick whiff before their bodies swiftly regained vitality. At that moment, the squad leaders huddled together, not daring to utter a word, and hurriedly returned to the camp. In less than the time it takes for half a stick of incense to burn, 500 men surged towards the Li family encampment. At that time, Li Ryu was nestled asleep with his most cherished concubine when suddenly, a cacophony of flames and cries erupted outside the tent, blending with the sounds of battle. "Young master, trouble is at hand. We are being besieged," shouted the guards outside. Li Ryu jolted awake, scrambling from his bed, as he grasped his sword. The heavy door was forcefully smashed open. "Do you not fear offending the Li family?" 7 or 8 fierce-looking squad leaders charged in without a second thought. Li Ryu, a peak cultivator of the 9th layer of body refinement, swung a punch at the foremost squad leader. Immediately, the follower behind him struck him on the forehead with a club, followed by a relentless barrage of blows. "Damn you! Finish him off!" Li Ryu, amidst the pain and the furious shouts ringing in his ears, attempted to retort, only to have a foul sock thrust into his mouth. The overwhelming stench caused him to faint. Thankfully, he lost consciousness. Had he witnessed the downfall of the Li family, he would have likely lost even the courage to speak defiantly. Meanwhile, Yi Jian exchanged the substantial wealth he had collected for points and finally redeemed the long-coveted breakthrough pill. He initially intended to commence his breakthrough immediately, but, fearing it would take too long to provide the mercenaries with the antidote, he patiently awaited the dawn. As the first light of day broke, Yi Jian emerged from the cave, with Xianxia happily nibbling on a spirit stone perched on his shoulder. At that moment, in the mercenary team's gathering camp, a large circle was formed at the center containing nearly 100 individuals, all clad in light blue servant uniforms emblazoned with a prominent character for Li on their chests. Among this group of Li family members, the most conspicuous was the third young master, Li Rufeng. At this time, his outer garment was nearly in tatters, and his once handsome face bore the marks of bruises, with a filthy, dark sock stuffed in his mouth, rendering him a pitiful sight. The mercenary leaders stood steadfastly at the periphery, their faces marked with determination, while their subordinates obediently crouched at the outer edges, forming a larger encirclement of over 500 individuals. As the saying goes, no wall is impenetrable, and the events of the previous night swiftly reached the ears of the various team members. With the cautionary tale of Lu Ranjia fresh in mind, the other leaders dared not entertain any treacherous thoughts, and their subordinates were equally intimidated. Although no words were exchanged, Yi Jian had become a figure of deep-seated fear akin to a demon in the hearts of the crowd. Before long, Yi Jian appeared before them. The leaders, upon catching sight of him, shouted in unison, "Greetings, Sword Master." The collective roar of 47 voices resonated with such force that it seemed to shake the very mountains. The remaining team members, trembling with trepidation, followed suit with their own fervent cries of "Greetings, Sword Master." The thunderous volume startled the Li family servants, rousing them from their slumber. With a darkened expression, Yi Jian strode into the camp. At the center, a freshly carved grandmaster's chair awaited him. He uttered not a word, but sat down with authority. With a mere gesture, he beckoned the fear-stricken Li Ryu forward. The nearby leader promptly complied, pulling him forth, and, in a display of perceptiveness, yanked the foul sock from his mouth. Ugh, the stench is unbearable. Yi Jian's eyes narrowed, his expression chillingly resolute. The leader quivered at his gaze, and in a swift motion delivered a resounding slap to Li Ryu's face, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Li Ryu, intent on cursing, found himself silenced by the leader's unwavering demeanor and ultimately restrained his words. Yi Jian cast a disapproving glance at Li Ryu, whose appearance reflected his dissatisfaction without uttering a single word. His brow slightly furrowed, he pointed at the 3 individuals standing beside Li Ryu. Without hesitation, the 3 leaders drew their weapons, swiftly enacting their grim duty. Scalding blood erupted beside Li Ryu, its vivid hue shattering his composure. Yi Jian observed their actions with satisfaction before tossing forth a storage ring. The leaders viewed it as a treasure, yet this time, none dared to seize it. "Administer this antidote to your men, and await my command," Yi Jian instructed before taking his leave. His mind finally unburdened as he returned to the cave to prepare for his ascension to Martial Master. 6 hours later, a resounding tremor reverberated through the cave. Yi Jian emerged, exuding an overwhelming presence that signified his transformation into a true martial master. In that moment, the atmosphere surged with an unmatched vigor, and the wilderness was alive with the fluttering of myriad birds. Chapter 15. Seeking to exchange personnel with the Leaf family. After Jian transcended to the martial master level, he ventured to the mercenary camp, contemplating how to deal with Li Ruyu. Upon arrival, a squad leader hurried to greet Jian, expressing his congratulations on the significant advancement in his cultivation. However, Jian was disinterested in the flattery and inquired about the whereabouts of Li Ruyu. The mercenary leader responded that Li Ruyu was currently confined in a storage tent, having endured considerable torment the previous night. Jian thought this was insufficient. He could not allow Li Ruyu such leniency. "Come, take me to see him," he commanded. Upon reaching the storage tent, Jian was appalled to find Li Ruyu stripped of his upper garments, his trousers tattered and barely intact. Was this truly the scion of the Li family? Seeing Li Ruyu still unconscious, the mercenary captain splashed cold water onto his head, startling him awake. Li Ruyu immediately began to curse, threatening that if he was not released soon, he would ensure that his elder brother would exact revenge on them all. Jian interjected, "Very well. I shall grant you the opportunity to die now. Let us see how your brother avenges you. Seeking death is hardly a challenge." Li Ruyu retorted, "Ye Wing. Do not be so arrogant. You must weigh your actions. My brother will not spare you." Jian scoffed at his bravado, declaring, "You speak with such arrogance. Today shall be your end." As Jian prepared to strike Li Ruyu down, he was halted by the mercenary captain, who reminded him of the necessity to save others, suggesting that Li Ruyu could be used as a bargaining chip. Jian coldly replied, "It will not be so simple. The Li family's true nature is well known to me, and I shall not grant this scoundrel any leniency." With that, he lunged at Li Ruyu, who sensed the murderous intent and, losing all composure, began to plead for mercy, his earlier bravado evaporating in an instant. "Spare me, Jian. I acknowledge my mistakes. Take my life, and you gain nothing. I can exchange for others. Please do not kill me." Jian, retracting his hand, declared, "A death sentence may be averted, but a living punishment shall remain. I shall leave you with a mark, lest you forget the depth of my resolve." Then, noticing Li Ruyu's lower half, Jian recalled the latter's fondness for indulgence and pleasures. Today, he would render him unable to enjoy such delights ever again, thereby alleviating his own resentment. With a flash of his sword, Li Ruyu felt an icy chill envelop him, followed by an excruciating pain that erupted moments later, causing him to scream and weep, tears streaming down his face. Yet he dared not curse Jian for fear of losing his life. Witnessing Li Ruyu's pitiful state, Jian felt a sense of vindication as he exited the tent. He instructed a few mercenaries to bandage Li Ruyu's wounds and clothe him in a tattered garment of unknown origin. After binding him, they placed him onto a cart. Jian, accompanied by several obedient individuals, set off toward the Li residence to negotiate the exchange. After traveling for 3 hours, Jian arrived outside the city, but chose not to enter. Instead, he instructed one of his subordinates to summon someone from the Li family, requesting that they bring his sister in exchange for Li Ruyu. Before long, a large contingent from the Li family, comprising at least 50 individuals, arrived. Among them was the third young master of the Li family, who appeared to carry an air of authority. Upon their arrival, the eldest son of the Li family, Li Rufu, spoke with disdain. "How dare you, Jian, kidnap a member of my family? Do you not understand the standing of the Li family? Release my kin, and I may spare your life." Jian retorted with a cold laugh. "What a joke. You of the Li family have taken my sister, yet you expect me not to seize your young master? Bring my sister forth, and I may consider sparing your young master." At that moment, Li Ruyu was gagged with tattered clothing, desperately attempting to cry out for help, but her voice was stifled, leaving her in a dire state. Unexpectedly, before Li Rufu could act, one of his subordinates lunged at Jian. However, Jian was already aware of the impending strike before the assailant could close the distance. Jian retaliated with a swift punch, knocking him down. Realizing Jian's improved skills, Li Rufu remarked, "I did not anticipate your growth, Jian. Yet, do you believe such feeble abilities can stand against the Li family?" Jian replied, "I have come to retrieve my sister. You initiated this kidnapping. I shall reciprocate by taking one of yours. It is only fair to respond in kind." The two sides remained locked in a tense standoff, the air thick with the potential for violence. Suddenly, an elder from a Li family emerged, appearing seasoned and undoubtedly a prominent figure within their ranks. This internal expert introduced himself. "I am Zhao Chuanwu, the steward of the Li family's internal affairs." While I am unaware of the specifics of your grievances with our young master, I acknowledge that the abduction was indeed a misstep on our part. However, your assault on my family member cannot be resolved merely through exchange. Jian inquired. Then how do you propose to resolve this matter? Outside the city, a gathering crowd from various other families had begun to assemble, many of whom were older members keen on witnessing the Leaf family's predicament. It was evident that if the Leaf family failed to manage this situation appropriately, they would suffer significant embarrassment. Zhao Qianwu sensed the scrutiny of other factions and realized that resorting to unsavory tactics would only invite ridicule from the onlookers. Thus, he proposed, in light of the many witnesses present, it would be unbecoming for the Leaf family to bully a mere youth. Instead, let us settle this through a challenge, a contest of skill. Best 3 out of 5 matches. If you can defeat 3 of our experts, I will release your sister and allow you to leave. Should you fail, you and your companion shall serve the Leaf family as servants. Otherwise, what would become of our family's dignity? The crowd outside erupted in commotion, some mocking Jian, suggesting he would surely shy away from such a challenge. After all, how could one man stand against the might of the Leaf family? However, what few anticipated was that Jian accepted the challenge of the arena. He was acutely aware that if he were to confront the Leaf family directly, he would be at a distinct disadvantage. The arena was his only hope to rescue his sister. At this juncture, the Leaf family dispatched their young master to participate in the first match. The arena consisted of 3 bouts, one each day over the course of 3 days, with the stipulation that no lives could be taken. A fall would signify defeat. Before long, the arena was set, and the Leaf family's young master was prepared. Jian, too, began his preparations. Although the Leaf family's young master possessed considerable skill, he could not compare to Jian, who had undergone numerous life and death battles. Thus, Jian felt confident about securing victory in the first match. Moreover, he had cleverly prepared a contingency by exchanging points within the system for a poison pill and a premium cultivation pill, just in case the Leaf family resorted to treachery, a prudent measure indeed. At this moment, Li Rufu was ready to enter the arena, and the atmosphere was charged with tension. Chapter 16, The Confrontation. Li Rufu wielded a spear that appeared to be a rare treasure of the era, though it remained to be seen how adept he was with it. In contrast, Jian brandished an ordinary long sword for the battle. As Li Rufu made his move, it was evident that he intended to strike ruthlessly, aiming to take Jian's life. Yet, he underestimated who Jian was. Jian deftly parried with his sword and countered with a swift slash, nearly catching Li Rufu off guard. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows for dozens of rounds without a clear victor emerging. It was not that Jian was incapable of defeating Li Rufu. Rather, he sought to conserve his strength and not reveal his full capabilities to the Li family. In truth, Jian was waiting for an opportunity to administer the poison pill to Li Rufu. At that moment, Li Rufu, growing impatient, summoned all his strength and lunged at Jian with his spear. Jian seized the opportunity, absorbing the impact before swiftly disarming Li Rufu with a deft flick of his sword. Seizing the moment, Jian delivered a powerful punch, forcing the poison pill into Li Rufu's mouth. At that instant, Li Rufu had yet to register the foreign substance entering his mouth before he fell to the ground. Marking Jian's triumph in this encounter, onlookers perceived this victory as a formidable feat, and the Li family attributed Li Rufu's defeat to a momentary lapse in judgment, dismissing Jian's prowess, confident that they would prevail in the subsequent matches. The first match ended in defeat for the Li family, and for the second bout, they dispatched a seasoned enforcer known for handling the family's more unsavory affairs with ruthless efficiency. Time swiftly passed, and the next day arrived, bringing with it a throng of spectators gathered near the arena, their numbers surpassing those of the previous day, with many new factions eager to witness this gripping spectacle. After meditating and refining his skills throughout the night, Jian had not made significant progress, but had regained his peak condition to face the second match. The challenger for this round was none other than Chun Fong of the Li family. Chun Fong, a seasoned veteran of the arena, stood poised with a long blade in hand, displaying the battle scars on his face that attested to his extensive combat experience. Dressed in black, Jian entered the stage, sword at the ready, prepared to face his opponent. Growing impatient, Chun Fong addressed him with a taunt, urging him to ascend the platform and meet his demise without further delay. With a swift leap, Jian ascended the arena, his gaze sharp and resolute, eager to conclude the fight swiftly in order to rescue his sister. Very well, he retorted, I shall end this quickly, allowing you to return to your retirement. Chen Fong, dismissing Yi Jian's bravado, challenged him to engage. True to his reputation as a skilled fighter, Chen Fong launched an intricate assault aimed at Yi Jian's head. Yi Jian, undeterred, parried the strike and approached the duel with utmost seriousness, recognizing that his opponent was no novice like Li Ruffin. After exchanging several probing blows, Yi Jian discerned that Chen Fong was merely at the pinnacle of a martial apprentice, on the verge of advancing to the rank of martial master. In contrast, Yi Jian had already achieved that breakthrough, and the disparity in their strengths was considerable. Thus, Yi Jian resolved to unleash his full potential. With fervor, he wielded his sword, and within a few exchanges, Chen Fong began to falter. Spectators from various factions watched in astonishment, realizing that Yi Jian had, in fact, been concealing his true prowess during his previous bout against Li Ruffin. Just as Chen Fong prepared for a final strike, Yi Jian denied him the opportunity, delivering a decisive blow that sent Chen Fong sprawling beyond the edge of the platform. The crowd erupted in cheers, taken by surprise at Yi Jian's victory. Among the onlookers, the expressions varied, particularly that of the Li family's patriarch, whose countenance darkened not only from the humiliation, but also from having underestimated Yi Jian. Following the conclusion of the match, various factions dispatched representatives to commend Yi Jian. Their previous disdain swiftly transformed into admiration as they recognized his rapid advancement and skill. In a bid to preserve its dignity, the Li family sent forth their steward, Zhao Qianwu, to face Yi Jian in the final match. Other factions began to voice their concerns, suggesting that having Zhao compete was somewhat unfair. However, due to the Li family's insistence, they felt compelled to remain silent, which illustrated a newfound respect for Yi Jian's abilities. Yet, Yi Jian harbored doubts. Zhao Qianwu's position as the Li family's chief steward implied formidable strength, and he knew he must be adequately prepared. After a night of diligent training, Yi Jian had made notable progress, and through the two battles, his martial prowess had significantly improved. As dawn broke and the sun ascended, a throng of spectators gathered outside the city. Yi Jian emerged from his tent, ready to embark on the final bout of the day. At this moment, members of the Li family had arrived, including representatives from the city's auction house and several mentors from the academy, all eager to witness the final arena match. Zhao Qianwu was engaged in a whispered conversation with the patriarch of the Li family, likely discussing strategies to deal with Yi Jian. The third round of the competition commenced under the rhythmic beat of the official S-drum, with Yi Jian already waiting atop the stage. Zhao Qianwu, without any visible weapon, made his entrance, and the aura he exuded left Yi Jian somewhat perplexed. As the duel began, the two exchanged blows, each countering the other as attacks. While Yi Jian managed to hold his own, it was evident that Zhao Qianwu was still holding back, revealing neither his full strength nor his true capabilities. After several rounds of combat, it became apparent that Zhao Qianwu possessed at least the prowess of a 6th-level martial master, while Yi Jian was merely at the 1st level, highlighting a significant disparity in their abilities. Seizing an opportunity when Yi Jian exposed a slight vulnerability, Zhao Qianwu advanced with a powerful palm strike, sending Yi Jian staggering backward 3 paces. The blood coursed through Yi Jian's veins, igniting his fighting spirit as he resolved to clash with Zhao Qianwu head-on, disregarding the danger. The two exchanged powerful punches, each suffering injuries in the process. Although Yi Jian sustained considerable damage, Zhao Qianwu was not unscathed either, as he had never faced such relentless aggression before. After being pushed back, Zhao Qianwu, feeling the sting of humiliation, began to unleash his full strength against Yi Jian. Exhausted yet resolute, Yi Jian refused to surrender, channeling every ounce of his remaining energy into an assault on Zhao Qianwu. Zhao, however, managed to withstand Yi Jian's final strike, albeit with considerable effort, but ultimately, Yi Jian fell short and faced a crushing defeat. Nevertheless, Zhao Qianwu bore his own injuries, with his right arm dislocated, a testament to the fierce exchange they had endured. With the tide now turning in their favor, the Li family grew increasingly arrogant, eager to deliver a final blow to Yi Jian. Their subordinates approached him, seemingly intent on dragging him away, but an unexpected turn of events was about to unfold. Chapter 17. The arrival of allies. The Li family recognized that Yi Jian would not relent in his pursuit of vengeance against them, and thus felt compelled to eliminate him to prevent future repercussions. As the threat loomed large, Yi Xueqing called upon her master for assistance, determined to save her brother's life, for it was Yi Jian's unwavering resolve that had led him to this perilous situation. The academy, recognizing Yi Jian's potential, intervened. Yi Xueqing's master confronted the members of the Li family, asserting, Yi Jian has been taken as my beloved disciple. You cannot harm him. The very premise of your arena was unjust from the outset. Yet, the Li family was unwilling to back down so easily. Despite their apprehension towards the Academy's might, they understood that failing to deal with Yi Jian now would only lead to endless troubles in the future. Thus, a fierce confrontation ensued between the Li family and the Academy. The patriarch of the Li family declared, regardless of whether Yi Jian is a disciple of your Academy, he is lost to my family today, and thus I possess the authority to deal with him as I see fit. Master Yi Xueqing retorted, it is your Li family that is being excessively oppressive. I have yet to settle the score for the kidnapping of my beloved disciple. This confrontation was inherently unjust. Ultimately, the Li family conceded slightly, stating, I can allow you to take Yi Jian's sister, Yi Xueqing, back with you, but Yi Jian must remain here for us to handle. At this point, Yi Xueqing would not relent, responding, you cannot take my brother away. If he goes, I go too. Otherwise, I will not leave. We might as well die together than let your Li family thrive. Seeing the deadlock, Yi Jian interjected, is it not your Li family that seeks my life? Very well. Let Li Rufeng accompany me to death. At least I shall have a companion on the road to the underworld, sparing me the solitude. Yi Jian continued, come. Let Li Rufeng join me in the grave. I shall poison him from within. If I perish, who in this world could possibly save him from the poison? At this moment, chaos erupted within the Li family. If Li Rufeng truly bore Yi Jian's poison, the consequences would be dire. For he was a favored son of the patriarch. Any unfortunate incident would be difficult to explain. Initially incredulous upon hearing he had been poisoned, Li Rufeng questioned Yi Jian. You claim I am poisoned? What evidence do you have to support such a ridiculous assertion? Yi Jian scoffed, very well, if you choose not to believe me. Have you not noticed the growing pain in your lower abdomen? This is merely the beginning. By this time tomorrow, your abdomen will rot from within, leading to your ultimate demise. Upon hearing this, Li Rufeng suddenly felt an unsettling change within him. The pain in his abdomen had indeed begun. The fear overwhelmed him, causing him to faint. The patriarch of the Li family, though seething with anger, managed to restrain his emotions and spoke softly to Yi Jian. What is it that you truly seek? Is this your intention to oppose my Li family? You are well aware of the consequences. It is not my desire to stand against you. It is your family that has bullied us excessively. If I do not leave some means of retaliation, how will my sister and I survive in this mystic spirit continent? The patriarch of the Li family angrily proclaimed, you are provoking the dignity of my family. Very well. I shall take you back to the Li estate and show you the extent of our methods. Do not presume you can threaten us. Just as the Li family was preparing to forcibly seize Yi Jian, the auction house could no longer stand idly by and intervened. The young manager of the auction house spoke up. The Li family speaks with great arrogance, openly bullying a junior. Is this not somewhat excessive? I believe there is room for negotiation. Why not allow me to share a few words? The patriarch of the Li family replied, since you have spoken, I shall hear your counsel. The young manager of the auction house suggested a different approach, stating that although Yi Jian did not emerge victorious in the end, he had indeed won 2 battles and could not be deemed a loser in this regard. Furthermore, it was not entirely fair to place the blame on the Li family, especially considering that the Academy had accepted Yi Jian as a disciple. Thus, they ought to show some respect to the institution. The young manager proposed that Yi Jian should surrender the antidote, allowing the Li family to let him go, acknowledging that youthful impetuosity is not uncommon. He offered to serve as a witness, asserting that as long as the Li family refrained from troubling Yi Jian and his sister after receiving the antidote, the matter could be considered resolved. The other factions began to persuade the Li family patriarch, suggesting that this resolution would allow the Li family to conclude the affair amicably. Albeit with a slight loss of face, it was preferable to leaving various factions unsatisfied. The Li family patriarch acquiesced, stating that he would grant the other parties a favor by sparing Yi Jian and his sister, thus deeming the matter settled, and they would refrain from further discussion. Consequently, Yi Jian surrendered the antidote, bringing closure to the situation as he was not yet strong enough to confront the Li family directly and would have to let it go. This incident reached a conclusion. Despite the losses on both sides, it was ultimately resolved satisfactorily. Subsequently, Yi Jian was taken to the academy by his sister to recuperate. Upon arrival, Yi Jian retrieved the Yuan cultivation pills he had previously exchanged for with considerable points and began his seclusion to heal. The pills were known for their restorative properties and ability to enhance one's martial prowess. After several days of combat, Jian felt poised to break through to the first level of a martial master. He hoped to leverage the effects of the Yuan cultivation pills to achieve this breakthrough. After a night of relentless practice, the dawn brought forth a surge of energy from within his chamber, indicating that Jian had successfully advanced. At that moment, Xianxia had risen early to prepare breakfast for her brother, only to find him already awake and practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Jian appeared utterly unfazed by his previous injuries, radiating vitality. Xianxia exclaimed, "Brother, why don't you rest a little longer? You sustained serious injuries yesterday and should be taking it easy." Jian, gazing fondly at his beloved sister, replied with warmth in his eyes, "I have already healed my injuries last night, so you need not worry about me. Now let us see what delicious food you brought for me." With a wry smile, Xianxia answered, "There's nothing special, just some plain rice porridge and buns. You should eat well, brother. You've surely endured quite a bit during this time." Feeling the warmth of his sister's concern, Jian's heart swelled with affection, and he reflected on the recent hardships, finding them worthwhile. After their meal, the siblings engaged in conversation. Xianxia said, "Brother, my master wishes to see you. She requested that once you have recovered, I should bring you to her." Jian responded, "Of course. I would like to express my gratitude to your master in person, both for her timely assistance to us and for her guidance in your training. Let us visit her shortly, as I am now fully recovered." Xianxia beamed with joy. "Great. I will take you to her right away." Thus, the two set out to find Xianxia's mentor. It remains uncertain what matters Xianxia's master wishes to discuss with Jian, but it is likely to be of a positive nature. Chapter 18. Entering the Academy. Though Qingtian Academy is not well known across the Xianling continent, it holds a prominent position within the modest Qingyang County. As Jian accompanied his sister in search of mentor Jinlin, he took the opportunity to observe the academy, discovering that it boasted considerable scale and was home to many remarkably talented young individuals. It seems this seemingly small institution harbors quite a number of promising young warriors. Enrolling his sister in this academy appears to be a prudent decision. With her innate talent, she is bound to excel within its halls. Were it not for his extraordinary exchange system, which has facilitated his current cultivation level, he might not even have set foot in this esteemed academy. After approximately half an hour of walking, the siblings arrived at the location where mentor Jinlin conducted her teachings. Upon reaching the entrance, Xianxia anxiously began her search for mentor Jinlin, inquiring with several students preparing for class. Upon learning that mentor Jinlin was in the inner hall, she eagerly pulled her brother along to find her mentor, indicating a strong bond between the two. Upon meeting mentor Jinlin, Xianxia hastily introduced Jian. "Master, this is my brother. I believe you have encountered him during the arena battles," she exclaimed. Mentor Jinlin replied, "Indeed, I have seen him. I did not expect your brother to be so gifted. He has remarkably broken through to the martial master realm and has made quite an impression in the arena." Jian, feeling somewhat bashful, responded, "Thank you for your kind words, mentor Jinlin. Without your guidance, I might not have survived. I am truly grateful for your assistance." Mentor Jinlin waved off the praise, saying, "It is but a trifling matter. I cannot abide the Li family's arrogance. Not only do they trouble you, but they also bully my beloved disciple. I will certainly aid you both." The trio engaged in a pleasant conversation within the inner hall. In truth, Jian was not one to indulge in idle chatter, so he swiftly got to the point. "May I inquire, mentor Jinlin, what brings you to seek me?" he asked. Mentor Jinlin explained, "Your sister has expressed a desire for you to join us. With your current strength, I am certain the Academy would warmly welcome you. Additionally, your time here would grant you access to various techniques utilized by martial masters, which would greatly benefit your future cultivation. Moreover, you would be able to protect your sister. Does that not sound splendid?" Jian pondered this carefully, though his powers were not yet formidable. As long as he refrained from bullying others, he could maintain his safety. Most importantly, he could stay alongside his sister and safeguard her, which he deemed a fortunate circumstance. Thus, Jian replied, "I am grateful for your consideration, mentor Jinlin. I shall join the academy and hope for your guidance in the future." Ye ving so beamit, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Now that my brother is joining the academy, we can train together. Thank you so much, dear teacher." The mentor Jinlin smiled at Xianxia, seemingly in good spirits. According to Jinlin's report, Jian officially entered the academy as a martial master, garnering attention throughout the institution. It appears that Jian's arrival has attracted considerable interest from many. However, Jian's sole desire is to diligently cultivate his skills. hoping to elevate his strength swiftly to avoid being bullied. Upon returning to his residence, Jian eagerly commenced his training. During the previous battles, he had not thoroughly assessed the points awarded by the system. Therefore, upon returning home, he accessed the system and discovered he had accumulated over 5,000 points. Defeating Li Rufin granted him 100 points, indicating that Li Rufin was indeed quite lackluster. In contrast, vanquishing Chun Fong yielded 500 points, while injuring Zhao Chuanwu surprisingly awarded him 3,000 points, suggesting that battling opponents of higher strength results in greater rewards from the system. The remainder of his points consisted of those left over from previous exchanges. Although 5,000 points may not seem substantial, Jian felt a sense of joy. However, he found himself perplexed, unsure of what to exchange for. Having reached the second level of martial mastery, further exchanging for spirit stones seemed of little benefit. Thus, he contemplated acquiring a martial technique instead. Presently, Jian was in dire need of a technique to cultivate his profound energy. Without such a technique, the energy could not circulate within him, adversely affecting his future strength enhancement. As Jian scoured the system, he found nothing suitable. Among the options were techniques like the turtle absorption technique and a limitless internal skill. Although their ranks were not low, they did not appeal to him. Eventually, he discovered a technique that could be upgraded. Initially, it began at the lowest level, and upon meeting the required criteria, he could exchange for the next tier of the technique. It appeared to be quite promising, with the potential to advance to a top-tier technique. Warriors cultivating in the Lingxian continent understand the significance of a good technique. Using a low-level technique means one's profound energy will undoubtedly be inferior to that produced by a mid-level technique when battling opponents of the same rank. Aside from the martial skills employed, the effectiveness of the technique plays a vital role. Although the academy provides techniques for students, they pale in comparison to even the most basic techniques available in the system. In reality, the best techniques are typically reserved for family members or internal personnel within the academy, while those made available are generally subpar. The technique Jian intended to exchange for lacked a precise name, remaining blank for the time being. He decided to refer to it as the nameless technique. However, this initial-level nameless technique required 5,000 points, which felt quite burdensome for Jian, as he had earned these points through life-and-death duels, just enough to redeem a beginner's technique. However, Jian pondered that good things must come at a high price, so he gritted his teeth and exchanged for it. Upon acquiring the technique, Jian immediately sensed its uniqueness, which diverged from common qi cultivation methods. Its efficacy, however, was thrice that of other techniques, filling him with delight. Yet, after a night of cultivation, Jian discovered a significant flaw. While his qi had indeed advanced substantially, the quantity of qi within him had diminished. According to the technique's description, one must reach a certain level to exchange for an upgraded version of the technique to increase their qi. Although his qi was reduced, its potency had improved. A punch delivered through this refined qi was immensely more powerful than one executed with the qi cultivated through nameless techniques, significantly enhancing its lethality. It seemed that Jian's decision to exchange for this technique was not misguided. Despite the current reduction in qi, the remarkable effects were indeed acceptable. Thus, Jian diligently familiarized himself with this latest technique, striving to enhance his prowess. While Jian was engrossed in his training, an unexpected group of visitors arrived at the courtyard, evidently seeking trouble with him. Chapter 19. The Academy takes action to make a name. Suddenly, a raucous crowd appeared outside, clamoring for Jian. At the forefront was a hefty figure weighing around 200 pounds, surrounded by numerous sycophants. One of these lackeys shouted, "Jian, don't you know who has arrived? Come out and invite us in. Our esteemed Xiao is a renowned figure in this academy." Disturbed by the commotion, Jian paused his training and stepped outside, only to be greeted by a boisterous crowd, which left him somewhat speechless. With a desire to avoid conflict, he inquired, "May I ask what brings you all here?" The arrogant Xiao proclaimed, "I merely wish to see who is the brother of Yi Xueqing. I came to pay a visit and hope to befriend your sister." Jian thought to himself, "It appears yet another dandy is drawn by lustful intentions. You may speak ill of me, Jian, but should you dare to touch my sister, I shall not let you go unpunished." He replied, "If you wish to visit Jian, I welcome you. However, my sister has no desire to befriend any of you, so I kindly ask you to leave." One of the lackeys shouted, "Jian, don't be ungrateful. The woman Xiao has taken an interest and is fortunate indeed. It is only out of regard for your sister's beauty that we have come to pay you a visit. Do not overstep your bounds. Infuriated, ye vin retorted. Who do you think you are? Just a lackey, and yet you dare to insult my sister? You are courting death. The lackey, aware of the rumors surrounding Yi Jian's mastery in martial arts, remained skeptical, as Yi Jian's appearance did not seem to reflect that of a martial artist. Thus, he rallied his companions, intent on showing Yi Jian a lesson. Yi Jian, however, was not inclined to show them any courtesy and engaged in combat with the group. As Yi Jian brandished his fists, he effortlessly felled the 3 assailants rushing towards him, exerting minimal effort. At that moment, 2 pinnacle martial disciples approached, wielding short blades aimed at Yi Jian. Employing an unnamed technique, Yi Jian infused his fists with profound energy, swiftly dispatching the 2 disciples with ease. The remaining lackeys, witnessing Yi Jian's formidable prowess, hesitated to advance. At this juncture, a young master known as Deshao remarked, "I did not expect you to possess some skill. You can only bully these unranked disciples. Are you aware that I have already attained the 2nd level of martial mastery?" Yi Jian mused to himself that the 2nd level of martial mastery was on par with his current capabilities. Had he not practiced his unnamed technique, dealing with Deshao would have posed a challenge. However, with his present strength, vanquishing him was a trivial matter. Yi Jian retorted, "The 2nd level of martial mastery. What of it? Dare to take a step forward, and I shall ensure you cannot return home." Deshao, enraged, exclaimed, "You audacious brat! Today, I shall show you what true martial mastery entails." Although Deshao's physique was somewhat corpulent, his strikes were swift as he swung his long blade at Yi Jian. Unfazed, Yi Jian met him head-on, and in mere moments, he sent Deshao reeling with a powerful blow, revealing that he was far from a mere novice in martial arts. Spitting blood, Deshao gasped in horror. "Aren't you just a newcomer to martial mastery? How can you be so strong? Are you perhaps more skilled than I?" Yi Jian paid no heed to the inquiries, bellowing, "Is there anyone else? Step forward if you dare." At that moment, a group of lackeys hurriedly assisted Deshao and retreated in disarray, vowing to return and cause Yi Jian trouble. However, Yi Jian was not intimidated. Indeed, he welcomed the prospect of their interference, for the system had just notified him that defeating the young Master Deshao would yield 1,000 points, while vanquishing multiple lackeys would grant an additional 300 points, effectively bestowing 300 points upon him. Yi Jian felt a surge of delight, realizing he could exchange these points for items to enhance his strength. Yet, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. "Oh no," he thought, "I completely forgot about Xiao Ke. I left her in the depths of the forest." Xiao Ke was a remarkable companion, not only adorable, but also adept at locating spiritual herbs, a veritable treasure trove. Thus, Yi Jian hastily set off, hoping to retrieve Xiao Ke by nightfall. Upon reaching the forest, he found the sun nearly set, and unsure of where to search. He decided to spend the night in the cave he had previously occupied, planning to continue his search the following day. To his astonishment, upon entering the cave, he discovered a massive black bear inside, emitting terrifying growls. Yet, Yi Jian was undaunted by a magical beast, swiftly advancing into the cave, only to find Xiao Ke bravely confronting the black bear, which surprisingly dared not approach her. Behind Xiao Ke, there lay a multitude of precious spiritual herbs. It appeared that the black bear sought to seize these herbs from Xiao Ke, yet it hesitated, wary of her presence. Upon the arrival of Yi Jian, Xiao Ke emitted soft cries, seemingly urging him to teach the black bear a lesson. Naturally, Yi Jian was not inclined to let the black bear escape, for it was a formidable 3rd-tier magical beast, replete with valuable items that could be exchanged for a considerable amount of points. Sensing Yi Jian's strength, the black bear attempted to flee the cave, but Yi Jian was determined not to let it slip away. With a single, powerful strike, he effortlessly vanquished the beast. Yi Jian had become enamored with this unnamed technique. The profound energy he cultivated through it was indeed formidable. When infused into his punches, its might was tripled compared to before. It was this very skill that allowed him to defeat both the previous foe, the Deshao, and now the black bear. Although Yi Jian could only utilize the profound energy in a rudimentary fashion at present, his strength had significantly increased. He was no longer fearful of opponents who were merely a few levels above him. Once the black bear was dealt with, Yi Jian exchanged its spiritual stones and other items for points, accumulating a mere 500 points. After reuniting with Xiao Ke, he felt a sense of relief, having developed a bond with her over the time they had spent together. Upon witnessing Yi Jian's triumph over the black bear, Xiao Ke joyfully exclaimed, as if expressing her gratitude. In return, she presented him with all the spiritual herbs she had recently discovered. Jian was elated. The sheer number of herbs could yield an impressive amount of points, making Xianxia seem like a veritable treasure trove. Grateful for Xianxia's kindness, Jian spent 300 points to exchange for a collection of spiritual stones, which she gleefully accepted and reveled in. He quickly utilized the system to convert the spiritual herbs into points, resulting in a staggering 5,000 points. With the 1,300 points from defeating Xiao, the additional 500 points from the Black Bear, and the current 5,000 points, he found himself with a total of 6,500 points, even after spending 300 points on spiritual stones for Xiao Ko. Now, what should he exchange for? Jian eagerly browsed the system for options. Chapter 20, Trouble Approaches. Jian initially intended to continue acquiring the unnamed technique of the Earth tier, but it required 20,000 points. Not only did he lack such a sum, but his current strength also rendered him incapable of wielding an Earth tier technique. Thus, he would have to wait. Although Jian had obtained a technique, he found himself lacking in combat skills. Those who inhabit the Xian continent are well aware that a good technique is the first step to cultivating profound energy. However, in practical combat, skills are equally essential. Consequently, Jian began searching the system for combat techniques suitable for him, discovering that many of them demanded higher-tier techniques. Since he was currently limited to a yellow-tier technique, he found that numerous combat skills remained inaccessible to him. Diligence and perseverance bear fruit. Jian has discovered a combat technique that perfectly aligns with his current martial arts, known as the 8-level fist, an advanced external martial art. Technique overview. The 8-level fist, an esteemed combat skill passed down from ancient martial saints, comprises 8 distinct levels that must be mastered sequentially. When all levels are perfected, the combined might of the 8-level fist is comparable to that of celestial-grade techniques. However, the prerequisites are exceedingly stringent, allowing only those with the right fate to master it. In Jian's perspective, this technique suits him impeccably. Currently, he can only exchange for the lowest tier of the 8-level fist, which includes the cultivation method for the initial 3 levels, yet it demands a staggering 6,000 points. This expenditure for such a formidable technique is indeed worthwhile. And Jian resolutely completed the exchange. Throughout the night, Jian diligently studied this martial art, and by dawn, he successfully mastered the first level of the 8-level fist. As he gathered his internal energy and unleashed a punch with his right hand, he shattered a nearby rock, the sound echoing like thunder, a testament to its considerable power. However, Jian soon realized a limitation. With his current internal energy, he could only execute 3 punches before depleting his reserves. Thus, he must exercise caution in utilizing this technique. Having spent an entire sleepless night, Jian felt a sense of accomplishment in mastering the technique, even though the remaining 2 levels remained unlearned. To alleviate his sister's worries, he hurriedly took the sleeping Xiao Ku and made his way to the academy. By midday, Jian had returned home, just in time for his sister to beckon him for lunch. They were scheduled to visit Mentor Jian in the afternoon for a class. Although Jian was a student at the academy, he had yet to attend a single class, having devoted himself solely to solitary cultivation. Unbeknownst to others, they might perceive him as a reclusive master, but in reality, he had a system that allowed him to progress without the need for formal education. Despite his reluctance, he acquiesced to his sister's request to attend the class. Upon arrival at the lecture hall, they found many students already present, with Mentor Jian instructing on a technique called the infinite palm. The audience was captivated, yet Jian found little interest in this technique. Although he too practiced a yellow-grade technique of the same level, mastering the 8-level fist could elevate him to a realm akin to celestial-grade skills. As Jian listened to Mentor Jian's lecture, he nearly drifted off, entirely disinterested, while his sister absorbed the information eagerly, eager to learn this technique. Yet, she had not yet transcended to a martial artist, indicating that he would need to provide her with some spirit stones to aid her advancement. He envisioned exchanging for a superior technique for her in the future, which brought him joy. However, the acquisition of high-quality techniques necessitated a substantial amount of points, a source of considerable frustration for Jian. After the conclusion of Mentor Jian's class, she specifically called Jian and his sister to the front. Jian inquired, "Jian, how have you been adjusting to the academy lately?" Jian responded, "Thank you for your concern, Mentor Jian. I'm doing quite well here." Jian continued, "You have now reached the rank of martial master. It is time for you to cultivate a technique. I have some excellent methods to share, Should you be interested? At that moment, Yi Xiuqing interjected, brother. Mentor Jian Lin promised to provide me with an earth-level technique once I break through to Martial Master. It's truly remarkable. Jian Lin smiled and remarked, Xiuqing is my favorite disciple. Naturally, I shall bestow upon her only the finest. Yi Jian expressed his gratitude, saying, I sincerely appreciate Mentor Jian Lin's care for my sister, but I've already found a suitable technique and would not wish to trouble you. Recognizing that Yi Jian was content with his current method, Jian Lin chose not to press further and departed, revealing her concern for him. Yi Jian understood her goodwill, yet he had already committed to a nameless technique, making it impossible to pursue another. Moreover, his current method was indeed formidable, albeit somewhat uncomfortable in the initial stages. Just as Yi Jian was about to return, a group of individuals obstructed his path. One of them spoke up, You are Yi Jian, the newcomer who recently bested a Xiao. Yi Jian wished to ignore them and leave, but they blocked his way once more. At this moment, a seemingly influential young man approached and asked, You must be Yi Jian. I am Li Linfeng, the second son of the Li family. My relatives informed me that you injured my brother. Yi Jian, growing impatient, replied, Are you here to cause trouble? Li Linfeng chuckled, Not at all. That matter was resolved through the auction house. I have no intention of confronting you over it. However, I have come for another reason. Yi Jian inquired, What is it? Please be quick. I have matters to attend to. Li Linfeng replied, No need to rush. I have heard about your impressive skills. I am here to issue a challenge. I wonder if you dare to accept. Yi Jian, uninterested in engaging, responded, I'm afraid I have no time for a duel and have no desire to fight you. Li Linfeng scoffed, With such cowardice, how do you expect to survive in the academy? If you are too afraid to duel me, we shall henceforth refer to you and your sister as the timid turtles. Accompanied by Li Linfeng's derision, the others joined in laughter. At this juncture, Yi Xiuqing retorted, You are being excessively unreasonable. You, a martial master of the 6th rank, challenging my brother, who has just entered the realm of martial master. This is clearly an act of bullying. Li Linfeng replied, This is not about bullying your brother. His current prowess is not that of a mere novice. I have heard that he defeated the Xiao with a single strike, indicating he is no weakling. With a scornful glare, Li Linfeng demanded, I ask you, do you dare to accept the challenge, coward? In order to avoid disgrace for his sister, Yi Jian consented to participate in the duel, which provided an opportunity to test his 8th level fist. However, Yi Jian was not inclined to engage in a mere contest of strength. Thus, both parties agreed to wager a 3rd-grade pill. The loser would not only concede in humility, but also present the victor with a 3rd-grade pill. Li Linfeng, unconcerned, readily accepted the terms, adding that the defeated would also have to address the victor as master. Subsequently, they arranged to meet for the contest 3 days later at the Academy's arena. Chapter 21. Preparations before the duel. Upon hearing from his sister that Li Linfeng had mastered a formidable earth-level combat technique, Yi Jian realized that to secure victory, he must hasten the advancement of his 8th-level fist to the 2nd rank. Otherwise, he feared he would be unable to contend with Li Linfeng. Thus, Yi Jian bid farewell to his sister and ventured into the forest with Xiao Ku to practice his combat skills. Before departing, he utilized his remaining points to exchange for some spirit stones for his sister, urging her to cultivate diligently. Time was of the essence for Yi Jian. Not only did he face a 4-level disparity in strength compared to Li Linfeng, but he had only recently acquired his combat technique. Therefore, he needed to break through to the 2nd-rank warrior level and refine his 8th-level fist within 3 days. Once again accompanied by Xiao Ku, they delved deeper into the woods, hoping to encounter advanced magical beasts to exchange for points. After a lengthy search, they were unable to locate any high-level magical beasts, with the highest being merely a 3rd-level creature. While it could yield some points, it was far from sufficient for Yi Jian's current needs. He aimed to accumulate 5,000 points to exchange for a 3rd-grade pill, the Qi Gathering Pill, but it required a substantial amount of points. Thus, he needed to find more formidable beasts. Xiao Ku diligently assisted Yi Jian in gathering spirit herbs, yet their quality was low and only netted them slightly over 1,000 points. Combined with the points acquired from previous magical beasts, they barely reached over 2,000 points, leaving a significant gap to obtain the Qi Gathering Pill. As they continued on, Xiao Ku began to exhibit signs of tension, indicating that something fearsome lay ahead. Yi Jian cautiously approached, discovering 2 5th-level magical beasts engaged in a ferocious battle, evidently vying for territory. One beast resembled a scorpion, while the other was a dark spider. They clashed with brutal intensity, and Yi Jian felt a tremor of fear within him. He had initially hoped to confront a fourth-level beast, as his current strength was barely sufficient for such a challenge, and facing a fifth-level beast was out of the question. Nonetheless, Yi Jian was reluctant to abandon the opportunity, as these creatures could potentially yield a treasure trove of points. Determined, he opened his system to seek any items that could aid him in confronting the magical beasts. Yi Jian discovered a second-grade poison pill, capable of exacerbating injuries and hastening deterioration, which could be effective against the beasts. However, he was dismayed to find that this second-grade poison pill required 500 points for exchange. Yet, for the sake of confronting the fifth-level magical beasts, he had no choice but to endure the cost. After Yi Jian exchanged, the two beasts engaged in a fierce confrontation, during which he stealthily placed the elixir in the wounded area of the black spider. Before long, the black spider was incapacitated, unable to rise after being struck by the scorpion. Approximately a dozen minutes later, under the influence of the toxic elixir, the scorpion delivered a lethal thrust, ending the black spider's life. Although the scorpion succeeded in slaying the black spider, it had sustained considerable injuries, revealing the formidable strength of a level 5 magical beast. At that moment, Yi Jian could not allow the scorpion to relish in the spoils of the black spider, especially since it had cost him 500 points to secure this victory. However, he felt it inappropriate to simply let it go. Thus, he expended an additional 200 points to exchange for an elixir that could instantly enhance his strength, allowing him to ascend from the 2nd to the 6th level of martial mastery, albeit for a mere half an hour. After consuming the elixir, Yi Jian launched an attack on the scorpion, which, despite its severe wounds, was quick to evade his strike. Initially, Yi Jian was content to merely scare the scorpion away, but it seemed unwilling to depart, leaving him no choice but to resort to more aggressive measures. Utilizing his profound energy, Yi Jian transformed his palm into a fist, executing an 8th-level punch. The force of this strike pushed the scorpion back several steps, demonstrating considerable lethality. With the enhancement from the elixir, Yi Jian's strength had significantly increased, prompting the scorpion to retreat upon realizing it could not gain any advantage. Although Yi Jian succeeded in repelling the scorpion, defeating this level 5 magical beast remained a formidable challenge, and he could only watch as it escaped. However, the deceased level 5 magical beast, the black spider, remained, providing Yi Jian with a fortunate opportunity. He quickly hoisted the spider's carcass and, accompanied by Xianxia, made his way out, primarily to avoid the risk of encountering other magical beasts. Upon discovering a cave, Yi Jian eagerly excavated the black spider's head, hoping to find spirit stones. As expected, he uncovered a level 5 spirit stone. Xianxia sensed it as well and wished to partake, but Yi Jian could not allow Xianxia to consume it, given that it was a level 5 spirit stone. In fact, such high-grade spirit stones cannot be utilized directly for cultivation. They require a pill master to combine them with other materials to create elixirs for effective use. Since Xianxia was merely a level 2 magical beast, Yi Jian feared that the consumption of the spirit stone might cause harm due to its inability to digest it. Ultimately, Yi Jian exchanged a few level 2 spirit stones that Xianxia could safely consume, effectively pacifying the creature. With the high-grade spirit stone in his possession, Yi Jian found little personal use for it. He then checked how many points it could yield in the system, and to his astonishment, a high-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 5,000 points. Coupled with the value of the level 5 beast corpse, he amassed a total of 8,000 points. Including the remaining points from earlier, he now had 9,300 points, leaving Yi Jian elated. With such a wealth of points, he could finally exchange for a gathering chi pill, which he promptly acquired for 5,000 points. The chi gathering pill serves as a means to transcend one's current level, providing an opportunity to break through to the 2nd tier of strength. Yi Jian holds modest expectations, content with merely advancing to the 1st tier. After consuming the pill, he sits in meditation, employing the unnamed technique, awaiting the opportune moment for his breakthrough. Following a night of diligent cultivation, he successfully ascends to the 1st tier. However, sensing that the effects of the pills still linger, he continues his practice, hoping to achieve another breakthrough. During this endeavor, he realizes he is running low on energy and promptly exchanges 1,000 points for a 3rd-tier spirit stone to replenish his mystical energy. After depleting the spirit stone's power, He finally breaks through to the fourth tier of martial master. With eyes wide open, Jian feels his aura intensify significantly. The abundance of mystical energy coursing through his body is markedly different from his previous second-tier state, and he notices an increase in his speed while walking. Despite this newfound strength, his combat skills remain limited to a first-tier fist technique, and he remains cautious. To best Li Linfeng, he aims to master the second-tier fist technique. Confident that with his current power, this should pose no challenge. In the remaining day and a half, Jian fervently practices the second-tier fist technique. Behind a distant large tree, he is seen consolidating his mystical energy, evidently preparing for a breakthrough. The second-tier fist requires one to unleash the power of 2 punches based on the foundation of the first-tier fist. This means that after executing the first-tier punch, one must accelerate the flow of mystical energy to deliver the impact of 2 strikes. Chapter 22. The tournament begins. Successfully consolidating his mystical energy, Jian employs the second-tier fist technique. Upon striking, the large tree in front of him snaps, albeit only 1 tree breaks. To truly master the second-tier fist, one must be able to shatter 2 trees in a single blow. Unexpectedly, the tree behind him suddenly collapses, although it does not break entirely in 1 strike. It is evident that Jian has indeed mastered the second-tier fist, with room for further improvement. 2.5 days have elapsed, and Jian must reach the academy before nightfall to prepare for the arena battle the following day. Accompanied by Xiao Ku, he sets off towards the academy. Upon arrival, he notices that it is quite late and sees that his sister's room remains lit. He approaches her room and, upon entering, says, "Sister, why are you still awake? It's quite late." Yixiueching beams, "Brother, you're back. That's wonderful. I've been so worried about you." Jian reassures her, "I've returned safely. So fret not. Quickly get some sleep." Yixiueching responds, "It seems you've gained much from the beast forest. You must have confidence for tomorrow's match." Yet Lin Riplius, "I have now reached the 4th tier of martial master. Defeating Li Linfeng should not be difficult." After calming his sister, he returns to his own room. Engaging in continuous cultivation throughout the night, Jian appears invigorated. The efficacy of this unnamed technique is remarkable. As long as he practices diligently, sleep becomes unnecessary. As dawn broke, Li Ming arrived, and Jian had already awakened. After summoning his sister, the 2 siblings proceeded to have breakfast before heading to the arena. They discovered that a considerable number of students had gathered at the academy's arena, with many simply there to observe. Upon noticing the arrival of the Yi siblings, discussions erupted among the crowd, with most asserting that Jian was destined to lose this time. Unexpectedly, beneath the arena, there were wagers being placed. The amount bet against Jian was scant, while there were numerous bets in favor of Li Linfeng. Jian then inquired of his sister, "How much money do you have at present?" Yixiueching replied, "I have over 100 taels now. What do you intend to do, brother?" Jian refrained from elaborating too much, understanding that survival in the academy required not only strength but also wealth. He seized this opportunity to earn some money. As bets were being placed, the onlookers mocked Jian, claiming he would not only lose but also squander his capital. Ignoring their taunts, Jian wagered 100 taels at odds of 110 to 1. Not long after, Li Linfeng arrived with a group of followers, and Jian began to prepare for the duel. At this moment, an older instructor on the platform explained the rules. No one was to take a life. Whoever fell off the stage would be deemed the loser, and being knocked to the ground without the ability to rise would also constitute a loss. The gong sounded, bang. The battle commenced. Jian wielded a simple longsword, while Li Linfeng brandished a magnificent sword adorned with spirit stones, which appeared quite impressive. Once the duel began, Li Linfeng attacked with his exquisite swordsmanship, and the 2 engaged in a fierce exchange, appearing evenly matched. Although Li Linfeng's technique was remarkably cunning, Jian managed to hold his ground. After 30 exchanges, Li Linfeng seized an opening and knocked Jian's longsword from his grasp. The students below erupted in cheers, unaware that Jian was at his most formidable when unarmed. Realizing that Jian was now without a weapon, Li Linfeng arrogantly declared, "Let me show you, Jian, the unique earth-level palm technique of the Leaf family." Jian replied, "Very well, I shall put your palm technique to the test." Li Linfeng struck fiercely at Jian's chest, compelling Jian to retaliate with a first-level punch, causing Li Linfeng to stumble back. The crowd roared with excitement, and Jian's sister fervently cheered for him. Fuming, Li Linfeng retorted, "Ah, you possess some skill. Now, let me demonstrate the Li family's combat technique." Fire palm. Yi Jian surmised that this must be the earth-level combat technique his sister had mentioned. Refusing to concede, Yi Jian prepared to unleash his second-level punch. As Li Linfeng's palm approached, Yi Jian gritted his teeth, channeling his inner energy to execute his second-level punch. A resounding bang echoed through the arena. Li Linfeng was struck back, yet the potency of his second-tier punch was far from trivial. The residual force of the second-tier punch was immense, and, after being forced back, Li Linfeng coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. The onlookers were astonished by Yi Jian's formidable combat skills, erupting in cheers. However, Yi Jian was not unscathed. After the intense battle, his internal energy was significantly depleted. The continuous use of both first-tier and second-tier punches consumed a great deal of his energy. Thus, this match had taken its toll on Yi Jian as well. Having triumphed through the 8 Extremes Fist, many of the students who had suffered at the hands of the Li family gathered around to express their respect for Yi Jian. As if to vent their frustrations, he instructed his sister to take the winnings home while they made their way back together. Meanwhile, Li Linfeng, who had been knocked unconscious, had regained consciousness and was now filled with a murderous intent, clearly seeking trouble with Yi Jian once more. At this moment, Yi Jian was too preoccupied to concern himself with Li Linfeng's fate. He needed to quickly recuperate his internal energy. Upon returning home, he exchanged several spiritual stones through the system and began meditating to restore his energy. After his cultivation, Yi Jian successfully replenished his internal energy, and this confrontation had enhanced his mastery of the 8 Extremes Fist. Following his victory over Li Linfeng, the system rewarded him with 3,000 points, which, when combined with the remaining 3,000 points he had, brought his total to 6,000 points. Reflecting on his sister, who was now at the pinnacle of a martial apprentice, on the verge of a breakthrough, he decided to exchange some elixirs for her benefit to facilitate her quick advancement to a martial master. The breakthrough primarily depended on talent, and while Yi Jian had relied on elixirs for his own advancement, he wished for his sister to progress swiftly. Thus, he spent 5,000 points to acquire a third-tier Qi gathering pill, a seemingly extravagant choice, yet he hesitated not for his sister's sake. Noticing that his remaining points were dwindling, Yi Jian realized he could not remain idle and needed to devise a plan to earn more points. He began to explore the system, discovering a feature that allowed him to exchange spiritual herbs for elixirs, albeit requiring an additional points investment. Essentially, the system functioned as a supreme alchemist, capable of procuring elixirs without the need for traditional alchemical practices. To Yi Jian, this system was akin to a loophole, yet the tier of elixirs he could obtain was contingent upon his current strength. Presently, he could only exchange for second-tier elixirs, while third-tier elixirs necessitated reaching the Grand Martial Master realm. Although he could now procure elixirs, the question remained, where would he acquire the spiritual herbs? Upon contemplating this, Yi Jian resolved to seek out someone the following day, someone who had previously assisted him and happened to be a woman. Chapter 23. The beginning of earning money. Before dawn, Yi Jian was already preparing to set off. Although the academy was situated within Qingyang County, it was located in the suburbs, necessitating an early departure to find a young manager of the auction house. After getting up, he roused his sister. Mimi, are you awake? Ye vin inuitit anjosli. Yi Xueqing, with a hint of exasperation, replied, Brother, why are you up so early? You're knocking on the door at dawn. I wanted to sleep a little longer. It seemed Yi Xueqing had practiced late into the night, not wanting to let her brother down. I need to discuss something with you. I have something good for you. Yi Jian announced. I'm coming. She responded. Upon entering her chamber, Yi Jian noticed that its decoration was quite ordinary. At that moment, his eagerness to earn money surged. He wished to spare his sister from a life of hardship. I brought you something wonderful. Take a look. Yi Jian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. What is this? A medicinal pill? It looks of good quality. Yi Xueqing queried, her curiosity piqued. This is a third-grade medicinal pill, the Gathering Qi pill, which can assist you in breaking through the pinnacle of a martial apprentice. You can take it during your breakthrough. Ye yin apeline it. Wow, brother, you're amazing. This third-grade pill is quite valuable. Where did you obtain it? Yi Xueqing asked, her excitement growing. Yi Jian, unable to reveal the existence of his system just yet, decided to keep it a secret from her until his own strength had increased. I saved a father and daughter in the monster beast forest, and they gifted this to me as a token of gratitude, he replied. You should use it, brother. You are the one who needs it the most right now. Yi Xueqing insisted, wanting him to benefit from it. Yi Jian felt a warm surge of affection at her selflessness. However, he knew he could not use it himself. Such a pill could only be consumed once at a certain level, and he had already taken one during his breakthrough to the second level. Using it again would yield minimal effects. It was more suitable for his sister. I originally had two, but I have already used one. This one is specifically saved for you. Please accept it. After seeing his determination, his sister reluctantly took it, contemplating how she might find an opportunity to repay him later. By the way, I almost forgot. The money you won yesterday is with you, right? Yi Jian asked. Yes, brother, I have it here. We have a bit of money now. What would you like to eat today? I'll buy it for you. Ye, Vung Kink, Repriet. I need to use this money for a business venture. I have some matters to attend to shortly. Please let me use it for now. Trust me, in 3 days, I will return you double the amount. Ye Yin Asuret her. Yi Xueqing had complete faith in Yi Jian, especially since he had done so much for her. Thus, she handed all her money to him, observing her unwavering support. Yi Jian made a silent vow to succeed in this business endeavor and ensure a better life for his sister. After bidding farewell to his younger sister, Yi Jian set off for the county. By mid-morning, he arrived at Qingyang County and made his way directly to the auction house. Upon reaching the entrance, he discovered that entry was restricted to VIPs only, leaving him in a state of helplessness. He had no choice but to mention his name and request the attendant at the door to relay his presence to the young manager of the auction house. However, Yi Jian was uncertain whether the young manager would agree to meet him, as they had only crossed paths once before, during which she had rendered him assistance. After a brief wait, the attendant permitted Yi Jian to enter, stating that the young manager wished to see him. As he traversed the hall of the auction house, he arrived at a reception room. Upon entering, he was greeted by a strikingly beautiful young woman whose piercing gaze belied her age. Exuding a gravitas cultivated through years of business acumen, Yi Jian spoke softly, I apologize for my intrusion. I hope the young manager will forgive me. The young manager responded, it's you. I've heard you've entered the academy. That's quite commendable. What brings you here today? Noticing her reluctance to engage in small talk, Yi Jian promptly addressed the matter at hand. I am here to express my gratitude for your earlier assistance and to discuss a potential business opportunity with the auction house. The young manager replied, There is no need for thanks. I merely acted out of disdain for the Li family and happened to assist you. Now, what type of business do you wish to discuss? Our auction house typically does not engage in ordinary commerce. From his pocket, Yi Jian produced 3 second-tier elixirs, which he had obtained by exchanging his last 1,000 points. I can provide elixirs, but I require your auction house's assistance in selling them. Yi Jian had no choice but to seek the auction house's help for selling the elixirs, as the Northern Cold Kingdom prohibited private sales of elixirs above the second tier, allowing only commerce through designated trading houses, which had specific sourcing criteria. Thus, it was impossible for Yi Jian to sell his elixirs independently. If he could exchange for higher-tier elixirs, perhaps he would have more options, but for now, he could only work with the auction house. The young manager sternly remarked, Yi Jian, you are quite bold. Do you realize that in the Northern Cold Kingdom, aside from trading houses, private sales of elixirs are illegal? Yi Jian replied, I'm well aware of that. However, I have faith in your auction house's influence, and I trust that this should not pose a challenge for you. Understanding the substantial profit margins associated with elixirs, Yi Jian was confident that the young manager would agree. She said this business proposition is intriguing. How many elixirs can you supply in a month? Yi Jian calculated that he could exchange for 5 second-tier elixirs each day, totaling 150 elixirs in a month. Thus, he responded, I can provide you with 150 elixirs monthly, and I can offer higher-tier elixirs in the future. The young manager inquired, Is that so? That sounds promising. What profit margin do you seek? Yi Jian replied succinctly, stating that he required merely half of the profits. The young steward, in a flurry, retorted, Half is unacceptable. I can offer you no more than 30%. I must assume the risks and assist in the sales, which renders it unworthy for our auction house. Yi Jian thought to himself, as expected from someone seasoned in commerce, their negotiation skills were unyielding. He directly asserted, If this is not agreeable, then so be it. I can seek discussions with others, such as the other 3 prominent families, who would likely be interested. The second-tier elixirs held immense value for those at the martial artist level, and the market for them was robust, as other factions also sought to engage in the elixir trade, but lacked a steady source. Thus, if Yi Jian could supply the elixirs, it would be a prized opportunity for all involved. Seeing Yi Jian's forthrightness, the young steward grew anxious. Their auction house also required a consistent supply of elixirs to enhance their own strength and generate profit. Such a boon was not something she wished to decline. Consequently, she acquiesced to Yi Jian's terms, albeit with the stipulation that he must exclusively supply her establishment and refrain from offering to other factions within Xinjiang County. Yi Jian, grateful for the auction house's previous assistance, had no intention of pursuing other avenues first. Thus, both parties successfully reached an agreement. Following this, Yi Jian faced the challenge of procuring spiritual herbs. Upon leaving, he exchanged the 3 second-tier elixirs he had previously acquired for a total of 3,000 taels, with the auction house generously opting not to take a commission, treating it as a gift for Yi Jian. Naturally, he did not refuse. Chapter 24. Exchanging Elixirs. After solidifying the collaboration with the young steward and promising to deliver the first batch of elixirs in 3 days, Yi Jian departed from the auction house. Finally learning that the steward's full name was Lin Yuner, it was surprising that such a shrewd individual bore such an endearing name. It was no wonder many were unaware of her true identity, as she likely felt it did not align with her pragmatic demeanor. Upon leaving the auction house, Yi Jian needed to visit another location, the Wanbao Building in Xinjiang County. Wanbao Building was a prominent trading house in the Northern Cold Kingdom, specializing in the sale of spiritual herbs and spiritual stones, with a significant presence in various districts across the kingdom. Upon arriving, Yi Jian sought out the manager on the first floor to assist him in purchasing some spiritual herbs. With a total of 4,000 taels at his disposal, he expended every last coin to acquire 400 spiritual herbs. The staff at Wanbao Building were somewhat astonished by Yi Jian's substantial request, speculating whether he was a master alchemist. Ultimately, Yi Jian merely deflected their curiosity, stating that he was procuring them for a friend. While 400 spiritual herbs seemed a considerable expense to Yi Jian, it was insignificant in the eyes of Wanbao Building. Only if he were indeed a master alchemist would he warrant their attention. Although Yi Jian is not an alchemist, his prowess surpasses that of any skilled practitioner. While alchemists inevitably face failures in their craft, Yi Jian is unfettered by such setbacks. As long as he possesses sufficient points and spiritual herbs, he can exchange them for an abundance of elixirs. The mere thought of this fills Yi Jian with a sense of pride. After exchanging for the spiritual herbs, he departed with a box brimming with them. To avoid drawing the Academy's attention, he chose not to return to the Academy, instead venturing into the Beast Mountain range, intending to convert the spiritual herbs into elixirs. Additionally, he needed to slay some magical beasts to accumulate points. Without them, even the herbs would be of no use for exchanges. Upon arriving at the Beast Mountain range, night had already fallen. Yi Jian discovered a cave and resolved to cultivate within it for the night, planning to hunt magical beasts the following day. After a night of cultivation, he felt a surge in his strength, but he believed that with the assistance of elixirs, his power would rise swiftly. It was evident that days without points were challenging. He needed to earn money to obtain spiritual stones for point exchanges. Alone with his sword in the depths of the Beast Mountain range, Yi Jian noticed that even low-level magical beasts had become scarce, indicating that mercenary groups had frequented the area recently. The outer regions of the mountain were nearly devoid of magical beasts, and to encounter higher-level creatures, one must venture deeper into the perilous terrain. Ahead, Yi Jian pierced a third-level magical beast, resembling a wild boar, with his sword. He exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it, this hide is so thick. It's exhausting." Nevertheless, he successfully located a third-level beast, extracted its spiritual stone, and exchanged both the carcass and the stone within the system. Although he only received 500 points, Yi Jian felt a sense of satisfaction. After a day of relentless effort, he had not encountered any fourth-level beasts but had slain 4 third-level ones, along with several second-level creatures, bringing his points to over 2,500, a modest yet rewarding haul. By the time Yi Jian returned to the cave, night had fully set in. He was now ready to begin exchanging for elixirs. Upon accessing the system, he discovered that he could exchange 5 second-level spiritual herbs along with 20 points for a second-level elixir. Calculating the costs, he deemed this a worthwhile transaction. Directly exchanging points for a second-level elixir would require over 300 points, making the herb exchange far more advantageous. With 400 spiritual herbs and 2,500 points at his disposal, he could exchange for 5 elixirs daily, meaning these herbs would suffice for over half a month. He would certainly need to make another trip to Wanfu Tower soon. After exchanging for 5 second-level elixirs, Yi Jian decided to consume one called the Vitality Pill, which primarily enhances cultivation efficiency. After a night of rigorous training, the effects of the pill amplified his results tenfold, enabling him to sense that he was nearing the pinnacle of the fourth stage of martial mastery. It seemed that with a little more time, Yi Jian would surely break through to the fifth stage. However, the elixir is truly beyond my means. Currently, Yi Jian is rather impoverished, indicating that further efforts are necessary. After today, Yi Jian must visit the auction house to deliver the first batch of elixirs. Only then can he return to the academy. Throughout the day, he continued to search for magical beasts within the Monster Mountain range, hoping to exchange for more points. Unexpectedly, an incident occurred. In the depths of the monster realm, a confrontation arose between a man and a scorpion. To Yi Jian's surprise, he encountered the fifth-level magical beast, the black scorpion, which he had previously repelled. This situation left Yi Jian feeling somewhat awkward. It appeared that the black scorpion had fully recovered from its injuries. Yet Yi Jian's current strength was insufficient to contend with a fifth-level magical beast. He could only resort to the 8 Extremes Fist to fend off the beast before hastily retreating. Fleeing in disarray, Yi Jian felt a pang of unease. He had been frightened away by a mere magical beast. Thus, he resolved to urgently enhance his strength, vowing to return to the Monster Mountain range to vanquish it in exchange for points, which would bring him joy. Upon returning to the cave, Yi Jian exchanged today's elixirs, accumulating a total of 9, including yesterday's. In the morning, he planned to exchange for 5 more, so he could visit the auction house to acquire some funds. Otherwise, he would have no explanation for his sister. Yi Jian continued to practice the unnamed technique. Although he managed to repel the magical beast with the 8 Extremes Fist today, it was exceedingly taxing on his mystic energy. While this combat skill was powerful, with Yi Jian's current capabilities, he could only employ it twice at the 2nd level, making it suitable solely for life-saving situations. Exhausting his mystic energy would be perilous. As the night of training concluded, Yi Jian felt that with a few more days of practice, he should be able to break through to the 5th level. It appeared he needed to prepare more spirit stones for the breakthrough, although elixirs could also aid in this. Yi Jian could no longer afford them and would have to rely on spirit stones for a gradual ascent. Early the next morning, Yi Jian exchanged his elixirs and set off for Qingyang County. By noon, he had arrived at the auction house, where no one obstructed him. It seemed Lin Yuner had instructed the doorman accordingly. Upon meeting Lin Yuner again, he discovered her secretly donning a dress within her room. It appeared that even the stern young manager had a girlish heart. Yi Jian did not enter directly, but knocked on the door, gaining entry after receiving permission. He noticed that Lin Yuner had already changed out of the dress, seemingly wishing to conceal this other side of herself. Yi Jian did not linger at the auction house. After handing over the elixirs to Lin Yuner, he departed with his 7,000 taels of silver. Next, Yi Jian planned to visit another location, one of great significance to him, where he might encounter an old acquaintance from his previous adventures in the Monster Mountain range. Chapter 25. Reunion with an old friend. Yi Jian now possessed wealth. However, he required something of utmost importance: spirit stones. These stones could be utilized for cultivation in exchange for points. As long as Yi Jian can continuously exchange for elixirs, he need not worry about his points, and he can also earn money, a truly advantageous situation. After leaving the auction house with the 7,000 taels he had earned, Yi Jian headed to the northern part of Qingyang County, where the mercenary base was located. These mercenaries primarily made their living by hunting magical beasts, trading the beast spirit stones, and pelts for wealth and elixirs. Before long, Yi Jian arrived at the mercenary base, unexpectedly encountering a familiar face, the leader of a mercenary group he had previously taught a lesson to. Yi Jian intercepted him. The mercenary leader was taken aback, for he had just encountered the very person he least wished to see, Yi Jian. The last time they met, Yi Jian had caused them considerable distress, especially when they had suffered through his poisonous elixirs, an excruciating experience. Yi Jian confronted him, saying, "Why do you wish to avoid me? Does my presence compel you to flee?" He understood that the mercenary leader was apprehensive about Yi Jian seeking trouble, trying to pretend not to notice him. But fate had it that Yi Jian had blocked his path. The mercenary leader replied, "How could that be, Master Jian? I merely did not see you. How could I not greet you upon noticing your esteemed presence?" Yi Jian, uninterested in idle chatter, got straight to the point. "I have come to discuss a transaction with you. By the way, you mentioned your name last time. What was it again?" The mercenary leader responded, "Forgive me, Master Jian. My memory is not as sharp as yours. I am Lu Eru, second in the Tiger Mercenary Group. My elder brother is Lu Dehu. We assisted you in dealing with Li Ruyun, and both my brother and I contributed significantly. Realizing he was speaking to Lu Eru, Yi Jian said, "Ah, Eru, I am here to purchase spirit stones and discuss a long-term collaboration." Lu Eru's face lit up with joy. "Master Jian, how many do you require? Our mercenary group slays numerous magical beasts daily, so we have plenty of spirit stones." He invited Yi Jian to their camp, where he fetched his elder brother, and they began to converse. Yi Jian stated directly that he needed a substantial quantity of spirit stones and requested their assistance, along with other mercenary groups, to acquire them. In addition to spirit stones, he also required the corpses of magical beasts. Yi Jian was not stingy, offering them a price 20% above the market rate. He realized that he could not manage everything alone and needed assistance to handle these operations, as he also had to focus on his cultivation. After reaching an agreement with Lu Dehu and Lu Eru, he spent 5,000 taels to purchase 10 second-tier spirit stones and 5 third-tier spirit stones. Indeed, a generous price. They agreed that the Tiger Mercenary Group would reserve their daily spirit stones, and every 5 days, they would come to Yi Jian to exchange for money at the agreed price, much to the delight of the two men. After finalizing the deal, Yi Jian set off for the academy with the spirit stones and the remaining 2,000 taels. Having been away for 3 days and fearing that Yi Xueqing might worry about him. At that moment, Yi Jian realized he lacked companions to assist him and felt the need to seek out friends within the academy who might share in the pursuit of financial gain. For the strength of one individual is undeniably limited. Upon returning to the academy, he found a considerable crowd gathered at the entrance. Intrigued by the sounds of conflict emanating from within, curiosity piqued, Yi Jian approached to investigate. He discovered 2 factions engaged in a fierce brawl. One group comprised the underlings of Li Linfeng, while the other consisted of the Shao's followers, bullying a few young men. Despite being outnumbered, these young men valiantly resisted, though their endurance appeared to be waning. Yi Jian inquired of a student observing the fray. "Hello, my friend. What is transpiring here?" The student, recognizing Yi Jian as the one who had previously bested Li Linfeng, stammered, "Oh, it's you, brother Jian. There is nothing much happening, really. It's just that the young master of the Li family and the Shao have allied against these brothers." The Shao took offense at them and sought trouble. But to his surprise, these brothers refused to back down, which led to this fight. Yi Jian assessed the situation. Although the adversaries were numerous, the trio of young men appeared seasoned in combat. However, their overall strength seemed insufficient to withstand the onslaught they faced. Unable to tolerate Li Linfeng and his cohort's bullying, Yi Jian resolved to intervene, simultaneously admiring the resilience of the 3 young men. With a few swift punches and powerful strikes, Yi Jian dispatched the assailants with ease, considering their abilities trivial in comparison to his own. Just then, Li Linfeng and the Shao arrived on the scene. Li Linfeng shouted, "You again, Yi Jian? Why must you always be here? This is none of your concern. Stay out of it." It was evident that Li Linfeng harbored a certain fear of Yi Jian, for the latter's prowess was well known, and Li Linfeng dared not adopt a particularly aggressive tone. Yi Jian replied, "I cannot stand idly by while you bully others, especially those who lack the backing you possess. I will not allow this injustice to stand." Faced with Yi Jian's unwavering stance, Li Linfeng had no choice but to retreat, warning that he would seek retribution against Yi Jian in the future. Yet, Yi Jian felt no trepidation. In his eyes, they were merely a disorganized rabble. After aiding the 3 young men to their feet, Yi Jian was taken aback when they expressed their gratitude by kneeling before him, proclaiming him their savior. It was clear that the altercation outside the academy was driven by malicious intent on Li Linfeng's part, likely with the aim of causing them grave harm. Yi Jian swiftly lifted them, assuring them that his assistance stemmed from his disdain for Li Shao's antics, and he did not require their subservience. Such gestures were excessive. Once he ensured they were settled, Yi Jian intended to depart, only to find the trio following him. One of them spoke up, "Brother Jian, may we request a favor of you?" Yi Jian paused, intrigued by their request, and responded, "I am curious to know what you wish to ask of me." One of the older individuals among them spoke, "I have 3 brothers, and it was no easy feat for us to gain entry into the academy. To our dismay, we were unjustly accused by that scoundrel Deseo of stealing his belongings. He demanded a compensation of 2,000 taels and threatened to end our lives if we did not comply. We noticed that Brother Yi possesses a sense of justice, and today he has avenged us. We hope Brother Yi will accept us, for we are eager to follow him." At that moment, Yi Jian felt a desire to recruit them, as he indeed lacked companions. Thus, he invited the three to accompany him home, promising to discuss the matter further. Seeing Yi Jian's willingness to accept them, the trio felt a surge of joy. For individuals hailing from humble backgrounds, gaining admission into the academy was already a significant achievement, and striving for success was an even greater challenge. Finding a reliable leader could provide them with the support they desperately sought. The four of them soon arrived at Yi Jian's modest courtyard, where they found his sister waiting for his return. To her surprise, she was taken aback by the number of guests her brother had brought home. In Chapter 26, Building Influence, Yi Jian handed his sister some money, instructing her to procure food for their meal, and inviting his new companions to dine with them. Once the meal was prepared, Yi Jian filled their cups with wine and proclaimed, "Today, I am fortunate to host you all at my home. Let's share a drink and forge a friendship. May I inquire about your esteemed names?" The three revealed their origins from an obscure town under the jurisdiction of Qingyang County. Due to their innate talent and relentless effort, they had been admitted to the academy. However, due to their impoverished backgrounds, they were not well regarded among their peers and had merely scraped by within the academy, leading rather disheartening lives. One introduced himself, "I am Zhao Wu." Another followed, "I am Zhao Xing." The eldest among them declared, "Brother Yi, I am Zhao Gang." Despite not being blood brothers, the trio shared a strong bond, looking after one another as if they were kin. Zhao Gang stated, "Brother Yi, we wish to align ourselves with you, not for any personal gain, but out of gratitude. You have rescued us today, and we are willing to follow you loyally." Yi Jian laughed heartily. "Indeed, I am in need of companions, but I have many enemies. Are you certain you wish to stand by my side?" In unison, Zhao Gang and his brothers replied, "Absolutely. We fear not death, but rather a life worse than death. To follow Brother Yi would grant us the opportunity to rise above our circumstances." Yi Jian responded, "Very well, I accept you three as my brothers from this day forth. I promise to treat you as family, and together we shall carve out our destinies in this mystical land of Xianling. Now let us drink. Shougong exilime, cheers." Brother Yi, Zhao Wu, and Zhao Xing echoed, "Cheers." The four of them clinked their cups and downed their drinks. Although Yi Jian had little experience with wine, his superior cultivation allowed him to outdrink the three brothers, ultimately leaving them incapacitated. He then arranged for Zhao Gang and his brothers to rest in a separate room, only to discover his sister sitting alone in the courtyard. Yi Jian also noticed that he had been somewhat neglectful in his concern for his sister recently, as he had been preoccupied with various matters, leaving little time for their conversations. He approached his sister and gently stroked her hair, inquiring, "Sister, why are you sitting alone in the courtyard?" Yi Xueching, noticing her brother, cheerfully replied, "Seeing you so happy, I didn't want to disturb you, so I came out to gaze at the stars." Yi Jian responded, "Xueching, these past few days, I ventured out to earn some money and realized that facing the world alone is indeed a daunting task. Hence, I brought Zhao Gang and his companions back today, hoping to establish a foothold for us siblings in this Xianyan continent." Yi Jian did not wish to live an unsatisfactory life in these tumultuous times, and with the extraordinary system at his disposal, he thought it prudent to carve out a position for himself here, primarily wishing to provide his sister with a life of comfort and prosperity. Yi Xueching declared, "I support you, brother. Whatever you choose to do, I will stand by you. You are my everything, and I am willing to sacrifice anything for you." Yi Jian gazed at his grown sister with a sense of pride and recognition that he indeed needed to take action. Otherwise, he would be letting himself down and failing to honor the gift of the system bestowed upon him. He gave all his earnings to his sister, instructing her to procure some furniture and essentials, and urged her to rest in her room. Yi Jian then returned to his own quarters to continue his training, his mind occupied with various thoughts. He set aside one third-tier spirit stone for his imminent breakthrough to the 5th level of a martial artist, exchanging the remainder for points, totaling 4,000. Seeing that he still had over 6,000 points in the system instilled him with confidence. After a night of relentless training, he finally achieved his breakthrough to the 5th level of a martial artist, significantly enhancing the internal energy within him. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang and his two brothers had risen early to prepare breakfast for Yi Jian and his sister. The small courtyard, which had previously been tranquil, was now filled with lively chatter as the five of them shared meal. After breakfast, Yi Jian invited Zhao Gang and his brothers to reside in the courtyard from then on, providing mutual support in times of need. Recognizing that certain matters required assistance, Yi Jian instructed Zhao Gang to visit the auction house to convert the 10 second-tier pills obtained through the system into currency. Yi Jian was in dire need of funds, as he required more points to exchange for pills to enhance his strength. Without money, he could not purchase spirit stones. As 5 days passed, the courtyard grew increasingly vibrant, and Yi Jian's resources had become quite substantial. Just as he began to contemplate his next steps, an unexpected incident occurred. Zhao Xing returned to the courtyard, bruised and battered, to inform Yi Jian that Zhao Gang had been attacked by the Xiao's men on the way to the auction house. Not only had they beaten the three brothers, but they had also abducted Zhao Gang and Zhao Wu, demanding a ransom for their release. Yi Jian queried, "Are you certain it was the Xiao? How dare he lay hands on my people?" Zhao Xing replied, "It was indeed the Xiao who orchestrated the abduction, but it seems they have formed a gang, and they have several formidable experts from various academies on their side." Although Yi Jian maintained a calm exterior, his heart was ablaze with fury. He hastened up the mountain with Zhao Xing in tow. Along the way, Yi Jian instructed Zhao Xing to investigate the strength of the rival gang. Zhao Xing reported that they had a senior expert, a peak 9th-level martial artist serving as their leader, along with several 8th-level martial artists as aides. This gang predominantly preyed on lower-year newcomers and was composed of individuals from relatively affluent backgrounds. Among them was the Xiao, one of the hall masters who, emboldened by his acquaintance with an 8th-level expert, sought to humiliate Yi Jian. Naturally, Yi Jian harbored no fear of an 8th-level martial artist and proceeded to the mountain with Zhao Xing. To the Xiao's surprise, Yi Jian dared to come, and he was currently reveling with a group of companions. Yi Jian soon discovered that his two brothers were bound on the rooftop, evidently having endured considerable suffering, and his rage could no longer be contained. Armed with his long sword, he swiftly dispatched two of the Xiao's men. By the time they noticed him, it was already too late. Their fates were sealed. Before the Xiao and his group could react, Yi Jian had freed Zhao Gang and Zhao Wu, entrusting them to Zhao Xing's care, and prepared to face multiple opponents. The battle ensued, with Yi Jian cutting down several adversaries, his killing intent rising in response to their audacity in threatening his brothers and underestimating him. Suddenly, a blade flashed towards Yi Jian. His opponent, a skilled martial artist, was likely the 8th-level expert Zhao Xing had mentioned. Yi Jian, undeterred, engaged him in combat, exchanging strikes with sword and knife. To his surprise, the adversary proved formidable and possessed a repertoire of martial techniques. As the intensity escalated, both combatants began to employ their true abilities. Yi Jian readied his 8 extremes fist, while the opponent's treasured blade changed hue, indicating a technique that enhanced its power. Recognizing the futility of a direct clash with weapons, his being merely a common iron sword, Yi Jian resolved to disarm his foe to gain the upper hand. When the opponent swung his blade at Yi Jian, he parried with his long sword, only to find it beginning to splinter. Seizing the moment, Yi Jian countered with a powerful punch aimed at his adversary. With no time to retract his weapon, the opponent could only retreat a few steps. Yi Jian relinquished his sword, committing to close combat, skillfully maneuvering around his opponent. With a resounding shout, he declared, "Receive my fist." The opponent, unable to evade in time, resorted to blocking with his knife. However, Yi Jian's true target was not his opponent's body, but rather his right hand. Upon witnessing Yi Jian's martial prowess, his opponent was left with no choice but to relinquish his sword and shield his arm. Ultimately, the two engaged in a fierce brawl, which proved advantageous for Yi Jian. During the melee, it became evident that his adversary lacked the experience that Yi Jian possessed, leading to a powerful strike from Yi Jian's secondary fist technique that caused the opponent to cough up blood, indicating significant damage. Nevertheless, the opponent was a formidable master at the pinnacle of the 8th level, and it was inevitable that he possessed considerable strength. In a final desperate effort, he managed to repel Yi Jian and fled in disarray with a group of subordinates. At this juncture, Yi Jian's profound energy had dwindled to a mere fraction. Continued engagement with the opponent was not a viable option. Yi Jian's primary objective was to rescue others, rather than become embroiled in prolonged conflict. Faced with an adversary stronger than himself, Yi Jian recognized the necessity for self-improvement, as even a master at the peak of the 8th level posed a substantial challenge. He resolved to refine his 3rd-level fist technique and acquire additional combat skills, lest he find himself at a disadvantage in weapon confrontations. After repelling his opponent, Yi Jian and Zhao Xing each carried one of their companions back to the academy for treatment. By the time they returned, night had fallen. They summoned the academy's apothecary, who diagnosed them with merely superficial injuries, assuring them that a few days of rest would suffice for recovery. Once Jian had organized matters, he realized that relying solely on his own strength was insufficient. It appeared that he would need to recruit allies. Otherwise, he would be ill-prepared for future encounters with individuals like Li Linfeng. Thus, Jian decided to consult with the Zhao brothers the following day regarding this matter. Having spent a sleepless night in diligent practice, Jian had made some modest progress. When Zhao Fu and his brothers arose, the three began to discuss their plans. Jian initiated the conversation, stating, "Through the events of yesterday, I have come to the realization that our faction is still far too weak. I intend to establish a gang so that we may collectively stand against well-established factions like that of Li Xiao. Otherwise, we will remain vulnerable to their bullying." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu's excitement was palpable as he responded, "Brother Jian, just a few days ago, there were individuals who expressed interest in joining our team, and I had yet to mention it to you. If you wish to form a gang, now would be the perfect opportunity. You are currently a prominent figure in the academy, and we can leverage this to attract new members." Zhao Xing added, "Indeed, Brother Jian, since your victory over Li Linfeng, your reputation has soared. Furthermore, your recent rescue of my three brothers has inspired many individuals from humble backgrounds, like ourselves, to seek your leadership." Jian felt a surge of joy as he replied, "Is that so? I had not anticipated that I would gain such notoriety. Excellent. If any of you have friends who wish to join our gang, they will be most welcome. I will entrust this matter to Zhao Fu, as he is quite meticulous." Zhao Fu responded enthusiastically, "Very well, Brother Jian, you can rely on me for this. I have numerous individuals eager to join us. However, we must decide on a name for our gang. For instance, Li Linfeng and his followers refer to themselves as the Xingmen Gang, established by upperclassmen. What shall we name ours?" This posed quite a challenge for Jian, who remarked, "Indeed, a name holds significant importance. Let us brainstorm together." Upon the mention of naming, the four fell silent, primarily because they hailed from humble origins and had not received extensive education. They could engage in a brawl, but naming was beyond their capabilities. At this moment, the more agile-minded Zhao Wu spoke up, suggesting, "Why not name it after Brother Jian? We could call it Yimeng, or perhaps Tianmeng." Just then, Yi Xueqing approached, her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Brother, what are you all up to? Who are you naming?" The loquacious Zhao Xing interjected, "Little sister, Brother Jian wishes to establish a gang, and we are currently pondering a suitable name. We are at a loss, so perhaps you could offer your scholarly insight." Jian then addressed his sister, saying, "Xueqing, you have a few more years of education than I do. Why don't you share your thoughts and propose a name that exudes a sense of power?" Yi Xueqing scratched her head, contemplating before replying. "I believe our gang primarily comprises individuals from humble beginnings, and we should continue to recruit from the same background. Therefore, why not call ourselves Hammond? This name resonates with our current situation." Jian's eyes lit up at her suggestion, and he exclaimed, "What a splendid name. Hammond it is. Let us, the children of humble origins, band together to resist those who look down upon us." Zhao Fu and the others applauded in approval. Thus, Jian officially established the Han Men that day, yet forming a gang required applying to the academy. Otherwise, they could not erect a sign. Accordingly, Jian sought to enlist assistance from the academy to secure their sign, while he instructed Zhao Fu to disseminate the news. He also tasked Zhao Wu and Zhao Xing with delivering their recent potions to the auction house and retrieving any earnings, as establishing a gang necessitated funds, which Jian urgently required. After Zhao Fu and his companions set off, Jian and his sister proceeded to the administrative department of the academy to complete the necessary formalities for establishing their gang. Upon arrival, they discovered that the process was rather cumbersome. Not only did they need to pay a fee, but they also required a certain level of strength to establish the gang. Given Jian's current prowess, he could only create a small gang of up to 20 members. To expand the gang size, he would need to reach the peak of the 9th level martial master. Not to mention, the Xing Gang, which had a history with Jian, was a 200-member gang founded by a 9th level martial master. It was evident that Jian had to swiftly enhance his capabilities, or it would adversely affect his overall development. After paying 500 taels, he found that the administrative staff were still uncooperative, claiming it would take 3 days for approval. In desperation, Jian discreetly offered the administrative officer an additional 200 taels. Once the bribe was accepted, all necessary paperwork was completed within a morning. It seemed money truly wielded power. Once the establishment was successful, Yi Jian instructed his sister to commission a signboard for him and An to create identification badges, primarily to distinguish individuals and their respective ranks. With Han men successfully established, Yi Jian was now ready to begin recruiting, filled with vigor and determination. At this moment, Yi Jian was contemplating various matters. Chapter 28, the recruitment begins. Upon returning home, Yi Jian began to calculate his recent earnings. On one hand, the income for points, and on the other, the profits gained from selling elixirs. Previously, he had 6,000 points, and after defeating an 8th-tier expert yesterday, he received an additional 2,000 points, alongside several hundred points contributed by his subordinates. Now, Yi Jian possessed over 300 points. In addition to his substantial points, Yi Jian had also accumulated considerable wealth over the past few days. After spending 700 taels to establish his gang today, he still had over 4,000 taels remaining. With the money that Zhao Xing and his brother would bring back later, he anticipated having over 7,000 taels, a rather significant sum. With such an abundance of wealth and points, Yi Jian felt a sense of security. At the very least, he would not have to worry about finances in the short term after establishing his gang. Upon the return of Zhao Xing and Zhao Wu, Yi Jian instructed them to take the money and find a larger courtyard, given that the establishment of a gang necessitated a base. The current courtyard where Yi Jian resided could not accommodate many people. Thus, a new location was imperative. Later that evening, Zhao Fu, who had been out all day, returned and brought Yi Jian some good news. Before even entering the door, Zhao Fu called out, Brother Jian, I'm back. I have great news." Yi Jian, already aware of Zhao Fu's return, welcomed him inside and inquired, "What is this good news that has you so elated?" Zhao Fu replied, "Brother Jian, after spreading the word outside, many people are eager to join our Han men. However, I did not allow them to come today, fearing it might disturb you." Yi Jian pondered for a moment and asked, "What is the strength of those who wish to join our Han men? We currently have only 20 member slots available and need capable individuals." Zhao Fu responded, "In terms of strength, there are those at the 3rd tier, some at the 2nd tier, and even a few peak martial apprentices who wish to join us." Yi Jian said, "Those who wish to join our Han men may do so, but they must meet 3 conditions. Please help me screen them tomorrow, so only suitable candidates come and find me." Zhao Fu inquired, "Brother Jian, what are the requirements?" "Just let me know, and I'll take care of it tomorrow." Yi Jian considered for a moment before stating, "First, they must be born into the Han men, as this will instill a sense of affiliation with our gang. Second, they must possess at least the martial artist realm. We cannot accept those below this level, as our slots are limited. Third, they must have good character, which I will assess individually." Zhao Fu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Yi Jian had thought this through thoroughly. After accepting the task, he returned to his room to rest. Meanwhile, Zhao Xing and his brother found a suitable location, a courtyard that could accommodate up to 100 people, which they rented for a year at a cost of 300 taels. In Yi Jian's view, this was sufficient for the time being, and he planned to visit the site the following day. After sending Zhao Xing and his brother off, Yi Jian began his cultivation. What he needs now is to enhance his strength. Otherwise, the guild cannot flourish without a powerful individual at its helm. After a night of diligent cultivation, Yi Jian realized that the spiritual stones in his possession were dwindling. It seems necessary to send someone to procure additional stones from the mercenary group, and it would also be prudent to prepare some for his sister and the Zhao brothers, as they are individuals he deeply trusts. One cannot solely focus on personal advancement while neglecting them. After breakfast, Yi Jian, accompanied by the Zhao brothers and his sister, ventured to the newly rented courtyard. Shortly thereafter, the 5 arrived at a grand entrance, approximately 5 meters wide and 8 meters high, flanked by 2 imposing stone lions, exuding an air of majesty. Upon entering the courtyard, they discovered it was relatively spacious, suitable for martial training for guild members, capable of accommodating around 100 individuals. It appeared quite promising, prompting Yi Jian to commend the Zhao brothers, which brought them considerable joy, as gaining his acknowledgement is no small feat upon entering the inner hall. They found some furniture in disrepair, and various decorations were showing signs of age. He instructed his sister to accompany Zhao Wu to procure new furnishings and other necessities, as this was a significant undertaking for Yi Jian, who regarded it with utmost seriousness. After surveying the new premises, Yi Jian requested Zhao Fu to summon all those wishing to join the Han men. Zhao Fu departed to gather the individuals, while Yi Jian remained in the courtyard, observing. Before long, Zhao Xing located Yi Jian and informed him that the candidates had arrived in the front yard. Yi Jian was pleasantly surprised by the swiftness of their response, indicating a keen interest in joining the Han men. Upon reaching the front yard, he discovered a throng of over 100 individuals engaged in conversation, filling the space. Although not all were there to join the Han men, some belonged to other factions, seeking to ascertain Yi Jian's intentions. Standing on the platform, Yi Jian raised his voice, commanding silence. Everyone, please be quiet. I only welcome those who wish to join the Han men. If you are merely here to spectate, kindly exit to the left. You are not welcome here. Although silence fell, no one moved. Sensing something amiss, Yi Jian, with rising irritation, declared, if you believe me, Yi Jian, to be accommodating, feel free to stay. However, should I discover otherwise, you may witness how I deal with such matters. You may test me. Seeing Yi Jian's anger, many of the onlookers departed, yet over 50 remained. Yi Jian then spoke again. I appreciate the trust you all have placed in me, Yi Jian. For those wishing to join the Han men, I express my gratitude. However, there are certain requirements for entry. A wave of murmurs arose from the crowd, inquiring about these requirements. Yi Jian gestured for Zhao Fu to convey the stipulations he had outlined the previous day. Zhao Fu, with resolve, stated, there are many who wish to join our Han men, but our capacity is limited. We are only accepting 20 individuals, and we do not recruit those below the rank of Martial Master or those not born of the Han men. Those who have committed the heinous act of rape are not permitted to join the Cold Gate, and all aspiring members must undergo a rigorous evaluation by the leader. Should any attempt to deceive be uncovered, there will be no mercy shown. At this moment, a sense of trepidation swept through a group of individuals, some seeking to gain sustenance from the Cold Gate, while others lacked the requisite strength to ascend to the Martial Master realm. Among them, a modestly dressed man inquired, Brother Jian, is it impossible for someone like me, who has reached the pinnacle of martial apprentice, to join the Cold Gate? I hold you in the highest regard and hope you might grant us an opportunity. Yi Jian pondered briefly before responding, recognizing the inappropriateness of the situation. Fear not, brothers who lack sufficient strength. You may initially join the periphery of the Cold Gate. Once your abilities are enhanced, your performance will determine your admission to the inner circle. Those who were inadequately prepared exhaled in relief, deciding to enter the outer ranks of the Cold Gate. Nonetheless, a faction among them began to contemplate subterfuge. Yet Yi Jian was no fool. He had devised a strategy the previous day to prevent these troublemakers from infiltrating the Cold Gate. Chapter 29. Selection through Combat. Yi Jian instructed the Zhao brothers to commence the registration of candidates, meticulously documenting those who met the criteria while relegating the unqualified to the outer ranks. He instructed the unqualified to return home, leaving only those who were deemed suitable in the front courtyard. After the others departed, 36 individuals remained. To deter those attempting to exploit the Cold Gate, Yi Jian resolved to conduct a selection through combat. This method would reveal those with genuine prowess, while exposing those merely seeking to benefit without merit. Typically, those seeking to exploit resources join various factions to access their benefits and learn martial techniques, yet they lack the dedication to practice diligently. The true nature of these individuals will be laid bare through combat. Yi Jian directed Zhao Fu to randomize the names and ranks, arranging a lottery for the matches. However, mere victory would not guarantee admission. The overall performance of each participant would be the determining factor. The lottery proceeded swiftly, and soon the matchups were established. The first bout featured two contenders of the third level of Martial Master. Their strengths were comparable, yet one, namely AO, left a favorable impression on Yi Jian. His opponent, evidently a welfare seeker, exhibited poorly learned combat skills. Despite possessing third-level strength, he had not mastered his abilities. In contrast, Li Ao, evidently from humble origins, had diligently practiced even the most basic techniques to a commendable degree. The first match concluded swiftly, followed by 3 more bouts, during which Yi Jian identified several high-ranking participants whose skills were abysmal, leading to their immediate disqualification. The martial arts competition was rather intriguing. A young lad, who had just recently ascended to the rank of a martial artist, unexpectedly drew an opponent of the 4th tier. However, this young warrior, undeterred by the challenge, persevered in combat until he could bear it no longer and ultimately succumbed. This outcome brought a sense of solace to Yi Jian, leading him to recruit both fighters into his fold. In the subsequent contests, Yi Jian identified several promising individuals, silently committing their names to memory for future cultivation. As the day of competition drew to a close, he he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ultimately, only 18 contenders remained, although he had not amassed sufficient numbers. Jian was resolute in not allowing the inept to join the ranks of the Han sect. Thus, the recruitment for the day concluded. In total, he enlisted 2 members of the 4th tier and 5 of the 3rd tier, with the remainder predominantly at the 2nd and 1st tiers. Despite the overall modesty of their prowess, Jian possessed methods to swiftly elevate their abilities. After a long day, Jian instructed the newly appointed members to gather their belongings and prepare to relocate the following day, with a collective assembly scheduled for the morning. While the recruitment had been successfully executed, Jian still needed to allocate tasks. A faction requires not only a leader, but also capable aides, prompting him to contemplate the distribution of these roles. As night fell, he continued his training, experiencing the allure of the unnamed martial art. Through these days of rigorous practice, Jian's strength had notably advanced. The next morning, he arrived at the front courtyard to find many individuals already present, indicating their earnest regard for the Han sect, which filled him with gratitude. Upon his arrival, silence enveloped the crowd. Jian, accompanied by the Zhao brothers and his sister, approached the platform to announce the distribution of roles. Clearing his throat, he welcomed everyone to the Han sect, proclaiming that from this day forth, they were all family. Yet, within a family, leadership and management were essential, and thus he would outline the assignments. Jian continued, stating that although the Han sect was currently small, it required suitable individuals for governance. He proposed to organize them into 2 divisions, named the Azure Dragon Hall and the White Tiger Hall. Initially, only these 2 would be established, with the intention to form additional halls as the sect expanded. The Zhao brothers enthusiastically applauded this decision, which elevated Jian's esteem for them even further. He proceeded to delineate specific roles, appointing Xianxia as the vice leader of the sect, while Zhao Fu would take charge of the Azure Dragon Hall, with Zhao Wu as the vice hall master. The leader of the White Tiger Hall would be Zhao Xing, and the selection of the vice hall master would occur among the members, requiring some time to assess their performances before finalizing the decision. At this moment, the Zhao brothers were taken aback, as Zhao Fu, possessing the highest strength at the 3rd tier, was to lead, while his 2 brothers were both at the 1st tier. Their strength may not rank among the top, yet they are among the first cohort to follow Jian, which is precisely why Jian entrusts them with such significant responsibilities. Of course, Jian must expedite their development, for insufficient strength cannot command respect. Aside from the unexpected reactions of the Zhao brothers, the most surprising element is Xianxia, Jian's sister. Jian is well aware of her exceptional talent. With ample spirit stones and sufficient elixirs, her capabilities would undoubtedly soar. Among all, Jian places the utmost trust in Xianxia, which is why he appoints her as the vice leader, allowing her to primarily oversee the financial matters of the gang. This arrangement provides Jian with peace of mind. The others below do not dwell on this, considering it a normal occurrence. Everyone feels invigorated, determined to perform well in hopes of securing a position within the cold door. Thus, the personnel arrangements have been established, and the next step involves the organization of other gang members. Jian mandates that each member must engage in no less than 6 hours of cultivation daily, requiring morning assemblies where the heads of various halls address the members. Additionally, reward will be distributed based on the cultivation progress each month. The gang members secretly rejoice, eager to cultivate diligently and earn Jian's recognition. Once the arrangements were finalized, Jian summoned his sister and the Zhao brothers to the inner hall to delegate various tasks. The specific assignments are as follows. Xianxia will oversee the entire financial flow of the gang, primarily managing Jian's resources, including spirit stones and elixirs. Zhao Fu will lead the Qinglong Hall, responsible for the trade of spirit herbs and elixirs. Zhao Xing will head the Baihu Hall, managing the procurement of spirit stones and the bodies of magical beasts. This delegation allows Jian to focus on his cultivation. After issuing these directives, he instructs Zhao Xing to gather a few individuals to procure some spirit stones. Jian is in urgent need of spirit stones, both to enhance his own strength and to provide Zhao Fu and the others with resources, enabling them to cultivate rapidly. Jian also harbors his own unique ambitions. While he can currently derive some profit from elixirs, it is insufficient. He must sustain a considerable number of people, necessitating a vast amount of wealth. It seems Jian must devise a method to secure a stable income for the gang. Chapter 30. Enhancing Strength. Jian understands that to generate revenue, he must first elevate his own strength and that of the gang members. Without the protection of power, the gang will not endure in the long term. Jian begins to contemplate how to advance his cultivation. Currently, he is at the pinnacle of the fifth realm of martial arts. It appears he must find a way to break through. However, each breakthrough requires not only talent, but also a substantial amount of spirit stones to facilitate the process. Through the cultivation of the nameless technique, Jian has developed a refined yet limited amount of profound energy within him. To achieve a breakthrough in strength, he sees only two viable paths. One is to practice an intermediate yellow tier technique, and the other is to amass a significant quantity of spirit stones to enhance his profound energy. However, with over 8,000 points at his disposal, he could indeed exchange for an intermediate yellow tier technique, yet he prefers to reserve his points for more pressing matters, thus relying on spirit stones for advancement. On one hand, Jian must contemplate his own strength. On the other, he must consider the capabilities of his guild members, particularly the current leaders. Without formidable power, fulfilling their roles would be exceedingly challenging, a dilemma that weighs heavily on Jian's mind. Consequently, he turns to the system for assistance. Upon inquiry, he discovers a suitable technique for his guild members, an advanced yellow tier technique primarily designed to accelerate the cultivation of profound energy and enhance the practitioner's physique. Most of Jian's members hail from humble beginnings, lacking robust constitutions, which poses a significant hindrance to their future training. Thus, he reluctantly spends 7,000 points to exchange for this advanced yellow tier technique, and utilizes the remaining points to acquire a martial skill that enhances weapon attack power, sufficient for the current needs of his guild. Having secured the techniques, Jian proceeds to the front hall, where he finds the leader of the White Tiger Hall. Xianxia has returned, bringing back a substantial amount of spirit stones, and is currently coordinating with Xianxia. Upon noticing Jian's arrival, Xianxia eagerly informs him, "Brother Jian, I've successfully procured the spirit stones. It cost a total of 7,000 taels for 22nd tier spirit stones and 8 third tier stones." Win responds, "This price is quite reasonable. Last time, I spent 5,000 taels for only 10 second tier stones and 5 third tier ones." Xianxia replies, "Indeed. I made sure not to let us incur losses. I haggled fiercely with the Tiger mercenary group, and after much negotiation, they finally conceded to this price." Jian laughs heartily. "Haha, I didn't realize you possessed such skills, Xianxia. From now on, apply yourself diligently to save our guild some funds wherever possible. Well done. Later, I shall reward you with some good items." Elated by Jian's praise, Xianxia eagerly anticipates what rewards Jian will bestow upon them. After Xianxia notifies the guild's key figures to convene, Jian and Xianxia await in the front hall. Before long, Zhao Fu and Zhao Wu arrive, and seeing the dedicated efforts of his comrades fills Jian with great satisfaction. Once everyone is seated, Jian begins to speak. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the contributions made by my brothers over the past few days. To show my appreciation, I have brought forth some delightful items to uplift your spirits." Zhao Fu interjects, "Brother Jian, it is our duty to contribute for the humble origins." As Xianxia observed that Zhao Fu was losing his composure, he inquired, "Brother Jian, what is this mysterious item?" Jian merely smiled in silence. To his surprise, even his sister could no longer contain her curiosity and urged, "Brother, please tell us." "We're all on tenterhooks." Unable to prolong the suspense any further, Jian revealed, "I have prepared for you all an advanced yellow-grade cultivation method, along with a martial technique specifically designed for you." Zhao Wu, astonished, exclaimed, "An advanced yellow-grade cultivation method? No way, Brother Jian, am I hearing this correctly?" Witnessing the astonishment on their faces, Jian recognized that in the eyes of the Zhao brothers, an advanced yellow-grade cultivation method was indeed a remarkable treasure, typically reserved for students within the academy. As individuals from humble beginnings, they had only practiced the most basic yellow-grade techniques. The acquisition of an advanced method would significantly enhance their capabilities. Jian produced the cultivation method from his robe and stated, "This technique is called the Yi Jing. Its primary function is to accelerate your training speed, and it also possesses an excellent secondary benefit. It can improve your physical constitution, which will greatly aid your breakthroughs in strength." He continued, "As for the martial technique, its level is not particularly high. It is primarily an auxiliary skill. After employing this technique, you can infuse your weapon with profound energy, amplifying its power up to threefold. which will be immensely beneficial in your practical combat. Zhao Fu, brimming with excitement, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Jian. We never expected you to be so generous to us. My brothers and I will diligently cultivate and strive to make greater contributions to the clan. Seeing the three of them so animated, Yi Jian smiled and presented them with 6 second-tier spirit stones, urging them to commence their training without delay. Of course, Yi Jian had stipulations. They were to achieve a breakthrough within 7 days, or they would face repercussions. The three brothers took their leave, retreating to their rooms to cultivate. Left alone with his sister, Yi Jian advised, Sister, once they have completed their training with the technique and martial skill, you shall keep them safe. However, refrain from practicing this method yourself. Once you reach the rank of martial master, I will find a cultivation method specifically suited for young ladies. Ye Vunking, Chad Fully Replied, Alrit. Brother, I understand. I will strive to become a martial master as soon as possible. He entrusted her with 2 third-tier spirit stones and 5 second-tier spirit stones for safekeeping, encouraging her to utilize these stones to enhance her strength. Yet, given her current low cultivation level, even a single second-tier spirit stone would last her several days. Yi Jian now had 6 third-tier spirit stones and 9 second-tier spirit stones remaining. If he converted them into points, it would amount to a considerable sum. However, Yi Jian did not rush to exchange them. Instead, he first traded the corpses of several magical beasts he had acquired from Xiaoxing for points. Upon adding the points from these exchanges, Yi Jian found himself with a mere 300 points, rendering him somewhat financially strained. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, knowing that enhancing the strength of the Zhao brothers would yield significant benefits for him in the future. Yi Jian understood that one cannot solely focus on enhancing their own strength while neglecting others. Such an approach would only serve to widen the gap between them. Therefore, he resolved to elevate his prowess alongside the members of his faction. He retained the 3 third-level spirit stones for future advancement and exchanged the remaining 9 second-level spirit stones for 1,800 points. While his total of over 2,000 points was not substantial, Yi Jian felt a sense of contentment, as having something was certainly better than having nothing. The next step for Yi Jian was to break through to a higher level of strength. Chapter 31. Assisting my sister's breakthrough after attending to the affairs of the guild, Yi Jian returned to his chamber to prepare for the impending breakthrough that evening. He exchanged 1,000 points for a second-level formation within the system. This formation primarily served to provide assistance during breakthroughs, offering both protective benefits and enhancing the practitioner's cultivation speed. Particularly during the critical moment of a breakthrough, employing this formation would significantly increase the likelihood of success. Although Yi Jian did not require such a formation for himself, he intended to bestow it upon his sister, who was on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of a martial apprentice. He knew that imparting this formation to her would be immensely beneficial for her advancement. However, upon testing its effectiveness, he encountered an unfortunate dilemma. All his second-level spirit stones have been converted into points, and this formation could only be activated with second-level spirit stones, leaving Yi Jian quite disheartened. It seemed he would have to reserve it for his sister's use. Consequently, Yi Jian utilized the unnamed technique, supplemented by a 3rd-level spirit stone, to break through to the 5th level of martial master. After a night of diligent effort, he successfully attained the 6th level of martial master by dawn. Now, should he face an opponent at the 8th level of martial master, Yi Jian would find himself capable of easily defeating them. With each stage of advancement, his profound energy had increased considerably. He could now execute 3 second-level punches, allowing him to continue refining his 3rd-level punches. Should he master the 3rd-level punches, he would be well equipped to contend with opponents at the 9th level of martial master, and he believed he would not suffer undue disadvantage. Upon rising, Yi Jian made his way to his sister's room and called her out. Xueqing, I have a wonderful gift for you that you should find quite useful. Yi Xueqing responded with delight. Brother, how do you acquire so many wonderful things? What is it? Let me see. Seeing his mischievous sister brought Yi Jian great joy, and he presented her with the 2nd-level formation, encouraging her to use it for her breakthrough that evening. Surprised by the formation's potential, his sister was eager to try it out. However, Yi Jian knew she had likely cultivated for an extended period the previous night and cautioned her against overexerting herself, lest her body suffer the consequences. They agreed that he would protect her during her breakthrough later that night, and only then did she acquiesce. Together, they proceeded to the front hall of the guild. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the sounds of a skirmish emanating from the courtyard. prompting Yi Jian and Yi Xueqing to curiously approach the source of the commotion. During a martial arts competition, Zhao Fu, the master of the Qinglong Hall, engaged in a fierce duel with a fourth-tier member of a rival gang, displaying an exceptional level of skill that left the outcome uncertain. At that moment, Yi Jian discerned that Zhao Fu had transcended the third tier of martial artistry, which explained his remarkable prowess, earning him the admiration of other gang members. Yi Jian felt immense joy witnessing Zhao Fu's rapid ascension in strength. It was apparent that the cultivation technique was indeed potent. He was also grateful to the heavens for bestowing upon him this system, which had enabled him to discover such techniques for his comrades. After their bout, Yi Jian praised Zhao Fu, urging Zhao Xing and Zhao Wu to diligently cultivate, striving for their own breakthroughs. Zhao Fu expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Yi Jian, but refrained from elaborating, promptly returning to his hall to commence the day's morning meeting. Following the meeting, Yi Jian engaged in a friendly spar with other members, who soon recognized a significant improvement in prowess and eagerly sought his guidance. Yi Jian willingly shared his training methods and techniques with the gang members, fostering a spirit of camaraderie. As the day swiftly passed, Yi Jian felt a profound sense of satisfaction observing the enthusiasm of his fellow members. Upon returning to the courtyard, he discovered his sister immersed in studying the second-tier formation he had provided her that morning. Yi Jian joined her in the exploration of the formation, known as the Xianxia array, which required a second-tier spirit stone as its core, supplemented by lesser spirit stones for proper arrangement. When a practitioner cultivates within the array, channeling their energy into the core will activate the entire formation. However, the Xianxia array ought not to be underestimated, as its configuration follows a precise pattern. Any deviation from the blueprint would render it inoperable and waste the spirit stones. Both siblings approached the task with utmost seriousness, and after an hour of meticulous arrangement, they successfully established the array as required. Yi Jian encouraged his sister to enter the formation and imparted various techniques to her, enabling her to commence her cultivation, with hopes that she might achieve a breakthrough that very night. Yi Jian remained vigilant, ready to protect her as she practiced within the array. Observing his sister's earnest demeanor and her adept execution of the techniques, he recognized that she had diligently prepared for this momentous occasion. Before she entered the array, Yi Jian instructed her to consume the qi-gathering pill he had previously given her. However, his sister expressed a desire to attempt the breakthrough independently. Yi Jian did not press her, but insisted that she should take the pill if she encountered difficulties, as he was acutely aware of the potential dangers a failed breakthrough could pose to her well-being. Yet, with his sister now inside the array, all Yi Jian could do was anxiously await the outcome. Nevertheless, he held unwavering confidence in her abilities, recalling that, from their childhood memories, Yi Xueqing's talent far surpassed his own. If it were not for the extraordinary system assisting Yi Jian, it is likely that he would not have even reached the pinnacle of a martial apprentice. After 3 hours of contemplation, Yi Xueqing began preparing for a breakthrough. At this moment, Yi Jian felt a surge of anxiety, as his sister had yet to consume her elixir, which left him somewhat apprehensive. However, Yi Xueqing did not disappoint her brother. With the support of the formation, she diligently pursued her breakthrough. Her complexion began to flush, indicating that she was on the verge of success. With a resonant hum, Yi Xueqing successfully achieved her breakthrough. Yet, she did not cease her efforts. Instead, she retrieved another elixir, seemingly intent on continuing her ascent. Witnessing his sister's audacious determination, Yi Jian could only watch in exasperation, unable to interrupt her lest it disrupt her concentration. Following the elixir's effects, she advanced to the first level of a martial master by dawn. Yi Jian felt immense joy at witnessing his sister's remarkable achievement, finding greater happiness in her success than in his own. Upon waking, Yi Xueqing cheerfully exclaimed, "Brother, brother, I am now a martial master. I owe it all to your formation and the elixirs. Otherwise, I might have struggled to break through." Yi Jian responded, "Sister, you have always possessed superior talent. Your breakthrough is primarily a result of your own dedication. I am proud of you. But please refrain from such impulsive endeavors in the future, as it causes me great concern." Observing her brother, who had stayed awake all night worrying for her, Yi Xueqing felt a pang of guilt. After urging him to retire and rest, she happily ventured out, presumably to seek out mentor Jinlin. Chapter 32. The inevitable trouble arrives. Although Yi Jian felt a hint of drowsiness, he understood the importance of remaining vigilant. Thus, he began practicing his unnamed technique. After dedicating the morning to his training, he appeared invigorated and had made considerable progress through his exercises. However, in the afternoon, while meditating in the courtyard, he was interrupted by several members of his faction. One member urgently reported, "Chief, trouble has arisen. Members of the Xingming gang have come to challenge us and seek you out." Jian had anticipated this scenario. The establishment of the Han men within the academy would undoubtedly reach the ears of the Xing gang. After he had previously injured one of their hall leaders, it was clear they would not let him off easily, especially now that he had founded the Han men. They seemed unable to tolerate his actions any longer. Consequently, Jian rushed to the front gate with his brothers. Upon arrival, he found that the Han men brothers had already engaged in a skirmish with the gang's lackeys. Though outnumbered, the Han men, under the leadership of the Zhaofu brothers, held their ground valiantly. With Jian's arrival, the Han men members gained a renewed sense of purpose and intensified their efforts in the fray. Nevertheless, Jian was aware that dueling was prohibited within the academy, so he called for a ceasefire. It appeared the Xing gang sought to provoke the Han men and then shift the blame onto them, aiming to incite the academy's intervention against Jian. Jian was undoubtedly aware of the adversary's cunning scheme, swiftly halting his companions. Upon noticing the members of the Han men refraining from hostility, the leader of the opposing faction made his entrance. A figure wielding a short sword approached, flanked by a group that included the hall master injured by Jian previously, as well as Li Linfeng and a Shao among others. The initial speaker proclaimed, "I am Wang Tianyu, the leader of the Xingmeng, here today to seek an explanation from your Han men. Might I inquire as to the whereabouts of your leader, Jian?" Jian stepped forward and replied, "I am Jian, the leader of the Han men. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Wang Tianyu, with a disdainful sneer, retorted, "So you are Jian. It was you who injured one of my hall masters outside the academy last time. I have come to demand an explanation. Yet, Wien Kantarit. On that occasion, it was your Xingming who initiated the abduction. I merely acted to rescue someone, so I bear no blame." Wang Tianyu lowered his voice, asserting, "Do you have evidence to support your claim of abduction? Do not slander us without cause." Recognizing the provocation for what it was, Jian decided to turn the tables. He laughed heartily, saying, "Since you refuse to acknowledge it, then I suppose I did not injure your hallmaster. Perhaps he merely injured himself due to his own inadequate strength." The laughter from the Han men resonated, leaving the Xingmeng at a loss for a counter. Wang Tianyu, incensed, declared, "Very well, Jian, I may not have the upper hand in this exchange, but the Xingming hereby challenges your Han men. Dare you accept this challenge?" Understanding that his adversaries sought to suppress him during the nascent stages of the Han men, Jian could not show weakness. To concede now would tarnish the Han men's reputation within the academy, precisely what they desired. Yet, Jian was not naive, given the current strength of the Han men. They were ill-equipped to defeat their challengers. Thus, he responded, "The Han men will certainly accept your challenge. However, as we have only recently been established, is it appropriate for you to challenge us now? Should word of this reach others, it would seem you are taking advantage of our fledgling status." Wang Tianyu retorted, "Indeed, taking advantage of the weak does not align with the principles of the Xingming. I grant you 7 days to prepare. Let us see if you dare to accept our challenge." Reflecting on this, Jian found it fortuitous. While he did not fear the confrontation in terms of strength, his martial skills required refinement. With 7 days to hone his abilities, he believed he could emerge victorious. Jian affirmed, "Very well, we shall meet at the academy's arena in 7 days. Yet, Wang Tianyu had ulterior motives. Aware that Jian was not to be underestimated, he proposed a condition. The Xingming and the Han men would each send 3 participants to battle, with the winner determined by best 2 out of 3 matches. The losing side would be compelled to disband their faction within the academy. Having already acquiesced, Jian had no choice but to accept their stipulation, though he remained undaunted. Jian realized he must not only enhance his own strength, but also bolster that of Zhao Fu and the others. Otherwise, even if he triumphed in one match, it would prove insufficient. Upon Jian's agreement, the members of the Xing gang departed with joy, perhaps believing he was courting trouble. However, Jian harbored a different perspective. He saw this as an opportune moment to eliminate the Xing gang, thereby freeing himself from any future conflicts within the academy. After closing the door, he summoned everyone to discuss strategies for the upcoming 3 matches. He called forth several of the more skilled members of the gang. Zhao Fu, a 4th-level martial master. Xianxia, also a 4th-level martial master. and Li Ao, who had just recently ascended to the 4th level. The promising young man who had performed admirably during the recruitment tournament. Although the Zhao brothers had yet to reach the 4th level, they had achieved the 3rd level of martial mastery. The significance of these matches was paramount, and Jian felt compelled to select only the most capable participants to ensure victory. In the forthcoming duel, Jian would face the leader of the Xingang, while Zhao Fu would confront one of the Hall Masters, with Li Ao being granted an exception to compete in the 3rd match. However, aside from Jian, the other two would be up against formidable opponents at the 8th level of martial mastery, a stark disparity in strength, leaving Jian as the only one with a feasible chance of triumph. Determined not to accept defeat, Jian resolved to train the two of them diligently over the next 7 days, hoping to elevate their skills. Jian planned to venture into the monster beast mountain range with Zhao Fu and Li Ao, accompanied by Xiao Ke. This journey would serve dual purposes. Jian aimed to hone his combat techniques and gather points with Xiao Ke's assistance, which could be exchanged for martial skills for Zhao Fu and Li Ao, thereby enhancing their chances of success. Consequently, he instructed the leader of the White Tiger Hall to oversee gang affairs while his sister managed the transaction of medicinal pills. With these arrangements made, Jian sent Zhao Fu and Li Ao to gather their belongings, as time was of the essence. Should their abilities not improve within the week, the Han clan could face defeat. Jian intended to fetch Xiao Ke from his sister's room, having neglected her care during this period. Upon his arrival, Xiao Ke was elated, for Jian's visits typically heralded good fortune. She joyfully ran into his embrace, and after collecting her, the trio bid farewell to the others, entrusting their remaining medicinal pills to his sister for sale at the auction house, while advising Zhao Xing and the others to remain vigilant regarding the movements of the Xing alliance and to continue their cultivation diligently. Thus Jian, along with the 2 companions and 1 beast, set forth towards the monster beast mountain range, fully aware that this journey would likely entail numerous dangers. Chapter 33. Training in the monster beast mountain range. Rather than heading directly to the mountain range, Jian and his companions first visited the mercenary base in Qingyang County, where he intended to procure a map of the monster beast mountain range from the leader of the Tiger Brigade. Venturing into the mountain range blindly, as he had in the past, would be a waste of precious time. If Jian could obtain a map of the mercenary group, it would greatly aid him in his quest to locate magical beasts within the mountains. However, it remains uncertain whether Lu Dahu of the Tiger Mercenary Group would be willing to sell it to him. The 3 individuals spent the entire morning reaching the mercenary base, and upon arriving at the Tiger Mercenary Group's headquarters, they found Lu Dahu and engaged him in conversation. Jian spoke directly. Dahu, I haven't come here to purchase spirit stones. Rather, I seek your assistance. Lu Dahu, aware of Jian's formidable strength and the establishment of his own faction, regarded him with great respect. With a smile, Lu Dahu replied, Brother Jian, feel free to speak. Anything within my power, I shall gladly assist you with. For we are now partners. Jian continued, I intend to venture into the magical beast mountains shortly to hunt some creatures. Yet my experience in navigating those lands is rather limited. I would like to procure a map of the magical beast mountains from you. Your mercenary group frequently travels there, so I believe you possess your own map. Jian understood that every mercenary group safeguards its own secret maps, rarely sharing them with outsiders, as doing so would jeopardize their livelihood. Lu Dahu hesitated, saying, Brother Jian, as you know, a map is one of the most crucial assets for a mercenary group. It cannot be easily given away, or else our group would struggle to survive. Jian recognized that attempting to purchase the map with money would likely be futile, and he had no intention of resorting to coercion. Such tactics were not in his nature. It appeared that he could only offer medicinal pills in exchange. Noticing that Lu Dahu's strength had stagnated at the 1st level of martial mastery, Jian surmised that presenting him with a few second-tier pills would likely facilitate a transaction. Although second-tier pills were available in the market, they were often restricted to powerful families, making it challenging for smaller mercenary groups like theirs to acquire them. Thus, Jian proposed, I sincerely seek your assistance. How about this? I shall give each of your brothers a second-tier qi gathering pill in exchange for the map. Lu Dahu and his companion were taken aback by Jian's ability to produce medicinal pills. They had encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation, as their current techniques were insufficient for further advancement. The prospect of obtaining second-tier qi gathering pills greatly excited them, as they believed it would swiftly elevate their power. Unable to resist the allure, Lu Dahu conceded. Since Brother Jian has offered, I shall gladly trade. I will provide you with the map I have painstakingly drawn over the years, and I sincerely appreciate your pills. It would be wonderful if you could share more pills with our mercenary group in future. Yi Jian, recognizing Lu Dahu's integrity from their recent cooperation, readily agreed. He understood that Lu Dahu was not a deceitful person, but rather a small mercenary group leader struggling to survive at the grassroots level. If he could assist them, Yi Jian would certainly do so. Thus, the exchange of the map with Lu Dahu was successfully completed. Though the elixirs were indeed valuable, Yi Jian regarded the map as the most crucial asset. With this map in hand, he and his companions could venture deeper into the Beast Mountain range. Originally, Lu Dahu had intended to invite Yi Jian and his companions to a meal before their departure, but Yi Jian, aware of the time constraints, opted for a brief repast instead, and the trio promptly resumed their journey toward the Beast Mountain range. By the time Yi Jian and his companions arrived at the mountain range, night had fallen. They found a suitable spot to kindle a fire and commence their meditation and cultivation. Zhao Fu and Li Ao understood that Yi Jian had brought them along to enhance their abilities, so whenever they had a moment, they diligently practiced. Witnessing their commitment brought joy to Yi Jian's heart. What Yi Jian aimed to do now was to study the map thoroughly, intending to hunt some magical beasts in the mountain range the following day and subsequently exchange the points earned for martial arts techniques, thereby enabling Zhao Fu and Li Ao to elevate their prowess in a short span of time. As for Yi Jian himself, he sought to improve his martial skills through the defeat of magical beasts, advancing his proficiency in the level 3 fist technique. Yi Jian discovered that the map was extraordinarily detailed, and Lu Dahu from the mercenary group had specifically advised him about the locations abundant with level 2 and level 3 magical beasts, cautioning him against venturing to the eastern side of the mountain range, where predominantly level 4 and level 5 beasts roamed in significant numbers. Yi Jian was well aware that his current strength was insufficient for such an endeavor. However, once he perfected the level 3 fist, he should be able to explore that area with confidence, at the very least for self-preservation. After meticulously studying the map, Yi Jian began his cultivation, hoping to enhance his strength swiftly. The trio, having cultivated throughout the night, felt revitalized and set off at dawn toward the level 3 magical Beast Mountain range. Upon reaching the area, Xiao Ku was inexplicably elated. Yi Jian released Xiao Ku, allowing her to venture into the mountains alone, knowing that she must have discovered some spiritual herbs, as her excitement was unmistakable. Meanwhile, Yi Jian, Zhao Fu, and Li Ao commenced their hunt for magical beasts, each employing their unique skills to vanquish their foes. Zhao Fu had activated the auxiliary martial skill that Yi Jian had bestowed upon him, and with this enhancement, he was on a rampage, soon defeating a level 3 magical beast. Not to be outdone, Li Ao was engaged in combat with another level 3 beast, and from Yi Jian's perspective, that beast was on the brink of collapse. Yi Jian, demonstrating his prowess, faced off against 3 level 3 wolf-like magical beasts simultaneously, engaging in an intense battle. In a matter of moments, he dispatched them using the level 2 fist technique, feeling elated as he collected the remains of the magical beasts. Upon opening the head of one beast, he discovered a level 3 spirit stone, which delighted him greatly, for not all magical beasts yielded spirit stones. A 1 in 3 chance was indeed quite commendable. After a day of relentless hunting, as night fell, Yi Jian had accumulated 5 spirit stones, having vanquished approximately 20 magical beasts. In contrast, Zhao Fu and Li Ao each managed to secure only 2 spirit stones. Despite their modest haul, Yi Jian recognized that both companions had exerted considerable effort, as evidenced by their labored breaths, indicating their qi was nearly depleted. Yi Jian retrieved several first-grade pills he had exchanged for in the system, which could replenish qi, and distributed them among his comrades, urging them to recover swiftly. The danger of the magical beast mountains loomed large if their qi did not restore promptly. While his companions recuperated, Yi Jian discreetly exchanged the corpses of the magical beasts for points, yielding a significant income of over 3,000 points. Coupled with the spirit stones in his possession, he anticipated further exchanges. Chapter 34, Breakthrough in Martial Skills. Yi Jian calculated his points, with the remaining 1,000 points from before. He now had a total of 4,000 points. He decided to retain 3 spirit stones for cultivation and exchange the other 2 for points, recognizing his urgent need for more. He intended to procure a martial skill for Zhao Fu and Li Ao for their upcoming duel, and he, too, required a suitable weapon. Relying solely on hand-to-hand combat would diminish his chances of victory. During his leisure, Jian explored the system and discovered a martial skill that could instantaneously enhance his strength. Upon activation, this skill would elevate his abilities by 30% for a brief period. With this, he could potentially reach the 8th level of a martial master. However, this advanced yellow-grade martial skill was not inexpensive, requiring over 8,000 points. Although not classified as a top-tier skill, it would be immensely beneficial for Jian and his companions. It appeared that Jian would need to venture deeper into the territory of high-level magical beasts tomorrow, as accumulating points in the short term was crucial. After a night of cultivation, the trio felt rejuvenated and set forth towards the perilous location mentioned by Lu Dehu, aware of the imminent dangers. They had no choice but to take the risk. Upon reaching their destination, they indeed encountered a level 4 magical beast, a black bear, which seemed well-fed and ready to rest. Jian, with his current strength, could handle a level 4 beast without issue. However, facing it alone would be challenging. Thus, the trio prepared to launch a coordinated assault on the creature. Jian took the initiative, charging at the black bear while Zhao Fu provided support. And Li Ao positioned himself for a surprise attack. Although Jian was the primary aggressor, he maneuvered with ease against the beast. Before long, the bear was visibly injured. Jian then shouted, "Zhao Fu, Li Ao, divert attention. I'm about to unleash my martial skill." Zhao Fu and Li Ao complied, drawing the black bear towards Li Ao as Jian began to employ his second-level fist technique. With a swift strike, Jian delivered a blow to the back of the black bear's head. Before the creature could react, it succumbed to his powerful punch. The three of them easily dispatched the black bear and, fortuitously, obtained a level 4 spiritual stone, which brought them considerable joy. Thus, the trio continued to collaborate in their hunt for magical beasts, and before long, they captured another level 4 beast. Although this time they did not acquire any spiritual stones, their spirits remained high, as their combat experience was rapidly improving through these encounters. After a brief respite, they resumed their onslaught against the magical beasts. By evening, they had exhausted their energy, despite Jian's medicinal pills providing some support. Their bodies were weary, necessitating a period of meditation for recovery. They decided to cease their activities and make their way back to the camp from the previous day. Throughout the day's battles, they had amassed a significant bounty. Not only had they collected numerous beast carcasses, but they had also secured 4 level 4 spiritual stones, which delighted them greatly. After handing over the stones to Jian, the other two hurried to rest at the camp. Jian, unable to utilize the level 4 spiritual stones for his cultivation, opted to exchange them for points. To his surprise, each stone could be exchanged for 1,000 points, which filled him with joy. With his current points exceeding 8,000, and with the addition of the beast carcasses from today, he surpassed the 10,000 mark. Without hesitation, he redeemed a high-tier yellow rank martial technique. He realized that his martial skills were no longer sufficient for his needs, prompting him to plan a day of rest for everyone tomorrow to practice their techniques thoroughly. After 2 consecutive days of relentless fighting, fatigue had set in for all, and Jian deemed a day of rest beneficial, especially considering that Zhao Fu and Li Ao might struggle with continued exertion. As the night passed, on the 3rd morning, Zhao Fu noticed Jian had not yet set out and inquired, "Brother Jian, are we heading back to mountains today? We should leave early to slay more magical beasts." Jian replied, "I understand your eagerness to hunt more beasts, but today I have a task for you. Once we complete this task, we can proceed." Zhao Fu and Li Ao gazed at Jian with curiosity. Feeling slightly awkward, Jian explained previously, "I acquired a martial technique, and it is fortuitous that we can utilize it now. Today, we shall practice this technique to enhance our strengths before venturing into the Beast Mountains." At the mention of the martial technique, Li Ao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, revealing his fervent dedication to martial cultivation, a trait that Jian found admirable. After imparting the technique to his companions, Jian turned his attention to honing his own skills. He had memorized the training methods for this technique the previous day, finding them not overly challenging. Thus, he planned to practice today as well, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. This martial technique is known as the Qi refinement decision, primarily designed to enhance one's strength within a brief period. Although its current efficacy yields a mere 30% increase in power within the realm of the leaf sword system, there exist cultivation methods of earth and heaven grade, albeit requiring a substantial amount of points. Presently, Leaf Sword can only exchange for this technique. However, this martial art is not without its drawbacks. Its utilization incurs side effects on the body, necessitating subsequent training for recovery. Thus, it is reserved for critical moments. Zhao Fu and his companion understood Leaf Sword's intentions, as it effectively provided them with a life-saving martial art, deeply moving them. At this juncture, Leaf Sword arrived in a densely wooded area to commence his practice of the 8 Extremes Fist. Having only mastered the 2nd level of the fist, he intended to advance to the 3rd level today. The 3rd level is not particularly challenging to cultivate. It primarily depends on whether Leaf Sword can consecutively execute the 3rd level strikes. With each elevation in rank, the power of this technique amplifies. The 2nd level requires the ability to break 2 large trees in a single strike, while the 3rd level demands the capacity to break 3. Observing Leaf Sword as he began his training, he tirelessly practiced the technique, once, twice, thrice, yet failed to succeed. Undeterred by the toll on his body, he continued to consume medicinal pills to restore his chi and pressed on with his practice. After numerous attempts, Leaf Sword began to grasp the essential points of the technique and prepared himself for a serious effort. With a resounding shout, he declared, 3rd level fist. In an impressive display, 3 large trees were shattered in succession, showcasing considerable power, approximately double that of the 2nd level. After this breakthrough, Leaf Sword found himself utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground for rest. After approximately an hour of recuperation, his chi had sufficiently restored, granting him renewed strength. Despite the formidable power of the 3rd level fist, it is exceedingly taxing on chi. Given Leaf Sword's current capabilities, he could only execute it once, lest he face the consequences of complete depletion, as he did today. Therefore, this technique must be wielded judiciously, serving as Leaf Sword's ultimate trump card. Having successfully mastered the 3rd level fist, he anticipated a significant enhancement in his chances of victory during the upcoming competition. Upon returning to the camp, Leaf Sword discovered Zhao Fu and his companion engaged in a discussion about martial techniques. After a day of practice, they had nearly perfected the chi refinement decision, enabling them to augment their strength by 20%. With diligent practice, they believed they could fully master it before the competition. After a brief respite at the camp, the 3 exchanged insights, and Leaf Sword shared the news of his breakthrough, further deepening Zhao Fu and his companions' admiration for him. That evening, Leaf Sword remained industrious, contemplating the refinement of the chi decision, as it serves as a valuable auxiliary technique in practical combat. In truth, this martial skill is remarkably simple. It merely offers a method to harness the mysterious energy. By employing this technique to channel the energy within oneself, one can swiftly enhance personal strength. The key lies in relentless practice to bolster familiarity and the body's receptiveness. Once one can wield it at will, mastery is nearly assured. Thus, Jian embarked on an entire night of practice, undeterred by the depletion of energy with each session, for he was resolute in his quest for strength. After a night of diligent training, Jian became well acquainted with this technique. As the sun rose, he successfully executed the energy manipulation method with ease, achieving a commendable 20 increase in his prowess, which greatly satisfied him. With continued practice, he was confident he could perfect this martial art. After completing his exercises, Jian meditated to recuperate some of the energy he had expended the previous day. Once restored, Zhao Fu and the others were also prepared, and the trio resumed their journey towards the mountains they had visited the day before. Jian sought to challenge a 5th-level magical beast, both to test his newfound martial skill and to eliminate such a creature in order to earn sufficient points for the weapon he longed to exchange. Typically, defeating a 5th-level beast would yield enough points for his purpose. However, such formidable beasts were not easily found, and even if they encountered one, it was uncertain whether they could defeat it, given the beast's inherent strength. Jian merely wished to attempt the challenge. Upon reaching their destination, the trio discovered the site of their previous hunt. But not only were there no 5th-level beasts to be found, there wasn't even a 4th-level one in sight, leaving them disheartened. With no other choice, they pressed deeper in search of their quarry. After scouring the area for an entire morning, they stumbled upon numerous carcasses of magical beasts, predominantly of the 3rd level, yet not a single living creature was found. Jian felt a twinge of unease, as though sensing something amiss. Following the trail of the carcasses, the trio arrived at the mouth of a pitch-black cave, where strange sounds reverberated from within. Curiosity compelled them to venture inside, where they discovered a beast resembling a tiger, soundly asleep amidst a scattering of magical beast remains, likely having feasted to its heart's content. Keen-eyed, Liao noticed discrepancies. This creature was unlike an ordinary 4th-level beast, yet it did not entirely resemble a 5th-level one. After some deliberation, they surmised that it was a newly ascended 5th-level beast, having recently broken through, likely after consuming numerous lower-tier creatures. This presented an opportunity for Jian and his companions. The newly transformed beast would be at its most vulnerable. Recognizing the potential advantage, Jian devised a plan to lure the newly ascended 5th-level beast outside, instructing Zhao Fu and the others to prepare for the confrontation. Suddenly, a black elixir appeared in Jian's hand as if by magic. In reality, he had exchanged 100 points through the system for an explosive pill. Although its power was not overwhelming, it should suffice to rouse the slumbering magical beast nearby. Jian hurled the explosive pill towards the beast, which was situated 5 meters away. A flash of fire erupted, accompanied by a considerable noise, provoking the beast to emit an enraged roar. Seizing the moment, Jian dashed towards the cave entrance, but the beast had already spotted him. Believing this diminutive human had disturbed its peaceful slumber, it bellowed in fury and charged after Jian. As the beast emerged from its lair, it was ambushed by Zhao Fu and his companion. Although the damage inflicted was minimal, the sting of the attack thoroughly incensed the creature. The level 5 beast lunged recklessly at Zhao Fu, who could only defend himself with his weapon. Noticing that the beast had chosen to target Zhao Fu first, Jian swiftly readied a second-tier punch. Just as the beast was about to pounce on Zhao Fu, Jian struck it back with his punch. Though he did not hit its head, the damage was still significant. Realizing that Jian was the most formidable among them, the beast began to keep a wary eye on him, circling the trio. The three of them pondered how to deal with the creature, but unexpectedly, it seemed to be brewing something powerful within. Each magical beast possesses a life-saving skill, and the potency of such skills is particularly formidable among those at level 5. To Jian's astonishment, this freshly ascended level 5 beast had already begun to wield its skills, prompting him to signal Zhao Fu and his companion to evade. Jian resolved to face this skill alone. The beast unleashed a torrent of black flames towards the trio. Jian intended to channel his energy into his weapon to counter the attack, but before he could act, Liao made his move. Having utilized his Qi cultivation technique, Liao's strength surged significantly. He launched a martial technique to counter the beast's skill. However, given that it was a level 5 beast attack, it was beyond his current capabilities to withstand. Even Jian would sustain injuries in such a confrontation, let alone Liao, who was several levels below him. Nevertheless, Liao showed no hesitation in shielding Jian and Zhao Fu, which deeply touched Jian. After witnessing Liao being hurled by the force of the beast's skill, Jian's fury reached its peak. How could a magical beast bully his companions? Jian activated his Qi cultivation technique, enhancing his strength by 20%. Now, at the 8th level of the Martial Master Realm, he began to prepare for a 3rd-tier punch. The level 5 beast sensed the power of Jian's martial skills and contemplated fleeing, but Jian would not allow it to escape. Enraged, he shouted, "You think you can run after injuring my brother? You wretched creature, prepare to pay with your life." As Jian unleashed his 3rd-level punch, imbued with profound energy, it struck the back of the 5th-level magical beast. Although not targeting a fatal area, the creature was rendered incapacitated by the blow. After a brief skirmish, Jian ultimately vanquished the beast. With the foe now lifeless, Jian exhaled a sigh of relief. Had the battle persisted, he would have been unable to endure for much longer. Upon ceasing his cultivation technique, he felt a wave of emptiness within, as his profound energy had nearly been depleted. Once assured of the beast's demise, Jian hurriedly made his way to Liao, concerned about his companion's injuries. Upon reaching Liao, he discovered significant damage to his left arm, weakened by the magical beast attack. In a rush, Jian exchanged for a 3rd-tier healing pill from his system, urging Liao to consume it. This 3rd-tier healing pill, a low-cost yet effective remedy, would facilitate a swift recovery of his wounds, making it a valuable asset. Having spent 3,000 points on the pill, Jian felt no regret. The worth of having a comrade willing to fight for him was invaluable. After Liao took the pill, its effects began to manifest, and Jian was hopeful that Liao's injuries would soon mend. Once Liao regained some strength, Jian instructed Zhao Fu to carry him back to the camp for healing. while he would deal with the magical beast's remains and then regroup with them. Understanding the urgency of their situation, Zhao Fu swiftly departed with Li Ao, determined not to burden Yi Jian further. Yi Jian approached the beast's carcass, hoping to uncover its spirit stone. Otherwise, he would suffer a significant loss that day. Upon excavating the creature's head, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a 5th-level spirit stone, which greatly lifted his spirits, as such a stone could be exchanged for a substantial amount of points. After processing the beast's body, Yi Jian exchanged its fur, inner core, and other valuable components for points, leaving behind only a skeletal frame. To his astonishment, the combination of the spirit stone and the body yielded a total of 15,000 points, nearly causing him to shout with joy. The previous 5th-level beast he had salvaged had only netted him 10,000 points. The increased reward this time was likely due to his personal involvement in its defeat. The system proved to be remarkably sophisticated, leaving Yi Jian pondering the exact point allocation. But he understood that slaying beasts would indeed contribute to his score. Now pressed for time, Yi Jian hastily departed the area, aware that if other magical beasts were to notice the commotion, he would be ill-equipped to confront them with his current strength. Thus, he made his escape. Upon reaching the camp, he found that Li Ao had begun to circulate his energy for healing, indicating that the pill's effectiveness was considerable, which relieved Yi Jian. After providing Zhao Fu with a few energy-restoring pills, both men settled down to restore their profound energy. After the recent intense battle, the three had nearly exhausted their profound energy. After several hours of recuperation, Yi Jian had almost fully recovered and noticed that Li Ao's injuries had also improved, estimating that he would fully heal within 2 days. After instructing Zhao Fu to take good care of Li Ao, Yi Jian ventured alone to a tranquil spot, contemplating what weapon he should exchange for. Without a suitable weapon, he would be at a significant disadvantage in combat. Had he possessed a fine weapon today, dealing with the magical beasts would have been considerably easier. Calculating his remaining points after spending 3,000 on medicinal pills for Li Ao, Yi Jian discovered he still had 15,000 points, which he believed would suffice for acquiring a formidable weapon, and perhaps even a weapon technique, thereby significantly enhancing his strength. Upon accessing the system, Yi Jian found a plethora of weapons, yet ultimately opted for a sword, as he had previously wielded an ordinary sword and would likely struggle to adapt to a more exotic weapon. Thus, he searched for a more powerful sword within the system, but encountered a dilemma. While numerous exceptional swords were available, his current strength was insufficient to wield them. He was disinclined to exchange for an ordinary sword, so he settled for a sword embedded with a level 4 spirit stone, costing him 3,000 points. Although it lacked extraordinary features, it was certainly superior to his previous weapon. After the exchange, he discovered that the weapon's power, bolstered by the spirit stone, was quite substantial and deemed it adequate for now, considering he could upgrade to a higher-grade weapon in the future. While browsing through the weapons, Yi Jian noted the presence of various sword techniques in the system. He believed that without proficient sword techniques, even the finest weapon would fail to unleash its full potential. Hence, he resolved to invest his points in sword techniques first. Upon meticulous research, he stumbled upon the 9 mysterious sword technique, which appeared quite promising. This technique comprised 9 forms, and mastering all 9 would render it comparable to top-tier martial skills. However, it came at a steep cost of 10,000 points for the first 3 forms. Recognizing the technique's potential, Yi Jian unhesitatingly exchanged for it. Now, with not only a weapon, but also a martial skill to wield it, Yi Jian possessed an additional means of self-preservation against external threats. Eagerly delving into the 9 mysterious sword technique, he soon realized that mastery would not come easily. The first form, the body-shattering strike, would require considerable practice. Nevertheless, Yi Jian remained undeterred, understanding that such an exceptional technique would undoubtedly be challenging to learn. Immersed in his studies, he lost track of time until Zhao Fu eventually located him, prompting him to halt his research. Zhao Fu informed Yi Jian that Li Ao's condition had significantly improved and urged him to return to the camp for sustenance and to discuss their next course of action. Upon returning to the camp, Yi Jian discovered that Li Ao had regained the ability to rise independently, appearing to be in good spirits. Upon seeing Yi Jian's return, Li Ao remarked, "Brother Jian, I have heard that you used a 3rd-grade elixir to save me. This is truly extravagant." Yi Jian responded with a smile. "The grade of the elixir is of little consequence. Your injuries were sustained for the sake of us all. We are brothers, and a mere elixir is insignificant." As long as it aids your recovery, I shall not be stingy. Li Ao was deeply touched by Yi Jian's words, feeling fortunate to be in such company. Many would have been indifferent in his situation, for his injuries had been quite severe. Without the elixir, it was likely that Li Ao would not have survived in the perilous mountains. Even if he escaped immediate death, he would have been vulnerable to other beasts. Yi Jian examined Li Ao's wounds, finding that they had healed significantly, leaving only minor abrasions. He believed that in a few days, Li Ao would be lively once more. The three then engaged in cheerful conversation, reminiscing about their battle with the fifth-level beast, which left them in awe. Given their current strength, facing a mature fifth-level beast would undoubtedly result in injuries for both Zhao Fu and Yi Jian. However, for Yi Jian, as long as the system provided points, any non-fatal injuries could be treated. It seemed he needed to accumulate more points, lest he find himself in a situation where he could not access them in a hurry. At this juncture, Yi Jian contemplated his next steps. Chapter 37. Preparations before the competition now on the fifth day, with only 2 days remaining until the competition with Xingmen. Li Ao had made a commendable recovery, yet would inevitably affect his performance. Thus, Yi Jian could only rely on himself and Zhao Fu. Currently, Zhao Fu was a 4th-level martial artist, and even with the use of the Qi refinement technique, he could only elevate to 7th level. Competing against an 8th-level martial artist would undoubtedly pose a challenge. Yi Jian resolved to find a way to enhance Zhao Fu's strength to improve their chances of victory. Yi Jian sought out Zhao Fu to emphasize the importance of the upcoming competition. He exchanged 5 second-grade elixirs for him and provided Zhao Fu with the remaining spirit stones. He then arranged the Xian formation, urging Zhao Fu to strive for a breakthrough within the next 2 days. If that proved unfeasible, Yi Jian would have to procure 3rd-grade gathering Qi pills for him. The following day, Yi Jian embarked towards the Beast Mountain Range, partially motivated by concern for Xiao Ke, who had been missing for several days, and partially to practice the 9 Xian sword technique to ensure his own readiness for the competition. Li Ao and Zhao Fu might afford to lose once, but Yi Jian could not. According to the map, Yi Jian knew that to the north lay a mountain abundant with spiritual herbs, where Xiao Ke was likely to be found. Upon arriving, he indeed discovered Xiao Ke, who had noticeably matured during their brief separation. It appeared that Xiao Ke thrived in the Beast Mountain Range. However, the dangers lurking within the Beast Mountain Range are formidable. Otherwise, Yi Jian would not have entrusted Xiao Ke to such a perilous place. Upon seeing Yi Jian's arrival, Xiao Ke leapt into his embrace, chattering in a series of plaintive sounds. Yet, Yi Jian, unable to comprehend the language of beasts, inquired, "Xiao Ke, do you miss me? Or have you stumbled upon some treasure?" Xiao Ke, who could understand human speech, obediently nodded and, after wriggling free from Yi Jian's arms, dashed ahead towards the mountains, evidently eager to lead Yi Jian along. After pursuing Xiao Ke for about half an hour, they arrived at the mouth of a cave. Xiao Ke emitted a series of urgent cries, beckoning Yi Jian to follow him inside. Upon entering, Yi Jian discovered a corpse, which appeared to have lain there for several years. Beside the body rested 3 decayed herbs, one of which had already been partially consumed by Xiao Ke. Observing Yi Jian's disinterest in the peculiar sight, Xiao Ke grew anxious and called out several times. Still, Yi Jian remained unresponsive. In a bid to garner his attention, Xiao Ke placed the herb at Yi Jian's feet and demonstrated by taking a small bite. Before long, Xiao Ke began to glow radiantly and drifted into slumber. Typically, when magical beasts fall asleep, it is after consuming an abundance of sustenance or depleting their energy reserves. Given Xiao Ke's current state, it seemed he had ingested a high-grade herb and succumbed to sleep after merely a small morsel. Yi Jian pondered whether this seemingly ordinary decayed herb was, in fact, something extraordinary, a treasure. In haste, Yi Jian collected the 3 herbs and, utilizing the system for verification, was astonished to discover they were indeed 5th-grade herbs. This revelation elucidated Xiao Ke's recent disappearance. He had uncovered a treasure and, after consuming it, succumbed to slumber. It was clear that these herbs possessed formidable properties. Xiao Ke had already reached the pinnacle of a 2nd-grade magical beast and would soon ascend to a 3rd-grade status. Upon further investigation through the system, Yi Jian learned that a single 5th-grade herb could be exchanged for 10,000 points. This revelation nearly left him astounded with delight. He carefully stored away the partially consumed herb for Xiao Ke, while the other 2 were exchanged for points. Gazing at the over 20,000 points now reflected in the system, Yi Jian wore a satisfied expression. He lifted Xiao Ku into his arms and bowed respectfully to the nameless corpse, saying, the junior Yi Jian, did not intend to intrude upon your resting place. Today, I have discovered such precious treasures in your domain, for which I am profoundly grateful. Thank you, esteemed predecessor. Yi Jian understood that the 3 herbs likely belonged to the deceased, for how else would he have found them here? Typically, 5th-grade herbs are found deep within the Beast Mountain range, guarded by magical beasts. Thus, it was only fitting for Yi Jian to express his gratitude, even if the deceased could not hear him. As he set off towards the camp with Xiao Ku, Yi Jian felt that Xiao Ku himself was a treasure, a remarkable being capable of discovering treasures. Truly impressive. He affectionately patted Xiao Ku's head, realizing that this little creature was growing ever more endearing. Upon returning to the camp and ensuring that Xiao Ku was settled, Yi Jian discovered that Zhao Fu had already commenced his training within the formation, while Li Ao's injuries had nearly healed. After advising Li Ao to keep an eye on Zhao Fu, Yi Jian sought a suitable place to practice his swordsmanship. Thus, the day passed. Although Yi Jian had not mastered the first form, he nonetheless made some modest progress. After 2 days of diligent training, Zhao Fu was on the verge of a breakthrough. After consuming a second-tier elixir, he began preparing for his advancement, with Yi Jian attentively overseeing him. Thanks to the formation's influence, after 2 hours, Zhao Fu successfully ascended to the 5th level of a martial artist, visibly elated, undoubtedly having fulfilled Yi Jian's expectations. Following this breakthrough, in the afternoon, Yi Jian, Li Ao, and Zhao Fu made their way to the academy, as the day of the competition was imminent. At this juncture, although Yi Jian had reached the 6th level of a martial artist, he recognized that after several days of combat and training, he had reached a bottleneck. Yet he believed that he could achieve the 7th level that very night. Now, at the 5th level, Zhao Fu, alongside his training in martial skills and techniques, seemed well-equipped to face adversaries at the 8th level. With Li Ao's injuries nearly mended, he too was on the cusp of breaking through to the 5th level, contemplating an advancement that evening. Thus, all 3 experienced significant gains. Not only had their strengths increased, but each had also made notable achievements in their martial skills, instilling in Yi Jian a sense of anticipation for the morrow's contest. Upon arriving at the academy, night had fallen, and after dinner, Zhao Fu and the others returned to prepare. Yi Jian inquired about recent development from his sister and learned that the opponents from Xingmen would be Wang Tianyu and 2 hall masters, possessing strengths at the pinnacle of the 9th and 8th levels of martial artists, with one having just broken through to the 8th level. After bidding his sister farewell, Yi Jian retreated to his room to strategize, aware that he must not underestimate his opponents. Otherwise, facing suppression in his inaugural establishment of a sect would be a tremendous embarrassment. Thus, after a night of rigorous training, Yi Jian successfully broke through to the 7th level of a martial artist, while Li Ao also met expectations, advancing to the 5th level, which earned Yi Jian's admiration. With a group of brothers from the Han men in tow, Yi Jian set off towards the arena, exuding confidence as he walked, evidently having meticulously planned for the day's competition. An exhilarating contest commenced. Chapter 38. The competition against Xingmen. Upon the arrival of the Han men members at the martial arts arena, they found a multitude of students already gathered, including many adept upperclassmen. Clearly, this competition had garnered significant attention within the academy, with at least several thousand attendees present. Should Yi Jian triumph over Xingmen, the strength of Han men within the academy would undoubtedly see a considerable elevation, invigorating Yi Jian's spirit immensely. In the inaugural match, Yi Jian designated Zhao Fu to take the stage, facing an opponent who was a hall master, recently having ascended to the 8th level of martial mastery. Upon Zhao Fu's entry, the members of the Cold Clan were momentarily taken aback, as they were acutely aware that Li Ao had sustained injuries. Had Li Ao participated against this formidable adversary, their chances of victory would have been considerably higher. However, Yi Jian held his own convictions, recognizing that Li Ao, still recuperating, might not triumph over this 8th level hall master. Instead, he believed that Zhao Fu had a significant chance of success. This way, even if Li Ao were to falter in the subsequent match, Yi Jian would still have an opportunity. Otherwise, a victory for him would hold little meaning. Yi Jian refrained from discussing his strategy with the rest of the faction, instead providing Zhao Fu with several second-grade energy replenishing pills to ensure his readiness. Yi Jian aimed for a swift resolution, as the presence of these pills would enhance their chances. Although Zhao Fu could utilize his qi refinement technique to contend with his opponent, the latter was a solid 8th-level martial artist, making it imperative to avoid a battle of attrition. Moreover, Jian surmised that the opposing side likely possessed similar restorative pills, further emphasizing the need for urgency. Once prepared, the members of the Xingmen faction, led by Wang Tianyu, approached leisurely, displaying a blatant disregard for Jian and his companions. Naturally, Jian dismissed Wang Tianyu's provocations. Yet the latter taunted, "Cold Clan leader, I heard you ventured into the Monster Mountain range for training. How fortunate you are not to have been devoured by the beasts." Accompanied by Wang Tianyu's derision, the members of Xingmen erupted into laughter. The Cold Clan was incensed, but Jian remained unfazed, retorting, "Enough of your prattle. Let us commence the duel. Whoever loses must remember to disband their faction." Wang Tianyu, relishing the moment, jeered, "So eager are we? Shouldn't it be you, Jian, participating in this first match? I doubt I'll even need to intervene." Jian chose not to engage further, instructing Zhao Fu to take the lead. While the opposing hall master, named Yang Quan, prepared to enter the fray, the very same individual that Zhao Fu's sister had mentioned, who had recently broken through to 8th-level mastery. As Zhao Fu and Yang Quan positioned themselves on the arena, the signal from the academy instructor resounded, marking the commencement of the first match. Initially, both combatants engaged in a cautious exchange, with Zhao Fu wielding a long blade, while his adversary brandished an opulent sword forged from 3rd-grade spirit stones. Despite the latter's weaponry advantage, it became evident that he lacked the practical combat experience that Zhao Fu possessed. It appeared that Zhao Fu had benefited significantly from his recent encounters with magical beasts. As they exchanged blows, one wielding a sword and the other a blade, the intensity of their duel escalated. Yang Quan began to unleash his martial techniques, prompting Zhao Fu to activate his qi refinement technique. Caught off guard by Zhao Fu's sudden surge in strength, the opponent was astonished to find his chances of victory dwindling as Zhao Fu pressed the assault. In the end, Zhao Fu emerged victorious in the competition. Albeit with some injuries of his own, his strength surpassed that of his opponent, much to the astonishment of the audience, who had expected him to lose and had largely placed their bets on Xingmen. The few who supported Han Min were mostly its own kin. Upon witnessing Zhao Fu's triumph, the supporters of Han Min flocked to him, solidifying his status within their ranks. At that moment, Jian felt a sense of joy, having invested considerable effort into Zhao Fu over the past few days. Following his victory, Zhao Fu displayed no arrogance, instead humbly addressing Jian. "Brother Jian, I have won, and I trust it has not brought you shame." Jian replied, "Indeed, well done. We are the only ones to secure a win this time, and I shall reward you handsomely. Do take a moment to recover. I imagine your vital energy has been significantly depleted." The atmosphere among the members of Xingmen was particularly grim after Zhao Fu's victory, especially for those who had supported Wang Tianyu, whose vengeful glare directed at Jian could have pierced through him. Yet, Jian remained unfazed, only fueling Wang Tianyu's ire further. In the afternoon, it was Li Ao's turn to compete. Despite knowing that Li Ao's chances of success were slim, Jian encouraged him to give it his all without any psychological burden, reassuring him that they had already secured one victory and that losing would not be a disgrace. However, Li Ao held a different perspective, aware of his opponent's formidable prowess. He resolved to fight with all his might, even at the cost of his own life. Thus, the afternoon's contest commenced. Li Ao faced Yang Wu, a master of the 8th level from Xingmen. As the betting began outside, many placed their faith in Han Min, reflecting a surge of confidence among the spectators. Yet, Jian understood that the odds were truly unfavorable for them in this match. As the gong sounded, the duel began. Yang Wu immediately pressed the attack against Li Ao, who, though determined not to yield, struggled under the weight of his opponent's superior skills. The two battled fiercely for dozens of rounds, but it became evident that Li Ao was nearing his limit. In a desperate attempt to regain his strength, he consumed several second-tier medicinal pills to replenish his vital energy. With reckless abandon, he launched himself at Yang Wu, but the disparity in their abilities was stark. Li Ao sustained further injuries, yet he refused to concede. Jian watched anxiously from the sidelines, astonished by Li Ao's tenacity. Had it not been for this reckless spirit, Jian would not have allowed him to step into the arena. It was precisely this quality that made Jian value him so highly. Ultimately, in a bid to ensure that Yang Wu did not emerge unscathed, Li Ao sacrificed one of his arms, inflicting a serious injury on his opponent. but he himself was knocked unconscious in the process. Thus, the second match ended in victory for Xingmin. Wang Tianyu, taken aback, realized that Han Min possessed such relentless fighters, instilling within him a deeper sense of caution regarding Yi Jian's upcoming match. Yi Jian promptly instructed the members of the Cold Sect to assist Li Ao in descending for treatment. After providing Yi Xueqing with a healing elixir, he urged Li Ao to consume it before seeking the apothecary for further care. It appeared that Li Ao's injuries would require a significant period for recovery. However, with Yi Jian's life-saving potion, he should not face any grave issues. Thus concluded a day of contests, with both sides sustaining losses and each claiming a victory. The two bouts had elevated the influence of the Cold Sect within the academy, and all eagerly anticipated the duel between Yi Jian and Li Qianyu the following day. Yi Jian, accompanied by the members of the Cold Sect, returned to rest, as time was insufficient for further matches, which were rescheduled to commence in the morning, allowing both sides ample preparation time. Meanwhile, Wang Tianyu, having observed the two contests, began to regard the Cold Sect with greater seriousness. While Li Linfeng and others were engaged in discussions, hinting that tomorrow would herald a fierce battle. Chapter 39. Rising Renown. Although the Cold Sect had triumphed in one contest, the opposing side had also secured a victory, making the final duel of the following day exceedingly significant. Yi Jian could not afford to be complacent. His opponent, Wang Tianyu, was a pinnacle master of the 9th level of martial arts, and if he did not approach the challenge with utmost diligence, the chances of victory would be slim. Throughout the night, Yi Jian refrained from idleness, practicing the 9 mysterious sword technique. Having not achieved a breakthrough since his training in the Monster Beast Mountains, he resolved to diligently refine the first form, the body-shattering style, that night. As dawn approached, although he sensed considerable progress, the full potency of the body-shattering style eluded him, leaving Yi Jian somewhat disheartened, ultimately compelled to cease his practice. With the imminent arrival of morning, he needed to meditate to restore his Xianxia and prepare himself for the day's contest. After several hours of cultivation, Yi Jian had regained his peak condition and, accompanied by his sister and the members of the Cold Sect, made his way to the duel arena. To ensure his readiness, Yi Jian exchanged for a third-tier Xianxia recovery elixir, expending a substantial 4,000 points, yet felt it necessary to do so for precaution. This restorative elixir, known as the Xianxia pill, was specifically designed to replenish Xianxia and could sustain energy consumption for a period, while also enhancing one's strength, proving invaluable in combat. Upon arriving at the arena, he observed many individuals placing bets, the majority favoring the opposing side due to the fact that their leader was a master of the 9th level, whereas Yi Jian had only recently broken through to the 7th level, leading to a lack of confidence in him among the crowd. Nevertheless, the brethren of the Cold Sect ardently supported Yi Jian, each pulling out their purses to wager on his victory. Under Yi Jian's instruction, his sister Yi Xueqing staked all their funds, a total of 10,000 taels, representing the entirety of the sect's finances. Yi Jian, determined to give it his all, understood that a victory would yield significant rewards, while a defeat would leave the Cold Sect in ruin, rendering their wealth moot. Thus, the contest commenced. With the resounding clang of the gong, the duel between Yi Jian and his opponent began. Wang Tianyu did not hastily strike, but instead spoke to Yi Jian, saying, "Yi Jian, today I shall demonstrate my prowess, allowing you to comprehend the might of the pinnacle of the 9th layer, a level far beyond your mere 7th layer martial artist." Yi Jian, undeterred, responded, "Very well, today you shall also experience the strength of our Cold Clan. Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare yourself." In an instant, Yi Jian launched an attack, his long sword aimed at Wang Tianyu, who wielded a formidable short sword embedded with 5 grade spirit stones, possessing considerable power. It appeared that Wang Tianyu was well-versed in numerous martial techniques, gaining the upper hand against Yi Jian. Nevertheless, Yi Jian was keenly observing for any openings, and thus the two engaged in a series of exchanges. As Yi Jian held his ground, Wang Tianyu felt insulted and began to unleash his martial skills. With a fierce technique aimed at Yi Jian, the latter opted to test his opponent with a second-level punch. To his surprise, Wang Tianyu's prowess was indeed formidable, resulting in a piercing strike to Yi Jian's left arm. After sustaining damage, Yi Jian staggered back a few steps, causing concern among his comrades from the Cold Clan. In contrast, the supporters of Wang Tianyu erupted in cheers, emboldened by his performance. Fueled by anger from his injury, Yi Jian set aside his weapon and prepared to fight earnestly. Noticing Yi Jian's readiness to employ martial skills, Wang Tianyu recognized the threat posed by Yi Jian's exceptional unarmed technique and began to take the situation more seriously. Yi Jian initiated close combat, and Wang Tianyu, equally skilled in this domain, matched him blow for blow. Seizing an opportune moment, Yi Jian prepared a third-level punch, while Wang Tianyu readied a high-level yellow-tier palm technique to counter. Their strikes collided, generating tremendous force. Although Yi Jian's third-level punch proved powerful enough to draw blood from Wang Tianyu, Yi Jian's internal energy had nearly been depleted. Seizing the moment, he consumed a spirit energy pill he had exchanged for that morning, instantly replenishing his internal energy. Though struck by Yi Jian's punch, Wang Tianyu, being a master of the ninth-layer pinnacle, quickly recovered. At this juncture, he also began to get serious. After consuming a special pill, his aura surged, reaching the level of a grand martial artist. Achieving this status would allow him to manifest an energy garment for protection, significantly enhancing his strength. Yi Jian was taken aback by Wang Tianyu's ability to elevate himself to the grand martial artist realm through the use of a pill, leaving him feeling somewhat uncertain. However, he had no choice but to give it his all. After consuming his own pill, Yi Jian's internal energy surged to its maximum, employing the Qi refinement technique to elevate his prowess to the ninth layer of the martial artist realm. Upon discovering that Yi Jian's prowess had indeed ascended, Wang Tianyu felt a twinge of surprise. However, he now sensed that he was on the verge of becoming a grand martial master. With an air of arrogance, he proclaimed, "Yi Jian, you are somewhat commendable, but I shall compel myself to unleash my most formidable technique, so you may taste the might of a grand martial master. Prepare to meet your demise." Yi Jian, resolute and undistracted, grasped his weapon firmly, preparing to execute his most powerful move, the first form of the 9 profound sword technique, the body-breaking style. He hoped for its successful deployment. Otherwise, his chances of victory would be bleak. Biting his tongue to sharpen his focus, he dedicated himself fully to the body-breaking style. At that moment, a formidable sword aura erupted upon the arena, and Wang Tianyu was no slouch either. The two engaged in a climactic clash. With a resounding crash, Wang Tianyu was cast from the stage, his protective aura shattered, leaving his body marred with wounds. Although Yi Jian remained on the platform, the overwhelming force of the Grand Martial Master inflicted upon him considerable damage, resulting in him spitting blood thrice. It was evident that his injuries were grave. Furthermore, his internal energy had been nearly depleted, and he felt as though he might faint at any moment. Yet, upon hearing the command of victory for the Cold Sect, Yi Jian could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed onto the stage. Members of the Cold Sect hurriedly ascended the arena to carry Yi Jian away for healing. Thus concluded the thrilling contest, with the Cold Sect emerging victorious. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner below the stage, Mentor Jean Lin witnessed the entire duel with a gaze filled with concern for Yi Jian. However, she felt powerless to assist him and ultimately departed. The members of the rising sect stealthily withdrew with Wang Tianyu, while the spectators below applauded the Cold Sect. Those who had wagered on the rising sect left in dismay, utterly astonished by Yi Jian's victory, which elevated the Cold Sect's standing within the academy immensely. Following this event, the rising sect disbanded, and the Cold Sect's reputation soared, attracting countless individuals eager to join their ranks. Chapter 40. The Exceptionally Talented Sister. After Yi Jian forcibly employed the 9 profound sword technique, he suffered significant backlash within his body, causing him to remain unconscious for 3 days before awakening. Although he understood that, after consuming healing elixirs, his condition was not dire, merely a matter of recuperation. This left the members of the Cold Sect in a state of deep concern, especially his sister, Yi Xueqing. In her quest to aid her brother's recovery, she sought out Mentor Jean Lin, imploring her to find someone to treat Yi Jian. Mentor Jean Lin diligently sought the assistance of a seasoned apothecary within the academy, who ultimately determined that Yi Jian was not gravely harmed, allowing everyone's anxieties to subside. Upon awakening, Yi Jian realized that the intense battle had significantly refined the essence of his internal energy. His martial skills had undergone remarkable advancement, and having triumphed over a formidable opponent, he also accrued a considerable number of points. After 3 days of recuperation, feeling recovered, he ventured to the main hall of the Cold Sect, where numerous matters awaited his attention. The most pressing issue at hand is the constant stream of visitors to the Cold Clan. including several martial artists of the 8th and 9th ranks seeking to join its ranks. Yi Jian must now contemplate an expansion of the organization. Upon entering the main hall, he discovered Zhao Fu and others engaged in discussion. As soon as they noticed Yi Jian's arrival, they hurried over to inquire about his health. Especially the hall masters who were closest to him. They were particularly concerned, knowing that it was primarily Yi Jian's strength that had led to their victory over the rising clan. Otherwise, they might have found themselves homeless. Zhao Fu spoke up. "Brother Jian, you have finally awakened. We were quite worried about you. How is your injury?" With a smile, Yi Jian reassured Zhao Fu, "See, I am perfectly fine now. I have nearly recovered. There is no need for concern. I simply cannot remain idle and came to see what matters require our attention." Seeing Yi Jian in good health eased everyone's worries. After inquiring about Li Ao's condition, Yi Jian learned that although Li Ao's left arm had suffered significant injury, thanks to the healing potions and the apothecary's care, he would need time to recuperate. Nevertheless, Yi Jian considered this to be a favorable outcome. Thus, they engaged in conversation, and Yi Jian instructed Zhao Fu to consult with the academy regarding the possibility of expanding the Cold Clan. Given the current reputation of the clan, it was indeed an opportune moment for recruitment. After discussing the recent transactions involving spirit stones and medicinal pills, Yi Jian felt reassured about their situation. He entrusted the matters to his companions and retired to his room for rest. Meanwhile, his sister had been quite concerned for Yi Jian, which deeply touched him. He felt it was time to exchange points for an advanced cultivation technique for her, confident that with her innate talent, she would progress swiftly. Following the recent battle, Yi Jian had accumulated no less than 20,000 points, and through betting, the Cold Clan had garnered a substantial amount of silver, a source of great joy for him. With the elimination of the Rising Clan as a formidable foe, Yi Jian's burdens had lightened, prompting him to search for suitable cultivation techniques for his sister within the system. He spent 10,000 points to acquire an Earth-level cultivation technique and a Yellow-level martial skill, both well-suited for female practitioners. That evening, he presented the techniques to his sister, encouraging her to practice diligently and strive for an early breakthrough, allowing her to freely utilize spirit stones and medicinal pills. With Yi Jian's assistance and her unique talent, her strength steadily improved. As Yi Jian prepared to resume his own training, Zhao Fu approached him with news. He learned that the academy held the Cold Clan in high regard, granting it an opportunity for expansion. Although Yi Jian's current strength fell short of the 200-member requirement, the academy made an exception, thereby elevating the Cold Clan to the status of a medium-sized faction. During the past few days, Yi Jian had not been idle, working alongside Zhao Fu and his brothers to facilitate the recruitment efforts. Though many sought to join the Cold Clan, Yi Jian maintained high standards, allowing only 1 in 10 applicants to join. After 5 days of fervent recruitment, the Cold Clan's membership had reached 150 individuals. Yet Yi Jian decided not to continue recruiting for the time being, intending to stabilize the situation first before gradually bringing in Zhao Fu. It would be cumbersome to manage such a large influx all at once. Thus, the initial group of a dozen or so brothers who followed Yi Jian were assigned corresponding responsibilities. Li Ao was exceptionally promoted to the position of the head of the Xuanwu Hall, while Zhao Wu, who previously served as the deputy head of the Qinglong Hall, began his role as the head of the newly established Zhuke Hall. Consequently, the influence of the Han men grew increasingly stable, with the Qinglong Hall being the most formidable, boasting over 80 members, followed by the White Tiger Hall with more than 50. The other 2 newly formed halls were also swiftly recruiting new members. Yi Jian could not rely solely on the trade of his medicinal pills to sustain such a large group. Hence, he invested significantly in the academy to purchase various goods, including weapons, low-level medicinal pills, and basic martial arts techniques. Through the strength of his advanced system, he exchanged for numerous low-level martial arts skills and some first-tier medicinal pills and weapons. Although the profit from each item was modest, the high demand resulted in a steady stream of income for Yi Jian, even as his system points dwindled considerably. Fortunately, with the provision of spirit stones from the mercenary base, he need not worry about his points. At this juncture, Yi Jian had entrusted the management of various shops and channels to the 4 halls, complemented by his sister's financial oversight. Every member of the gang was diligently occupied, and the Han men improved day by day, allowing Yi Jian to find some leisure time. During his idle hours, he would stroll around Qingyang County, seeking business opportunities. Fostering good relations with the members of the gang and the mercenary group, and establishing trading intentions for martial arts techniques with the auction house. He also formed a partnership with Wan Fiulu, enabling him to acquire spirit herbs at lower prices, facilitating the rapid development of the gang. Meanwhile, Yi Xueqing did not disappoint Yi Jian. She dedicated herself to rigorous training and had already advanced 2 levels in just a few days. Observing his sister's remarkable talent, Yi Jian felt immense pride. With the guidance of mentor Jian Lin, her cultivation accelerated. Yi Jian ensured that the members of the Hanmin maintained their training regimen, as he understood that in the realm of Xian Spirit Continent, strength equated to power. Although their small gang had carved out a niche within the academy, it was insignificant in the wider world. Therefore, Yi Jian insisted that his sister and the Hanmin members prioritize cultivation to enhance their strength, while he too remained committed to his own training. Through this period of accumulation, Yi Jian had broken through to the 8th level of martial mastery and was rapidly approaching its pinnacle, confident that he would soon reach the 9th level. Recently, mentor Jian Lin sought out Yi Jian frequently, either presenting him with techniques or martial art skills, which made him feel somewhat awkward. Although he was grateful for her generosity, he refrained from accepting any gifts. Despite her role as a mentor in the academy, her lack of backing meant she struggled to make her mark, even as many students held her in high regard, making it all the more inappropriate for him to accept her offerings. The reasons for her popularity among many stem from her striking beauty and the kindness of mentor Jian Lin, especially towards Yi Jian, which has left him somewhat astonished by the attention he receives. However, Yi Jian soon finds himself embroiled in trouble at the academy. In Chapter 41, titled Mentor Jian Lin's Assistance, during the peak of Yi Jian's development in the Cold Door, certain individuals within the academy began to resent his success. Upon discovering that Yi Jian's business ventures were encroaching upon the interests of one of the elder resorted to using his son, a wealthy young man named Zhao, to create difficulties for Yi Jian. This young man held a significant position within the academy, complicating matters for Yi Jian. Initially, Yi Jian managed to placate the situation with a monetary gift, but recently, spurred by malicious gossip from an unknown source, Zhao has resumed his harassment of Yi Jian. Just as Yi Jian was enjoying a brief respite, trouble returned. While he was engaged in his training, Zhao Fu sent individuals to confront Yi Jian, claiming that the young man's business was under investigation for allegedly sourcing martial arts techniques from the black market. Most of these techniques were acquired through Yi Jian's own exchanges within the system, leaving him unable to provide legitimate procurement documentation, as negotiations with the auction house were still pending. This presented an opportunity for Zhao Fu to threaten Yi Jian. Rushing to the scene, Yi Jian found a group attempting to seal off his shop. The brothers of the Cold Door were infuriated, and had it not been for Zhao Fu's interference, a confrontation might have ensued. Yi Jian approached the group's leader, a young man named Wang Xiaobao, and courteously inquired about their actions, expressing his dismay at the sudden closure of his shop, which he found quite embarrassing. Noticing the tone of Yi Jian's voice, the other party responded in a professional manner, stating, "Brother Yi, it is not my intention to make things difficult for you. I have received reports against you, and, as an enforcer of the academy, I must proceed according to protocol. I hope you can understand." Left without a retort, Yi Jian reluctantly allowed the shop to be sealed while contemplating his next steps. He considered eliminating the opposition to permanently resolve the issue, yet he recognized that his power was still in the developmental stage. An open conflict could jeopardize his position within the academy, compelling him to endure the situation for the time being. Upon returning, Yi Jian continued to seek partnerships with the auction house, aiming to procure a new batch of martial arts techniques. This, combined with his own acquisitions, would allow him to navigate the situation discreetly. However, the matter proved more complex than anticipated. The intent was not merely to confiscate his techniques, but to usurp his shop entirely. This infuriated Yi Jian, as the shop represented hard-earned money accumulated by his Cold Door brethren. The prospect of losing it so soon ignited a fierce anger within him. After the closure of the Yi Jian shop, mentor Jian Lin came to seek out Yi Jian, who had no choice but to invite her inside for a conversation. Jian Lin remarked, "Yi Jian, I heard that your shop from the Hanmin was shut down by that Wang Fatty, also known as Wang Xiaobao." Yi Jian replied helplessly, "Indeed, we have often provided him with financial support, yet he chose to betray me at this crucial moment." Mentor Jian Lin suggested, "It seems your prices were more competitive than his, which must have incensed him. Allow me to intervene. I have some connections with him and can speak on your behalf." Yi Jian felt a bit embarrassed and responded, "Mentor Jian Lin, I have already troubled you too much. This seems inappropriate." Jian Lin smiled and and said, Xianxia is my favorite disciple, and you are her brother. Now that you have finally established yourselves in the academy, I cannot turn a blind eye to your troubles. Rest assured, I shall handle it. With no better options, Jian acquiesced to mentor Jinlin's assistance. After they bid farewell, she set off to resolve the matter, leaving Jian deeply touched. To his surprise, the following day brought results. The Academy's decision merely imposed a fine on Han. Jian was elated to discover mentor Jinlin's remarkable influence, resolving the issue with such simplicity. He contemplated taking the time to express his gratitude to her. Once the shop was reopened, Jian re-established various connections and sought collaboration with the auction house, ensuring that part of his martial arts techniques were certified to avoid scrutiny from the Academy. Moreover, through the auction house's transaction methods, he formalized the elixirs and weapons from his other shops. Although he had to share a portion of the profits with the auction house, Jian, having suffered losses, did not mind as long as he could manage these shops effectively. After 3 busy days, Jian felt quite exasperated. Currently, he was the only capable person in Hanmen, as others lacked the ability to manage affairs. Zhao Fu was a man of action but struggled with networking, while the Zhao brothers, Zhao Wu and Zhao Xing, were diligent yet ineffective in this regard. As for Li Ao, he focused solely on training his subordinates, leaving Jian to handle matters alone. It seemed that Jian required someone adept at managing such trivialities. If only he could find a versatile individual to assist him, his prospects would undoubtedly improve. However, he had yet to identify such talent and could only take things one step at a time. Although this particular issue had been resolved, Jian had not yet expressed his gratitude to mentor Jinlin and planned to seek her out the next day. A day later, Jian initially intended to wait for his sister to accompany him in visiting mentor Jinlin, but she had gone to Qingyang to meet with the finance team. After waiting all day without her return, as evening approached, Jian had no choice but to go find mentor Jinlin alone. Though it was somewhat late, Jian was not one to squander time and thus proceeded on his way. Initially, he intended to bring his sister along, believing it would alleviate his awkwardness. However, circumstances dictated that he must face it alone. Jian exchanged for a 3rd-grade elixir through the system as a token of gratitude. Although the gift was modest, he feared that a more extravagant offering might be unwelcome by mentor Jinlin, so he settled on this. Strolling leisurely, Jian arrived at mentor Jinlin's doorstep after half an hour. He knocked on the door, but received no reply. Just as he contemplated leaving, sounds emanated from within the courtyard, piquing his curiosity. Upon listening closely, he discerned the unmistakable noise of items being thrown. Concerned for mentor Jinlin's well-being, Jian contemplated climbing over the wall to investigate. He approached a brightly lit room, where the sounds grew increasingly disconcerting. Inside, he overheard a man, seemingly intoxicated, speaking, while mentor Jinlin's voice diminished. Confirming her presence, Jian burst through the door without hesitation. To his astonishment, the man was none other than Wang Xiaobao, the young master who had previously harassed him. At that moment, mentor Jinlin lay on the bed, evidently in a vulnerable state, which incensed Jian. Wang Xiaobao, noticing Jian's entrance, was taken aback to find him there. Chapter 42. Suspicion surrounding Jian. Recently, the Academy had been abuzz with news of Wang Pengzi's disappearance, spawning numerous rumors. Some claimed he had fled with his sister-in-law, while others suggested he had absconded due to debts. The most sinister speculation was that he had been assassinated by enemies. Among these, Jian's adversaries asserted that Wang Pengzi had met his end at Jian's hands. This left the Han family in a precarious position. While many acknowledged Wang Pengzi's multitude of foes, few possessed the audacity to eliminate him. The recent discord between Wang Pengzi and Jian's family only fueled suspicions against Jian. However, lacking concrete evidence, Jian remained relatively unscathed, though Academy elders began to cast doubt upon him, unable to act without proof. Jian maintained an air of indifference, and the Han family rallied behind him. Days passed until an unfortunate revelation surfaced. Just as he prepared to cultivate, Jian learned that Wang Pengzi's body had been discovered, leaving him bewildered. As the burial site was quite concealed, he hastily sought information regarding the incident. Eventually, it was reported that Wang Pengzi's father, an elder of the Academy, had enlisted several martial artists of the condensation stage, utilizing the weapon previously bound to Wang Pengzi to locate his body. It was rumored that the wounds on the corpse had unveiled critical clues. Jian surmised that Wang Pengzi had been injured by his own 3rd-grade punch. ultimately succumbing to a devastating blow to the head. Within the academy, few were adept in close combat, and even fewer wielded their fists. Moreover, the number of individuals harboring grievances against Wang Pengzi was minimal, placing Yi Jian in a precarious predicament. Yi Jian is certainly not one to passively await his demise. He has begun to contemplate strategies for evasion. On one hand, he seeks excuses to buy time. On the other, he intends to solicit assistance from the auction house. Should he secure backing from a powerful faction, he believes the academy would hesitate to act against him. If all else fails, he is prepared to fight to the bitter end. As expected, the academy has initiated trouble for him, dispatching individuals to summon Yi Jian for an inquiry. He feigns indifference as he proceeds, simultaneously entrusting his sister with a crucial task. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, she is to seek help from the auction house, an astute contingency devised by Yi Jian. Thus, he is escorted to the academy's law enforcement hall, where chaos reigns among his fellow students. A group of his comrades has gathered to demand his release, yet due to Yi Jian's prior instructions to Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu's efforts to maintain order, a confrontation with the enforcement officials has been averted. Yi Jian's reputation still holds some weight within the academy, prompting the institution to treat this matter with utmost seriousness. Upon entering the hall, Yi Jian notices numerous individuals present, including several formidable figures seated at the front, presumably elders of the academy, for the younger generation lacks such profound strength. At this juncture, an inquiry is posed. Yi Jian, you have been summoned today to assist in the investigation of a certain matter, which you may already be aware of, intones an elderly gentleman seated centrally. Ye Wien Ripius. Indeed, I am aware. However, I am uncertain as to how I may assist in this investigation. At that moment, a particularly grim-faced elder speaks up, presumably the father of Wang Pengzi. The reason for your summons, Yi Jian, is to investigate the death of my son. Should this incident be linked to you, I assure you I will not let you go, nor will I spare your faction. It would be wise to confess. I may yet allow you to keep your life. It is evident that the opposition harbors deep suspicions towards Yi Jian, and their threats unsettle him. He casts a glance at the accuser and retorts, "This matter does not concern me. If you can present evidence linking me to this incident, we may converse further. Today, I am merely here to assist in the investigation, and you cannot intimidate me." As tensions escalate, the elder at the center interjects, "Yi Jian, I am the Grand Elder of the Academy. Please remain calm. Likewise, Wang Elder. Do not act in haste. Allow me to pose a few questions, and I expect you to answer truthfully. Of course, I will cooperate fully." Yi Jian responds to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder inquires, "Our investigation indicates that Wang Xiaobao met his demise 5 days ago in the evening. Pray tell, what were you engaged in at that time?" Yi Jian feigns uncertainty, though he is acutely aware that it was the very night he took action against Wang Pengzi. For now, he must maintain the facade. After a moment's contemplation, he responds, "At that time, I believe I was either in the inner hall of my faction or resting in my quarters. I distinctly recall not having ventured out that night." At this moment, Elder Wang furiously exclaimed, "You're just pretending. Who would believe what you say? You had better confess honestly. Did you kill my son?" Yizin, confronted by the foolishness of Elder Wang, felt utterly helpless. Who would willingly confess? Even if Yi Jian were innocent, he could only respond in this manner. The Grand Elder interjected, "Do you have anyone who can vouch for your whereabouts that night?" Yi Jian replied, "Of course. Many of my brothers from the Cold Clan witnessed me at home, so they can all attest to my presence." Unable to discern the truth in Yi Jian's words, they summoned those who could verify his alibi, although Zhao Fu and others were not called. A fellow brother from the Cold Clan who had indeed met with Yi Jian that evening was present, which reassured Yi Jian. This brother from the Cold Clan consistently supported Yi Jian, leaving Elder Wang exasperated. Despite his attempts to challenge the brother, he staunchly asserted he had seen Yi Jian, articulating his account with conviction, which secretly amused Yi Jian. Ultimately, they had no choice but to call in everyone who had met Yi Jian that night, questioning them one by one. However, the conclusions remained largely the same. Seeing that the elders had no further suggestions, they decided to adjourn for the day. Although they stated that Yi Jian could not shake off suspicion and would need to remain in the law enforcement hall for a few days. This made Yi Jian uneasy. Thus, he was taken to a small dark room within the law enforcement hall, which incited his anger, yet he felt powerless. They were likely seeking more evidence to investigate him. For now, Yi Jian could only endure, believing that as long as he remained silent, there was little the others could do to him. Alone in the dark room, Yi Jian practiced his cultivation techniques. After 2 continuous days without further inquiries, he began to worry. Did they have some ulterior motive? That night, as Yi Jian rested, 2 shadows stealthily poisoned him and carried him away from the law enforcement hall. Unbeknownst to him, he fell into a deep slumber, indicating that someone intended to act ruthlessly. Upon awakening, Yi Jian found himself no longer in the law enforcement hall, and he realized the vital energy within him had been sealed, evidently due to the poison. Who could have brought him to this place? Chapter 43. Coercive Interrogation. In his current state of weakness, Yi Jian felt utterly powerless, unable to harness his vital energy, and his legs were feeble, causing a surge of panic within him. Surely, he had been ambushed. However, upon discovering he could still communicate with the system, Yi Jian felt a sense of relief. As long as the system was with him, he believed no poison in the world could control him. Thus, he began searching for an antidote within the system. After searching for a while, Yi Jian found himself at a loss regarding the nature of the poison afflicting him. In a desperate attempt to survive, he exchanged points for various antidotes, consuming every available elixir. Although it cost him a considerable amount of points, he had no choice but to try. At that moment, he sensed the antidote beginning to take effect. However, the arrival of Elder Wang interrupted his thoughts. Yi Jian was not surprised to see him, and in a fit of anger, he exclaimed, "You scheming Elder Wang, have you brought me here to extract a confession by force? You are truly despicable." Elder Wang, far from being angered by Yi Jian's outburst, responded calmly, "Do not think that I cannot uncover evidence of your crimes. I will investigate anyone who has had a conflict with my son, and among all present, you are the most suspicious. You would do well to confess." Naturally, Yi Jian would not yield easily. After exchanging a few words, Elder Wang's temper flared. "You are unaware of your situation, Yi Jian. You have been poisoned by my specially concocted heartbreak pill. If you do not speak now, I shall see how you fare when the poison takes full effect tomorrow," he declared angrily. Upon realizing that the poison was only of the 2nd rank, Yi Jian felt a surge of relief. He had not anticipated being so underestimated. He burst into laughter, leaving Elder Wang bewildered. Angered by Yi Jian's audacity, Elder Wang chose to leave, confident that Yi Jian would eventually beg for his assistance. Once alone, Yi Jian felt that the potency of the poison within him had diminished significantly. Most of the antidotes he had consumed were 3rd-rank detoxifying pills. Although they could not completely negate the poison, their effects were substantial. Before long, Yi Jian had mostly recovered, with only his internal energy needing restoration. Thus, Yi Jian continued to cultivate within the dilapidated confines of the room. Initially, he considered breaking down the door, but he soon realized that doing so would imply guilt in the death of Wang Fatty. Consequently, he resolved to endure the situation for a while longer. Meanwhile, the cold sect within the academy was far from enjoying such tranquility. They had clashed with the law enforcement hall multiple times, leaving the academy in a state of disarray. Nevertheless, Elder Wang's steadfastness prevented the cold sect from gaining any significant ground. Upon learning of these events, Instructor Jian grew increasingly worried for Yi Jian's safety. She sought the counsel of the Grand Elder multiple times, eventually securing permission to meet with Yi Jian. However, upon discovering that Yi Jian had severed ties with the law enforcement hall, chaos ensued within the academy. At this moment, Yi Jian remained oblivious to the turmoil outside. Meanwhile, Jian and her sister could no longer remain passive. They frantically sought to confront Elder Wang, leaving him feeling exasperated and redirecting his ire toward Yi Jian. The following day, Elder Wang returned to find Yi Jian appearing unwell and visibly in distress, a sight that pleased him, for it indicated the poison was indeed taking effect. Yet, Yi Jian was aware that his suffering was merely an act, which made his pretense all the more arduous. After further attempts to extract information from Yi Jian, Elder Wang grew increasingly frustrated. Despite Yi Jian's apparent agony, he remained tight-lipped. Thus, Elder Wang could only bide his time, contemplating how long Yi Jian could endure. Ultimately, the academy discovered that Elder Wang had taken Yi Jian away. In light of recent events, the Grand Elder of the academy had no choice but to instruct Elder Wang to return Yi Jian first, after which Yi Jian was confined once again in the law enforcement hall. That evening, Jian arrived, and Yi Jian, unaware of her presence, feigned great anguish. Upon realizing it was Jian, he relaxed his performance. After inquiring about the recent situation of the Han clan, Yi Jian instructed Jian to inform the clan members to refrain from any disputes with the academy. He then advised her to tell his sister that it was time to employ the method they had discussed earlier. Although Jian was somewhat curious, Yi Jian remained reticent, and she felt it inappropriate to press further. Yi Jian also urged Jin Lin to keep his intentions secret, insisting that he would shoulder the burden alone. This deeply moved Jin Lin, intensifying her affection for him. Once Jin Lin conveyed the message, the Han clan members felt reassured, and upon learning that her brother was safe, his sister was overjoyed. Consequently, she set off that night for Qingyang County to seek out the young manager of the auction house, following Yi Jian's instructions. He had told her that he had exchanged several third-grade elixirs through the system and instructed her to negotiate a deal with the auction house, claiming he had befriended a high-ranking alchemist who could supply premium elixirs. Yi Jian was confident that the auction house would not let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. If they were aware that Yi Jian was under the Academy's control, they would likely intervene on his behalf, as the auction house would certainly miss out on high-grade elixirs without his involvement. Thus, Yi Jian felt reassured. With the support of the auction house, he believed that the Academy's elders, lacking evidence, would be unable to continue detaining him. Thus, Yi Jian continued to wait. However, he did not squander this time. Not only did he find peace, but he also advanced a level in his cultivation, now reaching the 9th stage of the Martial Master realm. His confinement had not been in vain, though it was somewhat lonely after several days of isolation. The most exasperating aspect for Yi Jian was having to continuously act in front of Elder Wang, portraying extreme suffering. Yet, to his relief, Elder Wang, while not extracting any secrets, seemed pleased with Yi Jian's performance. Merely a day later, representatives from the auction house arrived, but the Academy's elders were reluctant to acquiesce, believing that this matter was internal to the Academy and should not involve the auction house. After being rebuffed by the Academy, the auction house, realizing the significance of their impending collaboration with Yi Jian, mobilized their influence, causing the Academy to suffer various business losses in a short span. Although they did not overtly target the Academy, it was clear that the Academy suspected the auction house's involvement. After several days of the standoff, the Academy could no longer remain passive. They were caught in a dilemma, unable to confront the auction house directly while also feeling the pressure from Elder Wang's influence. Ultimately, the Grand Elder could no longer contain himself and, disregarding Elder Wang's reputation, arranged for an invitation to the young manager of the auction house to visit the Academy as a guest. It appears that circumstances have taken a turn. Otherwise, the Academy would not have extended an invitation to the young steward. Although Elder Wang is exceedingly displeased and unwilling to let Yi Jian off the hook, especially with the true culprit still at large, he is compelled to acquiesce to the elder's authoritative demands. At that moment, Lin Yunei, accompanied by several formidable experts from the auction house, stormed into the Academy with an imposing presence, entirely devoid of the demeanor of guests, which incited a wave of anxiety within the institution. Could it be that they intended to take action against Yi Jian and the Academy? In truth, Lin Yunei is not foolish. She would not jeopardize the Academy for Yi Jian, as the institution holds considerable prestige in Qingyang County. While its prowess may not match that of the auction house, its reputation is unparalleled. Engaging in conflict with the Academy would be utterly unwise. Her intention is merely to display the auction house's regard for Yi Jian, signaling that if he is released, they would remain amicable. Upon Lin Yunei's arrival with the auction house's experts, the Academy treated the situation with utmost seriousness. The elder, accompanied by numerous associates, invited Lin Yunei and her entourage inside for a detailed discussion. They even summoned Yi Jian, creating a tense atmosphere as both parties faced off, delighting Yi Jian as he witnessed Elder Wang's discomposure. Once Yi Jian was brought forth, dialogue commenced. The elder stated, "The invitation extended to the young steward is a result of our Academy's careful consideration. We have decided to acquiesce to your request and release Yi Jian, which we hope reflects a gesture of goodwill. May our two establishments coexist in harmony." The young steward responded, "The elder demonstrates great wisdom. It is not my intention to trouble the Academy. However, you have detained my friend without conclusive evidence of his guilt. Thus, I place significant importance on this matter. I am grateful to the elder for granting us this favor, and I hope for your continued support of Yi Jian." The elder, somewhat resigned, replied, "That is acceptable. But I must inquire about the nature of Yi Jian's relationship with your auction house, as it raises some concerns." Lin Yunei explained, "I do not share a direct connection with Brother Yi. However, I am linked to a master alchemist who supports him. Hence, I cannot disregard my friend's standing. And my rapport with Yi Jian is quite amicable, which compels me to advocate for him." Upon learning of the support Yi Jian enjoys from a master alchemist, the elder was taken aback, realizing that Yi Jian's background is indeed formidable. Ultimately, the auction house offered the Academy a beneficial deal, increasing their profit share from their collaborative ventures, which greatly pleased the elder. Not only was Yi Jian released, but he was also invited to join them in conversation. Observing the elder's shamelessness left Yi Jian feeling somewhat exasperated, yet he understood that, given his current lack of strength, he must endure the situation for now. Meanwhile, Elder Wang, incensed by the elder's deference to the auction house and Yi Jian, stormed off. It seems that while he may refrain from directly confronting Yi Jian in the future, he would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards him, though Yi Jian remains unperturbed by such threats. After Yi Jian received the detoxification pill, he exhibited an air of nonchalance. He exchanged pleasantries with the Grand Elder, assuring him that he would not dwell on the matter, before departing alongside Lin Yuner. However, Lin Yuner was not ready to let Yi Jian go so easily. She called him back and initiated a conversation. Yi Jian, she began, I have exerted considerable effort to assist you this time, so you must promptly provide me with the elixir. Otherwise, I shall not let you off lightly. Observing the playful smile on Lin Yuner's face, Yi Jian discerned that she held no ill intentions, merely a concern for the alchemist behind him. With a hint of resignation, Yi Jian replied, Rest assured, the elixir will be available. However, my friend has yet to return. I estimate he will be back in about a month. Would you grant me a month's time? I assure you, I will deliver the elixir to you then. The revelation that the elixir would not be ready for a month dampened Lin Yuner's spirits. Yet she recognized that the initiative lay with Yi Jian, leaving her with little choice but to concede. She instructed him to ensure the elixir's timely delivery. Yi Jian was also eager to provide her with a third-grade elixir. Not only would it yield him substantial profit, but it would also strengthen his ties with the auction house. However, he needed to reach the Grand Martial Master realm to exchange for the elixir. Thus, Yi Jian resolved to enhance his strength swiftly, aiming to attain the Grand Martial Master level within a month. Consequently, he was released without further ado, and upon exiting, he found his comrades from the Han clan waiting eagerly outside. Witnessing the concern of so many brothers brought him immense joy. Among them were Yi Xueqing and Zhao Fu. And to his surprise, Jin Lin had also come. They regarded him with eager expressions, and his sister embraced him warmly, eliciting envy from the others. Jin Lin, though appearing somewhat envious, managed to mask her feelings well. After bidding farewell to Lin Yuner, the group began to gossip. Rumors had circulated within the academy about the extraordinary relationship between Yi Jian and Lin Yuner, which had led the auction house to hold Yi Jian in such high regard, nearly causing a rift with the academy. This piqued the curiosity of many, yet only Yi Jian and his sister knew the true reason. Lin Yuner, the shrewd merchant, valued the alchemist behind Yi Jian, which explained her willingness to assist him, even at the risk of antagonizing the academy. Yi Jian found himself at a loss for excuses to quell the curiosity of his comrades in the Han clan and ultimately sought a way to slip away. Though they could do nothing but deepen the speculation regarding Yi Jian and Lin Yuner's relationship. Many envied him for having such a formidable ally and for winning the affections of such a stunning beauty. Jin Lin was particularly intrigued. Noticing that Yi Jian was reluctant to divulge more, she could only sulk in a corner. It was only after Yi Xueqing revealed the details that Jin Lin felt somewhat appeased. Although the tempest within the academy seemed to have subsided, Yi Jian's situation had become precarious, as he had accumulated numerous adversaries, including the elders of the academy, particularly Elder Wang, who would undoubtedly seek to make his life difficult in the days to come. What perplexed Yi Jian the most was the emergence of numerous adversaries, who, fueled by jealousy, were incensed by Jin Lin's recent advocacy on his behalf. This left Yi Jian feeling quite helpless. Nevertheless, he was not intimidated by these individuals. Rather, he resolved to confront each one as they came. Upon returning, instead of resting, Yi Jian continued to urge Zhao Fu and the members of the Han clan to cultivate diligently, emphasizing that only with strength could they possess a voice, lest they encounter similar predicaments in the future. After inquiring about the circumstances of the Han clan, Yi Jian instructed Zhao Fu to intensify their dealings with the auction house and to strategize the establishment of a faction within Xinyan County. Relying solely on the academy would not suffice in the long run. Yi Jian also contemplated long-term development, aspiring to utilize the academy as a platform to attract diverse talents, providing essential support for the faction in Xinyan County, thus accelerating their progress. Thus, Yi Jian navigated a few tranquil days, witnessing improvements in his own cultivation. However, Trouble soon found its way back to him, this time not due to external affairs, but because of mentor Jian. Recently, she had been exceedingly attentive to Jian, visiting him almost daily, which incited jealousy among many men at the academy, leading them to view Jian as a formidable rival. As fate would have it, a young master from a powerful background sought to confront Jian, channeling his displeasure over Jian's rejection toward him. Upon learning that the other party wished to engage in a fair contest, claiming he desired to pursue Jian openly, Jian was left exasperated. Although he harbored a modicum of affection for Jian, who could remain indifferent to such a stunning beauty, he had never actively pursued her. Jian attempted to dismiss this individual, yet he persistently clung to him, eschewing subtlety and instead openly challenging Jian to a duel, asserting that victory would grant him the right to court Jian. Ultimately, Jian found himself evading this rather foolish rival, who remained resolute in his desire for a showdown, accusing Jian of fear, which irked him somewhat. Despite being aware of the young man's status as a scion of one of the 4 prominent families in Qingyang, specifically the Wang family, and acknowledging his considerable prowess as a first-rank Grand Martial Master, Jian believed that with his current strength and cultivation techniques, he would not be at a disadvantage. With no other recourse, Jian reluctantly acquiesced to the challenge, agreeing to their duel outside the academy. The stakes were that the loser would forfeit the chance to see Jian, a notion that left Jian bemused. Given that he had never sought her out, she had always approached him first. To extricate himself from this predicament, Jian consented to the duel, seizing the opportunity to engage in combat after a prolonged hiatus, believing that such a contest would enhance his own cultivation. Engaging in combat with a master offers Jian an opportunity to enhance his cultivation. Thus, 3 days later, the two met in a small grove outside the academy for a sparring session, and they insisted on bringing Jian along. Although Jian did not harbor any particular affection for Jian, he certainly did not wish to lose face before her, prompting him to prepare diligently for the encounter. His opponent had already attained the first level of a martial master and hailed from a distinguished family, suggesting that both his cultivation methods and martial skills were formidable. After making arrangements, Jian hurriedly commenced his training. If he could reach the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial master, his chances of success in the upcoming duel would undoubtedly increase significantly. Thus, Jian embarked on a rigorous regimen, utilizing the powerful capabilities of his system to exchange for a more advanced formation that would assist in his cultivation. He acquired a 3rd-tier spirit stone formation to provide energy, which greatly accelerated his training compared to his previous setup, allowing him to perceive the tangible benefits. After 3 days of relentless effort, Jian achieved the peak of the martial master level. However, breaking through to the great martial master level was no simple feat. This advancement required a substantial amount of profound energy, necessitating a cumulative reservoir of energy equivalent to that of the 9th level to succeed. Moreover, it was not merely a matter of energy. Talent and opportunity were also essential for such a breakthrough. Many within the academy found themselves stuck at this level, including Wang Tianyu, the leader of the Xingmen gang, who had been hindered for quite some time. Consequently, Jian could not afford a rush. He had to patiently seek opportunities. He hoped that this sparring session might present him with such a chance. As Jian prepared to depart with his belongings, a group of gossiping youths from the Han had already gathered eagerly in the inner hall, awaiting his arrival. Upon entering, Jian was greeted by a dense throng of people and, feeling somewhat displeased, queried, "What are you all doing here? Shouldn't the shops be monitored? Don't you have your own training to attend to?" Noticing Jian's irritation, the crowd fell silent, and Zhao Fu took the initiative to explain. "We learned that the leader is to spar with young Master Wang today, so we came to show our support." Jian, exasperated, replied, "It's merely a simple spar. There is no need for such a crowd. Return to your tasks, and be wary if any issues arise within the gang." Réalising ye viens displeasure. Zhao Fu quickly dispersed the gathering, leaving only Jian, Zhao Fu, and his sister in the hall. Curiously, his sister inquired, "Brother, is it true that you are to spar with young Master Wang for the sake of mentor Jian?" Observing his sister's inquisitive expression, Jian sighed. "My spar with young Master Wang is not for anyone in particular. He insisted on the duel, and I had no choice but to accept. So please refrain from unnecessary speculation." Upon learning that Jian's motivation was not Jian, his sister felt inexplicably delighted and insisted on accompanying him, claiming she wished to broaden her horizons and enhance her martial skills. Seeing her sister's insistence, Yi Jian had no choice but to bring her along. And when Zhao Fu expressed his desire to join, Yi Jian reluctantly acquiesced. Thus, the trio prepared to set forth. To Yi Jian's surprise, upon stepping outside, they encountered Mentor Jinlin, who appeared to have been waiting at the door for quite some time. Upon seeing Yi Jian, she seemed somewhat awkward and inquired, "Yi Jian, where are you headed? Could it be?" Aware of her rhetorical question, Yi Jian replied with resignation, "Indeed, young Master Wang insists on sparring with me. And I had no alternative but to agree. Today marks the date of our duel." Jinlin remarked, "You really needn't concern yourself with him. He can be quite bothersome. He used to pester me daily, and now it seems he has shifted his focus to you. I sincerely apologize." Yi Jian laughed heartily, saying, "Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. I understand completely, which is why I consented. It is merely a simple sparring session." Yi Jian pondered whether Jinlin was indirectly complimenting his appearance, though at that moment, her attention shifted to another pressing concern. She asked, "Do you think you will lose?" Observing the anxious glimmer in Jinlin's eyes, which starkly contrasted with her previous demeanor, Yi Jian felt an unfamiliar sensation and mustered his courage to reply, "Fear not. How could I possibly lose? For whatever reason, I, Yi Jian, shall not be defeated." With Yi Jian's reassuring response, Jinlin's spirits lifted, and she proposed, "Let us go together. I, too, wish to witness the clash between the two leading beauties of the Academy. I believe it will be particularly thrilling." Thus, the quartet made their way toward the woods outside the Academy. Although rumors circulated that Yi Jian and young Master Wang were to spar in a bid to win Jinlin's affection, no one disclosed the specific time or place, leaving them to speculate. In truth, the arrangement to meet outside the Academy was to avoid drawing a crowd, and young Master Wang was not one to seek the limelight. Hence their decision to duel in seclusion. This suited Yi Jian perfectly, and so the four of them reached their destination, where they discovered young Master Wang waiting in the grove. Upon seeing Yi Jian's arrival, Wang's eyes lit up, and he quickly noticed Jinlin's presence, which thrilled him immensely. Without pausing to converse with Yi Jian, he rushed toward Jinlin, who, despite her indifference, was misinterpreted by Wang as having come for him. Yet, those with keen insight recognized her true interest lay elsewhere. Ultimately, it became evident that Jinlin was more concerned about Yi Jian, which displeased young Master Wang, prompting the two to commence their duel. Chapter 46, The Intense Sparring. Young Master Wang wielded an exquisite long sword that clearly was no ordinary weapon. Unaware of the sword's origins, Yi Jian suspected it to be a high-level artifact. However, Jinlin was aware that the sword in Wang's grasp was the ancestral Han iron sword of the Wang family, a profound grade 5 weapon renowned for its formidable power, which left her restless. Angrily, she exclaimed, "Wang Yinsong, how dare you use your family's advanced weapon to spar with Yi Jian? Is this not a tad excessive?" Upon encountering Jinlin, Wang Gongzi felt a twinge of irritation, yet he remained unfazed. With an air of arrogance, he boasted to Yi Jian, "What is the matter? Yilin, are you too timid to spar with me? How is it that a woman speaks on your behalf? To be frank, I have heard of your considerable strength and the exceptional martial skill you possess. As a precaution, I shall draw forth my family's treasured sword and challenge you to a duel. Are you not daring enough to accept?" Yi Jian was aware of the formidable nature of his opponent's weapon, yet he could not retreat now that the situation had escalated. He replied, "How could I possibly shy away? Let me ascertain the true might of your treasured sword. Enough with your prattle. Let us begin." Notijin ye rin se impatienge. Wang Yinsong felt a surge of delight, and thus the two commenced their duel. The cold iron sword wielded by Wang Gongzi indeed demonstrated considerable power. Each close confrontation revealed the chilling aura of the weapon. Although it did not exert a significant effect, it nonetheless left an impression that unsettled Yi Jian. Channeling his Xianxia into his own weapon, Yi Jian engaged in combat, feeling slightly more at ease. Otherwise, the contact with his opponent's weapon would have disrupted his internal energy. The two fought fiercely, and without the use of martial techniques, they appeared evenly matched. Despite being the scion of a prominent family, Wang Gongzi possessed a wealth of combat experience, contradicting Jinlin's assertion that he was merely an inept aristocrat. This realization prompted Yi Jian to adopt a more serious approach, while Wang Gongzi recognized Yi Jian's considerable fighting prowess as well. It seemed that to secure victory, he would have to rely on the advantage of his superior level and strength. Their exchange was vigorous, drawing the keen attention of Zhao Fu, while Yi Jian's sister and Jinlin watched with growing concern for his safety. Wang Gongzi, mistakenly believing that Jian Lin's focus was upon him, found himself further invigorated, pouring additional energy into his strikes against Yi Jian. This left Yi Jian with little choice but to discreetly search for his opponent's weaknesses. Seeing Yi Jian's resilience, Wang Gongzi shouted, "Yi Jian, receive my attack." He prepared to unleash a martial technique, and Yi Jian, undeterred, began to ready his third-level fist technique. Thus commenced their clash of martial skills. Yi Jian braced himself against Wang Gongzi's technique, feeling the impact keenly, which led Wang Gongzi to grow complacent. In that moment, Yi Jian launched his sword forward, infused with Xianxia, appearing to possess great power. Yet only he understood its true capability. This maneuver was a creation of his own, intended to distract his opponent. As the sword soared through the air, Yi Jian sprang into action. Wang Gongzi, mistaking the flying sword for a formidable technique, hurriedly formed a Xianxia shield with his cold, iron sword to counter it. To his surprise, the anticipated violent clash never materialized. He easily dispelled the attack. Just as he began to feel a sense of triumph, he realized that Yi Jian had vanished from sight, and behind him, he sensed an overwhelming martial technique rushing towards him. As Yi Jian sought to captivate his opponent's attention, he stealthily prepared a third-level punch behind young Master Wang. Although the latter sensed the impending threat a moment too late, he quickly reacted, hastily raising his cold, iron sword in defense. Yi Jian's third-level punch boasted formidable power, forcing young Master Wang to stagger back several paces. Despite the resistance provided by the cold, iron sword, he still sustained some injuries. Yi Jian, caught off guard by his adversary's resilience, felt a twinge of anxiety. At this juncture, Yi Jian's internal energy was dwindling, prompting him to swiftly consume a replenishing elixir. Meanwhile, his opponent commenced a serious counteroffensive, showcasing genuine martial techniques. Young Master Wang, being a seasoned practitioner at the first level of a grand martial artist, displayed considerable prowess as he began to condense an energy garment, a skill attainable only at his level, alongside preparing a seemingly formidable martial move. Noticing young Master Wang's irked demeanor, perhaps due to the embarrassment of being ambushed, Yi Jian braced himself for what was to come. After ingesting the elixir, his internal energy revitalized. He initiated the Qi refinement technique. Enhanced by his martial skills, Yi Jian's abilities had nearly reached the level of a grand martial artist. Though not yet a true grand martial artist, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With his long sword at the ready, Yi Jian unleashed his most potent technique, the shattering body form of the nine profound sword technique. Unexpectedly, his aura surged, confirming the rumors circulating in the community. Young Master Wang, taken aback, intensified his energy output. Thus, two colossal martial techniques clashed, a spectacle that alarmed Zhao Fu and his companions, who now worried for Yi Jian's safety. With a single strike, their swords collided, generating immense power that severed several nearby trees. Both Yi Jian and young Master Wang bore wounds from the encounter. Yi Jian sustained a gash on his left chest, while young Master Wang also showed signs of injury, albeit Yi Jian appeared slightly more formidable. Witnessing the intensity of their duel and the injuries they had inflicted upon each other, Jian Lin could no longer stand idly by. She rushed between the two combatants, urging them to cease their sparring. However, the engrossed fighters were unwilling to relent. After requesting Zhao Fu to escort Jian Lin away, the two adversaries took a moment to recuperate before resuming their fierce battle. The combat continued, with both sustaining injuries, yet neither aimed for the other's vital points. Their intentions were evidently clear, to determine a victor without resorting to lethal measures. Thus, Yi Jian and young Master Wang battled from morning until afternoon, consuming an unknown quantity of replenishing elixirs. Eventually, both could barely lift their swords but refused to concede, resorting to punches and kicks against one another. Seeing their relentless determination, Jian Lin and the others felt helpless. To prevent the fight from escalating further, Jian Lin intervened, delivering a precise strike to each combatant, rendering Yi Jian and young Master Wang unconscious. Of course, she did not employ excessive force. Rather, her technique merely incapacitated them both. Thus, today's sparring session has come to an end. The three individuals assisted Yi Jian and young Master Wang back to the academy. Initially, Jian Lin had no intention of involving himself with young Master Wang, yet upon witnessing the two clinging to each other, even before losing consciousness, he felt compelled to bring them both back to the Cold Gate. Consequently, this exchange can only be deemed a draw, as neither party emerged victorious over the other. If one were to assess prowess, young Master Wang would indeed have the upper hand. However, Yi Jian is a tenacious individual who refuses to concede. Thus it cannot be said that he has lost. Therefore, a stalemate is the fairest conclusion. Through this encounter, both men have developed a profound respect for one another. After a 2-day respite, Yi Jian finally regained his strength. He realized that although he did not secure victory against young Master Wang, the experience proved immensely beneficial. The relentless application of the Qi refinement technique had enabled Yi Jian to sense the formidable power of the Grand Martial Master realm, which would undoubtedly aid him in his future endeavors to transcend into the Martial Master stage. Young Master Wang, too, had not fared well, taking a full 2 days to recuperate. It was during this time that the two crossed paths within the Cold Gate. Upon seeing Yi Jian approach, young Master Wang noted that Yi Jian appeared to have fully recovered. In truth, Yi Jian was aware that his recovery was not as swift as it seemed. He was merely putting on a facade. Thus, both men engaged in a pretense, leading to a conversation. Young Master Wang remarked, "Yi Jian, I never anticipated you to be so formidable. To be at the pinnacle of the 9th level martial master and endure such a lengthy battle without yielding. Clearly, I underestimated you." Yi Jian responded, "You two are quite impressive. Had we continued, I would undoubtedly have lost. You are indeed unlike anyone else." Curiously, young Master Wang inquired, "In what way am I different?" "I believe you possess a uniqueness that sets you apart. Your reckless determination and refusal to accept defeat are truly admirable." Yi Jian, with a wry smile, replied, "I am not like you. I come from humble beginnings and have fought hard to reach this point. Therefore, I cannot afford to lose." This revelation prompted young Master Wang to regard Yi Jian with newfound respect. Unexpectedly, young Master Wang insisted that their rivalry was far from over, proposing that they continue to spar, asserting that he would not relinquish Jian Lin, and inviting Yi Jian to accept his challenges at any time. After a few days of rest, Yi Jian found himself in good health, with his physical energy and mystical essence markedly enhanced, bringing him great joy. However, upon his recovery, he discovered that tranquility eluded him. Wang Yansong, aware of Yi Jian's restored vitality, sought him out daily for sparring sessions. Consequently, their silhouettes frequently graced the courtyard of the Cold Gate. Their duels were nothing short of spectacular, becoming a source of entertainment for the members of the Cold Gate, who eagerly gathered to witness the exchanges between their leader and young Master Wang. For the brothers of the Cold Gate, this camaraderie proved to be immensely beneficial. With such a fortuitous arrangement, Yi Jian could not decline. Thus, he and young Master Wang forged a bond of mutual respect, though not of the romantic variety, rather an appreciation for each other's capabilities. Nevertheless, this incessant sparring could not continue indefinitely, as Yi Jian had other responsibilities to attend to. Consequently, he contemplated discussing with young Master Wang the possibility of reducing the frequency of their encounters. In a tavern of the academy, two individuals ordered copious amounts of wine, intending to engage in a conversation regarding a certain matter. After several rounds of drinks, Yi Jian spoke, "Young Master Wang, it seems that our daily sparring sessions are not a viable solution. Might we negotiate a different arrangement?" In truth, young Master Wang was also weary of their daily duels, as he never managed to best Yi Jian. Their encounters invariably concluded in a stalemate. Moreover, Yi Jian had shown remarkable progress, and Wang sensed that it would not be long before Yi Jian surpassed him. Yet, his desire to defeat Yi Jian remained strong, for only then could he pursue Jian Lin. Young Master Wang replied, "If you concede defeat, I shall cease to trouble you." Yi Jian, aware of Wang's intentions, knew he could not admit defeat. Thus, he employed his eloquence to persuade Wang. After sharing his thoughts, Wang ultimately acquiesced. Yi Jian proposed inviting mentor Jian Lin to join the Cold Door as a guiding instructor, allowing her to hold a nominal position within the organization. He further convinced young Master Wang to ally with the Cold Door, providing Wang ample opportunity to approach Jian Lin, which he eagerly accepted. Wang insisted that Yi Jian must ensure Jian Lin's agreement to join the Cold Door before he himself would ally with them. In this manner, Yi Jian successfully resolved a significant dilemma. Although Yi Jian felt a twinge of discomfort regarding this arrangement, he was uncertain whether he harbored feelings for Jian Lin. Young Master Wang, unlike other affluent youths, was a decent fellow who did not possess an overwhelming obsession with Jian Lin. Thus, Yi Jian opted to allow matters to unfold naturally and began contemplating how to persuade Jian Lin. He believed convincing her would not be arduous. The Cold Door indeed required a few capable individuals to guide its members, and Wang Yinsong's prowess was unquestionable, while Jian Lin's capabilities were beyond doubt. Although Yi Jian was also capable of offering guidance, he lacked the time to do so single-handedly, and therefore considered the expansion of the cold door. Upon visiting Jian Lin's residence, Yi Jian engaged her in conversation, and to his surprise, she readily agreed without hesitation. This gesture deeply moved Yi Jian. Consequently, Mentor Jian Lin successfully joined the cold door, assuming the role of a guiding leader, primarily responsible for the training of the members and handling diplomatic affairs. Jian Lin was indeed a source of great reassurance for Yi Jian, as she maintained excellent relationships within the academy and across Qingyang County. Thus, enlisting Jian Lin to assist the cold door in business dealings or other matters was a most fitting choice. Who could refuse a stunning beauty? The day following Jian Lin's induction, young Master Wang appeared, boldly seeking to discuss the alliance with Yi Jian. Having previously agreed, Yi Jian formalized the alliance with Wang. However, Yi Jian's motives for entering this alliance extended beyond merely facilitating Wang's pursuit of Jian Lin. He recognized that Wang was affiliated with the royal family of Qingyang County, and forging an alliance with such a prominent family would greatly benefit the future development of the cold door. Currently, the relationship with Wang Yinsong is quite amiable. If the Wang family were to extend their support, the development of the Han men would truly flourish. Following the alliance between Han men and the Wang family, the addition of Mentor Jian Lin has rendered joining Han men an enticing prospect within the academy. Numerous adept individuals are now eager to affiliate with Han men. Yi Jian has employed the tactic of martial competitions to recruit numerous exceptional talents, and with the assistance of Wang Yinsong and Jian Lin, the strength of Hammond's members has escalated remarkably. His sister has not disappointed either, through the support of the faction and her own diligence. She has now achieved the impressive rank of a 7th-level martial master. Zhao Fu and Li Ao, the indispensable core members, have also dedicated themselves to rigorous training, each advancing by 2 or 3 levels, which brings immense joy to Yi Jian. However, Yi Jian is currently burdened by a pressing concern. He must rapidly enhance his strength. The month-long deadline is swiftly approaching, and should he fail to break through to the pinnacle of martial master by then, he would be in breach of his promise, incurring the disfavor of that little woman, Lin Yuner, which would be quite embarrassing for him. With the aid of young Master Wang and the guidance of Mentor Jian Lin, Yi Jian feels increasingly confident about transcending the martial master realm. Recently, he has sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough, prompting him to delegate the affairs of the faction to others as he prepares for a period of seclusion and focused cultivation to achieve his goal. Chapter 48. Breaking through to the pinnacle of Martial Master Level 9. Yi Jian's current situation is that, although he can perceive the bottleneck, he still requires a substantial amount of spiritual energy to make a breakthrough. Thus, he must devise a means to accumulate this energy swiftly to succeed. During a prior conversation with Jian Lin, he learned of a location on the Academy's back mountain that is exceptionally suited for seclusion and training. It was there that Jian Lin herself achieved her breakthrough. Consequently, Yi Jian requested her guidance to that place for his cultivation. After organizing his supplies, Yi Jian set off with Jian Lin. Although the Academy is not particularly vast, the back mountain is quite expansive, and Jian Lin mentioned that reaching the designated location would require traversing several peaks. Thus, the two spent the entire morning journeying until they arrived at their destination. Jian Lin spoke, "Yi Jian, this is my secret base. I have revealed it to you alone. Do you see the cave ahead?" Yi Jian replied with a smile, "Indeed. I see it. This must be the cave you mentioned, rich in spiritual energy." Jian Lin affirmed, "Yes, it is within there that I achieved my breakthrough." Yi Jian observed that the feng shui and flora of this area were notably distinct. The vegetation thrived far better than elsewhere. Even before entering the cave, he could sense the abundant spiritual energy, which filled him with delight. Gratefully thanking Jian Lin, he ventured inside the cave, discovering various living essentials, indicating that she frequently trained here. Thus, Yi Jian resolved to commence his cultivation, striving to achieve a breakthrough within 7 days. This was his final opportunity, as he would require additional time to exchange for elixirs through the system and engage in transactions at the auction house. Should he fail to break through within the allotted time, he would likely forfeit his chance. Upon witnessing Yi Jian's intention to begin his training, Jian Lin bid him farewell, assuring him that she would visit if her guild duties permitted in the coming days. Although Yi Jian yearned for someone to care for him, he instructed Jian Lin to prioritize her academy responsibilities, assuring her that he would be fine on his own. Thus, Jian returned alone, her solitary figure appearing somewhat desolate. Regaining his composure, Jian suppressed any wandering thoughts and entered the cave to commence his cultivation. To facilitate his breakthrough, he had prepared an array of resources, expending a significant amount of points to exchange for a high-grade third-tier elixir to aid in his final ascent. He also brought a substantial quantity of spirit stones and ample provisions. After setting up a formation with the third-tier spirit stones, Jian embarked on his training. As the first day elapsed, he was pleasantly surprised by the substantial gains from his cultivation within the cave. Coupled with the formation's influence, he felt that one night of training here equated to 3 days of practice outside. Indeed, it was a treasure trove. His gratitude towards Jian deepened, for he recognized her feelings for him. However, after inquiring with his sister previously, he sensed her subtle discontent regarding his search for a suitable partner, which tempered his own affections for Jian. Thus, he chose not to dwell on such matters for the time being. A primary reason for this decision was his current inadequacy in strength. In the realm of Xianling, many formidable individuals existed, and there were numerous cultivators of his caliber. Hence, he felt an urgent need to enhance his training to safeguard the woman he cherished. Time flowed swiftly, and during his intervals of rest from cultivation, Jian practiced the 9 Xian sword technique, ensuring his days were not overly monotonous. The second day of training commenced, and Jian tirelessly operated the unnamed technique, accelerating his absorption of the formation's spiritual energy as well as the energy within the cave. However, after 3 days, he realized he was still some distance from a breakthrough. Assessing his progress, he understood that, given the remaining days, achieving a breakthrough seemed unlikely. Consequently, Jian turned his attention to the system. His current points were substantial, bolstered by the support of his guild and his recent accumulation. Thus, he expended a significant number of points to acquire a qi gathering pill, which would enhance his cultivation efficiency. Although he had nearly depleted his recently amassed points, he felt no remorse. Jian continued to feed the formation with spirit stones and consume the qi gathering pill to boost his training efficacy, aware that it might take a toll on his body. Yet, he remained undaunted, believing that once he achieved his breakthrough, he could gradually assimilate the profound energy within him. Jian now finds himself in desperate need of a substantial amount of mysterious energy to achieve a breakthrough. To others, his approach may seem extravagant. In truth, Jian wishes to absorb the mysterious energy gradually through cultivation techniques, allowing for better assimilation into his body. However, time is of the essence, and he lacks it. Thus, he continues to consume elixirs and exhaust spirit stones. By the 6th day, he senses that his internal reservoir of mysterious energy is nearing saturation, prompting him to prepare for a breakthrough. On the evening of the 6th day, Jian refrains from further cultivation, opting instead for a restful night, intending to undertake his breakthrough the following day. After several days of relentless practice, his body bears the burden of fatigue, necessitating a night of rest before attempting to break through. He fears that foregoing rest might adversely affect his efforts. Such advice, imparted by Jian and young Master Wang, is taken seriously by Jian, who deeply values their counsel. Having rested adequately, Jian discovers that his body has nearly recovered. After consuming a high-grade elixir he had exchanged for, he embarks on his breakthrough. However, Jian is unprepared for the challenges ahead. Despite the efficacy of the elixir, he finds himself stymied at a bottleneck, unable to advance. Employing an unnamed cultivation method, he gathers the mysterious energy within him, striving to break through once, twice, thrice. Jian understands that he cannot afford to pause. He must continuously channel the mysterious energy to facilitate his breakthrough. After numerous attempts, he finds that the energy within him has been significantly depleted, while the ambient spiritual energy and that of the formation no longer suffice to replenish his consumption. At this juncture, Jian resolves to give it his all, expending the last remnants of mysterious energy in one final push. Just as he contemplates surrendering, he perceives a small fissure in the bottleneck within him, igniting a spark of hope. Continuing to consume energy-restoring elixirs, Jian presses on. With each successive attempt, the fissure widens until ultimately he breaks through completely. Upon opening his eyes, he realizes that the external energy field has transformed, and the mysterious energy within him has shifted from its previous gaseous form to a liquid state, coiling in every corner of his being. Though the quantity of this liquid energy is still limited, Jian is confident that with further cultivation, it will gradually expand. Chapter 49. The Transactions at the Auction House. Jian has successfully achieved a breakthrough within 7 days, and his joy knows no bounds. Harnessing the mysterious energy within him, his martial techniques exhibit significantly augmented power. Most importantly, when utilizing his third-level punch, he no longer worries about depleting his energy reserves. With the current state of his mysterious energy, he can execute the technique more than 10 times without concern. The 9 profound sword technique, which consumes an extraordinary amount of essence, can now be utilized by Jian approximately 3 times. Compared to previous limitations, Jian is immensely pleased. He never anticipated that a mere breakthrough could yield such bountiful rewards. It appears that Jian is now capable of practicing the 8 extremes fist at the 4th level, as well as other techniques from a 9 profound sword method. This marks a significant elevation in his prowess. Upon completing his breakthrough, Jian tidied the cave and restored it to its original state. He then intended to return to the cold sect, only to discover that Jian, along with her sister and Zhao Fu, had been waiting at the mountain's entrance for quite some time. As Jian emerged, he appeared transformed, brimming with vitality and exuding an aura distinct from before. This is indeed the realm of a grand martial artist. The members of the cold sect greeted him in unison, exclaiming, "Congratulations, leader, on your breakthrough. Congratulations on becoming a grand martial artist." This unexpected display of support deeply moved Jian. The fact that so many awaited him, held hope for him, and respected him instilled in him a renewed confidence for future endeavors. As Jian engaged in conversation with them, he humorously recounted the challenges of his breakthrough, which caused a flicker of concern among Zhao Fu and the others. However, Jian reassured them that the sect would provide the necessary elixirs and spirit stones for their future advancements, instantly brightening their spirits. Naturally, Jian would not extend this offer to all sect members, but he was more than willing to assist those few individuals he trusted most. After his discussion with Zhao Fu and the others, Jian hurried to his sister, saying, "Xueqing, brother has broken through. You must also strive hard." Upon hearing the news of Jian's achievement, his sister beamed with joy and exclaimed, "Congratulations, brother, on your breakthrough. You are now incredible, my idol." Feeling warmth from his sister's praise, Jian was touched. At that moment, Jian interjected, "Leader, congratulations. You are truly remarkable. You claimed you would break through in 7 days, and you did. I spent a full fortnight in the cave before achieving my own breakthrough." Jian expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Jian, saying, "No, it was the treasure location you found for me that facilitated my rapid advancement. I must sincerely thank you for that." Thus, Jian departed from the back mountain with his companions and returned to the cold sect, only to find that Wang Yinsong was absent. Upon inquiry, he learned that Wang Yinsong had gone into seclusion to compare himself against Jian, aspiring to break through to the first level of Grand Martial Artist. He had expressed a desire to challenge Jian once he achieved his breakthrough. Recognizing the esteem in which Wang Yinsong held him, Jian viewed this as a positive development. Having someone to measure himself against would undoubtedly aid his own growth. After addressing a few matters within the cold sect, Jian instructed Zhao Fu to send someone to procure some third-grade spirit herbs, enabling him to exchange for third-grade elixirs. As night fell, Ling Qiao had gathered sufficient herbs, and Jian began to exchange for third-grade elixirs within the confines of his room. Although he could currently procure only 5 third-grade elixirs, each elevation in his strength would augment his quota by 2. Nevertheless, with 3 days remaining until the appointed time, Jian needed to secure a total of 20 elixirs, which would suffice for his needs. Should he successfully establish channels for these third-grade elixirs, a substantial profit awaited him, allowing him to provide his brothers from the Han Min with additional martial arts techniques and skills. Despite Jian's daily earnings from the spiritual stones acquired through Han Min, the demand for martial techniques and skills was considerable, rendering his current points insufficient. If he could open up trade collaborations for the third-grade elixirs, the Han Min would ascend to a new echelon, keeping Jian awake through the night with anticipation and excitement. Moreover, the unnamed technique Jian employed was due for an upgrade, yet the upgrade required 30,000 points, a sum he had just depleted. Thus, he would need to successfully trade at the auction house before he could exchange for these techniques. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, as he gazed at the 20 elixirs on the table, a sense of joy enveloped him. The intelligence he possessed regarding the availability of third-grade elixirs would undoubtedly make him a sought-after figure, as various factions were in dire need of them. Jian had, in essence, secured a powerful backing. A proficient alchemist capable of providing elixirs would be welcomed anywhere, and many skilled individuals would go to great lengths to gain favor with such alchemists, even accompanying them to assist in their craft. With the elixirs in hand, Jian set forth toward Xingyang County. Initially, Zhao Fu had intended to accompany him, but Jian preferred to venture alone to the auction house. Had the skilled individuals lingering by the roadside known that Jian carried 23rd grade elixirs in his bag, the temptation might have driven some to attempt to eliminate him for the elixirs. However, Jian's humble appearance belied any impression of wealth, allowing him to pass unnoticed and reach the auction house without incident. Upon his arrival, the attendant promptly welcomed him, indicating the auction house's regard for him. Once ushered into the office of the young manager, the attendant hurried off to inform him of Jian's presence. While Jian sat in idle anticipation, he noticed an open letter on the table. Curiosity piqued, he read the words inscribed on its exterior, which expressed affection for Lin Yuner and contained a poem dedicated to her. The content was overly sentimental, causing even Jian, a grown man, to feel uncomfortable. Just as he was about to return the letter, Lin Yuner entered the room, and a wave of embarrassment washed over Jian. He quickly apologized, saying, "Young manager, I did not mean to pry into your correspondence. Please do not be upset." Jian quickly apologized, only to realize that Lin Yuner appeared quite upset. Consequently, he refrained from speaking. The two exchanged glances for an extended period, until Lin Yuner finally broke the silence, stating, "All right, enough of this annoyance for today. I shall not hold it against you. However, should you dare to disclose this matter, I will." Noticing that Lin Yuner left her sentence unfinished, Jian understood he was being threatened. Yet, he was unfazed by her intimidation, acknowledging his own wrongdoing and muttering a low agreement instead. After Lin Yuner angrily tore the letter into shreds, her expression visibly improved. It was surprising to witness someone, usually so composed, display such furious emotions. It appeared that her anger stemmed from more than just Jian's indiscretion in reading the letter. It likely had deeper roots. Chapter 50. Lin Yuner's plea for help. Observing Lin Yuner in a state of anger, Jian felt it inappropriate to speak and merely stood by. After a while, as Lin Yuner seemed to regain her composure, she inquired, "Jian, did you bring the elixirs?" Jian hurriedly retrieved the elixirs from his bag and placed them on the table. Subsequently, Lin Yuner summoned a seasoned elder to examine the elixirs. It was evident that this elder was also an alchemist. Although his precise abilities were indiscernible, his substantial spiritual energy suggested he was a practitioner of considerable rank. Upon completing his inspection, the elder wore a serious expression and scrutinized Jian closely, which made him feel slightly awkward. He thought to himself, "Is this old man a pervert? Why is he staring at me like that?" After a moment of observation, the elder sensed something amiss and asked, "Young man, these elixirs are not your handiwork, are they? From my assessment, your prowess is decent, yet your spiritual energy is lacking. May I inquire who concocted these elixirs?" Yizin, of course, could not divulge that they were obtained through a system exchange. Otherwise, he would attract countless powerful individuals seeking information about the system. He could only fabricate a response, saying, "These elixirs are indeed beyond my capabilities. They were crafted by a friend who is an alchemist. Is there an issue?" At this moment, Lin Yuner, curious, interjected, "Elderly, is there a problem with the elixirs?" Elderly, astonished, replied, "These elixirs are all third tier, composed of premium ingredients, and are entirely flawless. I am merely intrigued as to who else in Xingyang County could produce such elixirs." Hearing this, Jian felt a surge of joy. It seemed his system was indeed remarkable, providing him with exceptional elixirs. Lin Yuner couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Jian for having such a friend, though she refrained from voicing it, instructing someone to take the elixirs away. The conversation then shifted to negotiations. After an engaging bargaining session, they ultimately reached a satisfactory agreement. However, Jian raised his share to 37. Although Lin Yuner was somewhat displeased, she had no choice but to acquiesce, for in the current Xingyang County, third-tier elixirs were a rare commodity, leaving her no option but to agree to Jian's terms. In the end, Jian learned that the old man he had just encountered was also a third-tier alchemist. Although this individual could indeed concoct third-tier elixirs, the quality and efficiency of his work paled in comparison to that of Jian's companion. Thus, the auction house held Jian in high regard. After the two successfully finalized their transaction, the guild promptly distributed the profits to Jian, bestowing upon him a considerable fortune. Once they had resolved their other matters, Lin Yunei discovered that time was slipping away, prompting her to invite Yi Jian to dinner and suggesting that he stay overnight at the auction house before returning. Naturally, Yi Jian would not decline such an invitation. Who could resist dining with a beautiful woman? Although Lin Yunei appeared somewhat aloof, Yi Jian remained unfazed. She arranged for Yi Jian to dine at the most luxurious restaurant in Qingyang County, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he had never visited such an upscale establishment before. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he discovered that Lin Yunei was a VIP there, and they were escorted by several charming young ladies into an opulent private room. Encouraging Yi Jian to order freely, he took her at her word, selecting a variety of dishes that he had never tried before. Seeing his somewhat naive demeanor made Lin Yunei chuckle, and her mood visibly brightened. Noticing her playful teasing, Yi Jian remarked, "Do not be deceived by my appearance. I have indeed never frequented such an extravagant place, so I shall not hold back." Lin Yunei laughed, assuring him, "No worries, feel free to indulge. I won't mock you." As Lin Yunei continued to smile, Yi Jian was aware that his earlier antics were not intended to portray himself as a country bumpkin, but rather to elicit a smile from her. Eating in silence while observing her cold demeanor would have made the meal rather uncomfortable. With Lin Yunei's spirits lifted, they began to enjoy their meal together, engaging in conversation. Eventually, Yi Jian noticed that Lin Yunei was not eating any dishes but was solely consuming alcohol, which piqued his curiosity. He inquired, "Young master, I wonder if you're facing any troubles. If there's any way I can assist, I would be more than willing, especially since you have previously aided me, albeit for the sake of our collaboration. Nevertheless, I am genuinely grateful." Upon hearing Yi Jian's words, Lin Yunei's eyes glimmered with a hint of scheming, leaving Yi Jian feeling somewhat perplexed. Was he inadvertently entangling himself in a predicament? Her unwavering gaze sent a shiver down his spine. After a brief silence, Lin Yunei spoke up. "With that said, I do have a matter for which I seek your assistance, though I fear you may be unwilling." Having just boasted of his readiness to help, Yi Jian found it difficult to refuse, mustering the courage to reply, "Then, please tell me, young master, and I shall see if I am capable of fulfilling your request. If it involves eliminating someone, I can handle such matters." Lin Yunei responded, "Kill someone? That is not necessary. Does my auction house lack skilled individuals?" Yi Jian pondered. Indeed, the auction house must be brimming with experts. He had underestimated his own capabilities. "So, what exactly is the matter?" he inquired. Lin Yunei, a touch embarrassed, replied, "To be my beloved." "Ah, this seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it?" Ye viani éclamet in astonishment. Yet, at that moment, a flicker of joy danced within him. He had never anticipated that such a stunning beauty would harbor feelings for him, a realization that had eluded him until now. Observing that Yi Jian appeared to take her seriously, Lin Yun hastily clarified, "Not a genuine beloved, merely a pretense, just a facade. I currently lack a suitable candidate, hence I wish for your assistance." Upon grasping that she sought him to act as her faux beloved, Yi Jian felt a tinge of disappointment. However, he quickly dismissed it, responding, "Well, I can assist, but I am uncertain about the particulars." Thus, their conversation unfolded, and eventually, Yi Jian learned that Lin Yunei was her father's only daughter, and given her advancing age, it was time for her to marry. Her father intended to arrange a union with a powerful family. Yet, upon investigation, Lin Yunei discovered that her prospective suitor was merely a carefree young man, ill-suited for her in every aspect, and she had heard he was quite unattractive. This revelation filled her with great reluctance. Only today, her father had reiterated his firm intention for her to wed this idle scion. Consequently, Lin Yunei was quite agitated, prompting her to consider having Yi Jian masquerade as her beloved to placate her father. However, this endeavor was far from simple. It was not merely a matter of pretense. Chapter 51. Targeted by a rival after acquiescing to Lin Yunei's request, Yi Jian indulged in a sumptuous feast, realizing that the affluent truly save her life. He relished enormous lobsters and a bowl of exquisite ginseng soup, delicacies he had never encountered before. Regardless, Yi Jian had thoroughly enjoyed the meal. Although he noticed Lin Yun seemed somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, after agreeing to assist her, he managed to consume a little himself. As the lavish dinner concluded, Lin Yunei arranged for Yi Jian to stay in the luxurious accommodations of the auction house, and he found that his plans to leave the following day were thwarted. Lin Yunei insisted that he help her contend with her father before he could depart. having practiced diligently throughout the night. Yi Jian discovered that upon reaching the great martial master realm, his cultivation speed had significantly improved. He felt an increasingly formidable energy coursing through him. Having strength is truly advantageous, he mused. Early the next morning, Lin Yunhe summoned him, stating that they were to meet her father, which left Yi Jian feeling quite vexed. Why must they meet so early? He requested that she wait a moment while he tidied himself up. After asking the auction house staff for attire that appeared less ostentatious, he set off with Lin Yunhe to meet her father. After changing his attire, Yi Jian appeared exceptionally dashing, leaving Lin Yunhe momentarily entranced. It was only when Yi Jian called her name that the awkwardness between them dissipated. Upon arriving at the auction house's martial arts hall, they observed two individuals engaged in a spirited exchange of martial skills. One was a handsome middle-aged gentleman, while the other, a young man, exuded charm and elegance. Though Yi Jian felt he still possessed a superior allure. On the stage, the two combatants refrained from employing mystical energies, relying solely on their physical prowess and martial techniques. It became evident that their skills were evenly matched. Yi Jian found the display quite exhilarating and noted that the young man's strength was formidable as well. Although he could not ascertain the young man's exact abilities, his combat experience suggested he was indeed impressive. Following Lin Yunhe's introduction, it was revealed that the middle-aged man was her father, Lin Xiaotian, whose strength was unfathomable. Yi Jian realized that his current prowess was insufficient to gauge it fully. The young man was Lin Yunhe's cousin, Lin Feng, who had already attained the rank of a great martial master and was regarded as a paragon among the youth of the Lin family. After a brief wait outside, Lin Xiaotian noticed their presence and approached them. Lin Yunhe introduced Yi Jian to her father and cousin, observing that Lin Xiaotian regarded Yi Jian with an appreciative gaze. Upon learning that Yi Jian had captured Lin Yunhe's heart, Lin Feng's expression shifted, revealing a mix of surprise and jealousy towards Yi Jian, which left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He hoped to navigate this situation swiftly to depart soon. The four found a place to sit and began conversing. Lin Xiaoxian remarked, Yivin, my daughter just mentioned that you are her beloved. Is that true? Yi Jian feigned a response, saying, Yes, Uncle Lin, we have harbored mutual feelings for quite some time, though we had not expressed them until recently. At that moment, Lin Feng interjected, This seems rather peculiar. I have never heard Yunhe speak of this matter. Nor have I encountered you before. Are you perhaps a helper she enlisted? Fearful of being scrutinized by Lin Yunhe's father, Yi Jian cleverly replied, Indeed. It was during a recent incident where Lin Yunhe risked creating discord between the auction house and the academy for my sake that I realized I had long been fond of her. Hearing Yi Jian refer to her as Yunhe made Lin Yunhe feel a bit flustered, yet she maintained a smile, committed to playing her part in their ruse to affirm their relationship. So, you were the one Yunhe had assisted before. I heard you have a friend who is an alchemist and that you have established a partnership with our Lin family's auction house. This I have heard. Lin Xiaotian asked with curiosity. Yes, Uncle, Yi Jian replied. Now that the topic has arisen, I shall speak candidly. My friend is actually my alchemy master. It was through his assistance in my development that I was able to forge a partnership with the auction house, which ultimately led to my acquaintance with Yunhe. Yi Jian continued, embellishing his words with a tinge of sentimentality. Although Yi Jian did not disclose his master's alchemist rank, it was evident from subsequent inquiries that his ability to refine third-grade elixirs so exquisitely indicated formidable prowess. Thus, Lin Xiaotian did not oppose Yi Jian and Lin Yunhe being together. He neither encouraged nor rejected their association, allowing the two to navigate their circumstances with ease. After Lin Fu departed, Yi Jian intended to make his exit, only to be intercepted by Lin Feng, who expressed a desire to spar with his cousin's beloved. Yi Jian found it difficult to decline, especially since Lin Feng's strength surpassed his own by several levels, which left him somewhat disheartened. However, when a beauty is in distress, Yi Jian naturally stepped forward to assist, and thus began their duel. On the stage, the two engaged fervently in their martial techniques, much to everyone's astonishment, particularly Lin Yunhe, who had not anticipated Yi Jian's rapid advancement in strength, enabling him to contend with her cousin. Though it appeared that Yi Jian struggled against Lin Feng, he valiantly persisted. As he faced considerable pressure from his opponent, Yi Jian's spirits waned slightly. Yet upon employing the qi refining technique, his power surged, leading to a near-equal contest. Ultimately, Lin Yunhe intervened to halt the match, lest the two continue indefinitely. Recognizing Yi Jian's commendable prowess, Lin Feng relented in his attempts to challenge him further. Meanwhile, in a corner, Lin Xiaotian observed closely realizing that Yi Jian was indeed a person of great potential, suitable for his daughter, though he felt compelled to conduct a thorough investigation. Unbeknownst to Yi Jian, his background had been meticulously scrutinized by Lin Xiaotian, as he contemplated a swift return to the Han family. However, during midday, Lin Xiaotian insisted on inviting Yi Jian to dine together, claiming the need to discuss certain matters. This left Yi Jian feeling somewhat helpless, as it seemed his goodwill had inadvertently led to complications. Nonetheless, having committed to being a good person, he resolved to see it through. Lin Yuner, aware of her father's formidable nature, approached Yi Jian and began advising him to prepare adequately. "Yi Jian," she said, "if my father broaches the subject of my marriage at noon, do you know how to respond?" Yi Jian jested in reply, "Simply agree. If worst comes to worst, I shall endure a little hardship and marry you." Amused by Yi Jian's playful banter, Lin Yuner felt a flutter of emotions but remained rational enough not to entertain such notions. "You wish. Just remember one word," she instructed. "What word?" he inquired. "Delay," she replied succinctly. Thus, the two reached an agreement, with Yi Jian securing a concession whereby Lin Yuner would reduce the supply prices for the Han family in the future. Unbeknownst to the astute Lin Yuner, she had inadvertently fallen into her own trap, which brought Yi Jian great delight. With this understanding, the two proceeded to meet Lin Xiaotian. Chapter 52. The Pressured Marriage Proposal. Yi Jian was unexpectedly placed by Lin Xiaotian in a special reception area of the auction house, leaving him somewhat astonished. However, upon arrival, he was taken aback to find a considerable number of attendees, including various elders of Lin Yuner and several officials of the auction house. Yi Jian mused that Lin Yuner had indeed anticipated this. They were clearly here to pressure him into marriage. As such, Yi Jian accompanied the elders of the Lin family in raising a toast. After several rounds of drinks, Lin Xiaotian spoke up, inquiring, "Yi Jian, both you and Yuner are not young anymore. When do you intend to consider marriage?" Yi Jian had already prepared for this question and replied, "Uncle, I intend to continue enhancing my strength before contemplating such matters. Moreover, I feel my current abilities are insufficient to protect Yuner, so I aim to reach a certain level of strength before considering marriage." "How's that sound?" Lin Xiaotian responded. "While enhancing one's strength is undoubtedly important, marriage is also a significant affair. How about this? Once you two are wed, I shall entrust the management of the auction house to you both, and we can provide a series of supports to strengthen your capabilities. This aligns with my intentions as well." To Yi Jian's surprise, Lin Xiaotian was quite serious. Yi Jian cleverly proposed a one-year agreement, stating he would marry once he had achieved a breakthrough in strength. Otherwise, he felt unworthy of Lin Yuner. Thus, he skillfully delayed the matter for the time being. Seeing Yi Jian's determination, Lin Xiaotian had no choice but to acquiesce, which delighted Lin Yuner sitting beside him. Finally, they managed to navigate through the situation. After bidding farewell to Lin Yuner, Yi Jian hastily departed the auction house to return to the academy. Regarding the agreement, he decided to reassess it when the time came. If it did not work out, he could always marry, and he figured he had nothing to lose. Thus, it seemed this pressure for marriage had concluded. Upon returning to the academy, Yi Jian discovered young Master Wang was in the inner hall of the Cold Gate, fawning over Jian Lin, which left Yi Jian feeling somewhat speechless. Jian Lin, on the other hand, appeared disinterested in him. Nevertheless, Wang's thick skin prevailed as he incessantly offered her food and drinks. It wasn't until Yi Jian entered that Wang slightly adjusted his demeanor, seemingly not wanting Yi Jian to witness such a display. After exchanging simple pleasantries, Jian Lin noticed Yi Jian's arrival and inquired with concern, "Leader, weren't you supposed to return yesterday? Why are you back today?" Yi Jian replied, "There was a minor hiccup, but it has been resolved. The channels for the pill transactions have been established, and now we just need someone to oversee it. I will rely on you for this task." Jian Lin cheerfully responded, "Don't worry, it's no problem for me." Young Master Wang, somewhat dissatisfied, chimed in, "Yi Jian, why are you entrusting so many responsibilities to Jian Lin? Don't wear her out, or you'll have to answer to me." Yi Jian, of course, paid no heed to young Master Wang and shifted the conversation, asking, "Oh, have you broken through to the second level of the Grand Martial Master?" Young Master Wang proudly declared, "What? Can only you break through? I can't break through as well." Yi Jian jestingly remarked, "Do you believe I can surpass your advancements?" This playful banter led to a spirited debate between the two, culminating in a desire to engage in a sparring session within the courtyard. However, Jian Lin intervened, citing Yi Jian's recent return and fatigue, advising young Master Wang to postpone their duel until the following day. Thus, this matter momentarily concluded. Subsequently, a member of the Han men was tasked with summoning the core members, signaling that Jian was poised to convene a meeting. The recent breakthrough in the third-grade elixir promised substantial benefits for the Han men. The organization had burgeoned to a scale of 300 members, with an additional 500 affiliated individuals, establishing it as one of the prominent factions within the academy, albeit still not a major force in Qingyang County. Through collaboration with the auction house and the backing of the Wang family, Jian had acquired several shops in Qingyang County, necessitating the forthcoming meeting. Before long, the principal members of Han men had assembled, intending to reassess their roles. Jian addressed the gathering, stating, "In light of our rapid development, I, Jian, extend my gratitude to all of you and hope for your continued diligence." After receiving their respectful acknowledgement, Jian continued, "The purpose of this assembly encompasses 3 matters. Firstly, I intend to realign some key positions within Han men based on recent performances and contributions. I will speak candidly. Should anyone have reservations, feel free to approach me privately." He announced the resignation of Yi Xueqing as the vice leader of Han men due to personal reasons, with Zhao Fu stepping into the role while concurrently managing the Qinglong Hall. Yi Xueqing would now oversee the faction's resource and financial management, necessitating the establishment of a new internal affairs department under her supervision. Henceforth, members would need to approach Yi Xueqing for their skills, martial techniques, and spiritual stones. Seeing no objections, Yi Jian proceeded with further announcements. Zhao Xing would continue as the leader of the Baihu Hall, with Han Han appointed as the vice leader. He praised Han Han for his remarkable recent performance, granting him an exceptional promotion to inspire others within the faction. The leadership of the Zhuke Hall would transition to mentor Jin Lin, with specifics regarding Li Ao's new role yet to be determined. This decision surprised the other members, as Li Ao had consistently demonstrated commendable performance, prompting inquiries about Yi Jian's rationale for the change. Despite his own confusion, Li Ao held unwavering trust in Yi Jian and refrained from voicing any concerns. Yi Jian concluded, "The leadership of the Xuanwu Hall will remain with Zhao Wu, while the vice leader will be a newcomer to the faction, also receiving an exceptional promotion." Certainly, at this moment, Yi Jian had yet to finalize the assignments. After a brief pause, he stated, "The Han men shall establish a law enforcement hall, as there have been numerous private disputes and conflicts recently, resulting in a negative impact. Thus, we shall form the law enforcement hall, with Li Ao as its head." Yi Jian took care to emphasize that Li Ao should diligently fulfill his role as the head of the law enforcement hall, primarily due to Li Ao's earnest nature and the recognition he has garnered for his strength within Han men. His fairness makes him the most suitable candidate for this position. Thus, the restructuring of Han men's roles took place, significantly mitigating potential risks for its future development. Among those surprised was Jin Lin, who had previously held the position of a teaching hall master, a role that was largely ornamental. However, she was pleasantly surprised when Yi Jian entrusted her with the Xuanwu Hall, bringing her immense joy. In truth, Yi Jian intended for Jin Lin to recruit female members to join Han men, believing that a balanced gender presence would foster a more conducive training environment, thereby accelerating the growth of Han men's strength. Chapter 53, The Beastmaster Competition. Furthermore, 2 additional matters were addressed. One involved informing everyone about the partnership with the auction house for pill transactions, which Jin Lin would oversee. The third matter saw Yi Jian assigning Zhao Wu and a portion of Hammond's brethren to manage several shops in Qingyang County. With the support of the auction house and the Wang family, Yi Jian's branch was expected to thrive swiftly. Thus, the meeting concluded, with those praised by Yi Jian in high spirits, while those reprimanded felt a deep-seated desire to prove themselves, all striving to earn Yi Jian's approval. Following the adjustments, the main departments remained under the control of his sister, while the heads of other halls were trusted individuals chosen by Yi Jian, ensuring the rapid development of Han men in a short span. After a few days of tranquility, the Academy unexpectedly announced the triannual Beastmaster competition. This event was no ordinary affair. Senior students returning from their external studies would gather to participate, with many possessing remarkable abilities. Considering the dangers of the Monster Mountain Range, the Academy mandated that interested students form teams with a maximum of 15 participants, and the team leader must attain the Great Martial Master level. Given Yi Jian's current prowess, he was eligible to participate, and the members of Han men were eager to join, primarily due to the extraordinary rewards of this triannual competition. It was rumored that the first prize would bestow a special reward from the Academy, whether in martial arts techniques or weapons of exceptional quality. Although the first prize remained undisclosed, the second prize, a high-level Xian rank martial arts technique, was enough to entice many, for such a technique is indeed a rare treasure. The reward for securing third place is a martial technique of footwork. Although it is merely a low-level mystic grade skill, its efficacy is remarkably impressive. Particularly once mastered, this technique allows one to evade adversaries even when unable to overcome them in combat, making it an exceptionally rare martial art. Even for those who do not achieve a ranking, participation in this monstrous competition proves immensely beneficial. It is believed that by engaging in this contest, participants will reap substantial rewards through the hunting of magical beasts in the Monster Mountain range. The most immediate benefit is the acquisition of magical spirit stones, which are highly valued among the students. Furthermore, with the protection of the academy, participants need not fear significant peril while also having the opportunity to earn spirit stones. This fortuitous prospect is a key reason for the enthusiastic participation of many. At this juncture, the competition is assessed based on points. Each first-level magical beast defeated grants 1 point, while a second-level beast yields 2 points, and a third-level beast awards 3 points, and so forth. Should a group successfully slay a 5th-level magical beast, they will receive double points. Additionally, participating groups can contest one another for their point tokens to enhance their own scores. Though this may seem somewhat inequitable in the Mystic Spirit continent, strength has always been the ultimate authority. Consequently, participating groups must navigate the dual challenges of hunting magical beasts and remaining vigilant against rival groups. It is imperative that no harm comes to the lives of other group members. Any transgression will result in expulsion from the academy and severe penalties. This competition is designed to bolster the strength of the academy students, thus ensuring that no fatal incidents occur. Upon receiving this news, Jian began to prepare for the upcoming monster competition. As he was still unaware of the circumstances surrounding other factions within the academy, he dispatched someone to investigate. Recognizing the necessity of understanding the situation of other groups to adequately prepare himself. With this in mind, Jian resolved to assemble a formidable team from the Cold Clan to participate in the contest, prompting him to initiate a survey to gauge interest. To his surprise, there was a fervent response from the members of the Cold Clan. However, the Academy imposes certain requirements on participants. The team leader must be at the Grand Martial Master level, while all team members must possess at least the 5th level of Martial Master. Although the Cold Clan boasts a substantial membership, the number of individuals meeting these criteria is limited. Over 50 members have achieved the 5th level of Martial Master, yet only 2 have reached the Grand Martial Master realm. Thus, the Cold Clan can form at most 2 teams, one led by Jian himself and the other by Jian. However, upon learning of the strength of other teams within the academy, Jian realized that this arrangement would be inadequate. He discovered that other groups were exceptionally powerful, with the most formidable team comprising members of the academy's largest faction, which includes 4 Grand Martial Masters and a second-tier alchemist, who is reportedly recruiting other high-level students from the academy. Several formidable groups had emerged, composed of the scions from various academies. Among them was the notorious rival of Jian, Li Linfeng, along with Wang Tianyu, who had also gathered a substantial number of advanced members at the Grand Martial Master level. To Jian's astonishment, he discovered that they had recruited no fewer than 3 formidable Grand Martial Masters. It was rumored that Wang Tianyu had also achieved a breakthrough to the Grand Martial Master realm, indicating that this group should not be underestimated. Moreover, there were several other groups exhibiting considerable strength. Although the number of Grand Martial Masters among their ranks was limited, the prowess of their leaders was remarkably formidable. After some investigation, it became clear that these groups were comprised of several powerful members who had returned from rigorous training outside. Under these circumstances, it would be imprudent for Jian to disperse the more capable members of his group, as at least 2 Grand Martial Masters were essential to secure a high ranking. What truly surprised Jian was Wang Tianyu's decision to join the Han Men group, which now boasted 3 Grand Martial Masters, suggesting that Wang Tianyu was willing to forego his own group's formation for the sake of earning Jinlin's approval, seemingly placing less importance on their competition rankings. Of course, Jinlin was but one factor. Jian's influence also played a significant role in persuading Wang Tianyu to abandon his initial plans. Currently, the strength of the Han Men group was limited to just 3 Grand Martial Masters, placing them only among the top 10 groups in the broader competition landscape. Nevertheless, Jian, leveraging the prestige of the Han Men, could still summon several experts to join his group. Yet, he refrained from doing so, as he was wary of the unknown backgrounds of potential recruits. The risk of infiltrators from rival groups posed significant dangers to their competition, compelling Yi Jian to select members solely from within the Han men. Despite the immense pressure to secure a victory, Yi Jian remained steadfastly confident. Clearly, he needed to prepare for the upcoming Beastmaster competition, which included upgrading his nameless martial arts technique and exchanging for additional forms of the 8 Extremes Fist, his signature style. Thus, Yi Jian commenced his preparations for the competition. Chapter 54. Establishing the hunting group after several days of alchemical transactions. Yi Jian had amassed a considerable number of spirit stones through purchases made within the Han men, exchanging them for numerous points. Although he expended a significant portion of these points to acquire martial arts techniques for the Han men members, he still retained a substantial amount. Consequently, Yi Jian utilized a considerable number of points to exchange for the advanced yellow-tier nameless martial arts technique. Although he aspired to obtain an even more advanced technique, his recent breakthrough to the Grand Martial Master level revealed that he did not yet qualify for such an upgrade. Thus, he was limited to the advanced yellow-tier nameless technique. He also exchanged for the martial skills corresponding to the 4th through 6th levels of the 8 Extremes Fist, marking the next step in his preparation, familiarizing himself with these martial techniques and skills. After a night of diligent practice with the enigmatic martial art, I discovered that this advanced technique indeed possesses remarkable strength, significantly enhancing my mystical energy. It appears that this unnamed art holds substantial promise. With the concurrent rise in Yi Jian's prowess, I am convinced that the forthcoming advanced techniques will prove to be extraordinarily formidable. The Beast Tournament is set to commence in just 7 days, compelling Yi Jian to utilize this limited time wisely. He must select participants from the Han sect for the competition while also mastering the 8 Extremes Fist and the 9 Profound Sword technique, as these will be instrumental in securing victory. Yi Jian places considerable importance on this tournament and insists that, for the sake of fairness, only the most capable individuals should qualify for participation. Consequently, the outer courtyard of the Han sect initiated a series of duels, drawing 12 competitors from over 50 registered members. The choice of 12 participants requires no further explanation, as currently, no one in the Han sect can surpass Yi Jian, young Master Wang, or Jian Lin. Jian Lin stands as the mightiest in the sect, being a 3rd-tier martial master, while young Master Wang is a 2nd-tier martial master. And Yi Jian has only just attained the 1st tier. Despite Yi Jian's seemingly lower strength, it is believed that, should he truly engage, he could rival Jian Lin. Yi Jian showed no favoritism towards those close to him. Anyone wishing to partake in the tournament must prove their worth through combat, and only victors would earn their place in the beast competition. Seeing Yi Jian even disregard his own sister's status, the others felt compelled to accept this challenge and secure their spots through skill. Thus commenced a series of exhilarating duels within the Han sect's outer courtyard. To Yi Jian's astonishment, his sister Yi Xueqing had significantly improved her strength recently. Although she narrowly claimed the last available spot, Yi Jian regarded her performance with approval. As for Liao, there was no doubt of his capability. Despite a fellow sect member boasting greater strength, he emerged victorious. Zhao Fu, having diligently trained, achieved the 9th tier of martial mastery, establishing his reputation within the sect. However, Yi Jian felt a tinge of disappointment regarding Zhao Wu, who seemed to have fallen behind in training, possibly due to clan obligations. Although disappointed, Yi Jian resolved not to abandon him and discreetly provided him with several 3rd-tier elixirs to aid his practice in hopes of facilitating an early breakthrough. Thus, the competition slots were nearly finalized, with Yi Jian appointed as the leader, while young Master Wang and Jian Lin served as vice leaders. The remaining members included Zhao Fu, Zhao Xing, Liao, Yi Xueqing, Han Zhun, and 6 other members who had reached the 8th tier of martial mastery. Consequently, the group within the Han sect was officially established, and Yi Jian named it the Demon Slayer Squad. He subsequently assigned Jian Lin and young Master Wang to lead training sessions, aiming to enhance their abilities within the week leading up to the tournament. In preparation for the upcoming competition, Yi Jian expended considerable resources, purchasing an array of advanced martial techniques and a substantial quantity of spirit stones to facilitate the training of his team. He even provided each member with a 3rd-grade elixir. This expenditure caused Yi Jian a twinge of discomfort, yet he understood that in order to secure victory, such sacrifices were necessary. The motivation behind his desire to triumph in this contest was twofold. On one hand, he aimed to enhance the renown of the Cold Clan, and on the other, He sought to fortify the skills of its core members. What piqued Yi Jian's curiosity the most was the prize designated for the first place by the Academy. He speculated that it would be a technique or martial art of no lesser rank than the Earth tier. While Yi Jian's system allowed for exchanges, it demanded an immense number of points, which, given his current capabilities, were difficult to amass. Thus, securing the Academy's technique would undoubtedly elevate his personal strength significantly. Thus began Yi Jian's 7 days of rigorous training. He aimed to solidify his foundational prowess as a first-rank Grand Martial Master and to master the 4th-level fist technique. Should he perfect the second move of the 9 Xianxia technique, it would be a remarkable achievement. However, such endeavors required ample time and energy, and Yi Jian recognized he must progress one step at a time, without haste. With the beast competition spanning a month, he planned to refine his swordsmanship during the event. As the days unfolded, Yi Jian dedicated himself to his training. By night, he diligently practiced the unnamed technique, while by day, he engaged in friendly sparring with the members of the Cold Clan. To expedite his mastery of the 4th-level fist, he sought out partners for practice, which would enhance his proficiency in the 8th-level fist. After 3 days of intense training, Yi Jian had solidified his status as a first-rank Grand Martial Master. The unnamed technique proved remarkably effective, nearly tripling the efficiency of his previous training. Through Yi Jian's relentless practice, he had already mastered a significant portion of the 4th-level fist technique, though his proficiency still required further refinement. The other members of the team were equally dedicated, with Li Ao exhibiting exceptional determination, and Zhao Fu and the others striving to keep pace in their collective efforts. Notably, Yi Jian's sister, motivated not to lag behind the Demon Slayer team, and with Yi Jian's covert support, experienced a breakthrough in her own abilities, showcasing remarkable talent in martial arts. As the 7 days elapsed, the beast competition approached, and Yi Jian had successfully honed his 4th-level fist technique while making strides in the 9 Xianxia technique. Each member of the team had made varying degrees of improvement. On the final day, preparations began in earnest. Yi Jian, indulging in a touch of extravagance, utilized the system to provide the group with numerous healing and stamina replenishing elixirs, leaving everyone deeply touched by his generosity. The forthcoming beast competition promises to be fraught with peril. Yi Jian's foremost concern is the safety of everyone involved. While there is little need to worry about rival groups employing lethal tactics against their members, the treacherous nature of the Beast Mountain itself poses significant risks. Encounters with 5th-tier beasts can be exceedingly hazardous. Although Yi Jian harbors no fear of such creatures, he lacks the confidence to ensure the safety of every individual. Although the Academy has appointed elders to maintain order and security, the sheer number of participants means that these elders cannot attend to everyone. It appears they must rely on their own capabilities. Thus, Yi Jian and his companions set forth to the Academy, eager to hear the subsequent instructions at the designated location. In Yi Jian's estimation, this beast competition is sure to be extraordinary, filled with both excitement and danger. Upon arriving at the Academy's designated site, they discovered a throng of attendees, numbering at least 200 to 300, with countless onlookers gathered outside. As they gazed upon the stage, Yi Jian recognized several familiar faces. Among them were various elders from the Academy, and notably, the Academy's dean had returned, underscoring the importance of this beast competition. Typically, the dean refrains from participating in major Academy affairs, yet here he was presiding over the event. Moreover, representatives from the 4 prominent families of Qingyang County were present, including the heads of the Li and Wang families, both of whom Yi Jian knew well. To his surprise, Lin Xiaotian and his daughter Lin Yuner from the auction house were also in attendance, leaving Yi Jian somewhat astonished. Once everyone had gathered, the dean addressed the assembly. "Greetings, esteemed students. I am your dean, and I shall oversee today's competition. I urge you to listen attentively. Any violations of the competition rules will not be tolerated by the Academy. First, the rankings will be determined by the total points accrued. Shortly, an elder will distribute a point card to each participant. Points will increase upon the slaying of beasts, but do ensure the safekeeping of your point cards. Second, each group is permitted to hunt beasts solely within the designated areas of the Beast Mountain. Engaging beasts in other locations will result in disqualification. Third, groups may compete for point cards, but inflicting fatal harm upon others is strictly prohibited. Violators will face expulsion from the Academy and the revocation of their mystical energy. Fourth, should you encounter a high-tier beast and find yourselves unable to prevail, you may shatter your point card. This action will alert the overseeing elders to your perilous situation, but it also signifies your voluntary withdrawal from the competition. Fifth, the competition will take place in the southern part of the Beast Mountain, specifically in the Xianxia Gorge, where 4 fifth-tier beasts reside. Therefore, all participants must exercise caution during the competition. Only after one group has successfully dispatched these 4 fifth-tier beasts may they vie for point cards. Prior to that, seizing point cards is strictly forbidden, and all must collaborate to defeat the 5th-tier beasts first. The aforementioned are the 5 stipulations of the competition. Should anyone contravene these regulations, do not hold me accountable for my lack of courtesy. The contest shall commence in 1 hour. The dean's voice, imbued with profound energy, astonished all present, revealing the depth of his formidable prowess. Thus, the competition was poised to begin. Jian noticed that many groups around him were engaged in hushed discussions, while Li Linfeng's group seemed particularly fixated on him, their intentions unclear. Jian contemplated the month-long beast-hunting competition ahead. Initially, participants could enhance their strength by slaying magical beasts, subsequently devising strategies to confront the 4 fifth-tier beasts. Before the contest commenced, Jian was approached by Lin Yuner, who revealed that Lin Xiaodian sought him. This encounter left Jian feeling somewhat awkward. Lin Xiaodian cautioned Jian, this magical beast competition is no trivial matter. Remain vigilant. The greatest peril lies not in the beasts but within human hearts. Exercise caution. Jian pondered whether Lin Xiaodian was alluding to something specific, yet he could not discern the implications at the moment. He merely responded, "Thank you, Uncle Lin, for your guidance. I shall be careful and strive to compete for a favorable rank." As the competition drew near, Jian took his leave, only to have Lin Yuner discreetly call him back, advising him to exercise extra caution, particularly regarding the Li family. This revelation led Jian to surmise that perhaps the Li family intended to exploit this competition to target him. He acknowledged that while Li Linfeng's group possessed greater strength, with vigilance, he could navigate the challenges ahead. Thus, the magical beast competition commenced, with various groups departing in stages scattered across the 1,000-foot mountain range. The academy would provide support based on each group's points after 10 days, with the top 3 groups receiving a map, facilitating their search for the beast slayers. This map would prove crucial, as acquiring it would undoubtedly aid in the subsequent competition. Jian's demon-slaying group was assigned to a specific location within the mountain range alongside 3 other groups. Upon arrival, after exchanging pleasantries with the other group leaders, each team set off in different directions, eager to maximize their time. Once settled, Jian took a moment to convene a meeting to allocate tasks. He proposed dividing the group into 3 smaller teams to enhance efficiency in locating the magical beasts. For safety, Jian would lead one team, Jin Lin would command another, and Prince Wang would oversee the third, with each leader responsible for 4 members. They were to engage in beast slaying while maintaining proximity. The plan entailed convening at noon after departing in the morning, regrouping in the evening to ensure that, should any danger arise, the other teams could respond promptly. After Jian assigned Zhao Fu and Li Ao to find a suitable campsite, everyone focused on setting up their respective encampments. Only once the camp was established could they disperse and undertake their individual tasks. By afternoon, Zhao Fu and his companions discovered a secluded spot near a water source, ideal for their encampment. With the collective effort of the group, the camp was successfully erected by nightfall, after ensuring the other team members could rest. Jian called Jin Lin and young Master Wang to discuss the upcoming plans. Jian began, "Tomorrow, the 3 of us will split into groups to carry out our missions. Please prioritize your safety, particularly in regard to the movements of other teams. I have a sense that Li Linfeng's group may have a scheme against us, so remain vigilant." Jin Lin, aware of the prior conflicts between the Yi and Li families, inquired, "Are you concerned that Li Linfeng's group intends to target us in the Monster Mountain range?" Jian affirmed, "That is indeed my concern. You must be cautious of these individuals and ensure the safety of each member. I do not wish to see anyone harmed." He then provided each of them with several signaling pills, instructing that if they encountered danger, they could crush the pills, allowing him to sense their distress and come to their aid promptly. Young Master Wang, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, "As for that boy from the Li family, I doubt he has the audacity. Just remember, Jin Lin, to stay safe, I will be the first to rescue you should any danger arise." Yizin, finding young Master Wang's attitude rather irritating, reiterated his instructions before allowing the 2 to return. Meanwhile, Jian's left eyelid twitched. suggesting that this mission might not unfold as smoothly as hoped. Chapter 56. Xiao Ke truly shines. After a night of rest, the group appeared refreshed and invigorated. Jian, along with his companions, set out to hunt the magical beasts. Jian's team comprised Yi Xueqing, Li Ao, and 2 other members, totaling 5 as they ventured into the mountain range. Jian, never one to overlook his secret weapon, Xiao Ke, had ensured his sister brought her along for the competition, recognizing Xiao Ke's remarkable talent for locating spiritual herbs. Upon releasing Xiao Ke, Jian provided her with several spirit stones and instructed her to lead the way, confident that areas rich in spiritual herbs would also harbor numerous magical beasts. Following Xiao Ke, they soon encountered a variety of magical beasts. Notably, near a level 4 spiritual herb, they discovered a level 4 magical beast. Elated, Jian and the others commenced their assault on the creature. Jian took the lead, with Li Ao and the rest providing support. Within moments, they had inflicted significant damage on the level 4 beast. Ultimately, Jian delivered the final blow with his sword, slaying the creature. Unfortunately, they did not find any spirit stones, but after the defeat, Jian placed a scoring plate atop the beast's carcass, which illuminated briefly, indicating a score of 4 points. After accumulating points, Jian continued to lead Xiao Ke in search of other magical beasts. Thus, in the span of a single morning, Jian encountered 2 level 4 magical beasts and numerous level 3 ones. The level 4 beasts required Jian's assistance against the level 3 beasts, while the latter could be managed by his fellow team members. By noon, Jian had amassed a total of 33 points, having dispatched 3 level 4 beasts and 7 level 3 beasts. The grandeur of the Xianxia mountain range was indeed remarkable, teeming with magical creatures. Upon returning to the camp, Jian discovered that young Master Wang's group had also returned, evidently with a commendable haul. Young Master Wang's team had secured 22 points. Although not as impressive as Jian's, it was commendable considering they lacked Xiao Ke's guidance. Shortly thereafter, Jean Lin returned with her team, boasting a respectable score of over 20 points. Observing that Jian's group had outperformed them, the other team members felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, vowing to surpass Jian's group in the afternoon. After a brief respite, they commenced their afternoon hunt. Nevertheless, Jian urged everyone to prioritize safety and to focus on self-preservation in the face of danger. Before he could finish his admonition, young Master Wang, eager to outdo Jian, led his team away, determined to achieve a higher score by nightfall. Jian, witnessing Wang's competitive spirit, felt somewhat helpless. During the afternoon hunt, Jian noticed something amiss with Xiao Ke, who stubbornly refused to move forward. Concerned, Jian inquired about her reluctance, asking if there was danger ahead. Xiao Ke obediently nodded, prompting Jian to take her warning seriously. He instructed the others to remain in place while he ventured ahead to investigate. Navigating through the lush thicket, Jian stumbled upon several level 3 beasts hunting an injured level 4 beast. This piqued his curiosity, when had level 3 beasts gained the audacity to confront level 4 ones. After a moment, Jian realized something was amiss. A multitude of beasts emerged from the forest, revealing a pack of inferno wolves, led by a majestic white wolf that appeared to have reached the pinnacle of level 4. Accompanying it were 2 more level 4 beasts. However, Jian's greatest concern was the other beasts that continued to emerge, indicating a coordinated hunting party. In total, there were approximately 30 beasts, which heightened Jian's vigilance. Under the leadership of the wolf pack's alpha, their offensive capabilities were formidable. Yet, Jian mused that if he could vanquish this pack, it would yield a substantial bounty of points. The thought filled him with excitement. While it might be challenging for his mere 5-member team, collaborating with the Demon Slaying Squad could prove advantageous. Thus, Jian continued to remain concealed, trailing the wolves until he reached their gathering place. After discreetly marking the route, he hurried back to find his sister and the others. As the anxious sister awaited the return of the others, who were contemplating seeking assistance from other groups, Jian reappeared, bringing with him startling news that astonished everyone. With renewed vigor, Jian led his team to vanquish several 3rd-level magical beasts before dusk descended. Returning to the camp. Upon his return, the other groups had yet to arrive. Although Jian had not amassed a significant number of points earlier, he still managed to secure over 20. To his surprise, however, young Master Wang had somehow accrued an impressive 45 points that afternoon. According to Zhao Fu, who was in the same group, Young Master Wang had gone on a frenzied quest for magical beasts, most of those points being earned through his own efforts. This left Jian feeling somewhat resigned. Yet it was a positive development, as the overall performance of the demon-slaying team had been commendable. Once Jian returned, Jian shared the discovery of the pack of wolves with everyone, eliciting their astonishment. Consequently, the team resolved to confront the magical beast together the following day. After a night of cultivation, Jian felt a sense of progress in his strength, realizing that it was indeed through intense battles that one could swiftly enhance their abilities. On the next day, a determined group set forth towards the location where Jian had previously encountered the magical beasts. Upon arrival, Jian instructed everyone to remain patient and instead organized them into teams of 3 to approach the wolf's den. He swiftly dispatched a sentry 3rd-level magical beast with a single strike, prompting the pack of wolves to notice their presence and launch an attack. Thus ensued a fierce battle, with Jian leading the charge and the others providing support, focusing their efforts on the wolf leader. It soon became apparent that this group of beasts was formidable, demonstrating seamless coordination in their attacks. However, Jian was not one to engage in a protracted confrontation. He instructed Jian to safeguard the other members while he and young Master Wang broke through the encirclement to confront the wolf leader. Together, Jian and young Master Wang faced the formidable wolf leader, which proved to be a daunting adversary, an exceptionally mature beast on the verge of advancing to a 4th-level magical beast. Yet, Jian was undeterred. Employing the 9 mysterious sword technique, Jian began to overwhelm the wolf leader, who soon found it increasingly difficult to withstand their assault. After sustaining significant injuries, the wolf leader let out a desperate howl. With this call, the remaining wolves surged towards Jian and his companion. Jian, determined to hold off the pack, engaged the wolf leader alone. He would not allow it to escape. A powerful punch landed squarely on the beast. The wolf leader faltered under the impact, teetering on the brink of defeat. Jian, relentless, struck down the wolf leader with a swift thrust of his sword, discarding its lifeless body before the remaining wolves. Without their leader's guidance, the pack began to waver in fear. Jian commanded his companions to launch an assault on the pack of wolves, which had now lost its leader and was suffering heavy casualties under their onslaught. Upon witnessing Jian dispatch the wolf leader, morale surged among the group, and they united to slay the remaining wolves. In a short while, the majority of the flame wolves had been vanquished. Chapter 57: A Sudden Attack. Although a few managed to escape, the overall outcome was a resounding victory, marking a successful conclusion to Jian's encirclement. After tallying their spoils, Jian and his team had defeated 3 level 4 magical beasts and over 20 level 3 beasts, amassing more than 90 points. This brought immense joy to the group, as their gains rivaled those achieved in an entire day just the previous day. With the carcasses of the magical beasts in tow, they returned to the camp in high spirits. Despite a few brothers sustaining minor injuries during the skirmish, they were not serious. And with the support of Jian's medicinal elixirs, recovery was expected to be swift. After a midday respite, Jian planned to continue the hunt for magical beasts alongside Xiao and the rest of the team. Thus, the ranking of Jian's group escalated rapidly, now standing at 1st place, a testament to Xiao's invaluable contributions. Other teams, lacking the prowess of Jian's group and the treasure that was Xiao, could only search for beasts on their own, though a few had also seen a notable rise in points, albeit still trailing behind Jian's team. In the ensuing days, under Xiao's guidance, Jian's group discovered numerous magical beasts, most of which were of a higher tier, and they also collected a significant amount of spiritual herbs. However, as the 10-day deadline approached with only 3 days remaining, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Li Linfeng's team had seen a remarkable rise in points, threatening to surpass Jian's group, and another team from the Academy's foremost faction was also gaining points at an alarming rate. This development left Jian in disbelief. Consequently, he instructed Jian to lead the team in further slaying magical beasts while he sought to uncover the situation. After some inquiry, Jian learned that Li Linfeng's team had indeed received covert assistance, though the identity of this benefactor remained unclear. Moreover, the team with the alchemist had been exchanging elixirs for points, a strategy Jian had not anticipated. It appeared that the opposing team had participated in several magical beast competitions before, as their understanding of the rules was quite extensive. Notably, the rules did not explicitly prohibit the trading of points. While Jian could adopt a similar strategy, he preferred to reserve such measures for a last resort. Thus, He continued to lead his team in a fervent campaign against the magical beasts. As the 10 days swiftly elapsed, Yi Jian's proficiency in the Jian sword technique had significantly improved, and he had nearly mastered the 4th-level fist technique through rigorous practice in recent days. Members of other groups also made varying degrees of progress. Among them, Li Ao demonstrated exceptional determination during the slaying of beasts, sustaining the most injuries within his team. Yet, his rewards were substantial. Although Yi Jian's group exerted considerable effort in hunting monsters over the past few days, they only secured 3rd place. While they would receive a map of the Xianxia Mountains, it would undoubtedly lack the completeness of the map awarded to the 1st-place team. However, Yi Jian remains unable to ascertain who is aiding their rivals, a thought that frustrates him greatly, leaving him with no choice but to continue his investigation. After receiving the map provided by the Academy, Yi Jian, along with his companions, tidied up their camp and set off towards the heart of the mountains. The map indicated that only in the center could they encounter high-level magical beasts. To conclude this competition, they needed to slay 4 5th-level beasts in the center. Otherwise, none would successfully complete the challenge. Along the way, they encountered several other teams, all displaying commendable strength and seemingly accumulating significant points. After exchanging greetings, they parted ways. As Yi Jian advanced, he discreetly sought to uncover any other factions lurking within the mountains. However, despite repeated inquiries, he found no clues and decided to temporarily cease his efforts. One night, while practicing, he noticed unusual activity outside the camp. Driven by curiosity, he ventured out to investigate and discovered several cloaked figures observing the camp. Upon spotting him, they swiftly vanished. After waking up young Master Wang, Yi Jian ventured alone to gather intelligence, but the adversaries had fled too quickly, leaving him with no leads. This incident revealed the competition was more complex than anticipated, prompting him to reorganize their strategy. It appeared that someone intended to target him, and their rapid disappearance suggested they possessed formidable strength. If they aimed to ambush Yi Jian and his group, the potential casualties could be significant. It was imperative to maintain vigilance during the night, otherwise, they would be ill-prepared for any imminent danger. Yi Jian decided to retain the previous grouping, establishing 3 teams. He would lead the night watch from midnight to 3 in the morning. Jinlin would oversee the watch from 8 in the evening to midnight, and young Master Wang would take charge from 3 to 6 in the morning. Each team would thus guard for 3 hours. Yi Jian allocated the most perilous shift to himself, as the hours between midnight and 3 were when people tended to be in the deepest slumber. If an ambush were to occur then, it would pose a grave risk. He felt compelled to shoulder this responsibility, especially since it seemed the threat was specifically directed at him. Consequently, the pace of monster hunting slowed over the following days. However, for the safety of the group, Yi Jian prioritization. Throughout this time, he remained vigilant during the night, sacrificing ample rest. After several days passed without incident, the others began to question whether Yi Jian was being overly cautious. Yet, he remained unconvinced of the simplicity of the situation. That evening, his suspicions were indeed confirmed when an unexpected event occurred. During the night watch, Yi Jian noticed several figures clad in black surrounding the camp. They moved with remarkable swiftness, swiftly overpowering the 2 brothers on duty. By the time Yi Jian became aware of their presence, the assailants had already infiltrated the camp. He shouted, "There are assassins!" The camp's inhabitants were abruptly awakened and engaged in a fierce battle with the intruders, who seemed particularly intent on targeting Yi Jian. With his sword in hand, Yi Jian skillfully dispatched 2 of the black-clad assailants before clashing with one who appeared to possess considerable strength. It quickly became evident that this adversary was superior, striking with ruthless precision and inflicting a wound upon Yi Jian's left arm. Enraged, Yi Jian harnessed his energy and elevated his power, retaliating against his foe. Observing that many members of his group had suffered injuries from the ambush, Yi Jian's fury intensified, and he began to prepare the 9 Xian sword technique. With fervor, he engaged in combat, causing the attackers to struggle against his onslaught. Realizing they were outmatched, the assailants left behind a few corpses and retreated, while Yi Jian, though injured, yet not gravely, felt a deep sense of anger. Not only had he been ambushed, but several of his brothers were severely hurt, and the attackers had escaped. Yi Jian vowed to track down these individuals and avenge his comrades. Chapter 58. Investigating the black-clad assassins once the black-clad figures had retreated. Yi Jian hurried to tend to his injured brothers. He noted that their assaults had been aimed at vital points, demonstrating a brutal intent. Both brothers had sustained severe injuries. Fortunately, Yi Jian's medicinal pills had saved their lives, though their participation in the upcoming competition was now in jeopardy. Yi Jian resolved to shatter their scorecards the following day, allowing them to return to the academy for recovery. Despite their reluctance to leave, they had no choice but to comply with Yi Jian's orders. The skirmish that had just unfolded had been swift, both in its onset and conclusion, lasting no more than half an hour. Although the attackers had left behind a few bodies, they were dearly paid for with Yi Jian's own blood, rendering the cost quite disproportionate. Yi Jian's wound on his left arm was significant, yet he brushed it aside, only to be discovered by Jian Lin, who insisted on bandaging it. Despite his refusal after taking the medicinal pills, his sister intervened, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce to their care. Yi Jian was engulfed in anger and had little inclination to ponder his injury. Gathering everyone together, he intended to discuss how to uncover the origins of the black-clad assailants, for he needed to identify whom he could hold accountable for the ambush he had suffered. Once all had assembled, Yi Jian spoke first, stating that the attack was clearly premeditated and the assailants had come with the sole intent to take their lives. He sought everyone's thoughts on the matter. Everyone appeared to be extremely agitated, yet they seemed to lack direction. It was then that young Master Wang spoke up. Having just examined the corpses of the black-clad assassins slain by Yi Jian, he noted that each of them bore a serial number on their left arm, leading him to suspect that they were elite assassins trained by a prominent family, specifically designated for assassination missions. The group agreed to investigate these black-clad individuals first, believing that as long as they remained within the Xianxia mountain range, Yi Jian would undoubtedly uncover their whereabouts. Meanwhile, Yi Jian had begun to suspect that these assassins were dispatched by the Li family. Prior to the competition, Lin Yuner had cautioned him to be wary of the Li family, a warning he had previously dismissed. However, after the recent attack, his doubts regarding the Li family had only intensified. Yi Jian resolved to focus his next efforts on identifying which faction of the Li family was involved, in order to ascertain whether these black-clad assassins were indeed affiliated with them. The following morning, Yi Jian crushed the scoreboards of his two injured brothers in anticipation of the arrival of the Academy's law enforcement elder. Shortly thereafter, the elder arrived, examined the wounds, and noted their severity. After a lengthy inquiry, Yi Jian managed to deflect the blame onto a magical beast, thereby evading further scrutiny. The elders, recognizing that the injuries were not inflicted by a magical beast, chose not to pursue the matter further and departed with their entourage. Once the two brothers had been taken away, Yi Jian summoned the remaining members of their group to discuss the next steps. He emphasized the importance of investigating the black-clad individuals, as he understood that failing to eliminate this threat would render the upcoming competition perilous. Thus, their primary objective became the eradication of these assassins. Yi Jian planned to locate the specific faction of the Li family and subsequently hunt magical beasts in their vicinity, all the while observing the situation to determine any possible connections to the black-clad figures. He divided the team into groups of 3, leaving himself alone due to the injuries sustained by his brothers. Thus, 5 teams ventured into the depths of the Xianxia mountain range in search of Li Linfeng's faction, and by the time they regrouped at their campsite that evening, they had made progress. To their surprise, Jian Lin and her sister's group had encountered them, reporting that their camp was situated not far from their own. Determined to investigate further, Yi Jian relocated his camp and arranged for night watchmen before heading alone to Li Linfeng's camp. Upon reaching the vicinity of Li Linfeng's encampment, he utilized the system to procure a potion that concealed his presence. After consuming it, he found a high vantage point to remain completely hidden. Hoping to uncover something of significance, Yi Jian concealed himself atop a tall tree stump. If one did not approach closely and observe with care, they would be unable to detect his presence. Thus, throughout the night, Yi Jian practiced his skills while listening intently to the sound around him. Initially, he had not discerned any suspicious activity over the past few days. However, while Yi Jian may not possess many virtues, he was certainly endowed with patience. For 3 consecutive days, Yi Jian remained largely stationary. After their departure during the day, he followed discreetly, observing from a distance at night. Few adversaries possessed the power to dispatch assassins, and the Li family was among the few formidable clans capable of doing so. It was in the dead of night that Yi Jian finally discerned an unusual sound emanating from near the camp, catching his attention. As he concentrated on the source of the noise, he observed an individual emerge from the camp. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the figure as Li Linfeng, the young master of the Li family, engaged in conversation with 2 men clad in black. The attire of these two individuals mirrored that of the assailants who had previously attacked Yi Jian, confirming his suspicions that the Li family had indeed sent agents to confront him. Once their discussion concluded, Yi Jian stealthily followed the direction in which the black-clad men departed. It was too late for them to realize they were being pursued. Yi Jian struck first, delivering a swift blow that incapacitated one of the assailants. The other, witnessing his companion fall, attempted to flee and alert others. However, Yi Jian was well aware of his intentions and swiftly subdued both assailants. Their lack of prowess was evident. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched them so effortlessly. From their brief encounter, he estimated their strength to be around the 7th or 8th level of a martial artist. Having dealt with the two men, Yi Jian dragged them back towards his own camp, hoping to extract valuable intelligence from them. If he could ascertain their next move, he would be better prepared for what lay ahead. Initially, he intended to follow them to their camp for reconnaissance, but his proximity had led to his discovery, forcing him to act and incapacitate them instead. As he returned with the two heavy black-clad figures, his companions were astonished to see him after several days' absence, especially with the captives in tow. Upon hearing Yi Jian's account, their anger flared, and they sought to exact retribution on the black-clad men. But Yi Jian intervened, contemplating his next steps carefully. Chapter 59. The trap. Yi Jian instructed his comrades to bind the two black-clad men securely, intending to interrogate them for information. However, it soon became apparent that these men were trained professionals, resolutely refusing to divulge anything. After a night of relentless questioning yielded no results regarding their camp or origins, Yi Jian resorted to the system for assistance. Through his inquiry, he discovered a special pill designed to compel confessions and promptly exchange for it. After administering the pill, the effects soon manifested, leaving the two men alternating between chills and heat, their discomfort palpable. Yi Jian harbored doubts regarding the endurance of the two individuals before him. As anticipated, after a brief interval, they could no longer withstand the pressure and began to plead for mercy. If you wish to escape the torment of the elixir, it would be prudent to divulge the truth. One of the cloaked figures, in a feeble voice, responded. I kindly request that you grant me a swift end once I divulge the information, for this ordeal is unbearable. Yi Jian replied, Very well. I can offer you both a swift resolution, but first, enlighten me about your allegiance. Why did you launch a surprise attack upon us? The cloaked man confessed. I am a death warrior of the Li family, sent by the clan leader to ambush you with the intent to take your life. Yi Jian pressed further. How many of you are there? What is your strength? And where is your camp located? After a moment of hesitation, the man disclosed. The camp lies 3 kilometers north of young Master Li, comprising 20 individuals, among whom the most formidable is a 3rd-level martial master. With this revelation, Yi Jian, having ascertained that their strongest opponent was merely a 3rd-level martial master, resolved to eradicate this crew entirely. However, he understood the necessity of caution, opting for a nighttime ambush instead. Thus, preparations for the nocturnal assault commenced. The two cloaked figures were no longer subjected to further torment. Yi Jian instructed Zhao Fu to lead them away for resolution. As night descended, Yi Jian and his companions donned their attire, each consuming a pill to conceal their presence before setting forth toward the encampment of the cloaked adversaries. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the site. Yi Jian cautiously surveyed the area and discerned several sentinels stationed in the center of the camp, while the tents appeared to house a considerable number of individuals. However, an unsettling intuition nagged at him. At that moment, young Master Wang stealthily approached and noted that only a handful of cloaked figures were on guard, leading him to prepare for action. To ensure their safety, Yi Jian instructed his companions to remain hidden, planning to strike once the enemy had succumbed to slumber. Thus, the group lay in wait outside the cloaked figure's encampment, poised for Yi Jian's command. As he continued to observe, Yi Jian realized that silence had enveloped the camp. The guards had fallen asleep. He gestured forward, and his comrades surged into the encampment. Yi Jian and young Master Wang advanced, each wielding a sword, swiftly dispatching the few guards before launching an assault on the tents. However, to their astonishment, they discovered that, apart from the guards, the tents were utterly devoid of occupants. Alas, we've fallen into a trap. Everyone retreat. Yi Jian's realization struck him, and he called out urgently. Yet it was too late. From the periphery of the camp, a multitude of cloaked figures emerged, clearly exceeding 20 in number, at least double that. One of the black-clad men, removing his face covering, taunted, Yi Jian, did you truly believe you could ambush us? You overestimate your abilities. Yi Jian turned around and was taken aback to discover an old acquaintance. With a fierce tone, he exclaimed, Li Chuanwu, it is indeed you. Do you think that I, Yi Jian, am afraid of your Li family? Zhao Chuanwu retorted, such audacity. Now that the mask has been torn off, you shall not escape. Leave your life here. At this juncture, young Master Wang interjected, your Li family speaks with such bravado. Do you even dare to lay a hand on me? Look closely at who I am. One of the black-clad figures, presumably their leader, remarked, it is the esteemed young master of the Wang family. A pleasure to meet you. If you choose to leave now, we will not lay a finger on you. Our primary target is Yi Jian. If you depart quietly, the Li and Wang families may remain amicable. Young Master Wang, enraged, replied, are you asking me to forsake my friends? What a fanciful thought. Enough talk. Prepare yourself. With that, he charged at the leader of the black-clad men, who cursed. You overestimate your abilities. You seek death. Yi Jian recognized that the black-clad leader's strength far surpassed that of young Master Wang. Yet, since the battle had commenced, Yi Jian had no choice but to fight fiercely. He instructed Jinlin to protect his sister, then plunged into combat against the surrounding black-clad figures. The ferocity of Yi Jian's attacks was remarkable. In no time, he had felled 2 of the black-clad men. However, 2 capable opponents soon approached, and their combined strength posed a significant challenge for Yi Jian. Notijing Ye Yin Surut. Jinlin warned Yi Xueqing to be cautious before joining Yi Jian to confront the 2 black-clad adversaries. With Jinlin's assistance, the duo swiftly injured their foes. Meanwhile, the situation for young Master Wang was growing dire. Despite unleashing his most powerful martial technique, he was easily thwarted by his opponents. They appeared uninterested in prolonging the fight, and with a single move, they inflicted a grievous wound upon him, sparing his life likely out of respect for the Wang family's power. Upon witnessing young Master Wang's injury, Ye Yan's anger faded. With a powerful strike, he incapacitated one of the black-clad men and directed his assault towards their leader. The 2 engaged in a fierce battle, wielding blades against one another. After several exchanges, Yi Jian recognized the formidable strength of his opponent, compelling him to fight for his life. Utilizing his Qi cultivation technique, Yi Jian engaged in the duel, but found himself at a disadvantage. Reluctantly, he resorted to his most advanced martial skills. Channeling his inner energy into his right fist, he unleashed a potent 4th-tier punch. The black-clad leader, noticing Yi Jian's use of a martial technique, prepared a formidable counter. When their attacks collided, to Yi Jian's astonishment, his opponent remained unscathed while he was violently thrown back, sustaining injuries in the process. Seeing Yi Jian fall, Li Ao charged recklessly at the adversaries. But after only a few exchanges, he too was brought down, badly wounded. Just as the black-clad figures prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Li Ao, Yi Jian reappeared, intervening to thwart their attack. At this moment, Yi Jian was on the verge of collapse, while numerous figures clad in black surrounded him. Apart from Jinlin, who was still fiercely battling the adversaries, the rest of his companions were nearing their limits. What pained Yi Jian most was the sight of his sister, who had also sustained injuries. Fueled by anger, he exchanged for a pill from the system that would instantly enhance his strength. Contemplating a desperate act of mutual destruction when an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, a host of formidable experts emerged from the forest, leaving Yi Jian uncertain of their allegiance. If they turned out to be foes, he feared for his very life. Chapter 60. The Young Shopkeeper's Reinforcements. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Jian gathered everyone together and instructed Jinlin to ensure the safety of his sister and young Master Wang if any unforeseen circumstances arose, while he would serve as a shield. Just as he was about to signal Jinlin to break through the encirclement, a voice resonated from outside. Lin Yuner appeared, declaring, as the esteemed leader of the Li family, how can you disgrace yourself by attacking Yi Jian? Her unexpected arrival, accompanied by a cadre of skilled fighters, took everyone by surprise. The leader of the Li family retorted, is your Lin family auction house also going to involve itself in this matter? Lin Yuner boldly replied, what if we do? Yi Jian is now an ally of my Lin family. To harm him is to slap our auction house in the face. Noticing a shift in the leader's demeanor, Lin Yuner continued, do you truly believe that your numbers can prevent me from saving Yi Jian? Furious, Lin Yuner commanded, let us see what you've got. Uncle Lin, I entrust this to you. An elderly man stepped forward, prompting the Li leader to curse, old Lin. I never expected to see you here. Are you seeking a contest? The elder merely responded, let us see how much you've improved over the years. Prepare yourself. His formidable prowess became apparent as he launched into action, decisively altering the tide of battle. Yi Jian and his companions realized they had allies, and they joined forces to combat the black-clad assailants. The fighters brought by Lin Yuner also joined the fray, and soon, Yi Jian's side gained overwhelming superiority, thoroughly disrupting the enemy ranks. As Zhao Quan attempted to seize the chaos to flee, Yi Jian would not allow his escape, delivering a lethal blow with a fourth-level punch. Meanwhile, the Li leader, overwhelmed and recognizing the dire situation, hastily retreated with the few remaining black-clad figures. With the immediate threat neutralized, Yi Jian and his companions breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly distributed the healing pills among them. After vanquishing the remaining foes, Yi Jian, along with the injured brothers, departed, while Lin Yuner led the way to ensure they drew no further attention from rival forces. At this moment, Yi Jian had exhausted his mystical energy and sustained severe injuries. Nonetheless, he persevered, feeling somewhat better only after consuming a high-grade healing elixir. Once everyone reached a place of safety, Yi Jian turned to Lin Yuner and inquired, "How did you know we were in danger?" "I am sincerely grateful to all of you. Without your timely intervention, my companions and I would surely have met our demise today." Lin Yuner waved her hand dismissively and replied, "Before your competition, I received a confidential alert, suspecting that the Li family intended to take action against you. After confirming this threat, my father instructed me to bring a contingent to assist you. It is fortunate that we arrived in time. Otherwise, the situation could have been perilous." Yi Jian remarked, "This incident has irrevocably severed ties with the Li family, which in turn implicates the Lin family." Lin Yuner, unfazed, responded, "That will not happen. The Li family has indeed grown excessively arrogant in recent years, disregarding our Lin family entirely. It is the perfect opportunity to teach them a lesson." Meanwhile, young Master Wang, having taken his elixir, felt some improvement and angrily declared, "This time, I shall report the truth to my father. If necessary, I will confront the Li family head-on. Who is afraid? How dare they treat me this way?" Lin Yuner smiled and said, "With the support of the Wang family, the Li family will surely not pose a significant threat. After your competition, we must prepare thoroughly." Yi Jian recognized that the Li family's audacity in launching a surprise attack meant that the matter would not conclude easily. After the competition, he too would need to strategize against the Li family, lest they perceive him as an easy target. That night, Yi Jian, Lin Yuner, and young Master Wang formed an alliance, united in their shared disdain for the Li family. Lin Yuner and her companions, realizing the urgency, departed once Yi Jian and his group had sufficiently recovered. Following this assassination attempt, Yi Jian and his companions had all sustained injuries to varying degrees. However, the competition must continue. Should Yi Jian secure first place, his reputation within the academy would undoubtedly soar, enabling him to develop rapidly and prevent further bullying by the Li family. Thus, Yi Jian instructed the demon-slaying team to rest for several days, allowing time for recovery and also providing him the opportunity to break through to a higher level of power following the intense battle. Before departing, Lin Yuner gifted Yi Jian a meticulously detailed map, clearly outlining the distribution of magical beasts surrounding the Xianxia mountain range. This would afford Yi Jian the luxury of time to restore his strength without haste. With Yi Jian's medicinal support, the group spent 3 days recuperating, during which most of their wounds healed significantly. Moreover, Yi Jian successfully broke through to the second level of the Great Martial Master Realm. Young Master Wang also reaped considerable benefits from the confrontation and appeared poised for his own imminent breakthrough. "Sister, many have reaped significant rewards. It seems this fierce conflict has not been without its benefits. With merely 13 days remaining until the beast competition, some teams have uncovered the whereabouts of level 5 beasts through diligent inquiry. However, the formidable nature of these level 5 beasts has rendered them hesitant to engage. Yet, Yi Jian remains undaunted. He understands that their current score is vastly inferior to that of other teams. Should they succeed in slaying a level 5 beast, they would garner substantial points, thus swiftly narrowing the score gap. Consequently, armed with the map and information relayed from other groups, Yi Jian leads the Demon Slayer team toward the location where the level 5 beasts have been sighted. After a morning of searching, they stumble upon a dark, foreboding cave surrounded by the bones of various other beasts. This sight compels Yi Jian to take heed, for his prior experiences have taught him that such a cave often harbors creatures of considerable strength. Previously, alongside Zhao Fu and Liao, Yi Jian had hunted a peak level 4 beast, which, despite being on the verge of a breakthrough to level 5, had fallen to his prowess. The beast they now encounter, however, is likely of a higher caliber. If it proves to be a mature level 5 beast, confronting it would undoubtedly pose a challenge. Nevertheless, buoyed by their previous victory, Jian and his companions see this as an opportunity to vent their frustrations. Thus, he decides they should rest briefly and then disperse, planning to lure the beast out before launching their assault, ensuring a more advantageous position outside the cave. Chapter 61. An Unexpected Reunion. Once the team has concealed themselves, Jian ventures alone into the cave, where darkness envelopes him. As he ignites a torch, a shadowy claw lunges at him. Quick to react, Jian narrowly avoids the beast's ambush and, upon closer inspection, realizes this creature bears a striking resemblance to one he had previously ensnared. Surprised to encounter it here, Jian deduces that the beast had anticipated his arrival and prepared an ambush, never expecting Jian's rapid growth in strength that allowed him to evade such a lethal strike. In a tense reunion, the scorpion beast, recognizing its old adversary, launches an attack. Jian, caught off guard by this encounter, hastens toward the cave's entrance, intent on teaching it a lesson outside. Thus, the two, one human, one beast, emerge from the cave, where the Demon Slayer team has already set their trap. As Jian exits, a large iron net unfurls, ensnaring the scorpion beast, which is taken aback by the ambush. Before the crowd had the chance to rejoice, the scorpion beast, in a fit of rage, tore through the iron net and lunged toward Jian. This left Jian somewhat speechless. However, with his current prowess, he was certainly capable of standing against the creature, unlike before when he was merely at the Martial Master realm. Now, he had ascended to the formidable second layer of the great Martial Master stage. Yet, this beast appeared to be a fully matured level 5 monster, distinctly different from his previous encounters. A mature level 5 beast was akin to a deeply skilled great martial master. Thus Jian approached the situation with utmost caution. As the beast charged, Jian swung his sword, successfully repelling the initial assault. The other members of his team also joined the fray, resulting in an exhilarating scene of combat. Jian remained the primary target, drawing the beast's focus while his companions executed flanking maneuvers. To their surprise, the creature proved to be exceptionally formidable, particularly due to its iron-like exoskeleton, which provided substantial protection. This posed a considerable challenge, as a protracted battle would deplete their vital energy. Consequently, Jian instructed young Master Wang and Jin Lin to prepare their martial techniques in an effort to subdue the beast. Upon hearing Jian's command, he continued to divert the monster's attention, while young Master Wang readied his technique. A surge of sword energy surged towards the beast's rear. To their astonishment, the monster exhibited remarkable reflexes, spinning around to retaliate with its pincers, sustaining significant damage in the process. Jian and the others were relentless, denying the creature any respite. Jin Lin then shouted, "Taste my strike," unleashing a powerful martial technique. Having witnessed Jin Lin's formidable attack, Jian too began to prepare his own technique. After young Master Wang's strike, Jin Lin unleashed yet another impressive technique. Upon impact, the beast's sturdy exterior cracked, revealing dark ichor, indicating that it had indeed been gravely wounded. Seizing the opportunity, Jian launched a follow-up attack with the 9 mysterious sword technique, inflicting further injuries on the beast. The creature, now severely harmed, began to thrash wildly. The monster prepared to unleash its life-saving technique, typically reserved for dire moments. Thus, Jian and his companions remained on high alert. Jian directed the others to disperse, while Jin Lin and young Master Wang began to summon their protective energy, a defensive measure available only to those at the great martial master level. The black scorpion beast unleashed a dark and ominous technique towards Jian, its speed startling him. Nevertheless, Jian evited swiftly, employing the 4th level fist technique to counter the assault. He realized just how formidable the beast was. Had he not exerted his full strength, he might have been unable to withstand the attack. The formidable beast realized that its most potent attack inflicted minimal damage on Jian. Consequently, it sought to flee. However, young Master Wang, not one to back down, felt a twinge of embarrassment at being overshadowed by Jian's prowess. He stepped forward to unleash his most formidable martial technique. After enduring this strike from young Master Wang, the scorpion beast was left on the brink of defeat, ultimately succumbing to the combined efforts of Jian and Jin Lin. They successfully subdued the level 5 beast. It was apparent that this creature possessed considerable strength. Had Jian faced it alone, he might have been able to engage it. but likely would have struggled to deliver a fatal blow, as beasts of this caliber possess formidable defensive skills. Once the beast was dealt with, Jian proceeded to excavate its cranium, revealing a coveted level 5 spirit stone, which ignited envy in young Master Wang. Recognizing the efforts Wang had contributed, Jian reluctantly decided to share the spoils. Remarkably, no one was injured during this hunt, which Jian deemed a resounding success. Yet, as he contemplated the final stage of the competition, where they were required to collectively vanquish 3 level 5 beasts, a sense of trepidation arose. Relying solely on his small group seemed impractical for such a daunting task. It was evident that collaboration with other groups would be essential to overcome these formidable foes. Jian had all the valuable components from the defeated beast collected for future use, intending to exchange them for points later. The level 5 beast was highly sought after within the system and could yield significant rewards. Jian was determined not to squander this opportunity. However, he was cautious about revealing the existence of the system in front of others, and thus planned to return to redeem his rewards privately. Thus concluded a day filled with exhilarating hunts, yielding substantial gains. If they continued this pace over the next few days, they would soon surpass the other groups. Over the following days, Jian led the Demon Slayer team, under the guidance of Xiaoku and bolstered by the map provided by Lin Yuner, embarking on a relentless hunt for beasts. Within 3 days, they had successfully elevated their score, now ranking second, with only a small margin separating them from the leading group. Jian's team had now reached the central region of the Xianxia mountain range, where they encountered other groups, including the current leaders and Li Linfeng's team, alongside 2 additional groups of formidable individual strength. In total, 5 groups had arrived at this central position, with time running short. Other teams extended invitations to Jian to join in the final hunting expedition. The objective was to assemble several experts of the Grand Martial Master realm from each group, thereby increasing their chances of defeating the 3 level 5 beasts residing in the center. Otherwise, the competition would remain unattainable. Jian, of course, accepted the invitation, but to maintain the secrecy of his team's strength, he only allowed himself and young Master Wang to join this action squad, leaving Jin Lin to oversee the team. Chapter 62, Cooperation. When it comes to collaboration, it is evident that a leader is essential. Given Jian's current prowess, it would be unwise for him to assume command. Naturally, Jian is astute enough to realize that leading would entail greater risks. Thus, it is prudent for him to conserve his strength and refrain from becoming the scapegoat. Consequently, Jian dispatched 2 individuals from his team, while the alchemy group contributed 3 members and Li Linfeng's team added 3 more. Additionally, 2 exceptionally skilled individuals from other groups joined the endeavor, culminating in a cohesive action team of 10. The temporary leader, a senior with considerable strength, was appointed to guide the group. Although, on the surface, this team appeared formidable, the real challenge lay in their ability to unite effectively against the 3 5th-level magical beasts. There was a concern that some members might take advantage of the situation and not exert their full effort. Jian was particularly wary of Wang Tianyu and his companions from Li Linfeng's group, who clearly harbored animosity towards him. Despite being assembled temporarily, there was a genuine fear that they might hold back their strength with ulterior motives. The team leader was cognizant of these apprehensions and instructed everyone to focus on action, suggesting that any personal grievances could be addressed after the magical beasts were vanquished. Thus, the 10-member group began preparing their supplies, and Jian ensured he was well equipped with ample restorative and healing potions. With everything in order, they set forth towards the territory of the magical beasts. Upon arrival at the beast domain, they encountered several 4th-level magical beasts, which appear to serve as sentinels for the area. However, the combined strength of Jian and his companions soon proved overwhelming, and the group swiftly dispatched the lesser beasts. The main event was yet to unfold, as they soon heard a series of ominous roars echoing from a distance, sending shivers down their spines. Yet, being seasoned warriors, Jian and his comrades remained undaunted. Before long, 3 immense magical beasts came into view. These creatures seemed to be a product of some biological alchemy, easily distinguished by their size. The foremost beast was particularly colossal, resembling a lion, but with distinct features. According to nearby whispers, it was identified as a 3-headed magic lion beast, notorious for its formidable damage potential. This beast was not only swift, but also remarkably resilient. After a brief allocation of roles by the team leader, he and 2 others confronted the most formidable magic lion, while the remaining 4 tackled another beast that seemed equally threatening. Yizin, along with Wang Gongzi and a member of the alchemy group, engaged a 5th-level magical beast that appeared less formidable. With their targets selected, they charged into battle. The captain stood out as the most dedicated among them, boldly taking the lead in the fray, while beside him, Wang Tianyu and another seemed merely to be going through the motions, lacking the resolve to engage fully with the formidable beast. Observing the 4 individuals collectively battling their monstrous foe, it appeared they were evenly matched. In contrast, Jian found the creature before him somewhat amusing, as it seemed inferior to the one he had dealt with days prior. It was likely a newly ascended level 5 beast. Nevertheless, Jian and his companion were adept at feigning intensity, putting on a spirited display of combat, albeit fraught with peril. Thus the battle raged on. The captain faced the mature beast with remarkable ease, yet it seemed he could not subdue it entirely at that moment. Meanwhile, the 4 had evidently inflicted significant damage upon their adversary, and it appeared they would soon prevail. Jian, on the other hand, was deliberately stalling for time, intending to let the others finish their fight before intervening, a strategy he deemed the safest. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The formidable level 5 beast, upon hearing its companions' cries for help, went into a frenzy and charged at the trio, nearly striking Wang Tianyu. The captain intervened just in time, saving Wang. Yet he sustained injuries from the beast's savage assault, albeit inflicting considerable damage in return. The creature then shifted its focus to the captain, intent on eliminating him first. Already wounded, the captain hesitated, and as he called for assistance from his 2 companions, he was disheartened to see Wang Tianyu and the other discreetly retreating from the conflict, leaving him in despair. Jian, having witnessed this betrayal, sprang into action, instructing the young master to contend with the beast, while he himself executed a powerful technique that drove the creature back, seizing the opportunity to rescue the captain. After administering a healing elixir to the captain, Jian turned his attention to the level 5 beast, displaying formidable prowess and bolstered by a cultivation technique that elevated his strength by 2 levels. He engaged the creature with remarkable proficiency. With the captain having regained his strength, he joined forces with Jian. The 2, wielding their weapons in harmony, ultimately vanquished the level 5 beast. Despite the harrowing nature of their fight, the captain entrusted his safety to Jian, who recognized the captain's character. Their seamless cooperation was pivotal in overcoming the beast. Once the battle concluded, the remaining 2 monsters were also dispatched. Although injuries were sustained, they were not severe, with the captain bearing the brunt of the wounds. Having been forced to bear injuries to save Wang Tianyu, the captain, after the fight, was determined to confront Wang and his companion. He instructed Jian to collect the points from the slain beast before seeking out Wang Tianyu. However, the atmosphere on the field shifted dramatically as many turned against Wang Tianyu's group, inciting considerable ire in the captain known as Qingfeng. Yet, an even more astonishing turn of events unfolded. Wang Gongzi and his companions united their efforts, inflicting severe injuries upon Captain Qingfeng and seizing his scorecard in the process. Wang Tianyu vociferously berated Captain Qingfeng, declaring that he should not blame him for his harsh actions. It was merely a stroke of misfortune for Qingfeng, as the opportunity to claim scorecards had arisen, and thus, he expressed his regrets. Jian was taken aback, astonished that Wang Tianyu had acted so swiftly, even managing to pilfer Captain Qingfeng's scorecard. The scene now revealed the trio from the Pill group and Wang Tianyu's trio joining forces against him. Although one individual remained present, he appeared to adopt a neutral stance. At this moment, both Jian and Wang Gongzi found themselves in a precarious position. Chapter 63, United Against Qingfeng. Jian recognized that engaging in a direct confrontation was ill-advised, given that the opposing side boasted 6 formidable martial artists, while his own group consisted of only 2, making the situation exceedingly troublesome. Thus, Jian resolved to employ his agility and strategy to navigate the conflict, but he could not disregard Qingfeng entirely. After their recent battle, Qingfeng had become a comrade of sorts. Consequently, Jian retrieved the explosive pills he had prepared earlier, intending to seize the opportunity to rescue Qingfeng. In an instant, the arena erupted in a cacophony of explosions, plunging the scene into chaos. While these pills posed a significant threat to individuals, they served the purpose of disorienting the crowd effectively, as none had encountered such a miraculous substance before. Only Jian, equipped with his system, was aware of its existence. As Jian struck down an adversary, he seized the moment to extricate Qingfeng. By the time the others realized what had transpired, Yi Jian and Wang Gongzi had already grasped one of Qingfeng's arms, making their escape. Upon their pursuit, they found Yi Jian had vanished into the distance, compelling them to temporarily abandon the chase. Upon bringing Qingfeng to the campsite where Yi Jian resided, it became evident that Qingfeng, having suffered from the recent ambush, was exceedingly weak. Yi Jian had no choice but to administer a healing pill, feeling a pang of concern, yet understanding that failure to assist him would likely result in Qingfeng's demise. Once Qingfeng was settled, Yi Jian convened an urgent meeting with the others, brainstorming strategies to counter the alliance of the pill group. Currently, the disparity in scores between Yi Jian's group and their opponents was apparent. And with the new rule permitting scorecard theft among groups, the gap would only widen. Thus, Yi Jian needed to devise a plan. Solely relying on his group to hunt magical beasts for points would surely fall short of their rivals, compelling Yi Jian to shift his focus towards other groups, aiming to seize their scorecards to secure a favorable ranking. At present, Yi Jian's strength requires further enhancement. Thus, his priority is to ensure Qingfeng's recovery. With Qingfeng's prowess added to the mix, Yi Jian's team would indeed become formidable enough to contend with the pill group. Consequently, Yi Jian utilized the system to exchange numerous healing elixirs for Qingfeng, who expressed profound gratitude and admiration towards Yi Jian. Thus, the group commenced their endeavor to seize points from lesser-ranked teams. Although their efforts yielded significant rewards, they soon discovered that many teams had been thoroughly depleted by the pill group. Faced with this predicament, Yi Jian was compelled to devise a strategy against the pill group. With only 6 days remaining in the competition and Qingfeng's injuries nearly healed, the team deliberated on how to confront the pill group. Wingfeng remarked, Yi Yin, had it not been for your assistance, I would likely have perished in the Beast Mountain range. I am truly grateful and shall repay you in the future. Yi Jian waved his hand dismissively and stated, repayment can wait. Our immediate concern is to secure victory in this competition. Presently, the majority of points lie with the pill group and Li clan, and we still have a significant gap to bridge. Qingfeng, incensed, declared, these scoundrels, I, Qingfeng, will not rest until I avenge this wrong. I shall unite with several allied teams to confront them. Yi Jian endorsed Qingfeng's plan and assured him that if they managed to seize points from the pill group, he would not forget his comrades and would provide them with fair compensation, such as elixirs and spirit stones. For Yi Jian, points were the priority. Elixirs and spirit stones were of little concern. Through Qingfeng's persuasion, Yi Jian's contingent grew to 50 individuals, including 5 experts at the Great Martial Master level, along with several others of varying strengths. Though they still faced a disparity in terms of Great Martial Master prowess, their numbers were impressive. Under Yi Jian's fervent encouragement, the teams launched assaults against the Pill Group and the Li clan, causing considerable disruption and even toppling several members, thus accruing numerous points. Thus commenced a fierce contest for dominance between the two factions. Yi Jian resolved to obliterate the enemy entirely, employing diversionary tactics to systematically dismantle their strength. He instructed Qingfeng to lead a team to distract the main forces of the Pill Group, while he and the remaining experts would decisively eliminate the Li clan. After providing Qingfeng with elixirs that would instantly augment his strength, Yi Jian sent him forth, while he prepared to launch a surprise attack on the Li clan's encampment. Relying on his Great Martial Master level 5 strength, Qingfeng executed an advanced martial technique to disrupt the enemy's formation. As the Pill Group members, finding Qingfeng challenging to subdue, converged upon him, his intention was not to engage in a prolonged battle, but to lead them away. With most of the enemy diverted, it was time for Yi Jian's team to act. The members of the Li clan, still dazed, found themselves swiftly encircled by Yi Jian's forces. Upon realizing the situation, it was already too late. Yi Jian had already taken action. His primary targets were the young master of the Li family and Wang Tianyu. With a swift motion, Yi Jian unleashed a level 4 punch, sending Wang Tianyu staggering backward. At that moment, Wang Tianyu was no match for Yi Jian. In a flurry of strikes, Yi Yin dispatched Wang Tianyu effortlessly. Although the Li family still had several skilled fighters, Yi Jian was supported by 4 formidable martial masters, and it wasn't long before they were all defeated. Yi Jian instructed young Master Wang to handle the remaining opponents while he ventured to assist Qingfeng, primarily concerned that Qingfeng might struggle against the trio of martial masters alone. Upon arriving at the battleground, Yi Jian discovered that the rest of Qingfeng's team had already been overpowered, leaving only Qingfeng standing. As a 5th-tier martial master, Qingfeng held his ground admirably. And when Yi Jian joined the fray, despite the odds being 3 against 2, Their combined efforts resulted in a stalemate. Shortly thereafter, young Master Wang, having dealt with the aftermath, arrived with reinforcements, tipping the scales decisively in their favor. The tide of battle swiftly turned, and soon, Jian and his companions emerged victorious. Following the skirmish, Jian seized the scoreboard from both the alchemy group and the Li family, accumulating nearly all the points for his team. Consequently, Jian's group secured the top position, while Qingfeng's team ranked second, bolstered by Jian's support. Although Jian initially contemplated discreetly eliminating the Li family's young master, the Academy's regulations prohibited any lethal actions during the competition, prompting Jian to abandon that idea. Nevertheless, he ensured that Li Linfeng suffered significantly, crippling him in one leg, as their enmity had reached a point of no return. Thus, Jian's team stood at the pinnacle of the rankings. Barring any unforeseen events, they were poised to claim victory in this year's monster tournament. Chapter 64. Securing first place. With only a few days left in the competition, despite Jian's team holding the top rank, he opted to withdraw from the central position to avoid any ambushes from the alchemy group. He sought a place for his team to rest, as nearly a month of continuous combat had left everyone utterly exhausted. Through recent victories over magical beasts, Jian had amassed considerable points, which he exchanged for elixirs to distribute among his comrades who had fought alongside him in recent days. Everyone was elated with the rewards. However, Jian had a stipulation. They were to relinquish their points to him. Consequently, he now controlled a significant portion of the total points. Even if the alchemy group were to exert themselves, surpassing Jian's points would be an insurmountable task. It seemed the competition was firmly in Jian's grasp, and he intended to use the final days to further enhance his strength. Yet, the alchemy group was relentlessly searching for Jian. Despite their efforts to remain concealed, they were eventually discovered, leading to a fierce confrontation between Jian's group and the alchemy and Li family factions. Thus, both sides suffered losses. However, with the support of the system, most were eager to follow Jian. With only a day remaining until the competition, the three formidable martial masters from the Dan Medicine group launched another surprise attack on Jian's team. Yet, Jian's group was well prepared. Once the adversaries entered the encirclement, Jian struck. Alongside Qingfeng, he charged forward, engaging in combat using the 9 Xian sword technique, while Qingfeng fought ferociously, delivering powerful blows. In no time, one of the martial masters could no longer withstand the assault. At that moment, Jian unleashed a level 4 punch that sent a member of the Dan Medicine group sprawling to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, thus securing an effortless victory for Jian. The others swiftly dealt with the remaining members of the Dan Medicine group, who were ultimately forced to flee in disarray. Jian, however, had no intention of pursuing them, thinking they could continue to resist if they wished. As the final day passed, the Academy elders began notifying the various teams to gather with their scoreboards. Jian and his companions made their way to the Academy, where everyone was in high spirits, having dealt with the Dan Medicine group and the young masters of the Li family. Although Jian had garnered many enemies, he remained unafraid. Upon arriving at the Academy, the elders sent personnel to tally the scores. After Jian and his group completed their tasks, they returned to the cold door, as the results would be announced the following afternoon, along with the distribution of rewards. After a month of hard work, the slaughtering demon group finally returned to the cold door, utterly exhausted. Yet, the brothers of the cold door had prepared a feast to celebrate Jian's safe return. After a brief rest with his sister, Jian was called out by the brothers of the cold door, who announced that dinner was ready. Accompanied by his sister, he arrived at the dining area, finding it filled with attendees, including members from several groups who had fought alongside him, as well as a majority of the Cold Door brothers. The entire dining hall was packed. Upon seeing Jian, everyone stood to greet him, exclaiming, "Welcome, leader. Congratulations on securing first place." Jian joyfully replied, "Brothers, this victory in the Monster Beast competition is not solely my achievement. It is a testament to the hard work of every member of the Cold Door. Please, have a seat, and let us converse at our leisure." As he spoke, everyone settled down. Jian stood alone, addressing the gathering. "In the past month, I have witnessed our Cold Door flourishing, a feat that undoubtedly stems from everyone's dedication. Allow me to raise a toast to you all. Cheers!" All the brothers of the Cold Door cheerfully lifted their glasses, responding in unison, "Cheers." Thus, Jian and his brothers indulged in a night of hearty drinking, with each person partaking significantly. While Jian's inner energy aided in digesting the alcohol, he still consumed too much, leaving him with a lightheaded sensation as he walked. Among the crowd, only his sister and Jian remained unaffected. The rest had succumbed to intoxication. Ultimately, Jian was escorted away by his sister and Jian, for otherwise he would have undoubtedly continued drinking through the night. The following day, after awakening from his drunken stupor, Jian hurriedly rose. As it was nearly mid-month, and the results of the competition were to be announced in the afternoon. If he delayed any further, it would be a significant setback. After a brief grooming session, Jian led his companions from the Cold Gate to the academy grounds, where he discovered a considerable number of attendees already present. Upon seeing Jian arrive, the crowd parted to make way for his group, indicating that the Cold Gate's standing within the academy had risen substantially. On stage, the dean and the elders had assembled, and, as the majority of the attendees gathered, the elders began to address the audience. The Grand Elder spoke, requesting silence, and proclaimed the successful conclusion of the triannual monster competition. He expressed a few words before the dean would announce the rankings. Over the course of the month-long competition, the participants had performed admirably, and preliminary statistics revealed that the groups had collectively defeated 4 level 5 monsters and 300 level 4 monsters, with level 3 monsters not being counted. As this year's results far surpassed previous years, the Academy was quite pleased, for each student's accrued points could be exchanged within the institution for elixirs and techniques, implying that the points were indeed valuable and not without purpose. This revelation surprised everyone. The points could circulate as a form of currency within the Academy, allowing exchanges for techniques and elixirs. Consequently, those who had bestowed their points upon Jian now felt regretful. Although Jian had offered compensation, it certainly could not compare to the Academy's offerings. In truth, Jian had been forewarned by Jian, who informed him of the Academy's potential use of points. Thus, he decided to take a gamble, and if the points proved beneficial, it would result in considerable profit. Indeed, his gamble had paid off. Next, the dean began to announce the results. I will now reveal the rankings of the competition. The group that secured first place is the Demon Slayer group. Congratulations. Upon the announcement, the Cold Gate members erupted in cheers, while other groups cast glances at Jian, their expressions tinged with envy, jealousy, and in the case of the Leaf family's group, ire. The second place was awarded to the Breeze group. Congratulations. The Breeze members were elated, but acknowledged that without Jian's assistance, they would not have achieved this rank, deepening their gratitude towards him. The third place went to the Elixir group. Despite Jian accumulating the highest points, it remained a mystery how the Elixir group managed to amass a significant number of points, though they still trailed far behind Jian's total. With the top 3 positions announced, anticipation filled the air as the awards were soon to be distributed, which left Jian feeling a sense of eager expectation. After a brief pause, the dean invited Jian, along with Qing Feng and the leader of the Elixir group, to the stage to receive their awards. The third-place prize was a low-grade Xian tier martial technique for movement, while the second-place prize was a high-grade Xian tier technique. Next up was Jian, who felt a flicker of anticipation. However, the Academy began to keep him in suspense. Initially, a standard Earth-level martial art was prepared for him, but due to Jian's outstanding performance, he was awarded a first-place medal. The reward? It was an intermediate Earth-level martial technique, 8 steps of profound energy, which enhances the practitioner's speed, allowing them to traverse any terrain with ease once mastered. Jian was pleasantly surprised to receive such a rare and valuable technique. After expressing his gratitude to the dean, he hurried home to study this martial art. Thus, Jian emerged as the foremost expert of the younger generation in the Academy, and the Cold Gate gained prominence, becoming known as the leading faction within the institution. Although the Beastmaster competition concluded successfully, Jian soon discovered a challenge. The martial technique was exceedingly difficult to cultivate, necessitating a complex terrain for practice. With limited time at his disposal, he had to prioritize handling matters related to the Cold Gate before he could focus on mastering this technique. The accumulation of tasks at the Cold Gate had become quite substantial. His participation in the competition had drawn away most of the core members, leaving only Zhao Xing, complicating matters further. On one hand, Jian needed to review and sign the income statement from various shops within the Cold Gate, while also overseeing numerous resources, including medicinal pills and spirit stones. The auction house had been overdue in payments for a while, having halted transactions due to Jian's absence during the competition. Upon his return, Lin Yuner sent someone to urge him, as the previous stock of medicinal pills had been sold out, necessitating a new supply. Thus, Yi Jian found himself occupied with cold gate affairs during the day, while at night, he had to exchange various medicinal pills and martial techniques, leaving him no time for personal cultivation. After 3 arduous days of work, aided significantly by his sister and Jian, he finally managed to sort things out. Otherwise, he would have truly struggled alone. Once the faction's affairs were settled, Yi Jian could finally allocate time for his training. After a month of rigorous training and battles in the Beastmaster Mountains, he felt ready to attempt a breakthrough. That evening, he planned to elevate himself to the 2nd level of Grand Martial Master, confident that a month of accumulation would facilitate this transition. With formations and spirit stones prepared, he commenced his cultivation, dedicating the entire night to this endeavor. As dawn broke, a sound emanated from his room. Yi Jian had successfully broken through. Now, at the 3rd level of Grand Martial Master, upon realizing the enhancement, he noticed a significant increase in the water-like manifestation of his profound energy. Feeling invigorated by his newfound strength, he discovered he could now exchange for 8 3rd-grade medicinal pills. Consequently, Yi Jian organized the pills he had accumulated over the past few days and planned to have Jian arrange for their delivery to the auction house. After a month without any supply of elixirs, it is reasonable to surmise that Lin Yunei has become quite anxious. Had it not been for Lin Yunei rallying support for Yi Jian during the recent beast competition, it is likely that Yi Jian would not have returned. He feels immense gratitude towards her. Days passed in tranquil monotony, yet certain individuals seemed intent on disrupting Yi Jian's peace. According to reports from Xiaoxing, the head of a shop in Xingyang district, the Li family has been exerting significant pressure on local businesses, although they have not resorted to outright force. Their tactics are decidedly targeted. Even with the backing of the auction house, the Li family continues to bully Yi Jian's establishments, which infuriates him. However, given his current capabilities, confronting the Li family directly is not a viable option, and Yi Jian chooses to bide his time. Ultimately, driven to desperation, Yi Jian resolves to temporarily close several shops in Xingyang district, planning to bolster his strength before re-engaging. He understands that retreating is a necessary step for future planning. Consequently, Yi Jian withdraws his Cold Door brethren from Xingyang district, intending to seek opportunities elsewhere. Within the academy, Yi Jian has already established himself as a formidable force, garnering respect from several elders who acknowledge his prowess. Nevertheless, relying solely on the academy is insufficient. Thus, Yi Jian turns his gaze toward the Beast Mountain range, which is a veritable treasure trove. Should he succeed in controlling all the mercenary groups within the mountain range, he would gain significant influence. The prosperity of Xingyang district largely hinges on the resources provided by the Beast Mountain range. Without the mercenaries to hunt the beasts, the entire commercial network would falter. Several families in Xingyang district engage in the trade of spirit stones and beast materials, with the Li family having built its fortune on spirit stone transactions. If Yi Jian can dominate the mercenary groups in the Beast Mountain range, he would effectively control the spirit stone trade in Xingyang district, simultaneously seizing the opportunity to undermine the Li family's influence. However, gaining control over the entire spirit stone trade presents considerable challenges. Yi Jian must devise a long-term strategy. For previous attempts by the Li family and others to dominate these mercenary groups have met with failure. Whether Yi Jian can succeed remains uncertain. Yi Jian is meticulously planning. If he can indeed control the spirit stone trade in Xingyang district, he will secure a significant position within the region. Yet, the Cold Door's current manpower is limited. While it is feasible to establish a separate mercenary group, such an approach would hinder growth. The Beast Mountain range is home to hundreds of mercenary groups, each with varying levels of strength and experience. Many of these groups comprise seasoned hunters, while most of Yi Jian's followers lack the necessary experience. Thus, embarking on a reckless quest to hunt beasts in the mountain range may result in minimal spirit stone acquisition and potentially severe losses in personnel. Yi Jian pondered for a moment and concluded that such an approach was unfeasible. If Xiao Ku could accompany him in thoroughly exploring the entire Beast Mountain range, it would provide Yi Jian with a comprehensive map of the area. This would reveal where high-level magical beasts resided and which locations were deemed safe, thereby granting Yi Jian dominion over the entire mountain range. Those engaged in mercenary work understand the significant advantage a detailed map offers for their hunting endeavors. If Yi Jian could extend such assistance to these mercenary groups, they would undoubtedly be eager to join him. Thus, Yi Jian meticulously devised his strategy. Chapter 66. Strengthening the Han clan. After a night of contemplation, Yi Jian realized that his immediate objective was to bolster the Han clan, recruit fresh talent, and subsequently venture into the Beast Mountain range with Xiao Ku to chart a map. He also contemplated establishing a mercenary group, confident that with his elixirs and martial skills, he could attract these mercenary factions. Yi Jian initiated the first step of his plan by vigorously recruiting talent for the Han clan. His criteria were straightforward. Candidates must hail from the Han clan and be admitted through martial competitions. Consequently, a throng of aspiring members gathered at the Han clan's entrance over the following days, many of whom were former allies from his previous encounters with the alchemy team, eager to join Yi Jian's ranks. After delegating the recruitment to Zhao Fu, Yi Jian set out to seek individuals to join his cause. If he could enlist them, it would mean gaining a valuable ally, particularly one to oversee matters concerning the Beast Mountain range. It should be apparent to everyone who he sought. It was the leader Qing Feng, with whom Yi Jian had fought alongside during the beast competition. Through their interactions, Yi Jian had come to recognize Qing Feng as a person of immense integrity and responsibility, making Yi Jian keenly desire his inclusion in the Han clan. Thus, Yi Jian ventured alone to Qing Feng's residence, discovering him practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. Upon noticing Yi Jian's arrival, Qing Feng expressed his delight, saying, "Ah, Yi Jian, the esteemed leader of the Han clan, what brings you here? Come, let's spar a few moves." Yi Jian was taken aback by the immediate challenge, but welcomed the opportunity, as he had not tested his improved skills since his last advancement. Today would be the perfect occasion to engage in a friendly competition with Qing Feng. The two did not engage with full seriousness, as it was merely a sparring match. Yet their combat was nonetheless fervent. Yi Jian's swordplay was executed with great vigor, while Qing Feng, possessing a strength advantage of 20%, found the duel to flow smoothly. However, Yi Jian had also made a breakthrough of 10%, allowing him to hold his own against Qing Feng, who was surprised by Yi Jian's rapid progression. Qing Feng soon realized that confronting Yi Jian was becoming increasingly challenging. After an engaging exchange between the two, both felt an immense sense of joy. Qing Feng, aware that Yi Jian had come with a purpose, graciously invited him to share in a drink. Naturally, Yi Jian did not decline, and they began to indulge in their libations. Once they had partaken sufficiently, Yi Jian broached the main topic of conversation, inquiring, "Brother Feng, what are your plans for the future?" Qing Feng replied, "I have just returned from Tianhan County after 2 years of wandering, primarily to participate in the Academy's competition. Yet I remain uncertain about my next steps." Yi Jian probed further. "Have you considered establishing a faction or embarking on some ventures?" Qing Feng sighed and responded, "I once founded a small faction, but it was crushed by rival forces, making it impossible to sustain. My travels were prompted by unfortunate events that rendered it difficult to continue, necessitating the dismantling of my faction. It's a long story." Intrigued, Yi Jian continued the conversation. "I find myself in a similar predicament. I have just established the Han men, yet we are already facing pressure from other factions. The shop I set up in Qingyun County has also been forced to close." Qing Feng expressed his anger. "Is it the Li family? I have always disdained those people. If not for your assistance last time, I might have perished in a monster beast mountains." Thus, Yi Jian and Qing Feng conversed for an extended period. Ultimately, Yi Jian extended an invitation to Qing Feng to join the Han men and collaborate on future endeavors. Yi Jian shared his ambitious vision with Qing Feng, who was greatly inspired. After all, if Yi Jian could monopolize the spirit stone trade in the monster beast mountains, the Han men could secure a significant position. In this manner, Yi Jian successfully lured Qing Feng into his camp, assigning him a pivotal role. Yi Jian's next plan was to recruit 200 members for Han men to establish his own mercenary group. With Qing Feng as the leader, Yi Jian pledged substantial support to help the mercenary group carve out a place in the monster beast mountains, confident in Qing Feng's capabilities. After they reached an agreement, Qing Feng joyfully joined the Han men and established his mercenary group outside its confines, adopting the name Slayer's Mercenary Corps. Inspired by the previous name of Yi Jian's small group, the name exuded a formidable aura. Yi Jian then resolved to create a detailed map of the monster beast mountains as a precursor to developing the mercenary group. The recruitment for Han men concluded, and Yi Jian intended to convene a meeting to inform everyone about the establishment of the mercenary group. With the recent addition of 200 members, the Han men now boasted a total of 700 individuals, making the existing base insufficient. Consequently, Yi Jian arranged for the search of a new location to accommodate the growing faction. Thus, Yi Jian devoted an entire day to discovering a suitable location within the academy. Upon finding the place, he was pleased to see that it possessed all the necessary features. The front square could accommodate at least 1,000 individuals, while the spacious backyard could comfortably house several hundred. The interior hall exuded an impressive aura. If a plaque bearing the name of the Han men were to be hung in front of it, it would undoubtedly convey a sense of authority. This location was precisely what Yi Jian desired, though the academy's price was rather steep. Nevertheless, Yi Jian was determined to negotiate. For although the Han men had accrued a fair amount of wealth during this period of development, prudence in expenditure remained paramount. He entrusted Jean Lin with the task of discussing the price, knowing her excellent rapport with the academy would likely yield a favorable deal for the Han men. With Jean Lin's eloquence and persuasive skills, the Han men successfully acquired the courtyard at a considerably reduced price. Meanwhile, the previous courtyard was repurposed as a base for one of the halls. Although it was possible to relocate, Yi Jian held a sentimental attachment to that place and chose not to dismantle it. That former site would suffice for one of the halls to conduct its operations. Thus, Yi Jian organized the relocation of everyone, and by the end of the day, the new residence began to take shape. The front yard was thoroughly cleaned, and many brothers had already settled in the backyard. It appeared quite promising, and plans were made for a gathering the following day to discuss various matters. Consequently, Yi Jian commenced his preparations. He continued to practice diligently throughout the night, and, upon arriving early at the new base, discovered that the Han Min members had already gathered. The front yard was filled to capacity, presenting a magnificent sight. Chapter 67. Establishing the Demon Slayer Mercenary Corps. Once all were assembled, Yi Jian began to speak. Today, I wish to address a matter regarding our Hammond's development in Xianxia County, which has faced significant suppression from the Li family. While I opted to retreat for a time, this does not imply that we fear the Li family. Wouldn't you agree? The crowd echoed an affirmation. We are not afraid. If necessary, we shall confront them. Yi Jian smiled and responded, At present, we are not yet in a position to engage in conflict, as our strength remains insufficient. Therefore, I intend to establish the Demon Slayer Mercenary Corps and would like to know if anyone is willing to join. All participants will receive double the base salary. As soon as Yi Jian finished speaking, numerous brothers expressed their eagerness to participate. Observing their enthusiasm, Yi Jian sought to calm their fervor. He continued, You may join, but I must emphasize that becoming a member of the Demon Slayer Mercenary Corps entails considerable risk. As you all know, the Beast Mountain Range is a treacherous place, inhabited by formidable magical beasts. Thus, I urge you to contemplate your decision carefully. I will not compel anyone. Despite Yi Jian having laid out all potential risks, many were still keen to join. Ultimately, Yi Jian decided to let Xing Feng select suitable candidates for participation, ensuring that all 4 halls would collaborate in this endeavor. Recognizing that although many had joined the Cold Clan, their loyalty was yet to be secured, Yi Jian resolved to establish a mercenary group. This would cultivate a cadre of individuals aligned with his interests, thereby solidifying his position. Consequently, he endowed Xing Feng with ample authority to recruit for the Demon Slayer Mercenary Corps, which filled Xing Feng with immense excitement. Within a day, he had successfully assembled a formidable team, drawing away several capable individuals, much to the chagrin of the clan leaders like Zhao Fu. However, with Yi Jian's orders in place, they had no choice but to comply. Thus, the Demon Slayer Mercenary Corps was born, with Yi Jian commissioning custom uniforms to foster a sense of belonging among its members. Next on his agenda was to designate a location for the Corps. It was impractical to base it within the academy, as this was a private organization tailored to his aspirations. The most suitable locale was the western region of Xianxia County, a nexus for mercenary groups. It was teeming with hundreds of factions, including the Tiger Mercenary Corps, with which Yi Jian had long collaborated. The Tiger Mercenary Corps had flourished through its partnership with the Cold Clan, expanding to a formidable group of over 100 members, with numerous smaller factions now allied with them. Yi Jian and Xing Feng ventured to the western part of Xianxia County, where they were met with the bustling chaos of numerous mercenary groups. The marketplace was rife with an assortment of goods, including spirit stones, spirit herbs, and substandard elixirs. And, to Yi Jian's astonishment, even the trade of women was prevalent. Previously, during his solitary visit to seek out Lu Dahu, Yi Jian had not fully grasped the extent of the disarray. Today, however, he was struck by the sheer tumult of the place. Having already coordinated with the Tiger Mercenary Corps, Yi Jian was soon greeted by Lu Dahu's envoy, highlighting Yi Jian's elevated status within the group. Not only did he facilitate the sale of spirit stones, but he also provided elixirs that significantly accelerated the growth of the Tiger Mercenary Corps. Upon arriving at the Tiger Mercenary Corps base, Jian noted considerable changes since his last visit. The infrastructure had expanded, and the membership had noticeably increased, establishing it as a medium-sized power. He instructed Lu Dahu to ensure the comfort of his brothers, while he and Qing Feng deliberated on various matters. If Jian intended to develop the Mercenary Corps, this was indeed an opportune location. Yet, with few acquaintances in the area, he felt compelled to consult Lu Dahu about securing a place for the Cold Clan's Mercenary Corps. Additionally, Jian harbored the ambition of integrating the Tiger Mercenary Corps into the Cold Clan, though he feared they might be reluctant. Thus, he resolved to proceed cautiously, taking one step at a time. After settling his impoverished brothers, Lu Laohu invited Jian and Qing Feng to the inner hall, preparing a sumptuous feast to honor Jian. Thus, they indulged in drink, and as they grew merry, Jian refrained from idle chatter, for he had pressing matters to attend to. He spoke, "Laohu, I have come to seek your assistance today." With a smile, Lu Dahu replied, "Brother Jian, speak your mind. I shall do my utmost to assist you. After all, it is your support that has brought me to this point in life." Jian chuckled, saying, "We are all partners in this endeavor, profiting together. Today, I seek a suitable place here, as my impoverished faction has established a mercenary group, and we require a base of operations. Of course, if the Lu Mercenary Corps is willing to accept my faction, we could develop together." Upon hearing this, Lu Dahu seemed to understand. Perhaps Jian was suggesting an alliance for their mercenary groups. Though Jian did not explicitly state it, the implication was clear. Lu Dahu felt a stir of interest, yet he was reluctant to part with the territory he had painstakingly built. He responded, "Brother Jian, this is a minor issue, but I fear there may not be enough space for your large contingent here. For now, let my brothers stay with me for a few days while I arrange for your territory. Having navigated this world for many years, I am confident in securing land." Seeing that Lu Dahu was hesitant to join his faction, Jian chose not to press further. After bestowing a substantial sum of funds upon Lu Dahu, he requested that he secure a suitable location for him. Although this area fell under the jurisdiction of Qingyang County, it was rife with chaos, and the local government was ineffectual. The territory was primarily controlled by a formidable mercenary leader, thus requiring permission to establish a base within their domain. While Jian could approach the leader himself, he was still an outsider, making Lu Dahu's involvement more prudent, given his established connections. And so, Jian settled comfortably within the Lu Mercenary Corps, spending leisurely days exploring the surroundings with Qing Feng, uncovering many intriguing aspects of life there. At this mercenary base, the most valuable commodities were elixirs, while women and children held little worth. Spirit stones and herbs were traded daily by merchants, with elixirs, weapons, and various techniques being particularly scarce. Jian contemplated establishing a presence at the mercenary base to sell some elixirs and weapons, believing it would yield considerable profit while aiding the development of the Tuyao Mercenary Corps. After a couple of days, Lu Dahu relayed good news, stating that the territorial arrangements had been successfully made and at minimal expense. Chapter 68. Establishing the Mercenary Base. Lu Dahu brought Jian to his territory, only to discover that the location was somewhat remote, situated on the outskirts rather than in a central area. This slightly dampened Jian's spirits. However, wishing to avoid causing any inconvenience, he consented and resolved to set up camp in that place. Thus, with Lu Dahu's assistance, Jian gathered his comrades from the mercenary group, and they commenced the establishment of their encampment, aware that they were building a base for themselves. Everyone dedicated considerable effort to the task at hand. Initially, the area was barren, but soon, numerous items were arranged. Jian had invested heavily in recruiting skilled builders from Qingyang County, and construction had already begun. Meanwhile, the other members of the Demon Slayer mercenary group busied themselves with tasks within their capabilities. Upon surveying the entire mercenary base, Jian noted that aside from a few taller structures in the central area, most of the mercenaries resided in tents or rudimentary shelters. This was likely due to budgetary constraints, as the mercenaries spent most of their time in the Monster Mountain range, rendering permanent housing somewhat unnecessary. However, Jian held a different perspective. He aspired for grandeur. With the support from the Han family, his financial situation had improved significantly, enabling him to construct proper housing. This would not only provide comfort for everyone, but also alleviate concerns regarding the protective inadequacies of tents. Thus, with Jian's generous funding, the models for the houses were swiftly constructed, with Qing Feng and Lu Dahu contributing significantly to the effort, much to Yi Jian's delight. After nearly 10 days spent at Lu Dahu's territory, the encampment was well on its way to completion. While many areas still required refinement, the fundamental structures were in place. Consequently, Yi Jian and his comrades moved into their new home. Although it appeared somewhat modest, Yi Jian felt a sense of satisfaction. He instructed Qing Feng to procure household items, marking the near establishment of the Demon Slayer mercenary group's base. The current encampment could accommodate up to 500 individuals. Although Yi Jian envisioned further expansion for future development, Qing Feng advised a more cautious approach, suggesting that rapid growth could attract the envy of rival factions, which could be detrimental to their progress. Yi Jian recognized the wisdom in Qing Feng's words and decided to proceed with the current scale of construction. As household items arrived, Yi Jian entrusted Qing Feng with the subsequent arrangements and intended to return to the Han family. Accompanied by several comrades, Yi Jian returned to the Han family and, after gathering a few key members, announced the successful establishment of the mercenary camp. Everyone expressed great interest and wished to visit. And though Yi Jian thought there was little to see, he could not resist his sister's fervent request. Thus, he planned to share the news and take everyone to explore the camp. In this manner, Yi Jian assigned Jian the task of preparing some basic elixirs and introductory martial arts techniques, intending to open a shop at the mercenary base to generate some income. Yi Jian recognized the business opportunities present in this venture, and with the support of the mercenary group, he believed the shop would thrive. However, there exists a conundrum that has long perplexed Yi Jian. Why have no other factions established shops at the mercenary guild's base? Particularly, he wonders about the auction house's Lin Yunei, who seems to ignore such a lucrative opportunity. This piqued Yi Jian's curiosity, prompting him to resolve to inquire with Lin Yunei upon his arrival in Qingyang County. Furthermore, given that Lin Yunei had previously saved his life in the Beast Mountain Range, his desire to see her has only intensified. After concluding matters concerning the Han family, Yi Jian, accompanied by his sister and several hall leaders, made their way to the mercenary guild's base. Among them, Jian Lin was particularly elated, relishing the opportunity to bond further with Yi Jian. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Jian remained blissfully unaware of Jian Lin's subtle discontent as they engaged in lively conversation. Jian Lin recognized her lack of standing to compete for Yi Jian's affection and thus chose to silently contribute, hoping he might one day notice her efforts. As their jovial group arrived at the mercenary guild's base, they observed considerable changes to their camp. Under Qing Feng's guidance, the brothers were already practicing their martial skills, indicating that Qing Feng was preparing for further training. Observing Qing Feng's earnestness brought Yi Jian some relief, while his sister, noticing the untidy state of the guild's base, felt a twinge of disappointment. However, upon reaching their own camp, she was pleasantly surprised by its solid construction and impressive layout. After the group had explored the area, Yi Jian decided to leave Jian Lin behind to assist Qing Feng with the procurement of daily necessities and other preparations for the guild. Yi Xin, who harbored a certain aversion to such mundane tasks, entrusted these responsibilities to Jian Lin and Qing Feng. Meanwhile, he set off to find Lin Yunei. Although Jian Lin was initially thrilled to stay, she soon found herself exasperated by Yi Jian's absence. At that moment, Yi Jian was leisurely sipping tea at the auction house, surrounded by numerous attendants eager to serve him. This attention made him somewhat uncomfortable, but he had little choice. After all, he had unwittingly become the prospective son-in-law of the Lin family, a fact of which only he remained unaware. This circumstance is precisely why the Li family dared not confront Yi Jian openly. The recent surge in his prominence had rendered him a formidable figure. Though an attendant had informed Lin Yunei of Yi Jian's presence, he found himself waiting an inordinate amount of time. Just as he was on the verge of dozing off for the third time, Lin Yunei finally made her entrance. What brings the esteemed Yi Gongzi here? She teased with a playful grin. Startled awake, Yi Jian replied, I came to see you. A few days apart feel like an eternity. I have missed you dearly. Nearby, some attendants stifled their laughter, but at Lin Yunei's sharp glance, they quickly fell silent. Ultimately, Lin Yunei dismissed all the attendants from the room. Only you would engage in such banter. Now speak up, what is it? You never seek me out without a reason, she remarked, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Yi Jian chuckled, acknowledging Miss Lin's cleverness. However, he had indeed come to see her, with other matters relegated to a secondary position. Upon witnessing Yi Jian's playful banter, Lin Yun contemplated departing, yet he stubbornly prevented her from leaving. Thus, the two engaged in more serious discourse, during which Yi Jian expressed his gratitude for Lin Yuner's previous assistance. He had prepared a fourth-grade elixir for her, one that could potentially save her life. A significant investment that depleted much of his recently accumulated points. Seeing Yi Jian's generosity, Lin Yuner was elated, and her tone became somewhat playful as she assisted him with his inquiries. As their conversation deepened, Yi Jian discerned that the mercenary guild's base was indeed quite formidable. Chapter 69. Understanding the situation, Miss Lin, Yi Jian began, I shall not waste words and will get straight to the point. Lin Yuner gestured for him to proceed, evidently uninterested in idle chatter. I have established a mercenary guild and intend to develop it at the guild base. I notice there are no large shops selling elixirs or martial arts techniques, only small vendors with rather steep prices. I plan to invest in this, which is why I seek advice from you, a savvy merchant. A merchant, you say? How dare you label me as such? I shall take my leave. Then Yuan feignet annoyance. Yi Jian, feeling somewhat exasperated, remained silent. However, upon noticing Yi Jian's slight displeasure, Lin Yuner quickly added, all right, it was merely a jest. I only tricked you once, and you insist on calling me a merchant. Yi Jian, now smiling, continued their conversation. You wish to develop a shop at the mercenary guild base? I would advise against that, as we previously ventured into that realm with our auction house. While it was quite profitable, the waters there are treacherous, leading us to abandon the pursuit. Lin Yuner adopted a serious demeanor. What exactly prevented your auction house, with its considerable influence, from succeeding? Yi Jian probed further. Well, the mercenary guild base is under the control of 3 powerful leaders. The small shops you see are actually managed by these 3 guilds. They collaborate to inflate prices, making it nearly impossible for anyone else to open a shop. They will employ various tactics to hinder you. Although our Lin family is not intimidated by them, if all 3 join forces against the entire mercenary guild base, it would pose significant challenges for us, which is why we chose to withdraw. Yi Jian nodded thoughtfully, realizing the complexity of the situation. If he were to establish a shop there, it would indeed threaten the livelihoods of these 3 factions, indicating that the matter was far from simple. After gleaning this information from Lin Yuner, although she advised against his immediate involvement, suggesting collaboration with the auction house if he wished to proceed, Yi Jian declined, stating he would contemplate the matter further and would let it go if it proved unfeasible. In truth, Yi Jian was exceedingly reluctant to relinquish the opportunity, for such a lucrative venture could yield considerable profits for his humble clan each year. As he pondered various matters, he soon found himself back at the encampment of his mercenary group. Upon seeing Yi Jian return with a somewhat despondent demeanor, Jian Lin inquired, Yi Jian, where have you been? You seem a bit downcast. With a bitter smile, Yi Jian replied, I was gathering information. Please summon Qing Feng. I have matters to discuss with you both. Thus, the 3 engaged in conversation within Yi Jian's quarters. I visited the auction house today to ascertain the situation and discovered that the mercenary group's base is indeed quite intricate. It will be challenging for our humble clan to gain a foothold, Yi Jian stated. Jian Lin responded, Are you referring to our plans for opening a new shop? I, too, observed that the mercenary group base lacks substantial establishments, primarily consisting of small shops and stalls. Indeed, I noticed that as well, and their asking prices are far from reasonable, Qing Feng remarked, scratching his head. I also inquired with Miss Lin at the auction house and gathered a basic understanding of the mercenary base. It seems we need to deliberate further. Ye Vin seeketh in resignation. During his journey, Yi Jian had already contemplated several strategies, albeit he could only proceed tentatively for the moment. He instructed Qing Feng to gather intelligence regarding the dynamics within the base, the strengths of the 3 mercenary groups, and any existing grievances among them. Upon hearing Yi Jian's instructions, Qing Feng appeared to comprehend the task. Yi Jian understood that attempting to swallow the entire mercenary base in one bite was impractical. Rather, it would be wiser to start small, allowing a shop to establish itself before gradually expanding his influence. Yi Jian intended to instigate discord among the 3 factions, enabling his Demon Slayer mercenary group to infiltrate the fray and thus secure a stake in the proceedings. Consequently, he settled in to await further news. Qing Feng, known for his efficiency, soon returned with valuable insights. It turned out that this intelligence was relatively easy to acquire with a modest expenditure. Upon his return, Qing Feng promptly sought out Yi Jian to relay his findings. According to the information, the most formidable faction within the mercenary base was the Wild Leopard mercenary group, boasting 500 subordinates, with its leader rumored to possess considerable strength, estimated to be at the 9th level of the Grand Martial Master. Moreover, there were numerous skilled fighters among the ranks. This faction dominated the mercenary base's dealings, while Yi Jian's territory was likely negotiated by Lu Da, who on his behalf. The second-rank faction was the Black Bear mercenary group, whose leader was said to be comparable in strength to that of the Wild Leopardess leader, likely at the 7th level of the Grand Martial Master. However, their numbers were around 1,000, and they had fewer experts who had reached the Grand Martial Master realm, thereby placing them in second position. Ranking third is the Black Dog Mercenary Corps, which boasts over 500 members. Although the leader's prowess is not particularly formidable, he is supported by 3 brothers of comparable strength. It is rumored that they possess a combination skill, enabling them to contend evenly with experts at the 7th level of martial arts, despite all being at the 3rd level. Thus, their overall strength is commendable, though still significantly inferior to the other 2 factions. The Black Dog Mercenary Corps has long been at odds with the Black Bear Mercenary Corps, having suffered considerable bullying at their hands in the past. However, with the subsequent backing of the Leopard Mercenary Corps, tensions have not escalated to open conflict. Yi Jian's objective is to incite a clash between the 2 mercenary groups, ideally leading to mutual destruction, thereby allowing him to seize an advantageous position for his own development. Nonetheless, this notion remains in its infancy, necessitating further reconnaissance into the specific circumstances and recent haunts of the leaders of both the Black Dog and Black Bear Mercenary Corps. Only then can Yi Jian devise a plan to instigate their confrontation or assist them in their conflict. Subsequently, Yi Jian, accompanied by Qing Feng and 10 capable brothers, dispersed to gather intelligence. They enlisted Lu Dahu to sketch portraits of the leaders, facilitating Yi Jian's identification of them. Otherwise, he would not recognize them even if they stood before him. To ensure the operation's confidentiality, Yi Jian provided Lu Dahu with ample incentives, knowing well that Lu Dahu would not dare to offend him. Although his mercenary group is currently modest in size, he has the backing of the Han clan. Thus, Yi Jian and Qing Feng, along with their companions, embarked on the next phase of their plan. Chapter 70. The Scheme of Using Others' Weapons. After dispersing, the members began their search for information, with Yi Jian focusing on the leader and second-in-command of the Black Dog Gang. He eventually located them at a brothel near the mercenary base, where they indulged in their hedonistic pursuits, frequently visiting taverns and brothels, leaving Yi Jian somewhat speechless. To confirm their whereabouts further, Yi Jian disguised himself as a patron to gather intelligence. Upon entering, he was promptly invited upstairs by a throng of women. With no choice but to comply, he found himself amidst a crowd of flamboyantly dressed ladies. Despite never having frequented such establishments, he found them unappealing, especially with the beautiful Jean Lin pursuing him. After selecting a woman to accompany him for drinks, he incapacitated her and exited the room in search of his targets. After spending some money to inquire with an attendant, Yi Jian learned that the leader and second-in-command of the Black Dog Gang were drinking at a place called Ho Hot Pavilion. Pretending to have mistakenly entered the wrong door, he glanced inside to confirm their presence, noting that they were indeed quite inebriated. With his targets identified, Yi Jian instructed his men to maintain surveillance before returning to his camp to rendezvous with Qing Feng. Upon returning to the camp, it was discovered that Qing Feng and the brothers tasked with gathering intelligence had already arrived. They reported that a leader of the Black Bear Mercenary Corps frequently visits the casino, almost on a daily basis. Furthermore, the head of the Black Bear Mercenary Corps has taken most of his men to hunt in the Monster Mountain Range, leaving the camp remarkably deserted. If Yi Jian could incite a conflict between the Black Dog Mercenary Corps and the Black Bear Mercenary Corps, it would present a splendid opportunity. However, Yi Jian deemed it unwise to act just yet, intending to wait a few days. This delay was partly due to the fact that the only formidable warriors on his side were Qing Feng and himself, thus necessitating support from Han men. Yi Jian dispatched individuals back to the Han men to summon all brothers who had reached the Grand Martial Master level, preparing for the next phase of their operation. Following their recent recruitment, the Han men had welcomed several Grand Martial Masters, bringing their total to 6, including Yi Jian, which constituted a commendable strength. The next step for Yi Jian involved assuming the role of an assassin to ambush 2 leaders of the Black Dog Mercenary Corps, thereby inciting a conflict with the Black Bear Mercenary Corps, thus perfecting his plan. In the past few days, Yi Jian had been keeping a close watch on the 2 leaders of the Black Dog Mercenary Corps, with his Han men brothers now arriving. Yi Jian began to prepare for action. Unexpectedly, young Master Wang also showed up. Driven by curiosity about Yi Jian's intentions and a restless desire to partake in the unfolding events, as well as his yearning for Jian Lin. For the past few days, Jian Lin had been assisting within the mercenary corps, and young Master Wang, unable to find her, was filled with longing and thus could not resist coming. With young Master Wang joining Yi Jian, their party now boasted 7 Grand Martial Masters, sufficient for the impending operation, especially considering that the 2 leaders of the Black Dog Mercenary Corps were merely at the 3rd level of Martial Master. With their numerical advantage, an ambush should prove relatively effortless. Yi Jian also ensured they were equipped with stealth attire, and thus, the 7 proceeded discreetly. The night was enveloped in thick clouds, presenting an ideal atmosphere for their covert strike. The group was poised in an alleyway near the brothel. Reports from their scouts indicated that the 2 leaders of the Black Dog Mercenary Corps were inside, indulging in drink, and typically returned to their camp around midnight. Yi Jian planned to launch the ambush that night, ideally eliminating one and allowing the other to escape, thereby redirecting blame towards the Black Bear Mercenary Corps, thereby ensuring the success of their scheme. After an extended wait, the group exhibited remarkable patience. Just as Yi Jian was contemplating a delay until the following day, one of the Han Min members exclaimed, "Leader, could those be the 2 individuals?" Upon closer inspection, Yi Jian confirmed their presence. The group prepared for action as Yi Jian stealthily followed them from behind. The adversaries, evidently inebriated, remained oblivious to Yi Jian and his companions. By the time they realized the danger, it was too late. Yi Jian's team had already made their move. Qing Feng lunged forward with his longsword, aiming directly for a vital spot. Nevertheless, the adversaries, seasoned veterans of the battlefield, reacted swiftly, but still fell victim to Qing Feng's ambush. Thus, Yi Jian engaged in a fierce battle with his 2 opponents. The strength of Yi Jian was comparable to that of his adversaries, yet due to their numerical advantage, the opposition was swiftly subdued. After dispatching one of them, Yi Jian declared, "My leader has sent me to take your life." At that moment, the leader of the Black Dog Mercenary Corps, who had been injured and was now on the ground, angrily inquired, "Who is your leader, and why do you seek to kill me?" Yi Jian replied, "Since you're on the brink of hell, I shall reveal it to you. My leader is the Black Bear. You previously killed one of my leader's brothers. Today is the day you pay for your sins." Just as Yi Jian prepared to strike, members of the Black Dog Mercenary Corps arrived, a move that Yi Jian had orchestrated intentionally. He had already sent word to ensure the scene appeared authentic. Feigning an intention to attack, he deliberately slowed his movements, allowing the Black Dog to evade him. When Yi Jian aimed to strike again, the reinforcements had arrived, compelling him to retreat with an air of resignation. Yi Jian and his companions arrived and departed swiftly. Although they were pursued, Yi Jian was well acquainted with the terrain, enabling them to quickly shake off their pursuers. Upon returning to camp, Yi Jian promptly instructed his men to continue gathering intelligence. He advised young Master Wang to lead the other brothers back first, as returning during the day would draw unwanted attention. It was crucial to avoid any suspicion directed toward Yi Jian, as it would be highly disadvantageous. Presently, only the Black Bear and the Leopard Mercenary Corps possessed the capability to ambush the Black Dog Mercenary Corps, and Yi Jian had effectively communicated this to the Black Dog, suggesting that the assassination could be attributed to the Black Bear Mercenary Corps. The outcome now depended on the Black Dog's actions. If they could successfully incite a conflict between the 2 factions, it would be perfect. If not, Yi Jian would have to devise another method to stoke the flames. The following day, Yi Jian received news that, although the Black Dog had led everyone to seek revenge on the Black Bear Mercenary Corps, they were intercepted by the leader of the Leopard Mercenary Corps, preventing a severe clash between the 2 groups. While a few lives were lost, it did not meet Yi Jian's expectations. It appeared that this plan was not as easily executed as he had hoped, and he contemplated how best to ignite further discord, lest all his efforts go in vain. Consequently, Yi Jian set his sights on the Black Bear Mercenary Corps as his next target. With only one leader from the Black Dog Mercenary Corps deceased, if a similar fate befell a leader from the Black Bear Mercenary Corps, it was likely that even the interference from the Leopard would be insufficient to prevent retaliation, seeing as both factions would have lost their own leaders. Yi Jian had identified a suitable target. Chapter 71. Adding fuel to the fire. Previously, Qing Feng had gathered intelligence indicating that a leader of the Black Bear Mercenary Corps frequently visited a casino. It seemed that this would be the ideal opportunity to strike. However, Yi Jian was concerned that, in light of the recent events with the Black Dog Mercenary Corps, this individual might refrain from gambling, which would complicate matters. However, Yi Jian still sent someone to gather intelligence. If there were no results, he would have no choice but to take action alongside Qing Feng against the Black Bear Mercenary Corps. The leader of this group possessed the strength of a third-tier martial artist, and while Yi Jian could easily handle him, he decided to bring Qing Feng for added assurance, facilitating a swifter resolution. Upon receiving the news, they discovered that the leader of the Black Bear showed little concern for potential retaliation from the Black Dog Mercenary Corps. Although he had brought along a few more men for protection, Yi Jian remained confident that they could be dealt with effortlessly. Yi Jian began preparing for the evening's operation, exchanging for 2 Zhuge crossbows from the system to confront the minor henchmen, handing one to Qing Feng, who was elated, for such a weapon was non-existent in their world. While its utility was limited, it proved exceptionally effective against martial artist-level lackeys. Of course, it would be of little use against high-level grand martial artists, and Yi Jian had no intention of employing it for such foes. Thus, he donned a stealth attire, and he and Qing Feng set out, ensuring that only those involved in the mission were privy to their actions. Even Jin Lin remained oblivious to Yi Jian's recent activities. Soon, Yi Jian and Qing Feng concealed themselves outside the casino, and it wasn't long before the leader of the Black Bear Mercenary Corps emerged, appearing quite anxious. However, Yi Jian paid little heed to this. After trailing him for a while, Yi Jian and Qing Feng sprang into action, unleashing all the arrows from the Zhuge crossbows. The surrounding henchmen fell swiftly, but the leader had already activated his protective aura, rendering the crossbows ineffective. Yi Jian and Qing Feng drew their swords and engaged him in combat. Although the adversary was prepared, he could not withstand the combined assault of Yi Jian and Qing Feng. Ultimately, Yi Jian inflicted an injury with a powerful strike, and Qing Feng finished him off with a martial technique. After clearing the area of evidence and retrieving all the arrows, Yi Jian and Qing Feng departed without anyone realizing Yi Jian's involvement. Upon returning to the camp, Yi Jian learned that the leaders of the Black Bear who had been ambushed were hastily returning because the Black Dog Mercenary Corps had caused trouble again. Yi Jian used that this worked to his advantage. If high-ranking members of the Black Bear were now dead, conflict between the two factions was inevitable. After Jin Lin relayed this information to Yi Jian and Qing Feng, they exchanged smiles, piquing Jin Lin's curiosity. Yet, Yi Jian chose not to disclose anything to her, offering only vague responses before both returned to their training. However, the astute Jin Lin had already surmised that this incident was connected to Yi Jian and Qing Feng. Yet, a wise woman knows not to confront the truth directly. She was certain that in due time, Yi Jian would reveal everything to her. After a night of cultivation, Yi Jian felt invigorated, and his martial prowess had notably improved following 2 days of combat. It became evident that frequent practice of martial techniques was essential for enhancing one's cultivation. Shortly after rising, Qing Feng arrived with news. Chief, the Black Dog Mercenary Corps and the Black Bear Mercenary Corps clashed violently yesterday, resulting in the deaths of over 100 individuals. Currently, the Black Bear Mercenary Corps is at a disadvantage, but their main forces have yet to return. Once they do, the situation is bound to change. Furthermore, it is rumored that the Wild Leopard Mercenary Corps has decided to remain uninvolved, allowing the two factions to battle it out. Yi Jian responded with laughter. That suits my intentions perfectly. Let them fight fiercely. The more intense the conflict, the better our opportunity to act. His next plan was to disrupt the mercenary base and, seizing the moment, eliminate the weaker side. This would elevate his own mercenary corps to among the top 3. Yi Jian began preparing for his forthcoming actions, spending a considerable amount of points to equip the members of the Demon Slayer Mercenary Corps with 20 crossbows, instructing Qing Feng to teach them how to use these weapons. Having previously employed the crossbow, Yi Jian recognized its potential utility in the coming fray. With preparations underway, Yi Jian awaited updates on the 2 mercenary corps. Once the timing was right, he would lead his forces into action. At that moment, Qing Feng's scouts returned with the latest intelligence. The Black Dog Mercenary Corps had allied with 2 others to assault the Black Bear Mercenary Corps camp, resulting in fierce combat. Meanwhile, the leader of the Black Bear Mercenary Corps was expected to return shortly, which delighted Yi Jian as he observed the unfolding drama. Soon, news arrived that the Black Bear Mercenary Corps had launched a vigorous counterattack against the Black Dog Mercenary Corps, with casualties on both sides. It was unclear how many allies the Black Dog Corps had summoned, but their struggle against the Black Bear Corps was evenly matched. To Yi Jian's surprise, the Black Bear Corps sought assistance from him, a request that put him in a somewhat awkward position. Nonetheless, he agreed to mobilize his forces to assist. Yi Jian planned to intervene once the 2 factions had sufficiently weakened each other. aiming to eliminate the Black Dog Mercenary Corps in the process. As fresh intelligence rolled in, it was reported that the Black Dog Corps was nearing collapse, and the Black Bear Corps was proving formidable. Additionally, the Wild Leper Mercenary Corps had begun to support the Black Bear Corps, further disadvantaging the Black Dog Corps. Recognizing the moment had arrived to act, Jian saw that Qing Feng had already assembled their forces. He summoned the Tiger Mercenary Corps, led by Lu De, who, gathering approximately 500 individuals to march in support of the Black Bear Mercenary Corps. Although Jian's assistance came late, the Black Bear Corps welcomed it. At that time, the Black Dog Mercenary Corps camp was surrounded by nearly 1,000 individuals, with reports indicating that only 200 to 300 remained alive within their ranks. Thus, the tide appeared to favor the Black Bear Mercenary Corps. However, the number of over 1,000 includes the 500 personnel brought by Jian, making the total count exceed 1,000. Therefore, Jian set forth his conditions. He would assist the Black Bear Mercenary Group, but in return, the camp and shops of the Black Dog Mercenary Group must be surrendered to Jian's current Demon Slayer Mercenary Group. Otherwise, he would not offer his help without recompense. Though this demand pained the Black Bear, who had already suffered significant losses in the confrontation with the Black Dog, the prospect of failing to reclaim the Black Dog's territory posed an even greater disadvantage. Despite having over 500 men, the Black Bear understood that engaging the Black Dog head-on would likely result in considerable casualties. Driven by the desire to avenge his brothers, the Black Bear acquiesced to Jian's terms. Thus, Jian led his comrades from the Demon Slayer Mercenary Group into action, anticipating a one-sided massacre. Chapter 72. Elimination of the Black Dog Mercenary Group. Upon receiving the Black Bear's affirmative response, Jian commenced preparations. He and Qing Feng took the lead, wielding crossbows, accompanied by 20 comrades who also brandished these formidable weapons. The members of the Black Dog Group, unfamiliar with Jian's armament, were perplexed and uneasy. With a commanding shout, Jian ordered, "Fire!" In unison, over 20 crossbows released a volley of bolts, overwhelming the enemy before they could react. In the first round of fire, at least 50 adversaries fell, and as Jian readied a second barrage, the Black Dog's defenses were only slightly improved. Yet, Jian's forces acted with remarkable swiftness, resulting in at least 30 more casualties among the enemy, the wounded tally far exceeding this number. At this juncture, Jian had exhausted the ammunition in his crossbow, and the opposing side had fortified their defenses, rendering further shots nearly ineffective. Nevertheless, the onslaught persisted, with Jian's 200-plus members of the Demon Slayer Mercenary Group, alongside over 300 from Lu De, who advancing against the Black Dog Mercenary Group. By this point, the morale of the Black Dog Mercenary Group had plummeted. Following the initial 2 rounds of fire, they were already on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, under the leadership of the Black Dog, they managed to engage in combat with Jian's forces. The Black Bear Mercenary Group soon joined the fray, and the Black Dog's fighting force had dwindled to about 100. The battle unfolded swiftly, and within moments, they were decisively overwhelmed. After a brief skirmish, only 10 fighters from the Black Dog remained, with the Black Dog himself severely injured. Meanwhile, the morale of Jian's Demon Slayer Mercenary Group soared, as they seemed unsatisfied even after the fight concluded. Ultimately, the Black Dog met his demise at the hands of Jian's long sword, while the remaining members of the Black Dog Mercenary Group were entirely handed over to the Black Bear for retribution. After all, he sought vengeance for his fallen comrades, and Jian could hardly refuse such a request. The battle has drawn to a close. Jian instructed his men to tidy the battlefield and entrusted the injured members of the Black Dog Mercenary Group, who had survived, to the Black Bear. Though Jian's side also suffered some injuries, they were predominantly minor, resulting in negligible losses. After delegating the subsequent matters to Qing Feng, Jian and Jin Lin returned to the camp. At this moment, Jian had garnered quite a reputation within the mercenary base, and the onlookers were particularly intrigued by the Zhuge crossbow he employed, a veritable weapon of mass destruction that many would envy. However, should the enemy become forewarned, its efficacy would undoubtedly diminish. Upon returning to the camp, Jian instructed Jin Lin to prepare the elixirs and martial skills for their journey back to the Han clan the following day, as he believed it was time to commence operations. After Qing Feng completed the cleanup of the Black Dog Mercenary Group's camp, he stumbled upon a considerable amount of gold and silver treasures. The Black Bear Mercenary Group also sent emissaries to demand a share from Jian, but he resolutely refused. To avert any conflict between the two factions, Jian devised a clever plan. He he would relinquish the Black Dog mercenary group's camp to the Black Bear. Although the treasures were substantial, the acquisition of such a sizable territory would be irresistible to the Black Bear. Consequently, he sent Qing Feng to negotiate. The opposing party readily acquiesced, not due to Yi Jian's generosity, but rather because, at present, there was no pressing need for such an expansive territory. A modest sum would suffice, and his own camp was still adequate for their needs. Once Yi Jian's demon-slaying mercenary group gained notoriety, the first mercenary group, the Wild Leopard, extended an invitation for Yi Jian and the Black Bear to join a banquet, indicating a potential reallocation of territories. Yi Jian was aware that this was a precarious gathering, yet he felt compelled to attend, as the viability of the demon-slaying mercenary group hinged on the outcome of this negotiation. For the occasion, Yi Jian took only Qing Feng along, confident that, given their combined strength, they could escape any unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, his training in the Xianxia 8 steps martial technique had yielded some success, bolstering his confidence. Thus, Yi Jian and Qing Feng arrived at the Wild Leopard mercenary group. Upon entering their camp, they noted its considerable scale and recognized the formidable strength of the Wild Leopards collective. Each member they encountered exuded an aura of experience, though Yi Jian harbored suspicions that they were perhaps being showcased for his benefit. As they reached the heart of the Wild Leopards camp, they were greeted by two formidable gatekeepers, both proficient martial masters. Although they had only recently attained this status, it seemed an extravagant use of talent for mere sentinels, further fueling Yi Jian's suspicions. Once inside the chamber, he discovered over 20 individuals, each seemingly possessing significant prowess, likely the current leaders of the mercenary base. Notably, he spotted Lu Dahu among them, leading Yi Jian to speculate that only those with a minimum of 300 members would be deemed worthy of such an invitation. Upon the arrival of Yi Jian, the Wild Leopard warmly greeted him, exclaiming, "Brother Yi, you have finally arrived. Come, we have been waiting for you to commence the feast." Yi Jian modestly replied, "Captain Leopard, I am unworthy of such honor." After sharing a hearty laugh, Wild Leopard invited Yi Jian to take his seat. However, Yi Jian found himself somewhat perturbed as he was placed at a position towards the back, while both Wild Leopard and Black Bear occupied the seats of honor at the front, igniting a flicker of annoyance within him. In response to Yi Jian's silent discontent, Wild Leopard explained that the seating arrangement was based on the number of members in their mercenary group, urging Yi Jian not to contest it. Yet, Qing Feng expressed his dissent, stating, "Captain Wild Leopard, isn't this somewhat unjust? Shouldn't we be ranked by overall strength? Why are we, the Slayers of Demons mercenary group, relegated to the back?" In that moment, Qing Feng unleashed a formidable aura, revealing his impressive strength at the 5th level of Grand Martial Master, prompting the assembly to take notice. At that juncture, an ill-mannered individual interjected, "Who are you?" "Our leader is conversing with Captain Yi." Yi Jian interjected, "Allow me to clarify, this is Qing Feng, the true leader of the Slayers of Demons mercenary group, while I, Yi Jian, am merely the chief of the Cold Gate." The other party, having never heard of the Cold Gate, dismissed its significance. Although renowned within the academy, its reputation waned within the mercenary base. Likely, only Lu Dahu was aware of Yi Jian's true prowess. Undeterred, the insolent individual continued, "What is the Cold Gate?" "Here, in our mercenary base, only Captain Wild Leopard holds sway. Today's invitation to you is merely a courtesy. Do not overstep your bounds." It seemed Wild Leopard had deliberately set the stage to gauge Yi Jian's capabilities. Irritated, Yi Jian retorted, "Pray tell, who are you to speak on behalf of Captain Wild Leopard? Does that not show a lack of respect for him?" The individual, taken aback by Yi Jian's eloquence, stood firm, declaring, "I am the leader of the Great Sea mercenary group. While I am not under Captain Wild Leopard's command, I hold great respect for him. Do not speak recklessly." At this, Yi Jian's anger surged. Chapter 73, Establishing Authority. He declared, "Very well, since you are not one of Captain Wild Leopard's men, I, alongside the Slayers of Demons mercenary group, hereby challenge you to a duel. 3 days hence, I shall ensure the complete dissolution of your Great Sea mercenary group." Wang Dahu scoffed, "Such bravado from one so young. If you dare, come and test it. I await your challenge." At that moment, Lu Dahu intervened to diffuse the tension, advising Yi Jian to temper his anger and urging both parties to avoid conflict. However, Wild Leopard shot a fierce glance at Lu Dahu, revealing that this arrangement was indeed intentional. Yi Jian chose not to engage further. Noticing that Wild Leopard remained silent, he took his leave with Qing Feng. Upon returning, He contemplated the situation, realizing that Wild Leopard intended to use Wang Dahu to assess his true strength. Yi Jian pondered, since they wish to test me, I shall allow them to do so thoroughly. Today, Yi Jian felt a tinge of anger. It seemed the time had come to establish his authority. Lest he encountered numerous troubles later on, he instructed someone to notify the Han clan, requesting reinforcements for the Demon Slayer mercenary corps, without specifying the number of men needed. Yi Jian believed that around 300 individuals would suffice. After inquiries conducted by Qing Feng, it became apparent that the opposing force comprised merely a mercenary group of 300, with Wang Dahai possessing only the strength of a fourth-tier martial artist, easily manageable by Qing Feng alone. As the Wild Leopard tacitly permitted a confrontation between himself and the Dahai mercenary corps, it presented an opportune moment to demonstrate his true prowess. Thus, Yi Jian directed Qing Feng to commence preparations for the ensuing actions. Meanwhile, Yi Jian remained indoors, exploring the system to see if he could procure any advantageous items. The Zhuge crossbow had already been exposed during the last encounter. Continuing to use it would certainly prompt the enemy to prepare defenses. Therefore, Yi Jian contemplated exchanging for different weaponry. After meticulous searching, he discovered a powerful weapon known as the cloud-piercing bow, renowned for its formidable strength, albeit requiring a substantial amount of points for acquisition. Ultimately, Yi Jian exchanged for 5 units of the cloud-piercing bow to employ against the Dahai mercenary corps. At dawn, Yi Jian, accompanied by Qing Feng and several comrades, sought to test the might of the cloud-piercing bow. The bow, resembling a spear, was crafted from solid iron and appeared exceedingly sharp. Once assembled, Yi Jian aimed at a dirt wall 100 meters away, preparing to fire. He commanded launch. To his astonishment, the projectile soared swiftly, reaching its target in a mere 3 seconds. Should a martial artist of considerable skill fail to evade, they would surely be struck. The impact was staggering. The dirt wall shattered, debris scattering in every direction. Yi Jian was taken aback by the weapon's immense power. However, upon retrieving the bow, he discovered that the arrowhead had been dented, indicating it could no longer be utilized. Given the exorbitant cost of the cloud-piercing arrows, he felt a pang of regret. It was evident he would need to find someone to craft arrows specifically for him. Otherwise, maintaining both the Zhuge crossbow and the cloud-piercing bow would be financially untenable. Consequently, Yi Jian exchanged for only 20 arrows, having already used one, which should suffice for the upcoming operation. By the time Yi Jian completed his tasks, it was already mid-month. The Han clan's brothers arrived much sooner than anticipated, evidently having begun preparations immediately after receiving his command. Yizin, standing at the entrance of the mercenary base, welcomed the Demon Slayer mercenary corps, only to be astonished by the arrival of an impressive 1,500 members from the Han clan. This revelation surprised him, for he had only around 500 internal members within the Han clan. It appeared that the remainder consisted of peripheral personnel. Upon encountering Yi Jian waiting outside, a sense of delight washed over the leaders of Zhao Fu. However, this joy was short-lived as Yi Jian reprimanded them for bringing such a large entourage, questioning why they had arrived with so many, claiming that they were merely unprepared for the gathering. Yi Jian was merely set to confront a modest mercenary group of 300. Such a force was excessive. Nevertheless, since they had already arrived, he decided to seize the opportunity to showcase their prowess to the mercenary base, signaling that their capabilities were indeed formidable. The rapid mobilization of 1,500 individuals would astonish any faction. Yi Jian, accompanied by his formidable brethren from the Han men, made his way to their encampment, stirring a commotion among the mercenary base. The might of Yi Jian's Han men was unexpectedly impressive, although only a handful displayed significant strength. Most were merely martial masters, which left other factions astounded. The brothers of Han men were all refined warriors, and even though many were martial masters, this was remarkable, especially since most of the mercenary group comprised ordinary individuals, albeit with more experience in combat and hunting. Yet, in a confrontation, Han men still held the upper hand. Upon reaching the camp, they discovered that there was insufficient space to accommodate all the Han men brothers. Reluctantly, they allocated some to the Tiger mercenary group's area, and if that proved inadequate, they would resort to setting up tents outside. This predicament left Yi Jian feeling somewhat helpless, prompting him to plan an assault on the Ocean mercenary group the following day. Otherwise, sustaining such a large number of people would be unmanageable. It became evident that the financial aspect of warfare was significant. Fortunately, Yi Jian had previously seized a considerable sum from the Black Dog mercenary group, which would cover the current expenses. After a night of cultivation, Jian rose early and had preparations made for his brother's breakfast. He then began instructing Qin for the impending operation. This time, as he prepared to test himself against the Demon Slayer mercenary group, Jian was determined to demonstrate how he would decisively eliminate this 300-man faction. He had received word that the opposing side was amassing more individuals, having witnessed Jian's 1,500-strong force. However, he remained unperturbed, confident in his superior numbers. Once the brothers had finished their breakfast, Jian led them out in grand procession, beginning with several martial masters from Han men, alongside himself and Qin. For safety reasons, Jian opted not to involve Jinlin and his sister, despite her eagerness to participate, as he deemed it prudent to exercise caution in the face of the unknown dangers that combat could entail. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Ocean Mercenary Corps, it became apparent that the area had been surrounded with wooden barriers, with only the heads of its members visible, seemingly wary of Jian's crossbow. However, Jian had no intention of using the crossbow this time. He was eager to demonstrate the might of his cloud-piercing bow. On his side, the numbers were considerably in his favor. Although most of the brothers from the Han sect had never participated in formal combat, Jian intended to seize this opportunity for their training. At this moment, the Han sect members were growing increasingly impatient, particularly Zhao Fu and Li Ao, the hall leaders. Li Ao, having diligently trained during this period, had ascended to the realm of Grand Martial Master, which filled Jian with a sense of shame, as he had been preoccupied with the affairs of the demon-slaying mercenary corps and had neglected his own cultivation. It seemed imperative that once the situation with the demon-slaying mercenary corps stabilized, he too must enhance his abilities. In the realm of Xianling continent, strength was paramount. Thus, Jian needed to expedite his training, for in the eyes of more powerful factions, no matter how many followers he had, they would merely be seen as insignificant, akin to ants. Once he had adjusted the cloud-piercing bow, Jian prepared to launch his assault. Upon releasing the arrow, its tremendous power quickly obliterated the outer walls of the Ocean Mercenary Corps, rendering their defenses utterly worthless. The destruction resulted in considerable casualties among their ranks, which delighted Jian immensely. This was the outcome he had anticipated. After exhausting his arrows, Jian commanded all the brothers from the Han sect to charge into the enemy camp, initiating a brutal melee. This skirmish was overwhelmingly in favor of Jian's numbers. The enemy, demoralized by the sight of Jian's forces, had already lost their fighting spirit, and coupled with the relentless onslaught of the cloud-piercing bow, the battle concluded swiftly. Naturally, Jian claimed numerous kills, though many had managed to flee, with the leader of the Ocean Mercenary Corps being the first to abandon ship. Without their leader to strategize, the remaining members were easily dispatched by Jian and his men. Through this confrontation, Jian firmly established the reputation of the demon-slaying mercenary corps. Following this battle, Jian noticed that many brothers from the Han sect were eager to join his mercenary group. However, he made it clear that joining the mercenary corps entailed risks of injury or death. Although the corps would cover all compensations, the perilous nature of the venture discouraged many. Nonetheless, a considerable number still wished to enlist, and thus Jian welcomed an additional 100 brothers from the Han sect who signed a death pact to join the demon-slaying mercenary corps. As a result of this conflict, the Wild Leopard Mercenary Corps had tacitly acknowledged Jian's strength. He was now ranked third among the mercenary bases. Should a dispute arise with the Wild Leopard Mercenary Corps, Jian now possessed a fighting chance. However, the majority of Jian's followers hail from humble backgrounds. Thus, they are not yet prepared for unilateral confrontations with the adversary. It is imperative to focus on gradual development, allowing the demon-slaying mercenary corps to flourish, as this truly enhances their strength. The brothers from humble origins may provide temporary assistance, but it is unreasonable to expect them to sacrifice their lives for Jian. Although they have joined the humble faction, Jian lacks the authority to demand their ultimate devotion. Hence, the emphasis is placed on the mercenary corps. Conversely, those who join the mercenary corps are intrinsically motivated to strive for Jian, as their fortunes are intertwined with his. Should Jian come under attack, they would willingly lay down their lives in his defense. Naturally, there are numerous individuals from humble backgrounds who are also prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice for Jian, particularly those true brothers who would go to great lengths for him. In the ensuing days, Jian's demon-slaying mercenary corps established its own storefront within the mercenary base. Enjoying the protection of the corps while remaining primarily managed by the humble faction. This separation, Jian believed, would yield better outcomes, for at its essence, both the humble faction and the mercenary corps are extensions of his own influence. With Jian's assistance and oversight, the shop successfully opened, offering a range of medicinal elixirs and martial techniques at comparatively lower prices. However, Jian was cautious not to set prices too low, as such actions might incite envy from the Wild Leopard and Black Bear mercenary corps, potentially disrupting the newly stabilized situation. Indeed, the mercenary base proved to be a vast marketplace, allowing Jian to amass considerable wealth. Meanwhile, the recent conflicts had elevated the reputation of Jian's demon-slaying mercenary corps, attracting the attention of many who wished to join. After entrusting the recruitment to Qing Feng, the corps continued to expand. Nonetheless, recruitment was not conducted blindly. Thorough background checks were essential to ensure that only suitable candidates were admitted, thereby preventing infiltration by rival factions. Internal strife would pose significant challenges, prompting Jian to undertake additional precautions. Thus, with the financial backing of the humble faction, the mercenary corps thrived rapidly under Qing Feng's arrangements, presenting a semblance of stability. Unexpectedly, Jian learned that Lu De, who expressed a desire to join his demon-slaying mercenary corps. Although Jian had previously extended an invitation to Lu De, the latter had neither accepted nor declined at that time. Now, with Lu De seeking to join, Jian was filled with joy. If the Demon Slayer Mercenary Corps could incorporate the astute Lu De, their development would undoubtedly accelerate. Although Qing Feng is capable of assuming significant responsibilities, his upright nature renders him less adept in handling affairs compared to the cunning Lu De. Thus, with Lu De's addition, the Demon Slayer Mercenary Corps could thrive splendidly. Upon appointing Lu De as the vice captain, Jian sensed a wave of surprise wash over him. For he understood that Jian not only aimed to expand the mercenary corps, but also had aspirations for the Han Men and perhaps other ventures in the future. Hence, he eagerly sought to join the Demon Slayer Mercenary Corps, assured that aligning with Jian would yield no detriment. Consequently, the leadership of the Demon Slayer Mercenary Corps was established, with Qing Feng as the captain and Lu De as the vice captain. As an auxiliary faction of the Han Men, they remained under its governance, with the financial matters overseen by Jian's sister and Jian, thereby alleviating Jian of many responsibilities. Jian's next endeavor was to explore the Beast Mountain range, intending to execute his grand plan. He aimed to thoroughly comprehend the distribution map of the magical beasts within the mountain range and dedicate time to his own cultivation. Meanwhile, the mercenary corps had also begun to flourish, and Jian facilitated the Hammond's branch to extend to the mercenary base. Furthermore, Jian harbored a bold ambition to relocate the entire Han Men, transforming the mercenary base into a stronghold for the Han Men. This would liberate the Han Men from the Academy's control, allowing it to emerge as an independent force, thereby granting Jian dominion over the entire Han Men. Otherwise, he would remain subject to the Academy's governance, which greatly displeased him. However, this plan remains in the realm of contemplation for now, necessitating a gradual approach, starting with the completion of the map of the Beast Mountain range, which was of utmost importance. Chapter 75, Entering the Beast Mountain Range. After concluding matters concerning the Demon Slayer Mercenary Corps, Jian instructed Qing Feng to lead the brothers into the Beast Mountain range for extensive hunting, for they could not simply sustain such a large number of individuals without purpose. This expedition entailed traversing the entirety of the Beast Mountain range to chart the distribution of magical beasts, the locations of spiritual herbs, as well as identifying perilous areas, those teeming with beasts and those relatively devoid of them. Jian and Xiao Ku were tasked with delineating this critical information, making this journey into the Beast Mountain range fraught with danger. Thus, Jian, accompanied by Xiao Ku, ventured alone into the Beast Mountain range. Although his sister and Jian ardently wished to accompany him, he declined their requests, citing the inconvenience of traveling with women, preferring to embark on this adventure solo. As Jian entered the Beast Mountain range, he observed numerous mercenary corps engaged in slaying magical beasts, predominantly of lower rank. These territories had already been claimed by those mercenary groups, prompting Jian to delve deeper in search of uncharted territories. Discovering these new domains would allow his mercenary corps to hunt there, yielding substantial rewards. In truth, locating magical beast territories is a rather arduous task. Without the experience of seasoned mercenaries, it is exceedingly challenging, as many of these territories are well hidden. Had it not been for Xiaoka, Jian would never have ventured into this place. It was both a tremendous waste of time and fraught with peril. Thus, Jian, accompanied by Xiaoka, commenced a deeper exploration. Upon arriving at the Beast Mountain Range, Xiaoka was filled with excitement and soon discovered patches of spirit herbs, eagerly consuming them. Yizin, feeling somewhat exasperated, was relieved that he had a system to support Xiaoka. Otherwise, sustaining her would have been a formidable challenge. However, the spirit herbs no longer sufficed to satiate Xiaoka's growing desires, and she frequently requested spirit stones from Jian. Nonetheless, Jian rewarded Xiaoka based on her contributions, which meant that as long as she diligently sought out magical beasts, she would be amply rewarded with spirit stones. Thus, the duo wandered through the vastness of the Beast Mountain Range. The first day yielded little success, prompting Jian to find a safe haven to set up camp for the night. He meticulously recorded the day's route using the schematics obtained from the system, marking only the beginning of their journey. After a night of cultivation, Jian awoke invigorated and prepared to continue his expedition. However, he soon encountered a multitude of mercenary groups searching for him, leaving him perplexed. He wondered why so many were forsaking the hunt for magical beasts to seek him out. Upon inquiring, he learned that a woman had offered a substantial sum to locate him, claiming to have urgent matters to discuss. This revelation left Jian feeling somewhat awkward. Could it possibly be his sister looking for him? That seemed unlikely, as apart from his sister and Jean Lin, who else would seek him out? The mercenary, however, was unaware of the woman's identity, only that she had generously compensated the nearby mercenaries to find someone named Jian. Jian's reputation among the mercenary circles was well established, making him relatively easy to locate. Fortunately, he had not ventured too far, which facilitated the search. Had he wandered deeper into the mountains for several days, he would have been much harder to find, as the Beast Mountain Range was vast, and merely avoiding becoming lost was a challenge for most. After instructing the mercenary to inform the woman that he would be waiting, Jian and Xiaoka settled in, pondering who could be seeking him. From dawn until dusk, they awaited the arrival of the mysterious woman. Finally, as the sun began to set, several figures appeared on the horizon. Jian recognized that the person he was waiting for was approaching, though they remained at a distance, obscuring their identity. As the figures drew nearer, Jian was finally able to discern who it was. To his surprise, it was none other than Lin Yuner, the young mistress of the Lin family. Jian was taken aback. What could possibly bring her to seek him out? Curiosity piqued. He listened as Lin Yuner exclaimed, "Goodness, Jian, you've traveled so far, making it quite a challenge to find you." Jian inquired, "What brings you to seek me? Is there something amiss?" Lin Yuner, without the time for further discussion, hastily instructed a maid to pay the mercenaries before they departed. She then settled down to converse earnestly with Jian. Breathing heavily, Lin Yuner exclaimed, "I have encountered a significant predicament. Initially, I intended to stay at the mercenary base for a few days, but you were not there. Although I could have stayed at the base, my father sent someone to find me, having heard that you ventured into the Monster Mountain Range. It occurred to me that the Monster Mountain Range would be a splendid place to hide for a few days." Jian, perplexed, inquired, "Are you evading your father? What is the reason for this? Is it a forced marriage?" His three questions left Lin Yuner at a loss for words. Eventually, she clarified, "I am not evading my father. Rather, I am fleeing from someone I detest immensely. Following our previous charade, my father has ceased pressuring me about marriage, but I'm still seeking refuge from that person I loathe." This revelation piqued Jian's curiosity further, prompting him to ask, "Who is it that you find so repugnant?" Lin Yuner replied, "I'll tell you later. I left in such haste that I did not bring sufficient food and water. Could you lend me some water? My maid, Xiao Tian, and I have not eaten for an entire day." Jian, with a sense of helplessness, offered a miraculous elixir he had exchanged from the system, which astonished both Lin Yuner and her maid when they discovered that a single pill could quell their hunger and thirst instantly. This potion was indeed the reason Jian felt confident enough to venture into the Monster Mountain Range without provisions. It was remarkably potent, sustaining one for an entire day, albeit quite expensive. Jian had only exchanged for 30 pills, planning to consume one daily, thus allowing him to remain in the Monster Mountain Range for a month. However, with Lin Yuner and Xiao Tian joining him, he found himself incurring additional expenses, yet he felt there was no alternative. Once Lin Yuner had her fill, she began to recount the reason for her evasion and her visit to Jian. The root of her troubles stemmed from her youth, involving a girl she found particularly loathsome. Yi Jian had initially assumed this person was male, only to discover it was a woman of remarkable lineage, the seventh princess of the Beihan Kingdom. By chance, during an encounter in Qingyang County, this princess met Lin Yuner, who was disguised as a boy. In her youthful exuberance, Lin Yuner befriended the princess. However, the princess soon fell deeply in love and insisted on marrying Lin Yuner, oblivious to the fact that Lin Yuner was indeed a woman. When the truth was revealed, the princess was furious and returned to the capital. Lin Yuner feared this would bring calamity upon her family. Yet, in the end, it did not. Strangely, the seventh princess continued to seek Lin Yuner in Qingyang County, urging her to accompany her in playful pursuits and even share a bed. Although their slumber was innocent, Lin Yuner still found the situation exceedingly distasteful. Every year, Lin Yuner would find her way to seek companionship from Yi Jian for a few days. Upon discovering the true nature of her intentions, Lin Yuner, albeit reluctantly, could not refuse and thus complied. However, the annual visits eventually became unbearable for her. This time, having received prior notice, Lin Yuner resolved to evade the encounter and sought refuge with Yi Jian. In Chapter 76, the burden, Yi Jian, upon learning the underlying reasons, found himself in quite a predicament. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to assist Lin Yuner, thus accepting her as an unwelcome companion. Yet, he stipulated one condition. While accommodating one individual was manageable, taking both Lin Yuner and her maid would be beyond his capacity. In the event of danger, safeguarding one person was feasible, so Yi Jian planned to have Lin Yuner send her maid back the following day, thereby simplifying his protective duties. Despite her reluctance, Lin Yuner ultimately acquiesced to Yi Jian's firm stance, planning to arrange for her maid to enlist a few mercenaries to return to Qingyang County. Consequently, Yi Jian begrudgingly accepted the additional burden and ventured into the Monster Mountain range alongside her. Previously, he had harbored reservations about having a woman accompany him. Yet circumstances had led to this unexpected outcome. Lin Yuner had previously extended her assistance to him, and thus, when the time came to reciprocate, Yi Jian could not refuse. What began as a solitary venture transformed into a duo traversing the wilderness. However, having Lin Yuner along was not devoid of advantages, at the very least. She proved adept at mapping the terrain, her nimble fingers crafting a far more presentable map than Yi Jian's clumsy attempts. With her help, the maps had significantly improved over the past few days. Moreover, Xiaoku, his companion, had impressively identified the territory of a level 4 magical beast, a remarkably populated area seemingly untouched by others. Yi Jian's first discovery of a magical beast territory. After rewarding Xiaoku with several spirit stones, the creature joyfully indulged in a feast, appearing to have matured significantly and somewhat transformed. Could it be on the verge of a breakthrough? Yi Jian sensed Xiaoku's evolution and recognized the necessity of aiding it in finding a suitable place to elevate its status to a level 3 magical beast. Whether this would enhance their forthcoming explorations in the Monster Mountain range remained uncertain. Yet Xiaoku's potential advancement was undoubtedly a positive development, warranting Yi Jian's earnest attention. In recent days, due to Lin Yuner's presence, Yi Jian's progress had considerably decelerated. She would often complain of fatigue after a brief walk, leaving Yi Jian exasperated. In a moment of frustration, he warned her, "If you do not walk properly, I shall abandon you alone in the Monster Mountain range." Startled by his threat, Lin Yuner complied, well aware that her current martial prowess rendered her incapable of surviving in such perilous terrain, compelling her to heed Yi Jian's directives. However, Yi Jian was mindful of the fact that Lin Yuner was a girl. Thus he slowed his pace, showing her a measure of consideration. After all, she was a delicate young lady deserving of gentle treatment, even though she could be quite fierce when provoked. Nevertheless, having a woman by his side made Yi Jian's journey less solitary, as he engaged in light-hearted conversations with Lin Yuner, rendering the experience rather blissful. Consequently, Yi Jian began to think that perhaps Lin Yuner's presence was a fortuitous occurrence. Now on the 6th day in the Beast Mountain Range, Yi Jian stumbled upon a territory inhabited by magical beasts, a thriving enclave under the leadership of a level 5 beast, accompanied by numerous level 3 and level 4 beasts. The abundance of creatures made him cautious about probing further. Nevertheless, through Xiaoku's reconnaissance, he gathered that this area not only boasted a plethora of magical beasts, but also an ample supply of spiritual herbs, for where level 5 beasts roamed. An abundance of such herbs was certain to follow. Having reaped considerable rewards that day, Jian urged Lin Yuna to retire for the night. However, she insisted on bathing in a spring she had discovered, leaving Jian somewhat exasperated. Since entering the Beast Mountain range, he had not been overly concerned with his personal appearance or odor, but he understood that Lin Yuna, being a lady, naturally desired to remain pristine. Ultimately, he reluctantly acquiesced to her request, allowing her to bathe alone. Yet he remained vigilant nearby to ensure her safety from any potential ambush, his watchful gaze strategically placed to protect rather than intrude. Xiaoku, on the other hand, was unrestrained, not only watching but also joining Lin Yuna in her bath, which stirred a pang of envy within Jian, as he too was a normal man with his own thoughts on romantic matters. Although he was aware of the boundaries, the temptation lingered, and each time he attempted to steal a glance, Lin Yuna would scold him, leaving him in a state of silent frustration. Resigned, he decided to sit in meditation to dispel the unwelcome thoughts. Yet, an unforeseen event transpired. Lin Yuna's panicked cry pierced the air. Jian, help! He turned swiftly to see a venomous serpent beast in the water, having likely bitten her. At that moment, Xiaoku was engaged in a fierce struggle with the creature, which was evidently a level 3 beast, inflicting injuries upon Xiaoku. Enraged, Jian leaped into the water, lifted Lin Yuna to safety, and shielded her with his clothing. Drawing his sword, he swiftly dispatched the level 3 beast, employing a combination of level 4 punches and profound energy to obliterate its carcass. He was unaware of the source of his anger. After vanquishing the beast, Jian hurriedly pulled Xiaoku from the water, discovering she had also sustained a bite. However, she appeared to be relatively unharmed, suggesting she possessed the ability to neutralize toxins. Satisfied that Xiaoku was safe, he quickly turned his attention back to Lin Yuna. At this moment, Lin Yunren had clearly been poisoned after being bitten. Due to her relatively low strength, she was unable to harness her inner energy to contain the spread of the toxin. In a state of urgency, Jian hastily exchanged a significant quantity of antidote pills from his system. Although he was uncertain about the nature of the poison, seeing Lin Yunren collapse rendered him helpless. Thus, he resorted to administering the antidote despite her unconscious state. The pills were rather sizable, making it impossible for Jian to place them into her mouth easily. In a moment of desperation, he crushed the pills and, through the act of kissing, endeavored to administer the antidote to Lin Yunren. After feeding her the crushed pills, Jian sensed that she had swallowed them, but to be prudent, he offered her a few more tablets. During the last attempt, he found himself reluctant to depart from her lips. However, he managed to restrain himself, for he prided himself on being a gentleman. Although his recent actions seemed somewhat improper, Lin Yunren was likely oblivious to this fact. Noticing that Lin Yunren's breath had steadied after taking the antidote, Jian proceeded to tend to her wounds. If left untreated, the injuries could become quite troublesome. However, the location of the bite was somewhat awkward, which made Jian hesitate. In Chapter 77, we find a bashful Lin Yunren. Though her clothing concealed her modesty, Jian had already seen more than he should when he had lifted her earlier. Staring at Lin Yunren's long legs left him momentarily mesmerized. A gentle nudge from Xiaoku brought him back to reality, reminding him that this was not the time for indiscreet glances. He needed to focus on healing Lin Yunren. The injury was situated near her back, making the treatment quite inconvenient. As he contemplated how to proceed without revealing too much, he instructed Xiaoku to hold up her garments with her mouth, which allowed for a better cover of the exposed area. Yet, the moment Jian's gaze faltered, he could still catch glimpses of what he ought not to see. He forced himself to refrain from wandering eyes, concentrating solely on treating the wound. Thus, amid a tumult of emotions, Jian diligently worked on Lin Yunren's injury. He discovered that the process was exceedingly slow, causing even him, a person who remained unflustered in life and death situations, to break into a sweat. It seemed even heroes struggled when faced with beauty. After attending to Lin Yunren's wounds, he noted that her complexion had improved significantly under the influence of the antidote. However, he realized it was inappropriate to leave her in her current position. Directing Xiaoku to find a nearby cave, Jian carefully carried Lin Yunren to safety. As night approached, the Beast Mountain range would soon become quite frigid, necessitating that he secure a warm shelter for her. Upon reaching the cave, he gathered dry wood and ignited a fire, ensuring Lin Yunren could rest comfortably. Thus, Jian draped his spare clothing over Lin Yunren, ensuring not a hint of her was exposed, providing her warmth while he practiced alone at the cave's entrance. Meanwhile, Xiaoke nestled in Lin Yun'er's embrace, appearing to assume the role of caretaker, which stirred a tinge of envy in Yi Jian. Although he seemed to devote the entire night to his cultivation, his mind was preoccupied with the potential embarrassment that might ensue if Lin Yun'er were to awaken the next day and discover his gaze had lingered too long upon her. The thought alone was enough to give him a headache. As dawn broke, Yi Jian continued his practice until a sudden scream echoed from within the cave, jolting him awake and leaving his breath momentarily disordered. After a brief moment of adjustment, he hurried inside, anxious that Lin Yun'er might be in peril. Upon entering, he found her already composed, dressing with Xiaoke's assistance, though it appeared to be a rather cumbersome endeavor. Upon noticing Yi Jian's entrance, Lin Yun'er exclaimed, "Ah, Yewin, what are you doing here? Quickly get out." It seemed he had inadvertently glimpsed something he ought not to have, but before he could fully comprehend it, he was hastily ushered out of the cave. Outside, Yi Jian anxiously awaited Lin Yun'er's appearance, his curiosity piqued by her prolonged absence. Approaching the cave entrance, he strained to listen, detecting snippets of conversation between her and Xiaoke. It appeared Lin Yun'er was inquiring, "Xiaoke, did that wicked Yi Jian see my body yesterday?" Yi Jian felt a surge of indignation as Xiaoke responded truthfully, recalling how he had often indulged it with spirit stones. He then overheard Lin Yun'er lamenting, "What? So it's true? How utterly humiliating. That scoundrel Yi Jian has taken such advantage of me." Following this, she uttered a series of self-reproaches that Yi Jian found tedious, deciding instead to continue his wait. When silence fell within the cave, he presumed her anger had subsided and resolved to check on her. Before entering, he called out, "Miss Lin, I'm coming in." Receiving no reply, he proceeded inside. He discovered Lin Yun'er seemed to be in good spirits, cradling Xiaoke and looking down, as if hesitant to meet his gaze. Yi Jian spoke up, Miss Lin, you haven't eaten all day. Please take this pill. It will aid in your recovery." Upon hearing the word injury, Lin Yun'er looked up and asked, "Did you see anything while treating my wound yesterday?" In a moment of fluster, Yi Jian stammered, No. I was merely tending to your wound and administering the pill. I assure you I saw nothing else. You can trust me, truly. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiaoke." Only then did Xiaoke demonstrate an understanding of human speech, shaking her head, which incited considerable ire in Yi Jian, who appeared on the verge of resorting to violence. Noticing Yi Jian's rising anger, Xiaoke hastily scurried into Lin Yun'er's embrace. Lin Yun'er scolded, "So you watched, yet you refused to admit it. Are you not a man?" Yi Jian, slightly exasperated, retorted, "I did not do it intentionally. It was to save you. Not only did I look, but I also kissed you. Why do you bite me?" To his astonishment, Yi Jian inadvertently revealed the incident of feeding Lin Yun'er the medicinal pill, which caused her composure to shatter, her face flushed with embarrassment. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "You were healing me. Why did you have to kiss me?" Seeing Lin Yun'er's bashfulness, Yi Jian felt uncomfortable speaking aloud and replied softly, "Well, you had fainted, and I had no other options. I had to chew it and feed it to you. Your breath was so faint that I had no choice but to resort to such measures. I assure you, it will not happen again." Lin Yun'er, astonished, asked, "Next time? You're implying there will be a next time, HM?" With her head buried in her arms, she seemed lost in thought, while Yi Jian felt increasingly awkward, as the atmosphere had grown even more peculiar than during their previous quarrel. Upon reflection, it was profoundly embarrassing. Consequently, Yi Jian placed the medicinal pill beside Lin Yun'er, instructing her to consume it for proper recovery. After hearing her quiet acknowledgement, he exited the cave, recognizing that the current ambience was ill-suited for his continued presence. Thus, for 3 consecutive days, Lin Yun'er remained inside, while Yi Jian merely delivered medicinal pills and firewood, refraining from urging her, as he felt he had indeed taken advantage of the situation, compelling him to wait patiently. He resolved to endure a few more days, confident that the astute individual he encountered in the marketplace would eventually come to terms with the situation. On the 4th day, while practicing the 9 Xian sword technique outside the cave, Lin Yun'er appeared, accompanied by Xiaoke. Lin Yun'er seemed to have returned to her former self. Although her eyes momentarily flickered with confusion upon seeing Yi Jian, she maintained commendable control. Calling out to him, she said, "Yi Jian, here is your clothing. I return it to you." Yi Yin, momentarily taken aback, responded, Adelicht. Noticing his bewilderment, Lin Yun'er continued, "Let us go." Still perplexed, Yi Jian inquired about their destination. Lin Yun'er rolled her eyes and replied, "What do you think? Did you not draw a map?" It was then that Yi Jian regained his composure. and together they proceeded toward the Beast Mountain range. Chapter 78, Encountering a Level 6 Beast. Along the way, Jian asked Lin Yuner how her health was, to which she replied, "I'm fine," and thereafter their conversation ceased. They continued forward, while Xiao Ku bounced joyfully, clearly delighted. In a bid to exact a measure of retribution upon Xiao Ku, Jian withheld the spirit stones for an entire day, provoking Xiao Ku to wail in frustration. Ultimately, it was Lin Yuner who, with a gentle gesture, requested the stones from Jian, compelling him to relent and bestow upon her all the spirit stones he possessed, leaving him somewhat speechless. Upon receiving a copious amount of spirit stones, Xiao Ku devoured them eagerly, seemingly apprehensive that Jian might seize them. However, Jian merely jested with Xiao Ku, having no intention of confiscating its stones. Yet, after consuming the stones, Xiao Ku nestled in Lin Yun's arms and fell into a deep slumber, remaining unawakened even as night descended, which piqued Jian's curiosity. He observed that Xiao Ku was emanating a radiant glow, indicative of an impending breakthrough. Jian suggested that Lin Yun gently set Xiao Ku down, and the pair stood by, eagerly awaiting the moment of transformation. Jian, having never witnessed Xiao Ku's breakthrough before, was filled with intrigue. But he soon noted that this time was distinctly different. Concerned that Xiao Ku might lack energy during its breakthrough, Jian placed all the spirit herbs and a 5th-level spirit stone he had on hand beside Xiao Ku, ensuring it would have timely replenishment during the process. Thus, Jian and Lin Yun remained vigilant, observing as Xiao Ku's luminescence intensified. At its peak, Xiao Ku consumed all the spirit stones and herbs nearby, revealing the substantial energy it required for its transformation. This revelation stirred Jian's curiosity. Typically, a 2nd-level magical beast would not necessitate such an abundance of energy, suggesting that Xiao Ku was no ordinary creature, but rather one that demanded significant spirit stones for sustenance. After consuming the 5th-level spirit stone, Xiao Ku seemed to stabilize, as if its energy was now sufficient, and it continued its breakthrough. Meanwhile, Lin Yun began to feel drowsy, prompting Jian to advise her to rest while he kept watch over Xiao Ku's transformation. Thus, he remained awake throughout the night. At dawn, the radiance enveloping Xiao Ku finally dissipated, and a remarkable transformation had occurred. Previously resembling a small, adorable cat with short ears that endeared itself to many, particularly Lin Yun, Xiao Ku's ears had notably lengthened, now resembling those of a rabbit. Its body had also grown considerably, and its forepaws appeared more robust and lustrous. While other features remained largely unchanged, it was evident that its attack power had been enhanced. Despite the changes, Xiao Ku retained its charming demeanor, albeit now larger in size. When Lin Yun awakened and beheld Xiao Ku's newfound cuteness, she immediately scooped it up, eliciting a pang of envy from Jian, who could only admire the scene. After a brief moment of affection, Lin Yun suddenly recalled something and anxiously turned to Jian, exclaiming, "Jian, have you noticed the changes in Xiao Ku?" Jian rolled his eyes and said, "Of course, I kept an eye on it all night. You think I wouldn't notice its changes? It used to resemble a cat. Now, it is more akin to a rabbit." Lin Yun shook her head and replied, "No, it's not that. I feel as though I've encountered Xiao Ku somewhere before. Let me ponder this for a moment." Her words piqued Jian's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, "Do you perhaps know the origins of Xiao Ku?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yun responded, "I believe I have encountered a magical beast resembling Xiao Ku in a book. Perhaps in one titled Records of Magical Beasts. There was a creature strikingly similar to Xiao Ku, but I can't recall the details clearly. I will take the time to investigate further for you." With Lin Yun's assurance, Jian chose not to elaborate further. After a brief adjustment of his state, he continued onward with Xiao Ku and Lin Yun. However, in recent days, Jian had sensed a presence trailing him, though he could not confirm it. Either the pursuer was significantly more powerful than he, or he was merely being overly cautious. He decided not to share this concern with Lin Yun, wishing to spare her any worry. Thus, he cast these thoughts aside, allowing Xiao Ku to continue the search for magical beasts while he focused on more pressing matters. Having recently achieved a breakthrough, Xiao Ku was exceedingly agile, darting about with remarkable speed. Jian realized that if Xiao Ku were to sprint at full capacity, he would struggle to keep up, assuming he refrained from employing his martial skills. Nevertheless, Xiao Ku's swiftness was impressive. Following this enhancement, Jian discovered that Xiao Ku's ability to locate resources had significantly improved, particularly in the search for spiritual herbs. By midday, Xiaoku had already uncovered several grade 4 spiritual herbs, and the area was teeming with magical beasts, thereby expanding Yi Jian's map with a new territory. After Lin Yuner completed her drawings, Yi Jian set out again in the afternoon. In order to avoid wasting time, they all refrained from prolonged rest. After all, they had lost several days due to Lin Yuner's delay, and it was essential to accelerate their progress. Thus, the trio, 2 humans and 1 beast, continued onward until they arrived at a remarkably unique terrain, flanked by steep mountains on either side, with a narrow path winding through the middle. Upon entering, Yi Jian sensed something amiss, and Xiaoku seemed to perceive danger as well. However, Xiaoku also discovered something intriguing, leading Yi Jian up the steep cliff. Halfway up, Yi Jian spotted a spiritual herb with an alluring sheen, indicating it was likely of a high grade. Yet, he recognized that such valuable herbs would undoubtedly attract powerful magical beasts. This particular spiritual herb was unlike any Yi Jian had ever seen, and Xiaoku was visibly excited, suggesting it was of considerable quality. Just as Yi Jian was about to retrieve the herb, a shadow from above swept down, sending both him and Xiaoku tumbling back down the slope. After Yi Jian utilized the 8 steps of mysterious qi martial technique to transport both Xiaoku and himself to a place of safety, he observed a formidable beast resembling a black eagle hovering above the cliff. With a single strike, the creature sent Yi Jian flying. It was most likely a level 6 beast. The spiritual herb nearby also appeared to be extraordinary, prompting Yi Jian to realize the gravity of the situation and decide that retreat was the wisest course of action. He called out to Lin Yuner, urging her to flee, but unexpectedly, the black eagle beast descended upon them. Yi Jian instructed Xiaoku to escape first while he prepared to confront this imminent attack. As the beast lunged at him with its sharp claws, Yi Jian employed the second stance of the 9 mysterious sword technique. Upon collision, he felt an immense backlash, while the beast seemed scarcely affected. This second stance, known as the shield breaker, was regarded as Yi Jian's most powerful technique, yet the creature remained largely unscathed, reinforcing his awareness of its strength. Consequently, he swiftly utilized the 8 steps of mysterious qi to make his escape. Thus, Yi Jian, along with Lin Yuner and Xiaoku, dashed away with fervor, finally breaking free from the beast's territory. Chapter 79, The Choice. Once outside the beast domain, Yi Jian still felt a twinge of unease and contemplated leading Lin Yuner a bit further. However, due to her recent injuries and the exhausting escape, she was thoroughly fatigued. Ultimately, in the interest of safety, Yi Jian hoisted Lin Yuner onto his back, with Xiaoku following closely behind as they made their way back to the cave. The path ahead was blocked, leaving them no choice but to return to the cave and devise a new plan. Upon their return to the cave, Yi Jian was thoroughly exhausted, burdened by Lin Yuner, who weighed over 100 pounds. In contrast, Lin Yuner found great comfort in the experience, being carried by Yi Jian. She felt her heart race at the scent of his masculine aura and the warmth radiating from his body, leading her to entertain tender feelings towards him. She reflected on how fortunate she would be to marry someone like Yi Jian. Clearly, Lin Yuner had developed affections for him, and the intimacy shared during their ordeal, coupled with Yi Jian's life-saving actions, resulted in her dreaming of him each night. However, the astute Lin Yuner would never reveal her burgeoning thoughts to Yi Jian. Thus, the two returned to the cave, where Yi Jian began preparing a fire as night approached and the temperature dropped, ensuring Lin Yuner would not catch a chill. After resting for a while and taking Yi Jian's medicinal pills, Lin Yuner inquired, "Yi Jian, what level was that flying beast we encountered today? Why did you insist I flee upon seeing it? I sensed that it was indeed quite powerful." Yi Jian pondered for a moment and remarked, "I perceive that this magical beast possesses the strength of at least a 6th-level creature. Just today, I engaged in a brief exchange with it and immediately sensed its formidable prowess. Given my current capabilities, I believe I could contend with a 5th-level beast without much difficulty. Thus, it stands to reason that it must indeed be a 6th-level beast, perhaps even stronger." Lin Yuan Astonisit responded, "A 6th-level beast is comparable to a martial expert at the Dan Formation realm, while you currently possess merely the strength of the Qi Field realm. Consequently, our progress may be hindered." Yi Jian replied, "We shall have to seek an alternative route tomorrow, and see if we can circumvent this obstacle. By the way, please mark this location on the map as a dangerous area, denoting it as the territory of a 6th-level beast." As Lin Yuner busied herself with the map, Yi Jian contemplated the possibility of retreating or finding a way to navigate around the mountain range, deciding that the situation would dictate their course of action. Having faced disappointment, Yi Jian dedicated himself to rigorous training, as it had been some time since his last breakthrough. Although he had made commendable progress recently, he felt it was insufficient. He understood that only by enhancing his strength could he confront more formidable foes. Throughout the night, Yi Jian and Lin Yuner exchanged few words, as she appeared to be in a somber mood, and he deemed it inappropriate to intrude. At dawn the following day, they prepared to set out, determined to find a way around the valley they encountered the previous day. If that proved impossible, Yi Jian would have to devise another plan. Once daylight broke, they embarked in silence, both seeming somewhat disheartened. Yi Jian, unwilling to burden them with conversation, sought out spirit herbs along the way, discovering several fourth-level herbs and a few magical beast congregations behind the mountains, which uplifted his spirits. Noticing Lin Yuner glancing at him discreetly, he sensed a lingering awkwardness between them. To alleviate the tension, he inquired, "Miss Lin, how long do you intend to remain in the magical beast mountains?" "I mean no offense, I'm simply curious." Lin Yuner replied, "Oh, I estimate that the 7th princess will require at least a month to locate me. So I suppose I will be here in the magical beast mountains for about that duration." Previously, Yi Jian had eagerly anticipated Lin Yuner's departure. Yet now he found himself reluctant to see her go, leaving him perplexed. Thus, the two were able to engage in conversation, which brought Yi Jian joy. He recognized that such continued silence would be unbearable for anyone. After exchanging a few light-hearted jokes, he succeeded in eliciting genuine laughter from Lin Yuner, which in turn brightened his own mood. As they circumnavigated the vicinity of the mountain range in search of a way through, they ultimately discovered a vast river before them. Its length uncertain, but its volume considerable, with an estimated width of about 8 meters. The volume of water was substantial, and the current was exceedingly rapid. Even if there were a boat, passage would likely prove arduous. If it were just Yi Jian, it might have been manageable, but with Lin Yuner present, it seemed an insurmountable challenge. Thus, the two spent an entire day in vain, ultimately retracing their steps. Yi Jian speculated whether this was the only route leading to the opposite mountain range. If so, it posed a significant dilemma, as he would inevitably confront the 6th-level magical beast. Undeterred, Yi Jian decided to continue his exploration. Having surveyed the eastern part of the mountain range that day, he planned to investigate the western section the following day. Should he still find no way to circumvent the obstacle, he would have no choice but to devise a strategy to navigate through the territory of the 6th-level beast. Yi Jian had contemplated an alternative approach, to return to the starting point of the magical beast mountain range and then head eastward. However, much of the eastern region had already been explored by other mercenary groups, prompting him to opt for the westward investigation instead. He envisioned setting out from the west, then heading north and finally eastward, thereby encircling the entire magical beast mountain range. It was unlikely that every area would be thoroughly explored, but at the very least, he would complete his map. Yet, being stalled in the western region left Yi Jian somewhat frustrated, especially considering it took him half a month to reach this point. The thought of retracing his steps felt disheartening. Determined, he resolved to see if he could navigate around the obstacle the next day. If not, he would boldly confront the beast, unwilling to be thwarted by a mere creature. That evening, during some leisure time, Yi Jian took the opportunity to guide Lin Yuner in her training. Although she possessed a commendable talent for commerce, her martial arts training left much to be desired, not due to a lack of aptitude, but rather because she had not devoted sufficient effort to it. This presented a perfect chance for Yi Jian to assist her in enhancing her abilities. Night passed swiftly, and at dawn, Yi Jian and Lin Yuner set off towards the western part of the mountain range. After traversing the territory of the 6th-level magical beast, Yi Jian could hear the roars of beasts from within, leaving him somewhat exasperated and longing to eliminate the source of the noise. Yet, he pondered whether it would be possible to circumvent the area. Chapter 80. The Unfortunate Yi Jian. Throughout their journey, neither Yi Jian nor Lin Yuner paid much attention to surveying the terrain, focused instead on hastening their progress to see if they could find a way around. After spending half a day, the trio, 2 humans and 1 beast, finally reached their destination, only to be met with disappointment. Before them lay the same vast river, its volume appearing identical to that of the river they had encountered the previous day. The realization that they could not cross disheartened Yi Jian. Observing his disappointment, Lin Yuner sought to comfort him, which did lift his spirits somewhat. Consequently, the two decided to find a safe place to rest before continuing to strategize their next steps. Unwilling to concede defeat, Jian found himself compelled to confront the formidable 6th-level magical beast. However, he realized that vanquishing this creature was not the sole means of progression. He pondered whether the system might allow him to exchange for useful items to aid both himself and Lin Yun'er in surmounting this challenge. Thus, in a secluded spot, Jian diligently scoured the system, hoping to unearth valuable resources. His perseverance bore fruit as he finally discovered several beneficial items. One was a previously utilized elixir, capable of concealing one's presence, effectively reducing the likelihood of detection, a commendable asset. Additionally, he found a potion that could enhance his strength, designed to mitigate unforeseen circumstances. Upon consuming this 4th-tier elixir, Jian could swiftly augment his power by 30%, thus enabling him to momentarily withstand the beast's onslaught. This potion, though not inexpensive, was within reach thanks to the points Jian had accumulated with Xiaoku's assistance. He also procured a speed-enhancing elixir for Lin Yun'er, facilitating their rapid traversal through the mountainous terrain. As for Xiaoku, Jian deemed it sufficient to carry her close to him, as she posed little inconvenience. Once the exchanges were complete, Jian shared his strategy with Lin Yun'er, recognizing the inherent dangers of their undertaking required her consent. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of insecurity and resolved to consume the invisibility elixir the following day before scouting the 6th-level beast's behavioral patterns, thereby ensuring greater safety. After meticulously arranging their plan with Lin Yun'er, Jian felt a surge of confidence and intended for her to remain behind while he ventured forth to gather intelligence before they traversed the mountains together. Following a night filled with careful contemplation, Jian set out early the next morning. He entrusted Lin Yun'er with a few explosive potions, instructing her to remain in place and await his return, mindful of her current limitations and harboring a degree of concern for her safety. With the explosive potions, at the very least, she could fend off any lesser magical beasts, and with Xiaoku at her side, she should be secure unless they encountered a 4th-level beast. Thus, Jian embarked on his mission, positioning himself not far from the lair of the 6th-level magical beast, keenly observing. He noted that the beast had brazenly established its nest directly above the path, making it likely to detect any disturbances below. Therefore, Jian aimed to discern the creature's daily habits, seeking an opportune moment to stealthily pass by with Lin Yun'er when the beast was absent, thus ensuring their safety. For 3 consecutive days, Jian remained hidden in his vantage point, returning at night to check on Lin Yun'er while dedicating the daylight hours to observing the 6th-level magical beast. Nevertheless, Jian ultimately reaped some rewards, discovering that this 6th-level magical beast hunted other creatures for sustenance every morning for 3 consecutive days. Its excursions were not overly prolonged, but they provided Jian with ample opportunity to devise a plan. Consequently, he resolved to embark on a journey at dawn the following day, accompanied by Lin Yunhe and Xiaoku. Delaying any further would render their efforts futile, as they had already squandered 3 days. Upon returning, Jian meticulously instructed Lin Yunhe to remain silent and closely follow him, believing that if they moved swiftly, they would ensure their safety. Before dawn broke, he roused Xiaoku and Lin Yunhe, who, understanding the significance of the day as undertaking, refrained from indulging in extra sleep as she had previously done. Once Jian was prepared, he administered a concealing elixir to Lin Yunhe and cradled Xiaoku in his arms as they set off. Upon arriving at their designated location, they found that the sun had yet to fully rise. Thus, they patiently awaited the departure of the 6th-level magical beast. Jian was confident that as soon as it ventured out, he could lead Lin Yunhe across safely. However, after a considerable wait, the dawn had fully broken, and the timing deviated from Jian's earlier estimations, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Yet, he was reluctant to abandon his post, determined to wait a little longer, convinced that the beast would eventually leave to hunt. However, Lin Yunhe, who was accustomed to a life of privilege as the treasured daughter of the Lin family, struggled to endure the discomfort, having already faced numerous hardships since entering the beast-laden mountains with Jian, which caused him some heartache. After urging Lin Yunhe to endure just a bit longer, the 6th-level magical beast finally made its exit. Once it had completely vacated the area, Jian tightened his embrace around Xiaoku and pulled Lin Yunhe along, rushing towards the opposite side without regard for appearances. Jian moved with remarkable speed. Yet Lin Yunhe found it challenging to keep pace despite having consumed a speed-enhancing potion. As they distanced themselves from one another, Yi Jian sensed something amiss behind him. Turning back, his heart sank at the sight of Lin Yun, he having fallen, her tumble exacerbated by the rocky and uneven terrain. However, the true calamity lay not in her fall, but in the sudden appearance of a fourth-level magical beast lurking behind her, causing Yi Jian to gasp in shock. Setting Xiao Ku down hastily, he acted swiftly, prioritizing her safety over concealment. Upon seeing Yi Jian rush toward her, Lin Yun, he finally became aware of the beast's presence. After Yi Jian managed to repel the creature, he instructed Lin Yun to take Xiao Ku and flee while he dealt with the threat. Injured by Yi Jian's attack, the fourth-level beast recognized the formidable strength of its adversary and let out a furious roar. This outburst summoned several other fourth-level beasts from mountains, prompting a wave of concern within Yi Jian. Had they been in the open, he would not have feared these creatures. However, they were in the territory of a sixth-level beast, and a confrontation could attract unwanted attention upon the creature's return. This is exceedingly perilous, yet there is little recourse. Yi Jian can only resign himself to misfortune. Today, it appears he neglected to consult the almanac before venturing out, and he must first contend with these formidable fourth-tier beasts. Chapter 81. Injured. Yi Jian understands that he cannot afford to waste time. The sixth-tier beast is likely returning soon. With ruthless precision, he unleashes a powerful strike, obliterating one of the fourth-tier monsters. The remaining beasts, witnessing their comrade's downfall, retaliate with ferocity, compelling Yi Jian to take the situation seriously. Meanwhile, Lin Yun is acutely aware that she has inadvertently caused Yi Jian significant trouble. Clutching Xiao Ku, she awaits Yi Jian not far off, mistakenly believing him to have reached safety. Little did she know, her concern for Yi Jian prevented her from fleeing far enough. Indeed, women often complicate matters at crucial junctures. After a brief confrontation with the fourth-tier monsters, Yi Jian's anger surges. How dare these diminutive beasts ambush him? He curses vehemently. Take this, you wretches. Employing the 9 Xian sword technique, he swiftly vanquishes the remaining monsters, but before he can check their status, the sixth-tier beast returns, evidently alerted by the commotion of the battle. Startled, Yi Jian contemplates fleeing, but a glance reveals Lin Yun nearby, intensifying his shock. This is sheer terror. Anger taking hold. He shouts, Lin Yun, what on earth are you doing? Hurry and leave, you fool. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lin Yun notices a dark figure approaching rapidly and hastens with Xiao Ku towards the opposite shore. Seeing her escape, Yi Jian recognizes the sixth-tier beast drawing near. It seems he must buy time, otherwise, none shall escape this day. The formidable beast hovers above him, enraged upon discovering the corpses of its minions scattered around, as they were meant to assist it in surveying its territory. It had not anticipated Yi Jian's intervention. Beasts of the fifth tier and above possess a semblance of human intellect, capable of commanding lesser creatures to aid them in battles. Yi Jian, exasperated, mutters, damn it, you insufferable vulture, wasting my time. After consuming a medicinal pill, he takes the initiative, launching a powerful offensive, only to find his attack thwarted by the beast's claws, leaving him momentarily speechless. At that moment, Lin Yun has successfully made her escape, filling Yi Jian with relief. He must also find a way to flee. The sixth-tier beast, recognizing Yi Jian as the human who previously attempted to pilfer its spiritual herbs, unleashes a ferocious assault upon him. Yi Jian found himself in a fierce struggle. Sensing that he might soon be overpowered by his opponent, he began to prepare his martial skills to make an escape. After employing the Qi refinement technique, Yi Jian's strength had ascended to the formidable rank of a great martial master, 8th level. Although he was still no match for the 6th-grade magical beast, he found the encounter somewhat manageable. Gathering all his mystical energy, he unleashed the shield breaker technique, his most advanced martial skill. The magical beast, struck by this move, sustained considerable damage, allowing Yi Jian a fleeting opportunity to flee. Yet, Yi Jian underestimated the prowess of the 6th-grade magical beast. Before he could get far, the creature pursued him relentlessly. Infuriated by the pain it had endured, the beast lunged at Yi Jian with a vicious claw. At that moment, Yi Jian found it difficult to evade, but he managed to dodge a potentially fatal blow through the application of the 8 steps of mystical energy. Nevertheless, he was still sent flying by the force of the attack. From a distance, Lin Yun witnessed Yi Jian's fall and was overcome with anxiety. Ignoring the dangers ahead, she rushed toward him. Yi Jian, realizing that escape was becoming increasingly unlikely, was infuriated by Lin Yun'er's reckless approach. After all his efforts to break free, why would she return? Yet, in her eyes, Yi Jian was the sole focus of her concern. "Don't come here. Do you hear me? Stay back," he shouted. But his pleas fell on deaf ears as Lin Yun'er continued her advance. "Get away. Just go," he yelled in frustration, yet it was futile. At that moment, the magical beast launched a second attack, and Yi Jian turned to defend himself, only to be struck and spitting blood. Seeing Yi Jian under attack once more, Lin Yun'er quickened her pace. Meanwhile, Yi Jian was beginning to tire, astonished by the beast's formidable strength. As a sixth-grade magical beast noticed Lin Yun'er approaching, it readied itself to strike her. Yi Jian could not allow that to happen. He concentrated his energy and unleashed a fourth-level punch, hitting the beast, which then redirected its aggression toward him. Lin Yun'er, realizing Yi Jian was faltering, saw the beast's next assault approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, she resolved to take the blow for him, unaware of the beast's overwhelming might. Should she absorb the impact, it would likely spell her doom. In a desperate move, Yi Jian rolled over and embraced Lin Yun'er, channeling his mystical energy to form a protective barrier around them. However, with his energy reserves dwindling, Yi Jian found it increasingly difficult to withstand the impending strike. Yet, with no other options available, he braced himself to endure. After suffering another devastating blow, Yi Jian sustained severe injuries. The wound on his back ran deep, exposing bone and likely fracturing several ribs. In a final act of valor, Yi Jian pushed Lin Yun'er away, sending her sprawling 10 meters from him. With the last of his strength, he ensured her safety, and as she beheld the grave wounds he had suffered, tears streamed down her face, her heart breaking for him. Yet, she remained unwilling to part from Yi Jian, resolutely thinking that if death were to come, it should come together with him. However, fate had other plans, as an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, a figure clad in black emerged. If Yi Jian had been conscious at that moment, he would have recognized this elder as the very one who had previously assisted him in teaching the Li family a lesson, a formidable expert from the Lin family. Seemingly arrived to safeguard Lin Yun'er. With remarkable prowess, the elder swiftly repelled the sixth-level magical beast, then approached to lift Lin Yun'er to her feet. Surprised to see that it was Elder Lin, she was momentarily taken aback, but there was no time to ponder. She urged Elder Lin to attend to Yi Jian first. At this point, Yi Jian had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his injuries appearing grievous. Without prompt medical attention, his survival was in jeopardy. Elder Lin, exhibiting mastery at the martial spirit level, engaged in a fierce confrontation with the beast, ultimately delivering a decisive blow that forced it to retreat. Following this, he carried Yi Jian away. By now, Yi Jian's breath had grown exceedingly weak, and a distraught Lin Yun'er was weeping inconsolably. Elder Lin, a man seasoned by life's tribulations, administered a high-grade healing elixir to Yi Jian before escorting both him and Lin Yun'er from the perilous location. After consuming the elixir, Yi Jian's heart meridian was stabilized. At the very least, he would not meet his demise immediately, though it was likely he would remain unconscious for a while longer. Chapter 82. Healing. Yi Jian, under Elder Lin's care, was taken to a cave for recuperation, while the injured magical beast circled ominously above. Deterred by Elder Lin's formidable strength and refraining from launching a surprise attack on Yi Jian and his companions. Once settled in the cave, Lin Yun'er anxiously awaited outside, knowing that Yi Jian's injuries were dire. Fortunately, with Elder Lin's assistance, his life could be preserved. Inside the cave, Elder Lin diligently tended to Yi Jian, and after a full day of treatment, Yi Jian began to show signs of improvement. The elder, drenched in sweat from his efforts, finally emerged. In a rush, Lin Yun'er inquired, "Elder Lin, how is Yi Jian? Will he survive?" Elder Lin waved his hand reassuringly. "Miss, after a day of my efforts, this lad has managed to cling to life. Now it is up to fate. If he can endure through the night, he should be out of danger." Upon hearing Elder Lin's words, Lin Yun'er's worry resurfaced, and she hurried inside to tend to Yi Jian. Inside, she found him covered in numerous wounds, each wrapped in cloth, with blood seeping through, rendering him exceedingly frail. At that moment, Lin Yun'er retrieved a pill from within her garments, the very high-grade elixir Yi Jian had once given her for her own survival. To her surprise, she had kept it close at hand. Lin Yun'er crushed the pill and, with her delicate lips, administered it to Yi Jian, who swallowed it down, bringing her a sense of relief. If this elixir possessed the extraordinary properties Yi Jian had claimed, it was surely capable of sustaining him through the night. Beside him, the concern Lin Yuna expressed, Yi Jian, ever since you saved me last time, I have developed feelings for you. You must not die. Promise me. At that moment, Yi Jian was unable to hear Lin Yuna's words. Instead, he sensed someone weeping beside him. It felt as though he were trapped in a dream, unable to awaken, despite the faint calls of someone reaching out to him. Indeed, it was Lin Yuna calling for him, her worry growing as dawn approached. She feared because Elder Lin had visited earlier, and if Yi Jian did not awaken by sunrise, it was likely he would never wake again. Heartbroken, Lin Yuna continued to speak to Yi Jian, as if her words could rouse him from his slumber. Within the confines of the dream, Yi Jian ran tirelessly, knowing he could not afford to stop, for doing so would mean remaining trapped forever. At that moment, as Lin Yuna tended to his wounds, a tear inadvertently fell from her eye to his lips, filling his heart with a sweetness. Suddenly, Yi Jian's hand twitched, indicating he was still holding on. His eyes slowly opened to reveal two familiar figures, though he could not clearly discern who they were. Lin Yuna, upon seeing him awaken, called out to him, but Yi Jian could scarcely hear her. After a brief moment, he drifted back into unconsciousness. After examining him, Elder Lin reassured Lin Yuna that Yi Jian was merely asleep and that there was no need for concern. Once he awoke, all would be well. Thus, Lin Yuna devoted herself to caring for the slumbering Yi Jian over the following days. Meanwhile, Yi Jian gradually recovered, aided by the elixirs Lin Yuna had provided, though the process was rather slow. If only Yi Jian could utilize his system during this time, his recovery might have hastened, but he remained in a deep slumber, indicating the severity of his injuries. This was the first time Yi Jian had sustained such grave wounds, and without Elder Lin's intervention, he would likely have perished. On the third day, Yi Jian finally awoke, bringing immense joy to Lin Yuna, who eagerly inquired, Yi Jian, can you hear me? To which Yi Jian, with a raspy throat, could only manage a simple response, I can. I want. La Yuna leaned closer, realizing he seemed to be asking for something. What do you want, Yi Jian? She asked. Yi Jian pressed his lips together and replied, water. I want water. Promptly, Lin Yuna fetched water, carefully feeding it to him sip by sip. After quenching his thirst, Yi Jian felt somewhat better, and although his speech was still halting, he could at least communicate. Seeing Yi Jian improve, Lin Yuna's expressions shifted from joy to tears as she scolded him playfully. You naughty rascal, I thought you would never wake up. Witnessing her tears on his behalf tugged at Yi Jian's heart, and after offering a few comforting words, he began to feel a sense of relief. For the past few days, Yi Jian had remained in this spot, unable to move, as it appeared that his injuries would not heal swiftly. Despite the discomfort of his physical condition, Yi Jian could still harness his will to manipulate the system, enabling him to exchange for various healing elixirs to expedite his recovery. However, the healing process proved to be quite arduous. Fortunately, he had the attentive care of Lin Yuna, which filled Yi Jian with a profound sense of happiness, rendering his days of recuperation far from lonely. On one particular day, Yi Jian decided to jest with Lin Yuna, posing the question, what if my back were to become permanently incapacitated? Lin Yuna, mistaking his words for a grim reality, was taken aback and tearfully replied, that cannot happen. Yewin, if your injuries do not improve, I shall take you across the nation to find the finest healers for your recovery. Yeyin fine a despondent de manor, responding. If I were truly a burden, how could I impose on you? I suppose I must fend for myself. You need not concern yourself with me. In truth, the wound on Yi Jian's back had begun to mend under the influence of the healing elixirs, and recovery was merely a matter of time. His intention was to elicit a playful reaction from Lin Yuna, yet he was surprised by her earnest response. Yi Jian, do not worry. I will take care of you. I do not mind your condition. Truly, do not lose hope. At that moment, Lin Lao, who had been observing from behind, interjected, Miss, young Master Yi is merely jesting. In fact, he has been recovering swiftly over these past few days. I believe he will soon return to his former self. Caught off guard by the revelation, Yi Jian felt a twinge of embarrassment and chuckled. Ah, Lin Lao, you mischievous old man, do not expose my ruse. Upon realizing that Yi Jian had been teasing her, Lin Yuna became indignant, leaving Yi Jian scrambling to appease her, a predicament of his own making. Thus, under Lin Yuna's devoted care, Yi Jian's condition improved significantly over the course of 10 days. Although he was now able to move normally, his wounds had not yet fully healed, preventing him from engaging in strenuous activities. Nevertheless, other concerns had diminished. Through these days of companionship, the bond between Yi Jian and Lin Yun'er deepened considerably. And Yi Jian found himself increasingly drawn to the emotionally expressive Miss Lin. Chapter 83. The Origins of Xianxia Now. Yi Jian and Lin Yun'er had spent a month in the Monster Beast Mountains. Due to his injuries, progress had stagnated for over half a month, instilling a sense of urgency within Yi Jian. Yet, despite his anxiety, there was little he could do but consume vast quantities of elixirs to aid in his recovery. He believed that with such fervent consumption, he would soon find himself restored. As the sun set, Yi Jian and Lin Yun'er sat side by side near the cave, watching the sunrise. Beside them, Xiaoku bounced joyfully, radiating happiness, while in the shadows behind, Lin Lao observed Xiaoku with keen interest, though uncertainty lingered in his gaze. Beside him, Lin Yun'er basked in the last remnants of sunlight, engaging in delightful conversation with Yi Jian, exuding an aura of happiness. As the evening darkened, Lin Lao summoned Lin Yun'er aside, seemingly intent on sharing something significant. Yi Jian, sensing their desire for privacy, refrained from intruding, despite his curiosity piquing. Bored, Yi Jian lifted Xiaoku and decided to retreat into the cave for a brief session of cultivation. After a day of recuperation, he found himself capable of simple practices and anticipated full recovery in a few days. After a while of meditation, he felt the weight of someone's gaze upon him. Upon withdrawing from his trance, he noticed Lin Yun'er and Lin Lao observing him, as if they had something important to convey. Lin Yun'er appeared hesitant to speak, but Lin Lao took the initiative. Young Master Yi, I have received a confidential message from my elder, indicating that the 7th princess has returned to the capital. Therefore, I must escort the young lady back shortly. Please take care of yourself in our absence. Upon hearing this news, Yi Jian felt a twinge of reluctance, yet understood the necessity of the situation. After all, he held no right to burden Lin Yun'er with his struggles. With a smile, he responded, "This is indeed good news. The Beast Mountain Range is fraught with peril. Returning home is wise. I shall expedite my affairs here, and when I'm finished, I will certainly visit Xingyang County to treat you both to a drink as a token of my gratitude for your life-saving assistance." Lin Lao waved his hand dismissively, indicating no need for such formalities. Lin Yun'er, seeking to prolong their time together, inquired, "Uncle Lin, could we stay a couple more days? Let Yi Jian fully recover before we leave, if that's agreeable." Seeing the young lady's earnest request, Lin Lao acquiesced, much to Yi Jian's delight. At that moment, Lin Lao produced some wine and a roasted chicken, and the trio commenced a farewell toast. After all, they had shared a pleasant time together, and parting brought an inevitable sense of melancholy. As they drank, Lin Lao posed a question. "Young Master Yi, from where did you acquire this magical beast?" Yi Xin, albeit uncertain, replied honestly, "I discovered it in the Beast Mountain Range and have cared for it since, hence our strong bond. However, I cannot speak to its origins." Lin Yun'er interjected, "Previously, I discussed this with Yi Jian. I believe I encountered a description of this beast in a book, but I cannot recall the details. Uncle Lin, do you know anything about Xiaoku's background?" Lin Lao stroked his sparse beard thoughtfully and responded, "Indeed, in my youth, I traveled extensively, conducting research on magical beasts. I distinctly remember seeing a creature remarkably similar to Xiaoku in an ancient scroll. It piqued my curiosity about its true nature." Yi Jian, eager for clarity, urged, "Lin Lao, please do not keep us in suspense. What is Xiaoku's origin? Is it valuable? If so, I might consider selling it, haha." Upon hearing that Yi Jian intended to sell himself, Xiaoku hurriedly ran into Lin Yun'er's embrace, eliciting hearty laughter from both Yi Jian and Lin Yun'er. This little creature was indeed remarkable. Typically, only beasts of level 5 could comprehend human speech and possess a basic level of intelligence. Yet Xiaoku, despite being merely a level 3 beast, displayed an intellect and understanding that rivaled that of a level 6 beast. It seemed that Xiaoku's origins were truly extraordinary. After a moment of intrigue, old Lin remarked that, to his knowledge, Xiaoku was likely a descendant of the legendary ancient divine beasts, possibly a progeny of the Azure Dragon and the Nine Heavens Mystic Fox. However, he was uncertain which generation it belonged to, though its rarity was undeniable. If it were to be found in the Xianling continent, it would surely incite fervent competition among various factions. The crux of the matter lay in the ancient bloodline coursing through this magical beast, while its powers were not immediately apparent in its early stages as it matured. its potential would become formidable. If nurtured to a high level, it could rival any expert of equal standing. Moreover, this type of beast possessed innate advantages, particularly concerning spiritual herbs, showcasing a unique talent for rapidly enhancing its own strength. Jian was taken aback by the impressive lineage of Xiaoku. After summoning the creature, he bestowed a hearty kiss upon it, much to Xiaoku's disdain, prompting it to wipe its head with its paw, which sent Lin Yuner into fits of laughter. Furthermore, old Lin cautioned Jian to keep Xiaoku's identity a closely guarded secret. Otherwise, they would attract the envy of other factions. A rare beast like Xiaoku would be immensely desirable to any power, and since Jian was currently unable to protect Xiaoku, he could not afford to disclose its origins lightly. Understanding Xiaoku's potential, Jian resolved to care for it diligently, ensuring that no other factions learned of its capabilities. However, his curiosity about Xiaoku was piqued. Should Xiaoku ascend to the ranks of a top-tier beast, it would be akin to acquiring a master of the same caliber, elevating Jian's own status significantly. Yet as it stood, Xiaoku was still far from the level Jian envisioned, leaving him to ponder the possibilities. Ultimately, through old Lin's inquiries, it was deduced that Xiaoku likely belonged to the dragon fox lineage, though the specifics of its generational descent remained unknown. If it were a more recent descendant, the implications would be profound. Upon reaching level 6, Xiaoku would activate its ancient bloodline, thus becoming exceptionally powerful. In Jian's eyes, it mattered not whether Xiaoku was indeed an ancient divine beast or some other magical creature. Since bringing Xiaoku home, he had cared for it with great affection, solidifying its significance in his heart. Old Lin, too, only uncovered Xiaoku's true origins after its enhancement. Should Xiaoku continue to grow, it would undoubtedly reveal more about its enigmatic background, necessitating greater caution in revealing its existence. It appeared imperative for Jian to ensure Xiaoku's protection while simultaneously accelerating his own training. After all, the embarrassment of being unable to safeguard Xiaoku in the event of unforeseen circumstances was not to be taken lightly. In the remaining 2 days, Jian, alongside Lin Lao and others, delved into the functions of Xiaoku, discovering several additional capabilities that would undoubtedly aid Jian in his forthcoming explorations of the magical beast terrain. This revelation stirred great excitement within him, for he felt incredibly fortunate to have acquired such a treasure. Chapter 84. The departure of Lin Yuner, Xiaoku not only possessed a natural sensitivity towards spiritual herbs, but also, upon reaching level 4, could exert a suppressive effect on magical beasts. Thus, should Xiaoku successfully break through, its future contributions to Jian would be immensely significant. The 2 days swiftly passed, and Lin Yuner prepared to depart. Although Jian felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance, he maintained a facade of composure, a mask he donned to conceal his true emotions. For the proud Jian was not one to easily reveal his feelings. As she was leaving, Lin Yuner advised him, Jian, take good care of yourself and avoid injury. It pains me deeply whenever you are hurt, so please ensure your own safety. With an awkward chuckle, Jian responded, don't worry, without you around to weigh me down, I'm perfectly safe. Now, hurry back, and I promise to seek you out upon my return. Instead of feeling upset at being called a burden, Lin Yuner felt a tinge of sadness. After embracing Jian, she departed, while Xiaoku, equally reluctant, chased after her for quite a distance. Jian, however, lacked the means to retain Lin Yuner, as Xiaoku had, leaving him with an unsettling emptiness in his heart. Thus, Lin Yuner left, leaving Jian alone, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Nevertheless, he quickly reoriented his focus on the pressing matters concerning the magical beast mountains, reminding himself that he could not afford to be distracted. Now fully recovered, Jian contemplated his next course of action. He harbored lingering resentment towards that level 6 magical beast and resolved to eliminate it, realizing that his current strength was insufficient. He set his sights on enhancing his power before devising a plan to vanquish the beast. Over the past half-month, Jian had consumed a substantial amount of medicinal pills, yet they had not been entirely assimilated within his body. He needed to find a way to digest them before achieving a breakthrough. After exchanging for a low-level, unnamed cultivation technique, his training speed significantly increased. After 3 days of rigorous practice, he sensed that he had thoroughly digested the pills within him, signaling that a breakthrough was imminent. Previously, Jian had already advanced to the 4th level of the Great Martial Master. Now, He aimed to break through to the 6th level. Given the vast quantity of medicinal pills he had ingested recently, they had reached a saturation point within him after 3 days of refinement. Utilizing the unnamed technique, Jian prepared to continue his breakthrough, while Xiaoku, having gathered several high-grade spiritual herbs, placed them beside Jian, evidently intending to assist him in his endeavor. Thus, Jian commenced his cultivation. For an entire day, I diligently practiced. After 2 days, there was still no sign of progress. However, on the 3rd day, Jian finally stirred. The surrounding area shimmered with waves of profound energy, signaling his breakthrough. He had ascended to the 1st level. Yet, Jian did not cease. He continued to strive for further advancement. After consuming several chi-replenishing pills and absorbing all the spiritual herbs prepared by Xiaoku, he aimed to achieve a simultaneous breakthrough to the 2nd level. Given his prior accumulation of energy, Jian was confident in his endeavor. As anticipated, he successfully advanced, with the crucial assistance of Xiaoku's spiritual herbs playing a significant role. Elated, Jian found himself at the 6th level of the Grand Martial Master, rewarding Xiaoku with several spiritual stones, which she joyfully accepted. Now, should Jian incorporate the Qi cultivation technique, he believed he could elevate himself to the 9th level of the Grand Martial Master. Furthermore, with Elder Lin's aid, the formidable 6th level magical beast had been significantly weakened over recent days. With his current prowess, Jian felt capable of vanquishing it. Previously, Elder Lin, finding himself with idle time, had engaged in combat training with the 6th level beast, inflicting considerable damage despite not delivering a fatal blow. This was in accordance with the young Mrs. Wishes, aimed at alleviating challenges for Jian on his journey, though Elder Lin seemed intent on allowing Jian to achieve the final kill. Now, Jian resolved to devise a plan to eliminate the 6th level beast, not only to quell the anger that had been simmering within him after a near-fatal encounter, but also to assert his strength. Despite the beast being significantly weakened, it was still a 6th level creature, and Jian understood the importance of careful preparation rather than acting recklessly. Thus, accompanied by Xiaoku, he infiltrated the beast's territory to strategize its defeat. Upon careful observation, Jian noted that one of the beast's claws had been severed by Elder Lin, and its body bore numerous old and fresh wounds. It appeared that Elder Lin had not been remiss in teaching the beast a lesson. With renewed confidence, Jian decided to exchange for a cloud-piercing bow within the system, intending to set an ambush for the beast and seize the opportunity to strike. He believed that a successful shot from the cloud-piercing bow could inflict considerable damage upon the creature. However, Jian faced a dilemma. His chosen ambush location was situated in the heart of the mountain range, and he had observed that the 6th level beast had been recuperating in its lair, seemingly reluctant to venture out. Thus, Jian needed to devise a method to attract the beast's attention. Jian planned to use the level 5 spiritual herb he had treasured for a long time, along with several level 5 spiritual stones, as bait. He also set up some beast-trapping nets around the area. If he could briefly subdue this magical beast, his cloud-piercing bow would come into play. After contemplating, he realized this was his only option. Otherwise, he had no viable means to lure out the beast. Directly confronting a level 6 magical beast was far too perilous. In truth, Jian could bypass the level 6 magical beast without engaging it, as his current strength allowed him to traverse the mountain range with ease. The motivation behind his desire to slay this level 6 creature stemmed not only from a need for personal vindication, but also from his curiosity about the elusive level 6 spiritual stones, which he had yet to acquire. Jian, at heart, was quite avaricious. Furthermore, this level 6 magical beast was guarding a level 6 spiritual herb, adding another layer to Jian's determination to outsmart it. With such treasures at stake, neglecting to deal with this beast would be a considerable loss. Given that the beast had already sustained significant injuries from an earlier encounter with Elder Lin, it was now vulnerable, an opportunity Jian intended to seize. Chapter 85. Slaying the level 6 magical beast. Thus, after stealthily laying his traps, Jian prepared to launch a surprise attack on the level 6 beast. As the sky transformed with the setting sun, Jian awaited the perfect moment to act. The spiritual herbs he had previously set as distractions failed to capture the beast's attention, compelling him to take matters into his own hands. Armed with his Juga crossbow, he ascended the mountain, witnessing the magical beast in the midst of healing. With a swift release of 2 arrows, he startled the creature, inciting its wrath upon recognizing its nemesis, Jian, who quickly darted away using the 8 steps of profound qi. The beast was on the verge of entering Jian's encirclement when he continued to lead it with his zhuge, repeating crossbow. At that moment, the beast fell into his trap, ensnared by the 2 large nets he had previously set. Jian called out to Xiao, release the ropes. Xiao, displaying remarkable intelligence, loosened the ropes, allowing a long bolt to swiftly fly towards the beast. Although the creature reacted swiftly, its mobility was severely hindered by the nets, and it was struck on its left wing by Jian's cloud-piercing bow, spilling forth a torrent of blood. Enraged, the level 6 beast attempted to break free from the nets, but its injured wing prevented it from taking flight, and Jian prepared to strike once more. Utilizing the 9 Xianxia technique, he executed a piercing thrust towards the beast. Infuriated by its injuries, the beast lunged at Jian with its claws. However, having already been weakened by Elder Lin's previous assault, it was left with only 1 functional claw. Jian deftly evaded the attack and countered with a decisive thrust, injuring the beast's remaining claw. At this moment, the beast realized it had fallen victim to a surprise attack by Jian, leading to its unfortunate predicament. It planned to flee, but Jian would not allow such an escape, relentlessly assaulting it from all sides. This beast, being a formidable 6th-level creature, possessed remarkable defensive capabilities. However, under Jian's persistent efforts, it ultimately succumbed. With a final thrust of his sword, Jian inflicted a grievous wound upon the beast's head, marking the fatal blow that sealed its fate. Upon vanquishing the beast, Jian felt utterly exhausted, his internal energy completely depleted. Fortunately, he had previously injured the creature's wings, which significantly facilitated its defeat. Typically, these airborne beasts rely on their flight to hunt, and by restricting their aerial abilities, they become relatively easy prey. In a moment of vindication, Jian opened the beast's skull and discovered a 6th-level spirit stone within, igniting great excitement in the nearby Xiao, who clearly cherished the stone. Yet, Jian could not part with it. The energy contained within could overwhelm Xiao if consumed. Instead, he offered her several lower-tier spirit stones to enjoy. The remaining parts of the beast's body were undeniably valuable, and Jian exchanged everything collectible from the 6th-level creature for points within the system. To his delight, he found that he had recuperated his previous expenditures, as he had spent quite a sum on his prior injuries. The exchange from this 6th-level beast allowed him to break even, filling him with joy. After processing the beast's remains, Jian also took the 6th-level spiritual herbs from a cave, noting their extraordinary vitality as they thrived in his hand, glistening with abundant energy. This herb was the most advanced he had acquired thus far, and its potential seemed immense. He carefully stored it away. Xiao gazed at it with envy, and Jian resolved to give it to her during her next breakthrough, as such herbs would only reveal their true power through alchemical refinement, a skill Jian had yet to master, nor could he exchange for potions through the system. Thus, Jian successfully resolved a significant threat, feeling elated as he roasted the remaining parts of the beast, sharing a hearty meal with Xiao that brought him immense satisfaction. After dealing with the beast, Jian discovered that the creature's cave was a hidden treasure trove, containing a wealth of spiritual herbs. Among them, he found 8 5th-level spirit stones, alongside numerous lower-tier stones. Jian exchanged the stones he could not carry for points and rewarded Xiao with some of the others. She consumed her share and quickly fell into a deep slumber, presumably beginning to digest her bounty. Thus, Jian enjoyed a restful night in the cave of the 6th-level magical beast, discovering that this cavern offered a temperate climate, ideal for habitation. Were it not for his pressing schedule, Jian might have lingered a few more nights. However, time was of the essence, and he had already dallied for too long. Thus, he resolved to swiftly explore the terrain of the Beast Mountain Range. Upon meticulously organizing the map previously drawn by Lin Yuner, Jian realized that only the western section of the magical beasts had been charted, leaving the northern and eastern regions uncharted. Hence, he set forth at dawn to commence his investigation of the Beast Mountain Range. Without the burden of Lin Yuner, Jian's efficiency soared, and within a single day, he had sketched several detailed maps of the magical beast habitats. Nevertheless, a tinge of loneliness lingered. He was now accompanied solely by Xiao. With no one to converse with, Jian found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the solitude, and each night he would conclude his day through rigorous training. In this manner, his strength rapidly augmented. During the day, He dedicated himself to exploring the habitats of the magical beasts and would dispatch any solitary beast he encountered, thus enhancing his martial skills significantly. As Jian traversed the mountain range, he continued eastward, encountering numerous high-level magical beasts along the way. It was not uncommon to encounter a 5th-level beast after traversing each hill, and on occasion, he would successfully vanquish them. However, this was not a sustainable approach, for many hills harbored a 5th-level beast, piquing Jian's curiosity. Subsequently, he resolved to cease the slaughter of these magical beasts. Utilizing his agile footwork, he deftly evaded the detection of each beast, enriching his map with detailed depictions of their habitats. However, as he journeyed on, Jian sensed something amiss. After several days of travel, he noted an unsettling change in the surrounding flora. The trees had grown significantly taller, and the grasses were notably more lush. This transformation led Jian to feel an inexplicable tension within him. This was no longer the familiar Beast Mountain range. The alterations were too pronounced, instilling a sense of unease in Jian. Yet, he did not abandon his pursuit of knowledge. Determined to forge ahead and discern the distinctions between the beasts here and those he had previously encountered. Since he had ventured this far, Jian was resolute in his quest for clarity before returning. With continued exploration, Jian unveiled the other side of this magical Beast Mountain range.